Chapter 1: Transformation into a Demon. The heavens have collapsed. A furry body, a furry face, a furry head, and furry claws. Indeed, she is transformed into a demon. While others traverse realms to become serene and aloof cultivators or pampered young ladies of wealth, she, on the contrary, has turned into an animal. Upon awakening, she gazed at her paws, lost in contemplation, utterly stunned and at a loss for words within the cave. From the mouths of those creaturesque those various kinds of demons, she gleaned a fundamental truth. She currently resides in the demon realm as one of the two fearsome guardians serving the notorious Black Mountain Old Demon, known as xianxia. Moreover, she is a fox demon despite her melodious name. She is infamous in the demon world, committing heinous acts from the most powerful clans to the weakest of spirits. All tremble at the mere mention of her name. Thus, as xianxia stands by the river, observing her reflection in the water, her white fox form, she is interrupted by the cawing of crows overhead. "Sister xianxia, what truly happened to you last time? Granny said you should inquire about news from the old monster Hongfu, yet you returned to your original form, and upon awakening, you even forgot your own name?" At that moment, a little spirit maidservant, with a tone of hesitation and a hint of fear in her gaze, regarded the white fox by the stream. Xianxia felt fortunate that animals could not discern expressions otherwise. The embarrassment on her face would surely reveal her predicament. Could she not feign amnesia? She had directly become part of the demon clan, and even her maidservants seemed peculiar. Those demons visiting her had been incessantly probing her for over half a month. If she did not grasp her situation soon, she would undoubtedly meet her end within 3 days. During these days, xianxia had come to understand her circumstances and the notorious reputation of the Black Mountain Old Demon. Black Mountain is a territory within the demon realm. Infamous for its malevolence, the Black Mountain Old Demon is particularly vile, known for slaughtering kin to harvest demon cores for cultivation in this brutal world. With a strong prey upon the weak, Black Mountain is a name that instills terror in every demon. As for xianxia, she serves this Black Mountain matriarch, possessing formidable demon power in her original form. Her combat prowess ranks among the top 3. To put it bluntly, she is the living embodiment of the King of Hell in the demon realm. Yet, as the living King of Hell, xianxia now finds herself unable to cast even the simplest of spells. What a joke! Having traversed realms, what incantations could she possibly know? Even if she attempted to chant a spell, she could not conjure any demon magic. She had heard that one must channel their demon core to perform spells, but she was utterly clueless about how to sense her demon core. The notion of energy sinking into the dantian left her bewildered. At this moment, noticing the white fox lost in thought, the maidservant spoke up. "Xianxia." Suddenly, a voice echoed. Xianxia turned her gaze to the source of the sound. It was Huanji, a stunningly beautiful woman, and one of the 2 most trusted guardians of the Black Mountain matriarch, whose combat abilities rivaled those of the former xianxia. It was said that the 2 had once been rivals, their relationship fraught with tension. However, that was in the past. The current xianxia, having traversed realms, felt an undeniable affinity upon seeing the beauty. "Sister Huanji, what brings you here?" xianxia asked, bounding over with her furry limbs. The first sight upon awakening had been Huanji, making her feel a peculiar sense of warmth. As she spoke, Huanji visibly paused, still unaccustomed to being addressed in such an intimate manner. After all this time, her eyes often sparkled with curiosity, as if questioning whether xianxia was merely pretending. "You have been recuperating for over half a month. You should be able to revert to your human form. Why are you still in your original state today?" Huanji inquired, her tone laced with confusion. Clad in a delicate water blue gown that accentuated her slender waist and arms, her upper body showcased a captivating figure, exuding an air of ethereal beauty. Every time xianxia encountered her, she couldn't help but be mesmerized. At this moment, her fox-like, glistening eyes were fixated on the alluring curves of the bowtie's figure. It was hard not to wonder if she would also possess such beauty upon returning to her human form. Surely, she would. After all, Huanji was a cat demon, and if cats were so enchanting, wouldn't she, as a fox, be even more stunning? Historically, the term fox spirit has often been used to describe beautiful women The mere thought filled xianxia's heart with excitement, as she eagerly anticipated the sight of her own transformed self. However, noticing that she remained silent, Huanji cast a glance at the little maidservant attending her even in silence. The indifference and authority in her gaze compelled the maidservant to kneel in fear. Replying to Sister Huanji, Sister Qianqiu still cannot use spells. She cannot even transform back into her human form. The maidservant stammered, lowering her head in submission. Huanji. With that, Qianqiu finally snapped back to reality, her eyes filled with embarrassment. You can't even transform back into your human form? Huanji asked, utterly astonished. Qianqiu nodded her fox head and explained, They say I only need to chant a spell, but it doesn't work when I try. How do I channel my demon core to unleash my powers? Huanji. At that moment, Huanji's feelings were a mix of emotions in the past. Qianqiu had been cold as ice, mercilessly slaying demons without a flicker of hesitation, even towards kin with whom she had long served the matriarch. Regardless of whom she faced, she had always carried herself with an air of superiority, her confidence soaring high. Yet now, she was unable to perform even the most fundamental of transformations. Huanji's expression turned serious as she utilized her demon power to assess Qianqiu's body. Her demon core was intact, and although her cultivation had suffered due to recent injuries, the majority of her demon power remained. It was inconceivable that she wouldn't know the most basic of techniques. Your demon power remains intact, Huanji stated calmly. Faced with the bowtie's cool demeanor, Qianqiu was unperturbed, even mentally praising her as a stunningly aloof beauty. I know my power is still there, but I just don't know how to use it. Perhaps Sister Huanji could teach me? The other demons are too afraid to instruct me, Qianqiu said, nuzzling against the bowtie's skirt and wagging her tail, looking almost dog-like. Huanji regarded her, uncertain whether this was a ruse. Yet if it were, it was a rather peculiar one, with an entirely different disposition. Contemplating this, Huanji made a gesture with her hand, gently tapping the air. In an instant, Qianqiu felt a change within her body. She watched in awe as her paws transformed into hands. Her legs elongated, and cascading strands of hair fell down her chest until she finally regained her human form. I become human, she exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment and joy. Chapter 2. The old demon of Black Mountain Xianxia subconsciously rushed to the stream's edge, gazing at her reflection. Though her features were indistinct, it was evident that she possessed the visage of a beauty. However, she felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, for being unclothed in the presence of another woman was undeniably awkward. At that moment, Huanji furrowed her brow and chanted a spell. In an instant, a garment adorned Xianxia's form, its style akin to her own, in a gentle shade of pale yellow. You always favored flamboyance, often donning red. This is my attire, so wear it as best you can, Huanji remarked. Upon hearing this, Xianxia joyfully approached and took the stunning woman's arm, exclaiming, No need for reluctance. I adore it. Thank you, Sister Huanji. The maidservants nearby were taken aback, as if witnessing a ghost, and even Huanji, unaccustomed to such displays of camaraderie, awkwardly withdrew her hand, her expression betraying a rare embarrassment. Today, the matriarch wishes to see you. I shall escort you there, Huanji finally announced after a prolonged silence. Xianxia paused, realizing that despite her time spent here, she had yet to encounter the fabled old demon of Black Mountain, whom all the demons referred to as matriarch. The prospect of meeting her filled Xianxia with an inexplicable anxiety. Very well, she replied obediently. In the grand hall of the old demoness lair, an elderly woman with a face lined with deep wrinkles, resembling a centenarian, sat with an air of withered authority. Her skin was parched, akin to a lifeless tree devoid of water, and her narrow eyes exuded an icy detachment as she listened to the reports from her subordinates. Matriarch, I assert that Xianxia feigns amnesia. She must have received some significant intelligence from the ancient Hongfu, yet dares not disclose it, one demon proclaimed angrily, as the assembly simmered with discontent, all eager to see the demoness brought low. Indeed, Matriarch, who in the demon realm is unaware of Xianxia's extraordinary powers, while Hongfu may be an ancient being, he could not have harmed her to such an extent. What truly transpired? She awakens without a memory, yet her cultivation remains intact. It is inconceivable that she has lost her recollection. She must be pretending. We beseech you, Matriarch, to see through this ruse and compel her to divulge what she knows. At that moment, outside the grand hall, Xianxia had overheard the accusations being hurled against her. She swallowed hard, bewildered by the notion of possessing any intelligence. The palpable animosity directed at her was evident. She had observed the fearful expressions of the maidservants attending to her, and it was clear that her true identity was one of disdain and fear. Within the Black Mountain, Huangji led Xianxia into the hall. The previously raucous assembly fell into a sudden hush, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Xianxia clad in modest attire. In the past, this demoness had been known for her ostentatious style. Always draped in vibrant red, exuding a haughty allure, to utter the words red attire was to conjure the image of Xianxia, the quintessential demoness. Yet now, she donned a pale yellow dress, her beautiful visage stripped of its former arrogance, replaced by a fresh and captivating innocence. Even her previously imperious demeanor seemed transformed. Though the face remained the same, it seemed as if she were a different person altogether, the old demon of Black Mountain. Initially skeptical of Xianxia's intentions, found herself momentarily taken aback. Silence enveloped the hall. Huangji, having previously acquainted herself with the matriarch, bowed respectfully. Xianxia stood still, observing Huangji's gesture, and clumsily mimicked it. Stuttering, Xianxia pays her respects to the matriarch. She then raised her gaze to scrutinize the old demon, who, in all honesty, appeared rather grotesque. If this were a television drama, the old demon would undoubtedly embody the role of the villainous matriarch. In that moment, the assembly exchanged glances, incredulous at the performance unfolding before them. The old demon nodded, her voice raspy and harsh as if drawn from the depths of a grave. I have heard your injuries have healed. Do you recall anything of your past? Xianxia endeavored to quell her nerves as she responded. Matriarch, my health has greatly improved, yet I still cannot remember my past, and I have forgotten all my techniques. Upon her words, unrest rippled through the assembly, and one demon lunged at her. In that instant, Xianxia was cast aside, propelled 2 meters away, blood spilling from her lips. Demoness, do not presume that your act of deception will spare you. The information from Hongfu is of utmost importance, and you cannot simply forget it at will. This must be intentional. The male demon bellowed, his features contorted in grotesque anger. Xianxia felt an excruciating pain coursing through her body, her mind racing with terror. These were demons, after all, and they would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Was her life not at the mercy of these ruthless entities in this chaotic realm? The assembly, astonished at her inability to retaliate, was left in disbelief. Had this once formidable demoness truly been so weakened? At that moment, Huangji rushed to support Xianxia, her anger boiling over as she struck the offending demon with a swift motion, sending him crashing into a stone pillar of the hall. Xianxia and I are the 2 great protectors by the matriarch's side. You shall not act with such impudence, Huangji declared coldly. Xianxia felt a swell of gratitude. Huangji truly was a goddess among women, standing up for her in this critical moment. With that, the assembly, which had previously sought to condemn Xianxia, reconsidered their intentions. Though it was well known that Huangji and Xianxia were at odds, her defense of Xianxia was indeed a rare occurrence. Huangji, you speak, the old demon commanded, still observing the discord below. Huangji glanced at the injured Xianxia, paused momentarily, and reported, Matriarch, Xianxia's demon core remains intact. Though her cultivation has suffered some damage, she is not gravely harmed. However, her memories have yet to return. Just earlier, she struggled to even assume human form, and it was I who lent her assistance. Upon finishing, Xianxia nodded vigorously. Yes, Matriarch, I do not know how to wield demonic powers anymore. I have forgotten all the incantations that I wished to learn from Sister Huangji. To acquire some skills in demon arts, as soon as her words fell, the old demon's expression shifted to one of astonishment, and she retorted, You refer to Huangji as sister? The assembly gaped, their expressions frozen in disbelief. It was as if they had witnessed a ghost. Chapter 3. Encountering a handsome man with the assembly of demons dispersed, Xianxia sat idly on the stone steps at the entrance. Inside, Huangji stood before the old demon, her head bowed slightly in deference. She had discerned no signs of pretense from Xianxia in recent days. Not only had she lost her memories, but she had also shown a newfound gentleness towards her maidservants. Today, she was even unable to assume her human form, raising suspicions that perhaps some malevolent spirit had possessed her. The old demon had watched Xianxia grow from childhood, having personally imparted her teachings. Thus, she understood her well. This transformation warranted scrutiny. Regardless of whether Xianxia was feigning her state, vigilance was essential during these tumultuous times. Whispers of the Zhongshuan sword's activity had begun to circulate. And should its master be discovered, the coveted Fengxian order would be within reach. The demons were restless, and the ancient Hongfu must have unearthed some information that led to Xianxia's plight. She undoubtedly possessed knowledge of great significance. Before anything else, you must keep a close watch on her, the old demon instructed, her voice gravelly and laden with contemplation. There is another matter. 20 years passed. The celestial Qingling fairy became entangled with a half-demon from our realm, stirring quite the uproar. When they faced divine retribution, the Qingling fairy bore a male child, a being with the blood of humans. Demons and immortals coursing through his veins. This knowledge is shrouded in secrecy. We have learned that he resides in the human realm, named Mulanxing, and he shall arrive in 3 days to pay homage to his parents. You and Xianxia must devise a means to accompany him back to the human realm. I will relay further instructions. The old demon issued her command. Huangji's expression turned solemn, and she affirmed with a single word. Yes. As the grand doors swung open, Xianxia sprang to her feet, her face lighting up at the sight of Huangji. What did you and the matriarch discuss? Why did it take so long? Xianxia inquired, linking her arm with Huangji's with familiarity. Huangji's body stiffened. Although they had spent a little over half a month together, she found it difficult to adjust to the post-amnesia Xianxia. We have a new mission, Huangji replied nonchalantly. Xianxia froze, pointing at herself. Us? Goodness, I haven't even regained my powers yet. What can I do? Isn't this akin to courting death? So, we are merely tasked with escorting a mortal back to the human realm? After returning to her dwelling, the two women listened to Huangji's explanation. Huangji nodded. Indeed, this individual is extraordinarily special, possessing the bloodlines of the 3 realms, while we do not yet comprehend his worth. The matriarch has instructed us to find a way to approach him in 3 days and escort him back to the human realm. Upon hearing this, Xianxio's eyes sparkled with excitement. The human realm sounds splendid. I am just a person. This demon realm is fraught with danger. Just moments ago, I was nearly attacked. This clearly illustrates the volatile and impulsive nature of these demons. Tonight, I plan to search for the location where Mulanxing's parents were buried. Will you accompany me? Huangji asked. Xianxia blinked, eager to venture outside. She had not yet explored the demon realm and was keen to take in some fresh air. Very well, I shall follow you. She chuckled, her voice as clear as a bell. As night fell, Huangji stealthily led her outside. Perhaps it was due to her transformation into a demon, for she perceived the darkness as if it were broad daylight. Her vision was exceptionally sharp, but Xianxia, you need not hold me so tightly, Huangji remarked, soaring through the sky, glancing at the woman clinging to her limbs, her brow twitching slightly. Apologies. Xianxia, terrified, gazed downwards, tears welling in her eyes as she stammered. I have a fear of heights. This is too high. Huangji, having finally reached their destination, felt a wave of relief wash over her as Xianxia steadied herself on the ground, initially clinging to Huangji like an octopus. She finally released her grip. They found themselves in a dense forest, overrun with weeds, and Xianxia observed, Sister Huangji, there are no graves here, right? As soon as she spoke, Huangji made a gesture and began to explore the surroundings. Yet, before she could locate a grave, a sound broke the silence. Who goes there? Huangji called out sternly. Startled, Xianxia looked around. Although she saw no one, her keen hearing picked up a series of faint noises. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Huangji's eyes as she said, Wait here, I shall pursue. With that, she vanished in an instant. This frightened Xianxia immensely. She hurriedly shouted Huangji's name several times. But all that replied to her were the chirps of insects in the mountains. In the pitch-black wilderness, surrounded by dense foliage, Xianxia trembled uncontrollably, sensing a chill creeping down her spine. Could there be a ghost? She pondered, glancing around, tears brimming in her eyes. In a world teeming with deities and demons, surely ghosts must exist. Huangji, why have you left? What am I to do? I am so frightened. Xianxia felt tears welling up. Too scared to linger in place, as if a pair of eyes were fixated on her from behind. Driven by fear, she dashed in the direction Huangji had taken. Her footsteps hurried, but the rugged terrain of the primordial forest hindered her. She was too terrified to look back, convinced someone was following her. If she had known, she would have never ventured out. Sobbing inwardly, regretting her decision, as she hurried along, she suddenly heard a voice. Before she could react, a pair of green eyes appeared, startling her into a scream. There's a ghost. Her piercing cry startled the hawks perched on the trees. Trembling, Xianxia rushed forward, eyes shut tight, only to collide with a person. She fell to the ground and, once she regained her senses, dared to open her eyes, revealing a handsome man before her. Even in the dark, her vision allowed her to see his chiseled features clearly. Resembling a sculpted visage, strikingly handsome. For a brief moment, she was awestruck, but quickly regained her composure and, with a hint of fear, inquired, "Are you a ghost or a human?" Upon hearing this, the man raised an eyebrow. He had managed to divert Huangji's attention and followed this timid demoness, only to be surprised by her cowardice. "This is the demon realm. There are no ghosts here. Generally, humans do not venture into this domain," he replied with a voice that was both melodious and teasing. Realizing her folly, Xianxia reflected on her identity as a demon and how absurd it was to question whether he was human or ghost. "Hiki," she chuckled awkwardly, scrambling to her feet and standing before the man. "We are both demons. That's quite fine. Indeed. By the way, may I ask what brings you out at such an hour?" The man, intrigued, noted her naivety, surprised that such a foolish demon existed in Black Mountain. "Since it's night, what is a lady like you doing out here?" he countered. Xianxia found herself at a loss for words. She couldn't very well admit she was on a mission. "I just came out to have some fun," she stammered. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes momentarily darkened before he turned to leave. "Wait, handsome." Sir," Xianxia called out, hastily following him. Hearing her words, the man paused and turned to her. "I have my own matters to attend to. Why do you follow me?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xianxia explained. "I am unfamiliar with these woods and have no idea where I am. I encountered Huangji, but now I'm lost. Your situation is rather peculiar. How can a demon not know the way home?" he questioned, disbelief evident in his tone. Xianxia felt wronged. "I'm a human from the 21st century, a firm believer in science, and now I find myself in a world teeming with demons and monsters. I wonder if I'll even survive. It's tough for someone like me." Sighing, she leaned against the tree root, idly picking up a twig to play with. "What kind of demon are you?" she asked. "I am a fox," the man replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Xianxia, being quite chatty, continued, "I've heard there aren't many fox demons from Black Mountain." The man smirked slightly. "Indeed, I've heard of one named Xianxia." Her eyes lit up. "That's me. What's your name?" The man chuckled softly. "If you are truly Xianxia, then Black Mountain must lack formidable demons." Just as she was about to retort, she remembered her less than favorable reputation and cautiously asked, "Do you have a grudge against Xianxia?" He met her gaze, noting her beauty, a trait common among fox demons. Who in the demon realm does not harbor a grudge against her? A heartless woman. She has harmed her kin and committed countless vile acts. Xianxia's heart sank. It seemed she indeed had enemies, but thankfully, he did not recognize her. "You claim to be Xianxia?" he mused, a smile tugging at his lips. Xianxia promptly shook her head, swallowing hard, and firmly denied, "No, I could never be that cruel woman. I detest her. However, I've heard she has changed and wishes to be a good demon." His expression shifted slightly, bemused by her naivety. "Wants to be a good demon? Did she tell you that?" Xianxia nodded resolutely and said, "Yes, I will certainly strive to become a good demon in the future." The man raised an eyebrow slightly, choosing to remain silent. Xianxia continued to chatter away, her expression pitiful as she clasped her hands together and pleaded, "What is your name, my lord? Surely, you will help me return. Won't you? I beg you. You look like a good person. You wouldn't want a beautiful girl to be lost in the wilderness, would you? What if I encounter danger?" The man found her amusing and was perplexed. Wondering why such an important mission would involve the Black Mountain's guardian, Huangji, bringing along a fool. "I am called xianxia," he stated, his gaze cold, like impenetrable ice, carrying an air of danger. "Xianxia?" Xianxia repeated, oblivious to the murderous glint in the man's eyes. In an effort to foster a connection and secure a ride home, she immediately broke into a radiant smile. "What a lovely name. Far more beautiful than mine." Upon hearing this, xianxia, who was preparing to take action, was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how there could be a demon unfamiliar with his name. Initially thinking that the female demon was merely feigning ignorance, he now suspected that she was genuinely foolish, her mind perhaps somewhat muddled. "You do not recognize the name xianxia?" he asked, astonished. Xianxia, appearing confused, replied, "Should I know it?" Xianxia felt a jolt in his brow. Questioning himself internally, was he truly that unknown in the demon realm? Was it possible for a demon not to recognize him? Chapter 5. Encountering Huan Ji at this moment, Xianxia Yu observed the man's expression and pondered, thinking that perhaps Zhou was a notable figure. Indeed, he had an imposing presence, yet he did not seem like a malevolent demon. After all, she had followed him for quite some time, without sensing any danger. It seems I have been blind to the greatness before me, unaware of your esteemed identity. It is primarily due to my infrequent outings and a recent mishap that has left me a bit daft. I hope you can forgive me. Xianxia Yu chuckled awkwardly, resolving to inquire about Huan Ji upon her return. Zhou, with a slight lift of his brow and a faint smile curving his lips, casually toyed with the jade pendant at his waist, appearing indifferent while a flicker of menace flashed in his eyes. Xianxia Yu was a carefree and somewhat oblivious woman, having grown up under the national flag and in the warmth of spring. The villains she had encountered were mere fabrications of television dramas, and the only setbacks she had faced were from the criticisms of her superior and the harsh realities of society. Thus, at this moment, she failed to perceive anything amiss with the man before her and instead found him exceedingly charming, every glance revealing a stunning allure. Handsome sir, that jade pendant is truly exquisite. Complimenting you perfectly. You embody elegance and valor, exuding an air of gallantry that enhances your charm. Xianxia Yu employed every flattering term she could muster, her face adorned with a conciliatory smile. Could you perhaps guide me home? Or even to that place we just visited? I seem to have lost my way. Huan Ji instructed me to wait for her, but I hurried away and now find myself disoriented. Xianxia Yu surveyed her surroundings. Engulfed in the dense, shadowy forest, though she was a demon and could see in the dark as if it were daylight, the eerie atmosphere remained palpable. Zhou genuinely believed this female demon's mind was unhinged and found her incessant chatter grating. In the past, who would dare speak to him in such a manner or sit beside him so casually? What is your relationship with Huan Ji? How could she bring such a foolish demon along? Xianxia Yu, who had just praised the man for his handsomeness, now wished to retract her compliment. Oh, you know Huan Ji? She inquired. Zhou regarded her with a look of incredulity and replied, the Black Mountain's old demon has two chief guardians, the fox demon Xianxia Yu and the cat demon Huan Ji. These two are renowned figures in the demon realm. Who wouldn't know them? Upon hearing this, Xianxia Yu nodded in understanding. Indeed, if the Black Mountain Cave were depicted in a television drama, it would surely represent the antagonists, notorious for their wicked deeds. That it made sense that everyone would be aware of their existence. It seems my path to redemption may be a bit arduous. Should I encounter an enemy, would I not be doomed in an instant? After all, I possess such a beautiful exterior, and can I return to the modern world after death? At this moment, a whirlwind of thoughts cascaded through her mind, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Seeing the woman beside him displaying a myriad of expressions, Zhou inquired, what troubles you? Xianxia Yu snapped back to reality, forcing a smile and replying, oh, I just find the road ahead quite daunting. How am I to survive? Suddenly, a black shape resembling a bird formed from mist fluttered toward them, halting before Xianxia Yu and Zhou. It then uttered a few words from its beak. Zhou remained unfazed by the message, while Xianxia Yu tilted her head, watching as the words faded into nothingness. She could not decipher what had been written. As a university student, she found herself utterly unprepared for the demon realm, lacking any magical abilities, and now she had become a veritable illiterate. Zhou observed her fixation on the direction from which the messenger bird had flown, his eyes narrowing with a glint of malice as he gathered his strength, preparing to strike. Suddenly, Xianxia Yu turned towards him with a smile. Is your companion coming? What did he say? When your companion arrives, might he escort me a bit further? I truly do not know the way. We've been chatting for quite some time. We can consider ourselves friends, can't we? I can tell you are a good person. You will help me return, won't you? Zhou's eyes momentarily displayed confusion, his previously gathered strength dissipating. Could this female demon genuinely be illiterate? That seemed rather implausible. How could one cultivate without knowledge? Yet, her innocent demeanor and naive smile were disarming. Completely unguarded, and she even referred to him as a friend. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached their ears. Xianxia Yu's ears perked up, and with her keen vision, she quickly spotted a figure approaching. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she joyfully exclaimed, Huan Ji, I'm over here. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Huan Ji, upon hearing the call, instantly appeared before her. Seeing the delight on the woman's face, Huan Ji's eyes sparkled. Though she appeared somewhat unaccustomed to such enthusiasm. Xianxia Yu, did I not instruct you to wait for me? Why did you wander off? Huan Ji frowned. Feeling a bit sheepish, Xianxia rubbed the back of her head and sheepishly replied, "You left me all alone, and it was so dark and eerie there. I was frightened of ghosts, so I came looking for you. Unfortunately, I lost my way." She paused, then added, "But luckily, I encountered a kind-hearted demon and sat with him here." As she turned to indicate the man, she was shocked to find that he had vanished without a trace, leaving her utterly bewildered. "Wait, where did he go? He was just sitting right here." Huanji, observing her alarm, furrowed her brow and said, "I didn't see any demon here, nor did I sense any demonic presence. Who did you encounter?" Xianxia was left questioning her own reality, blinking in disbelief. Could it be that the man had known of Huanji's reputation and had fled in fear? Or perhaps he was not a demon at all, but a ghost? The thought sent shivers down her spine. And she shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, it's nothing. By the way, whom did you encounter when you pursued?" Huanji shook her head, her brow still furrowed. "It was someone with exceptionally high cultivation, someone whose demonic aura I could not detect. They evaded me effortlessly. I returned because I could not catch up. We must report this to our matriarch. It seems other demons have likely set their sights on the Mulans. We must act decisively." Xianxia nodded. She was indifferent to the tasks at hand. She was merely a novice and felt powerless. It was wiser to focus on her own concerns. If someone lacks a demonic aura, does that mean they are not a demon? She inquired curiously. Huanji sighed deeply, clearly exasperated. "You truly do not know even this. A highly cultivated demon can conceal their aura, but it is ineffective against even more powerful beings. In the entire demon realm, there are not many whose cultivation matches ours. If I cannot sense the presence of another, it undoubtedly means they are of a higher cultivation than mine," Huanji explained. Xianxia finally comprehended. "Ah, I see that it appears that the one who vanished was indeed formidable. When he heard me call out Huanji's name, he likely bolted." "Sister Huanji, do you know a demon named xianxia?" Xianxia asked with curiosity. Chapter 6. The Heart of Lapis Lazuli. Upon hearing that name, Huanji paused momentarily, then asked, "Why do you inquire about him suddenly?" Recognizing her reaction, Xianxia realized that Huanji must indeed know the name. So she confessed, "I just encountered a male demon who claimed his name was xianxia." Huanji was amused and repeated incredulously, "You mean to say you met xianxia?" Xianxia, with utmost seriousness, affirmed, "Yes, he said he was xianxia." Huanji's expression was one of disbelief. "You think he is really xianxia? This is the demon realm. What business would he have here?" A millennium ago, xianxia emerged from the demon clan, reclaiming the demon realm for his own. Though we are known as the demon realm, we are effectively under the dominion of the demon clan, serving xianxia. Xianxia was taken aback and asked, "What is the nature of this demon lord xianxia?" Huanji was no stranger to hearing such foolish questions from Xianxia. She patiently explained that it is said that one hailing from the demon realm cannot possess a gentle nature. Rumors abound that he is exceedingly violent, unpredictable, elusive, and possesses extraordinary power. During the Celestial Demon War a millennium ago, he launched a direct assault on the heavenly court. Had it not been for the emperor wielding the Xianxian sword to perform a celestial offering, it is likely that the one seated on the throne today would be xianxia. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback. Such a narrative seemed more fitting for a television drama. Now that she found herself amidst it, the experience felt almost surreal. How impressive indeed. No wonder I claimed not to know xianxia. That handsome figure was rather astonishing. Huanji rarely exhibited a hint of exasperation. Unable to comprehend the strange terms impressive and handsome, she retorted, "So do you still believe that the demon from earlier was xianxia?" Xianxia quickly shook her head and said, "How foolish of me to trust him so easily. It seems I am the only one deceived. However, when I mentioned I am Xianxia, even that demon did not believe me." Huanji found this even more amusing. Who would believe it? The very notion would elicit disbelief even from herself. The demon realm's Xianxia, clad in resplendent red, was renowned for her ruthlessness, having harmed her own kin, slaughtered demons for their essence, and possessed profound cultivation, killing without a flicker of hesitation and committing every conceivable atrocity. To apply such descriptors to the current Xianxia would be to say they were entirely unrelated. You must be cautious. You are bereft of your memories, unable to wield any techniques, and have forgotten everything. Should you recklessly wander into an enemy's path, I cannot guarantee your safety," Huanji kindly cautioned. Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately clung to her arm, a pitiful expression mixed with a hint of flattery. "Sister Huanji, I shall depend on you for protection." Huanji was momentarily stunned. This scene reminiscent of their childhood when they were selected by the Black Mountain Old Demon for special training. Their relationship had been amicable until, at some point, Xianxia began to regard her with suspicion, which gradually morphed into a rivalry. Huangji had witnessed Xianxia's cold-bloodedness and mercilessness firsthand. At times, even she found it unbearable. "All right, let us return for now. I shall report today's events," Huangji stated, her expression turning serious. Xianxia obediently nodded, contemplating the need to find time for Huangji to instruct her in the arts. Though her cultivation remained intact, she was uncertain how to utilize it. For self-preservation, she needed to learn to recognize characters, a truly arduous journey ahead. At that moment, Song Shizhou, concealed nearby, remained in his previous position, casually leaning against a tree trunk. His dark attire, coupled with the chilling aura surrounding him, emanated a sense of darkness. Beside him stood a masked subordinate, gripping a black sword, motionless. As the night wind blew through the mountains, Song Shizhou's hair was slightly lifted, his deep-set eyes raised slightly, a hint of intrigue curling at the corner of his lips. Is this truly the renowned Xianxia of the demon realm? Upon hearing this, his subordinate's indifferent voice responded, "Not quite. Xianxia's reputation has spread even to the demon clan. Everyone knows of her ruthlessness. In the past, she single-handedly slaughtered 100 of her kin for their essence to cultivate, and the Fox clan still harbors deep resentment toward her. Had it not been for her exceptional powers and the backing of Black Mountain, she would have long been hunted for a bounty." Song Shizhou continued to toy with the jade pendant hanging at his waist, scoffing, "Ajio, it seems you were not paying close attention. Just now, Huangji from Black Mountain mentioned that Xianxia has lost her memories and cannot even perform spells. Earlier, you conveyed a message to me that she does not even recognize characters. This is truly intriguing. You should send someone to investigate." Ajio clasped his hands, replying, "Understood. However, how should we deal with the mortal Mulan Shang? Should we simply abduct him, or is there a reason for you to personally intervene?" At this moment, Song Shizhou had already stood up, recalling the earlier scene with a hint of amusement. It was the first time a female demon had approached him without being slain. Mulan Xing was a unique individual, possessing bloodlines from the human, demon, and celestial realms. The affair between the celestial maiden and a half-demon had once stirred the heavens and the earth. The celestial maiden was also the emperor's sister and half-owner of the Zhongxian sword. Now that the Zhongxian sword was exhibiting unusual activity, and Mulan Shang had suddenly appeared to pay respects to his parents, this matter was surely not simple. This individual possessed a heart of glazed glass. There had been prophecies stating that whoever possessed this heart would rule the world. A millennium ago, the emperor offered a celestial sacrifice to protect the common folk, and the Zhongxian sword, which had long slumbered at the boundary between celestial and demon realms, had suddenly stirred. It seemed the heavens were about to change once more. Ajio still did not understand and inquired, "Why are you so certain that the heart of glazed glass resides within Mulan Shang? And why must you come personally?" Song Shizhou shot a glance at Ajio, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. "What do I not know? The matter of the heart of glazed glass was known to very few in the past, but recently, someone has spread rumors exposing this issue. Various forces are beginning to stir. Even Black Mountain has dispatched 2 great protectors, indicating that whispers have circulated in private. You think the heart of glazed glass is so easily obtained? To acquire it, Mulan Shang must willingly offer it. He has grown up in the human realm and has always identified as human. We must approach him with goodwill and emotions. Coercion will yield no fruit. Our aim is to make friends." As he spoke, a wicked smile played on Song Shizhou's lips. His gaze filled with cunning and indifference. Ajio finally understood, exclaiming, "Your wisdom is unparalleled, esteemed one." Chapter 7. Mulan Shang. 3 days later, Huangji returned with Xianxia to the gravesite of Mulan Shang's parents, lying in wait for him to arrive. During these 3 days, Xianxia had not been idle. She had insisted that Huangji teach her the art of spellcasting. Initially bewildered, after 3 days of diligent study, she finally grasped how to wield demon essence to power her spells, albeit with a hint of instability. Before her, an expanse once overgrown with wild grass now blazed with a fierce inferno. Huangji surveyed the surrounding flames with exasperation, turning to her companion. Even without uttering a word, one could sense her ire. Xianxia forced a grim smile, watching the flames grow fiercer. As a well-behaved girl of the 21st century, she felt as though the sky was falling. Starting a wildfire was indeed a grave misstep. "Didn't you teach me how to conjure fire a few days ago? I was merely a spark. After sitting here for so long, I grew bored and practiced, she said, immediately clutching Huangji's arm. Panic-stricken, Huangji took a deep breath. They had come to wait for someone, yet they had inadvertently set fire to the grave of his parents. She dreaded to think how Mulanxing would react upon arrival. Meanwhile, Song Shizhou, concealed nearby, cast a puzzled glance at Argio, questioning, "Aren't these two demons here to wait for someone? Why have they set the grave ablaze?" Argio's silence was deafening. Back with Huangji. She sighed in resignation, beginning to cast her spell. However, just as she formed the gesture, someone barged in, seizing both of their hands and dashing out. Huangji and Xianxia were momentarily taken aback as the newcomer pulled them into his safe area and began frantically beating down the flames with the bundle on his back. Yet, despite his efforts, the flames only grew wilder. "Who is this?" Xianxia whispered. "Immortal, likely here to pay respects to his parents," Huangji replied, her expression impassive. She then cast a sidelong glance at the newcomer. "You should explain how to smooth over the fact that you burned his parents' grave." Xianxia stammered. "Huangji, we need to act quickly. If we don't extinguish the fire, he could be in danger." She clutched Huangji's arm. Huangji frowned, her expression cold as she murmured, "Are you daft? We are here to approach Mulanxing. If we are revealed as demons while casting spells, won't we frighten him away?" Xianxia was truly flustered, rushing forward to grab Mulanxing, exclaiming, "You must get out of here. You'll be burned alive." Smoke had rendered Mulanxing's face and skin darkened upon seeing the beautiful girl before him. He was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly shook off her hand. "Miss, please stand in a safe place. The flames are too fierce, and it seems they cannot be extinguished. Do not come in. It could be dangerous." Mulanxing appeared as a delicate, handsome scholar, giving an impression of fragile elegance. "Oh dear, Xianxia was truly exasperating," Huangji thought. She should be more cautious. This fire posed little danger to demons. Merely a minor spell gone awry, but for a human, it could indeed prove fatal. "No, don't just urge me to leave. You should come along too." Having said that, Xianxia swiftly took her leave. Suddenly, torrential rain fell from the heavens, resembling a fierce downpour, which ceased as abruptly as the flames were extinguished. In that moment, the three of them were drenched to the skin. Xianxia's cheeks were slightly darkened by the smoke, creating a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, no matter how disheveled she looked, it paled in comparison to the image of Mulanxing at this juncture. The three exchanged glances, and a fitting caw of crows echoed above them. By the stream, Mulanxing had already changed into clean garments in a nearby cave, and was now washing his face by the water's edge. Huangji experienced an unfamiliar feeling of uncertainty. Standing a short distance away with a cold expression, while internally grappling with how to approach this human being in a composed manner. After all, her previous missions had primarily involved slaying monsters, seizing treasures, or extracting information. She had never engaged in peaceful interaction with humans. At that moment, upon spotting Xianxia, who was akin to a long-lost kin, she quickly dashed to Mulanxing's side, beaming with joy as she gazed at her kindred spirit. Mulanxing turned his head in surprise, unaware of how the woman had approached him. Before him stood a lady clad in a flowing green dress, her fair arms and delicate waist exposed. The fabric of her attire was a rare and luxurious material, now dampened by the rain and previously singed by smoke. Though her nose and face bore traces of soot, they could not conceal her exquisite features. Mulanxing felt a twinge of embarrassment under her direct gaze, compounded by her audacious attire, rendering him unable to meet her eyes. Xianxia had initially presumed Mulanxing to be a difficult character to engage, only to discover he was akin to a bashful young scholar, unable to gaze upon a lady. "Thank you, kind sir, for your timely rescue. Fortunately, the heavens blessed us with rain. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss for how to quell the flames," Xianxia said with a radiant smile. Mulanxing's ears flushed crimson as he lowered his head and replied, "There is no need for thanks. I scarcely contributed. However, what brings you two ladies to this remote mountain? How did the fire ignite?" Mulanxing inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. At these words, Xianxia and Huangji exchanged startled glances. Fortunately, Xianxia was quick to respond. Their mission was simple: protect Mulanxing, escort him to the mortal realm, and ensure no other monsters approached him. Yet, Xianxia was perplexed. The infamous Xianxia was known for her ruthlessness in slaying monsters. Why would she suddenly send two guardians to protect a human? "This matter is rather lengthy," Xianxia began, pretending to weep as she spoke. "My sister and I hail from Jiangzhou. In our youth, our family was impoverished, and we were sold into a brothel. run by a cruel proprietor who forced virtuous women to serve. Eventually, my sister and I were sold to a wealthy merchant, but unexpectedly she sobbed louder. Continuing, we were ambushed by mountain bandits, and the merchant and his companions perished, while only my sister and I managed to escape. Lost and not knowing where we were, we fled to this place. The mountains are frigid, and in my desperation to warm myself, I inadvertently started such a fierce blaze. Huanji, hearing this, turned her head away. Unable to bear the concocted tale, who would believe such flimsy excuses? At that moment, Mulan Sheng's eyes glistened with pity, seemingly convinced by her story. Did I see? I had no idea you endured such hardships, he said, nodding in understanding. Xianxia winked playfully at Huanji, while the ever-watchful Cang Shizhou smirked, finding Xianxia to be quite different from the rumors he had heard. Master, why did you summon the rain for them? Would it not have been better for Mulan Sheng to unveil these two monsters? Jiao questioned, puzzled. Cang Shizhou's lips curled into a slight smile, his deep gaze reflecting a hint of intrigue. Have all the monsters seeking to approach Mulan Sheng been cleared? Let these two female demons escort him while we monitor them. It provides us with an opportunity. Jiao, despite his lack of insight, obediently nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xianxia and Huanji remained oblivious to their observers. Mulan Sheng, having changed into clean attire and washed his face and hands, returned to the site of his parents' graves. The area, recently scorched yet now drenched by rain, lay in disarray, the soil beneath damp and muddy. Mulan Sheng searched for a time before locating the grave, a modest mound without a tombstone. Xianxia, standing at a distance, gave Huanji a thumbs up, whispering, Sister Huanji, you did well. The rain fell precisely when needed. Teach me how to do that later. Huanji, taken aback, shook her head, insisting, I did nothing, not you. Then the rain came abruptly, ceasing just as the fire was extinguished. What a coincidence! Xianxia exclaimed incredulously. She then scanned the surroundings cautiously, murmuring, could it be that we are surrounded by many people, many monsters? Huanji frowned, sensing the peculiarity herself, but could not pinpoint any flaws in the situation. The old woman had mentioned that Mulan Sheng was a unique human, with many eager to approach him. This information was hardly a secret. Thus, prior to their departure, the old woman had repeatedly instructed them to protect Mulan Sheng from other demons. Yet today, all was calm, devoid of any disturbances. Cultivation is considerable in the demon realm. If any demons approached, I would surely sense their presence. Yet there is not a whisper of abnormality, Huanji stated. Xianxia grew curious. What made Mulan Sheng so special? Huanji shook her head. I do not know. The old woman did not elaborate, only instructed us to protect him. If Sister Huanji is so powerful and senses no demons nearby, then it must be mere coincidence that the heavens chose to rain. Xianxia said, smiling. Huanji felt a sense of unease but could not discern what was amiss. She stood with a furrowed brow, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Xianxia, blissfully unaware, approached Mulan Sheng, who was preparing offerings. She instinctively began to burn paper money. This area has been scorched. How can you be certain this is where your parents are buried? Xianxia inquired with curiosity, upon hearing the mention of his parents. Mulan Sheng's eyes dimmed slightly as he replied, my aunt told me that my parents left shortly after my birth, never disclosing the reason. This year, on my 20th birthday, my aunt suggested I come to pay my respects. There is a peach tree planted beside my parents' grave. Although it has been charred, that tree remains. Mulan Sheng pointed to the nearby scorched peach tree. Xianxia felt a pang of guilt, muttering an apology. I am sorry. Had it not been for me, your parents' grave would not have been burned. Seeing him resemble a wounded puppy, she felt a wave of remorse for her impulsiveness, understanding his feelings. She too had never met her biological parents, having been adopted. After her adoptive parents had a biological son, they scarcely cared for her, leaving her feeling desolate. It is not your fault. No one could have anticipated the fire. I believe my parents, watching from above, would not hold you accountable, Mulan Sheng quickly reassured her. Xianxia mused inwardly, what a splendid child. He clearly possesses a kind temperament, easily taken advantage of, from a distance. Huanji observed Xianxia and Mulan Sheng interacting harmoniously, feeling somewhat astonished yet relieved that they were proving useful rather than causing trouble. Once Mulan Sheng finished his offerings, Xianxia's gaze fell upon the exquisite pastries, causing her to swallow hard. It had been ages since she had tasted human food, in the demon realm. Those with any cultivation had long since forsaken solid food, subsisting instead on elixirs, spiritual waters. and various spiritual fruits. Those of lesser cultivation typically consumed more primitive fare, often raw. Some demons, more attuned to aesthetics, attempted to mimic human eating habits, but in the Black Mountain Cave, such delicacies were non-existent. She vividly recalled a time when a hawk demon had shoved a wriggling snake into its mouth, startling her so much that she screamed. The hawk demon, equally taken aback, had swallowed the snake whole, leaving her fainted and needing Huangji to carry her back. Recalling this, Xianxia shivered. Although she was not hungry, her mouth longed for flavors. The emptiness was something the demons around her could not comprehend. Now, seeing the offerings laid out, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Noticing her eager gaze, Mulansheng glanced at the pile of pastries before hesitating momentarily, then handed one to her. "Are you hungry, miss?" he asked. Xianxia blinked her large eyes, inquiring, "If I eat your parents' offerings, would it be inappropriate?" Mulansheng smiled gently. "It has been 20 years. My parents have long since turned to dust. These offerings are merely symbolic." Upon hearing this, Xianxia promptly accepted the pastry from Mulansheng's hand, greedily reaching for 2 more from the plate. "You are truly a rare and open-minded gentleman." "Thank you." Mulansheng was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the woman take a bite and wear a look of sheer contentment. He slightly lowered his brows, a hint of a delicate smile gracing his lips. At that moment, holding his bundle, he stood up, glanced at the distant Huangji, and then turned his gaze towards the cheeks of Xianxia, who were puffed up with food. He had yet to inquire how to address the 2 young ladies. "I am Mulansheng, a native of Xianxia. I have just learned that you both hail from Xianxia as well." Mulansheng offered a courteous bow. Xianxia, caught in her moment of excitement, had overstuffed her mouth, causing her to choke slightly. She turned her head aside, rolling her eyes in an effort to swallow. Meanwhile, Huangji approached with a serene smile, saying, "You may call me Huangji, and this is my younger sister, Xianxia." Chapter 9. The Desolation. "Are you returning to Jiangzhou, young sir? Might you take us sisters along? You see, we are unfortunate souls, and now we are at a loss for the way home to Jiangzhou. If you do not take us with you, we may very well become prey for wild beasts in this desolate wilderness." Xianxia, the little actress, began her performance anew, clutching her sleeve, feigning tears despite having none, pretending to be heartbroken. Huangji watched as Mulansheng stood there, flustered, not knowing how to comfort her. He wore an expression of mild urgency. Xianxia showed no signs of stopping, and Mulansheng's gaze shifted to the standing Huangji. "Miss Huangji," he began, but before he could finish, Xianxia had already entwined her arm with Huangji's, burying her face against the beauty's bosom, sobbing, "Young sir, have compassion for us. Why not take us home with you? Once we reach Jiangzhou, we can part ways." After saying this, Xianxia even took a moment to gauge the warmth of Huangji's chest. Although Huangji was a cat demon, her beauty and figure were even more alluring than that of Xianxia, particularly with her extraordinarily pure yet cool visage. Mulansheng seemed quite troubled, yet he reluctantly nodded. "I only have a limited amount of money on me, so the journey may be arduous. If the 2 young ladies accompany me back, it's quite all right. We can manage without food," Xianxia exclaimed, her face lighting up at Mulansheng's concession, her large eyes sparkling with mischief. Mulansheng, taken aback by the sudden shift in the young woman's demeanor, momentarily stood in dazed silence before nodding, albeit still in a state of mild bewilderment. Song Shizhou, who had been observing, couldn't help but chuckle, noting how adept this fox demon was at bewildering the honest scholar, but it was advantageous. A familiar face could be useful. "I have heard there is movement on the demon's side, so I shall not accompany you further. You remain here and send word should anything arise. Also, keep a close watch on Mulansheng. If anything goes awry, do not return to see me." Song Shizhou's deep-set eyes resembled a placid lake, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Jiao responded solemnly. "Understood." Xianxia and Huangji successfully drew closer to Mulansheng, intending to accompany him to the mortal realms Jiangzhou, a piece of news that reached the ears of Granny Hiashan. This time, Xianxia, having exited the mountains, gazed at the vast expanse of the plain before her, where the ground was cracked from drought, seemingly devoid of life. It was a stark contrast to the lush beauty of the mountains. A demon. Xianxia felt the energy surrounding her, finally grasping the essence of abundant spiritual power. Breathing in the mountain air was invigorating, with flora thriving vibrantly, yet upon emerging, the endless plain exuded a suffocating aura of desolation. "What is this?" Xianxia walked behind, perplexed, glancing at the beauty beside her. This is a place that separates the realms of mortals and demons, known as desolation. For centuries, not a blade of grass has grown here, nor is there water. Yet, it is the only route from the demon realm to the mortal realm. Ordinary folk cannot enter the demon realm. No matter how they wander, they are met with this barren wasteland. Unless one possesses a special talisman to break the barrier, they cannot pass through naturally. Otherwise, if mortals mistakenly wander here, they could perish from thirst or starvation. Huangji quietly explained. As soon as she finished speaking, Xianxia spotted several skulls not far off. Meanwhile, Mu Lansheng, feeling the heat of desolation, was drenched in sweat. He paused and turned back. Miss Xiaoyue, Miss Huangji, we must quicken our pace. If we do not leave by nightfall, we may have to spend the night here, which is perilous. The townsfolk do not dare to enter. Xianxia quickly responded, hastening her steps to catch up with the man, tentatively asking, Mu Gongzi, do you know where this place is? Why are there no people around? Mu Lansheng wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, shaking his head. Since I can remember, I have lived in Jiangzhou. It was my aunt who provided me with a route to follow. I am unaware of much else. There is a small town nearby called Desolation Town. They say this entire plain is known as Desolation, and common folk do not dare approach it. It is rumored that beyond Desolation lies a realm inhabited by demons, yet very few have managed to traverse it. I was advised not to come here, for fear of being devoured. As he spoke, Mu Lansheng chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. Such tales are merely folklore. They say no one can cross Desolation, yet here I am, an ordinary scholar, having walked through Desolation to reach Ling Mountain, where I found my parents' graves. The journey has been quite smooth, with no demons in sight. It seems these are merely rumors. However, he furrowed his brow at the sight of numerous human bones. It appears many have perished here, yet I have not encountered any wild beasts or demons. Perhaps it is merely luck. We must continue our journey. Xianxia, feeling somewhat guilty, touched her nose. It seemed Mu Lansheng truly did not know that crossing Desolation led to the demon realm. According to Huangji's earlier explanation, for mortals to enter the demon realm, they must carry a special talisman. This implied that Mu Lansheng's aunt must be aware of these matters, based on Huangji's previous information. Mu Lansheng was a hybrid of demon and human, raised in the mortal realm. Yet, the wicked Granny Heishan had specifically instructed her protector to approach him and escort him back. There must be a hidden agenda behind this. Did Mu Lansheng's aunt not know that many demons were watching him? Was it not dangerous to send him alone? Could it be that she was deliberately casting him as bait, drawing from years of watching dramas and reading novels? Xianxia surmised that there was undoubtedly a significant secret lurking behind this. Such rumors of the outside world were alarming. If crossing Desolation led to a realm inhabited by demons, it was truly terrifying. My sister and I ended up there merely due to getting lost, and yet you dare to venture there alone, young sir? I truly admire your courage. Xianxia feigned fear, then turned to look at the man with admiration. Upon hearing this, Mu Lansheng felt his face flushed. He averted his gaze slightly and said, Miss Qin, you flatter me. It is nothing extraordinary. I am merely following the path my aunt indicated. Huangji, who had been silent, continued to follow quietly behind. In truth, the former Xianxia had been even more taciturn, utterly indifferent. Now, however, she seemed to have lost her previous demeanor, becoming quite different from her former self. Chapter 10. Recognized as a fox demon Desolation Town. The trio arrived at the small town by nightfall. Being the closest town to the demon realm, it was rife with age-old tales, and thus, by night, no one dared to venture out. Most people were tucked away in their homes, fast asleep. Mu Lansheng had visited once before. When he arrived at the Tongfu Inn where he had previously stayed, he gently knocked on the door. After a considerable wait, the innkeeper, holding an oil lamp, finally opened the door. Upon seeing Mu Lansheng, the innkeeper immediately offered a courteous bow, saying, I apologize for the disturbance. We have just arrived in town and wish to rest for the night. The innkeeper rubbed his eyes. The flickering candlelight made it difficult to see clearly. After a moment, he finally recognized the visitor. It's you. Weren't you the scholar who mentioned crossing Desolation some time ago? He exclaimed. Somewhat astonished. Mu Lansheng smiled. I have just returned from paying my respects to my parents and am on my way back to Jiangzhou. The innkeeper did not press further. After all, the notion of crossing Desolation seemed ludicrous. His family had lived in this area for generations, only hearing of those who entered as corpses, never of anyone who had returned. Thus, he refrained from asking any more questions. It was only then that the innkeeper noticed the two beautiful young ladies accompanying Mu Lansheng. Albeit their attire was quite daring, exposing their waists and arms. His eyes widened in surprise at that moment. The innkeeper's wife rushed over, only to find her husband staring intently at the two scantily clad women. Furious, she approached and twisted her husband's ear, exclaiming, "You! How dare you gawk at a fox demon? What are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll have your eyes." As the woman concluded her words, the ever-watchful Huangji immediately grew alert. She was bewildered by how xianxia had inadvertently revealed her true form, exposing her to this mortal. Just as she prepared to take action, xianxia timely grasped her arm. "Madam, please, allow me to clarify. This young lady was brought here by this scholar. I am not acquainted with her," she exclaimed, wincing in pain. The innkeeper, gritting his teeth, dared not steal another glance at the two provocatively dressed women beside him. Mulan stood helplessly to the side, unsure how to mediate the situation, merely fidgeting in anxiety at that moment. The imposing woman approached them, her gaze fixed upon Huangji and xianxia with palpable hostility. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of invective, xianxia abruptly sank to the ground, weeping sorrowfully. "Dear sister, please do not be angry. We are merely dancers from a brothel, and our master was tragically slain by bandits, leaving us to flee. Thankfully, we encountered Master Mulan, who kindly offered to take us back to our hometown in Jiangzhou." Though tears did not flow from her eyes, xianxia lowered her head, concealing her face in a display of grief that would lead any observer to believe she had suffered a grave injustice. In her desperation, she pinched her thigh to summon tears, and at last, her eyes glistened with unshed sorrow. She lifted her gaze, utterly heartbroken. "I understand our attire may not be deemed appropriate, but we are not as wicked as you may presume. We are good people." With that, xianxia blinked her doe-like eyes, embracing the woman's leg affectionately. Each utterance of sister sent waves of delight through the woman, who was already in her 40s and a grandmother. How could she not be pleased to be addressed as a sister by such a young girl? Hearing the tragic tales of the two young women stirred her compassion, and she immediately helped xianxia to her feet. "Oh, how unfortunate! To think that your backgrounds are so woeful. Alas, this chaotic world, with its endless strife and the rampant mischief of demons, leaves us all in suffering," she sighed, her heart heavy with empathy. Mulan, observing this exchange, felt a peculiar sense of déjà vu, as if she had witnessed a similar scene play out in her own life, yet she could not pinpoint why it felt so strange. Huangji, puzzled, inquired, "How did this mortal identify you as a fox spirit?" xianxia explained, "You see, Huangji, despite your astuteness, you possess a certain naivete in the human realm. The term fox spirit does not directly refer to demons. Rather, it describes a woman whose allure is overly intoxicating. The demon realm is far less restrained in attire, yet here, women must not expose themselves. Even a glimpse of the waist, legs, or arms can tarnish a woman's reputation, leading others to deem her immodest and unchaste. Many noble women and daughters of officials cover their faces when venturing out, to shield themselves from the gaze of men. Such strictures are profoundly unfair to women." Although xianxia traversed an unfamiliar dynasty, she recognized this as a patriarchal society, akin to what one might find in ancient times. Huangji scoffed. "How foolish." xianxia nodded in agreement. "Indeed. However, did you not suffer from amnesia? How do you recall these customs of the human realm? Our visits here are primarily for missions, devoid of social interactions that would impart such knowledge." Huangji regarded her with suspicion. Suddenly, a thought struck xianxia, causing her heart to skip a beat. Huangji was not easily deceived, so she quickly devised a strategy to deflect the inquiry. As Song Shizhou mentioned, "When I was ensnared by that male demon pretending to be him, I clung to him until he agreed to escort me back. He was waiting for his companions, and we exchanged idle conversation." With her revelation, xianxia breathed a sigh of relief, feeling quite clever. Huangji furrowed her brow, appearing to accept the explanation. "It seems you possess considerable knowledge of the mortal realm, which suggests you might be a demon who has long mingled among mortals. Such lesser demons typically lack ambition, merely pretending to be influential figures in the human world." Xianxia's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "So, are demons who dwell in the human realm looked down upon by their kin?" Huangji regarded her with surprise. Clearly not expecting such a question, she nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. What success can a demon achieve while dwelling among mortals? They are either inept in the demon realm or exploit humans to enhance their own powers. We of Heishan scorn such practices." xianxia grasped the implication. Using mortals to augment one's abilities was deemed unworthy by the demons of Heishan, They preferred to slay demons for their essence rather than waste time on mere mortals. Ah, I see that I had quite a lengthy discussion with that counterfeit xianxia, but I only did so because we were tasked with escorting Mulan, xianxia hastily added, hoping to avoid any future slip-ups. Huangji nodded. Inquiring about such matters is acceptable, but be wary of those demons who roam among mortals. They are cunning and may harbor ulterior motives. Keep your distance from that little demon. Xianxia obediently agreed, saying, I will heed your counsel, Huangji. However, I have only encountered that faked xianxia once, and I may not cross paths with him again. Regardless, I shall not engage with him any further. At that moment, their hidden protector, a Jew, overheard their conversation. Truly, xianxia of the demon realm is as cunning as they say, casting mud upon our esteemed master. How vile! The next morning, upon awakening, xianxia found the innkeeper, the same woman from the previous night, delivering clothing. You poor souls, I have brought you some of my daughter-in-law's old garments and even set aside a spare outfit. I hear Jiangzhou is quite distant. It will take you 2 months to reach it. And by then, autumn will have arrived. The innkeeper was a kind-hearted woman, rising early to assist them. Given that Yumo town was rather impoverished, even the innkeeper's attire bore the marks of wear and tear. As travelers were scarce and business was slow, Xianxia was taken aback, her heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you so much, dear sister. Without your generosity, we would be at a loss for what to wear when we venture out. There are still many good people in this world. The innkeeper beamed at the affectionate address, chuckling, Oh, my dear, I am already in my 40s. I hardly deserve the title of sister. Feigning shock, Xianxia retorted. Nonsense. The candlelight was dim last night, and I thought you quite youthful. Though it may be improper to address you as sister, it is a term that brings me comfort. The innkeeper's cheeks flushed with delight, her happiness evident despite her attempt to conceal it. Huangji remarked, Xianxia, your flattery knows no bounds. Xianxia was pleased with her own tactful maneuvering. It seemed that regardless of the era, women universally cherished compliments about their youth. Once the innkeeper departed, Huangji casually changed out of her garments, donning the mortal attire instead. The coarse fabric was uncomfortable against her skin, causing her to furrow her brow. In Heishan, even the lowest maidservants wear better quality clothing than this. Xianxia, though reluctant to voice her disdain, could not ignore the stark contrast in texture. It felt as though she had gone from lounging on soft cotton to lying atop jagged iron. Who crafts the fabrics in the demon realm? She inquired with curiosity. At her question, Huangji's gaze fell upon the innkeeper's patched clothing, an expression of distaste crossing her features. In the demon realm, skilled spirit silkworms weave our garments. As the 2 chief protectors under our matron, we use only the finest silk, smooth and soft, nothing like the roughness of our current attire. Xianxia nodded in understanding, observing Huangji's evident disdain. Indeed, the mortal realm cannot compare to the demon realm. Mulan has little in the way of resources, so we should not be overly particular. A light bulb flickered in Xianxia's mind. Once we arrive in a more prosperous city, we could leverage our skills to procure some valuables from a corrupt noble. She chuckled at the thought, unafraid of thievery, confident in her rationale. Huangji looked at her incredulously. You grasp the trivial matters yet overlook the significant ones. Xianxia responded with a questioning sound. It was common knowledge that the mortal realm prohibited the use of magic, especially for demons and spirits. In this small town, where residents were few, there were no demon hunters present. However, in larger cities, demon hunters were typically stationed to capture any demons or spirits that dared to use their powers, leading to their swift demise at the hands of those hunters. Huangji elaborated, in this realm, the chaos stems from rampant demon activity, with countless mortals seeking to cultivate their powers. Renowned sects and sword schools thrive, and the demon hunters are trained to counteract demon magic. Should a common demon encounter them, they would likely be overwhelmed. Xianxia gasped. I see. But why is there talk of turmoil among the 3 realms if the human realm seems orderly? Huangji, perceiving her confusion, clarified. The chaos arises from the rampant demon activities, leading to disorder throughout the world. As more mortals engage in the pursuit of power, the balance shifts, placing even greater strain on the realm. With the current upheaval across the 3 realms, the demon clan has become more formidable than the celestial realm. Were it not for the Xianxuan sword, which the emperor wielded a millennium ago to guard the border between the realms, the demon world would have undoubtedly made its move. If a conflict were to arise, the celestial realm might struggle to withstand the onslaught. Our demon kin heed the commands of the demon lord. And naturally, some demons exploit their affiliation with the demon clan to wreak havoc in the human world, siphoning vitality and blood to enhance their cultivation, leaving the human realm in anguish. However, We of Black Mountain have always held such behavior in disdain. After finishing her words, Huangji let out a derisive laugh. Xianxia, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed her nose and muttered, "What difference does it make? We are all villains. How noble can we really be?" Thus, it is true that Black Mountain only seeks to cause trouble within the demon realm. A thought she accidentally let slip. Huangji regarded her with conviction and declared, "What do you mean by causing trouble? In our demon realm, the strong are sovereign. It is our very nature." Xianxia nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, "We are all part of the animal and plant kingdom. After all, it's akin to the eagle preying on the snake. It's simply the food chain." Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Xianxia and Huangji turned towards the sound. "Miss Qiuyu, Miss Huangji, are you ready? We are about to set off," came the voice of Melanxing from outside. All right, Xianxia replied hastily. At an establishment near the town gate. Xianxia and Huangji glanced contemplatively at the white steamed buns in their hands. Melanxing, foolishly seated at a table, devoured his food ravenously, completely oblivious to the expressions on the ladies' faces. Having cultivated for 2,000 years, Huangji had long ceased consuming food, let alone the fare of mortals. Yet, to avoid revealing any discrepancies, she pondered for a moment before taking small bites. Conversely, Xianxia gazed longingly at the meat buns others were enjoying, then at her bland, tasteless steamed bun. Alas, after such a long time in the demon realm without eating, she had been in a state of fasting, occasionally succumbing to the temptation of pilfering carrots from the rabbit spirit's den or sipping dew from mountain springs. The question arose, why couldn't she cook? That would require at least a pot in the Black Mountain cave, and without even the most basic utensils, there was no hope of boiling anything. At this moment, she genuinely yearned for meat, yet her pockets held not a single coin, not even a fraction of it. Just then, Melanxing finished his bun and poured himself a bowl of free water, quenching his thirst before noticing the longing in Xianxia's eyes. Following her gaze, he saw her staring at a small child devouring a meat bun. Feeling somewhat guilty, he lowered his head, hesitated for a moment, and then retrieved a couple of worn coins from his tattered pouch. "Miss Qiuyu, it is unfortunate that you have had to endure hardship while accompanying me on this journey. The expenses for inns and such are quite burdensome for me at the moment." Xianxia, eyeing the 2 coins, swallowed hard, a voice in her mind urging her to endure. Melanxing, despite being somewhat foolish, was genuinely good-hearted and honest. Given his evident poverty, she decided not to exploit him further. "However, young Master Mulan, you are truly too kind. I have never encountered anyone as generous as you. Worry not. Along this journey, I shall certainly devise a way to earn money. Soon enough, we shall feast on all manner of delicacies." Xianxia quickly accepted the coins, first flattering him, then painting a grand vision of future abundance. Melanxing, upon hearing this, felt his cheeks flush, revealing a hint of shyness and embarrassment. Chapter 12. The Art of Deception. After traveling for several more days, Xianxia rubbed her blistered toes, finally realizing how much easier it would be to be a demon, simply flying or teleporting with a thought. Sitting beneath a large tree, she wiped the sweat from her brow and quietly complained to Huangji. "Why don't we just knock him out and fly? I truly do not wish to walk any longer. Although I'm not tired, it is exceedingly dull." Her words earned her a scornful glare from Huangji. "Absolutely not. Did you not hear him? We are preparing to enter the city, where there are demon catchers." Xianxia blinked, conceding, "Fine. For the sake of survival, I shall continue walking. Consider it a form of exercise, though I am not even overweight." Upon reaching Mingyuan City, when Melanxing produced the travel permit, Xianxia and Huangji found themselves barred from entry. "Don't know. We do not have identification," Xianxia exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Huangji, confused, asked, "What is identification?" At that moment, Xianxia pulled her aside and explained, "It is the travel permit required for entry, which must be issued by the authorities. Since we emerged from the desolate region, we have only encountered small villages where no one checked permits. But this is a city, and such documents are necessary." While the two whispered to each other, Melanxing grew anxious. "Miss Qiuyu, Miss Huangji, please, may I implore you to be lenient," he urged. The guards at the entrance, irritated, pushed Melanxing aside. "Without a travel permit, your identity is suspect. You may not enter. If everyone claimed to have lost their permits, would we then have to let them all in?" Melanxing, flustered and at a loss, paced anxiously. Seeing this foolish boy being bullied irked Xianxia, so she boldly approached the guards, kneeling before them and clasping their legs. Huangji exclaimed, "Oh no. Wah. Young Master Mulan, I cannot return home. My sister and I encountered bandits, And our travel permits were lost in our luggage that we barely escaped with our lives. And now all our belongings are gone. What are we to do, sir? How might we recover our travel permits? Xianxia lamented, her grip tightening as she squeezed her legs, tears brimming in her eyes. At that moment, the crowd gathered at the entrance, observing the girl clad in ragged clothing, her exquisite beauty still shining through, evoking a sense of pity. What a tragic fate for such a lovely maiden. To have escaped the clutches of bandits is truly a miracle, yet now without her travel permit, how will she enter the city? The onlookers murmured, sighing for the weeping girl. However, the guards remained unmoved, preparing to dismiss her. Just then, Xianxia raised her head, her eyes glinting with a hint of mischief, though the crowd remained oblivious. In an instant, the guards froze, their expressions momentarily blank, and then they opened the gates. Xianxia was taken aback, wondering what had just happened. Huangji, sensing the situation, immediately grew vigilant. Realizing Xianxia had used her demonic powers, upon witnessing the guards relent, she hurriedly took Xianxia's hand and rushed into the city. By the time the guards regained their composure, they found the situation perplexing, yet they continued to check the permits of others without realizing what had transpired. Meanwhile, within the city, the demon catchers noticed a disturbance in the barrier enveloping Mingyuan City. That a group of individuals, previously seated by the roadside sipping tea, suddenly rose. Among them, a man donned in a moonlit sect robe. Strikingly handsome with sharp brows and bright eyes, wielded a long sword, his serious demeanor exuding an air of authority. Demon presence in the city, he declared. Another female disciple chuckled. Senior brother, we are merely passing through Mingyuan City, where the authorities have employed specialized demon catchers to handle such matters. There is no need for us to intervene. As she spoke, 2 squads of guards emerged from either side of the street, aggressively patrolling, led by officials accompanied by demon catchers wielding tracking compasses for demon energy. In a nearby corner, Huangji, stern-faced, whispered reproachfully, "Have you lost your mind? You just bewitched the guards." Xianxia, utterly bewildered, replied, "I had no idea. I was simply desperate to enter the city and somehow ended up charming them. I had no idea," she repeated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Huangji frowned. "I know your current abilities, and while your tears may work on mortals, your demonic powers have slipped your mind. This has indeed caused trouble. You are a fox demon, and your kind naturally possesses the ability to enchant. Weaker demons cannot resist, let alone mere mortals. Please, do not invite more trouble. The demon catchers are already on the move," Huangji admonished. Xianxia felt wronged. It was unintentional. She only wished to evoke sympathy. "What should I do, Sister Huangji? I didn't realize what I was doing. What if I inadvertently use my powers again?" With a deep sigh, Huangji felt exasperated. Yet, Xianxia recalled a moment when she sensed a warm, pink orb of energy sparkling within her consciousness, a peculiar feeling coursing through her veins, but it faded just as quickly. Huangji blinked. A moment. "What do you mean?" Xianxia sheepishly grinned, realizing she had momentarily slipped into modern vernacular. A moment means quickly. It was over in no time. Though reluctant to engage in such trivial discussions, Huangji nonetheless replied, "That was your demon core. Every demon develops a core during cultivation." Xianxia marveled at the revelation. Previously, she had been unable to sense it while learning fire-making techniques, yet it had suddenly appeared. It seemed that methods were necessary. Once they left Mingyuan City, she would seek a place devoid of demon catchers to explore this newfound understanding. "Miss Qiuyu, Miss Huangji." At this moment, Mu Lanxing hurriedly rushed over. Panting as he spoke, "I just inquired about those inns. Since this is the city, the prices are rather steep. Let us conserve our funds for some provisions and rest a while before continuing our journey." Upon finishing his words, Mu Lanxing felt a tinge of embarrassment, for he truly had no money left. By the way, I noticed many officials patrolling while I was on the road, and there were even demon catchers. I overheard discussions in the street about a demon sighting in the city. We ought to be a bit more cautious. Xianxia revealed a wry smile as she glanced at Huangji. "Young Master Mu, since we do not intend to stay here, let us swiftly procure what we need and exit the city," Huangji advised. At this moment, Mu Lanxing led the way ahead. As Xianxia stepped out of the narrow alley, she spotted the demon catchers and officials passing by, causing her to instinctively hide behind Huangzi. Mu Lanxing was taken aback and asked, "Miss Qiuyu, what troubles you?" Xianxia lowered her head, feeling somewhat guilty. "Young Master Mu, the expressions of those officials are truly frightening." Chapter 13. A slight temptation to steal. Mu Lanxing had not expected the young lady to be so timid, a smile creeping at the corner of his lips as he said, "These are demon catchers. They pose no concern to us. Allow me to escort you to a tea stall for a rest while I procure some provisions. You may sit and await my return." With that, Mu Lansheng proceeded to lead the way. Xianxia Yue felt increasingly guilty. This simpleton was quite amiable and gentlemanly. Despite being in the company of two stunning beauties, he remained utterly unpretentious, which was indeed rare. However, Huanxi, could that compass in his possession lead them to us? Xianxia Yue fretted, primarily because her current abilities were insufficient to contend with such threats. Huanxi, witnessing her anxious demeanor, replied somewhat exasperatedly, "No, it cannot. But what of our demonic aura? Do we not possess any?" Xianxia Yue queried once more. Huanyi continued patiently, "Our demon cores and powers are robust enough to conceal our demonic presence. Only the most elite trackers could trace us. These are mere trinkets, capable of detecting only lower-tier demons." Upon hearing this, Xianxia Yue's heart eased, her posture straightening slightly. At that moment, Mu Lansheng finally spotted a tea stall and turned to call out, "Miss Xiao Yue, Miss Huanji, please wait here. I shall return promptly." With that, he approached the stall owner to procure 2 steamed buns and 2 bowls of tea. Xianxia Yue intended to walk over, but Huanji restrained her, halting them in place. "What is it?" she inquired, puzzled. Huanji, accustomed to Xianxia Yue's peculiar remarks, leaned in and whispered, "The group seated ahead consists of disciples from a cultivation sect." Xianxia Yue gasped and turned her head, exclaiming in surprise. She scrutinized the individuals at the table. Indeed, the disciples of the cultivation sect were a sight to behold, clad in uniform robes, wielding longswords, exuding an ethereal presence. "Why do you keep staring at them?" Huanji cautioned her to remain discreet. Xianxia Yue's face glowed with excitement. "Sister Huanji, do you not find them exceptionally handsome?" Huanji responded with a nonchalant hum at this point, having arranged the tea and wrapped the buns in oiled paper. Mu Lansheng noticed that the 2 young ladies had yet to join him and called out again, "Miss Xiao Yue, Miss Huanji, come here." Xianxia Yue bounded over, eager to observe the disciples up close. Huanji approached cautiously, scanning the group until she noticed the insignia of the sect engraved upon their magical instruments. Finally understanding their identities. At that moment, as Xianxia Yue saw the buns on the table, disappointment washed over her. "Alas, eating buns daily has turned me into one." She lamented her financial woes, feeling troubled not only by her empty pockets but also by the absence of any means to acquire money. Huanxi, Xiao Yue, that name sounds familiar. At that moment, the disciples from the sect overheard the names and felt a strange sense of recognition, but they could not recall where they had heard them. "There are many with the same name. Which of them do you know?" one teased. Meanwhile, a quiet disciple scrutinized the 2 young ladies from a distance. "Senior brother, these girls appear youthful yet wear tattered farm clothing, suggesting they come from impoverished backgrounds. Yet their skin is as smooth as jade, and their beauty is otherworldly. It is quite peculiar." The junior sister chimed in. "Oh, you know the names Huanji and Xiao Yue?" the man inquired softly. The junior sister pondered and responded, "I feel a sense of familiarity, but I can't quite place it in the demon realm." Within the Black Mountain Cave, the 2 formidable guardians of the Black Mountain Old Demon were known as Xianxia Yue and Huanji, infamous among the demon world. Upon realizing this, the junior sister blinked in surprise. "Sister Huanji, let us devise a way to earn some money," Xianxia Yue said, nibbling on the bland bun with a glum expression. Huanji replied coolly, "I do not know how to earn money. We must find a solution. Can we truly endure this? Relying on that simpleton is insufficient to sustain us. I desire beautiful garments. I yearn for gourmet delicacies, and most importantly, I crave meat buns." Xianxia Yue expressed her agitation. Huanji remained silent, her quietness deafening. At that moment, the junior sister turned to the senior brother, her expression seemingly questioning. "Are you certain they are demons?" The man felt somewhat awkward, clearing his throat. Demons typically did not consume human food, especially those 2 notorious figures, who would not be found seated at a humble tea stall, gnawing on dry buns. Just then, Mu Lansheng, having finished purchasing provisions, approached with a bundle on his back. Appearing somewhat parched yet reluctant to buy another bowl of tea, he gazed longingly at Xianxia Yue's untouched bowl of tea, swallowing hard. Observing this, Xianxia Yue sighed internally, lamenting how they had reached the point of being unable to afford even a bowl of tea. "Young Master Mu, you must be thirsty. I have not touched this bowl of water." "Nor has Huanji. Please, indulge yourself." Xianxia beamed brightly, pushing the bowl toward him. She also offered him a half-eaten bun, as it was rather tasteless, explaining that both she and Huanji had been tearing it apart with their hands, ensuring it remained uncontaminated. And this too, Young Master Mu has been exceedingly kind to us sisters. We possess small appetites and are not very hungry. There are plenty of buns left. Do not worry. We eat them without making a mess. Xianxia flashed a broad grin as she pressed the bun into Mu Lanqing's hands. Huanji, relieved to finally be free from the charade of eating buns, let out a sigh. Escorting a mere mortal was indeed more challenging than previous tasks, where they merely hunted down a few powerful demons for their elixirs. The most vexing part was having to consume human food. Mu Lanqing, looking at the bun in his hand and the 2 bowls of tea before him, mistakenly believed that the 2 young ladies had intentionally set aside their food for him, causing his eyes to well up with gratitude. It is my fault for not being able to earn more silver, making you ladies suffer alongside me, Mu Lanqing declared. Xianxia, seeing the simpleton nearly moved to tears, felt both guilty and helpless. He truly was a simpleton. No need for such worries. Eat up, she urged. Mu Lanqing, both hungry and thirsty, hesitated briefly before succumbing to the allure of the food, devouring it ravenously. Xianxia sat on the stool, her mind troubled. The urgency of acquiring money weighed heavily on her. Truth be told, gazing at the exquisite pastries in the street and the enticing aromas wafting from the taverns made her, a well-behaved child raised under the flag of the nation, contemplate a life of petty theft. Alas, she sighed deeply once more. Chapter 14. An encounter with sect disciples at the ruined temple. After a brief respite, Mu Lanqing announced it was time to set off. Xianxia noticed that the disciples from the neighboring table had long since departed, yet she found herself unable to tear her gaze away from their retreating figures. Huanji, curious, inquired, "Why were you secretly watching them just now?" Xianxia leaned in conspiratorially. "Did you not notice? There was a strikingly handsome man among them, resembling a cold and aloof senior brother from a novel, exuding an impressive aura." Huanji was unfamiliar with the concept of novels but understood the rest. She replied, somewhat incredulously, "Your Fox clan has many handsome men. Do you fancy that mortal?" Xianxia blushed and shot her a glance. "Sister Huanji, do not speak such nonsense. I merely admire him, purely in appreciation." Huanji responded nonchalantly, "If you truly fancy him, simply abduct him back to the Black Mountain. A mere mortal has a fleeting lifespan and ages easily. He would only serve for a few years." Xianxia nearly choked on her own saliva, coughing violently. What kind of predatory talk is this? Is this truly the cold Huanji speaking? How hardcore? Xianxia thought in disbelief. Huanji observed Mu Lanqing leading the way ahead and whispered, "Such things are not uncommon in the demon realm. One might take a mortal for amusement and dispose of them once bored." Xianxia was aghast. "What a sin! What a sin! Have we engaged in such acts before?" she expressed with an exasperated look. Huanji turned to her, incredulous that she would voice such a question. "Our Black Mountain has never held mortals in esteem. How could we ever abduct one? Even if they are cultivators, at the end of the day, they remain mere mortals." Xianxia let out a sigh of relief, realizing the situation was not as dire as she had feared. What a relief! Truly, the world has fallen into a state of moral decay. Such depravity! The audacity to abduct men from their homes is simply outrageous. With that, she quickened her pace, reminding herself that she could not solely focus on Huanji, but must also consider the bumbling fool. Thus she approached the man. "Young Master Mu," she greeted him with a sweet smile. Mu Lanqing turned, his gaze landing on the woman's exquisite features, and he instantly felt his cheeks flush. "What is it? Have you grown weary, Miss Xianxia? If so, we may pause for a moment to rest." Xianxia shook her head. "Oh no, not at all. Walking can be rather dull. We might as well engage in conversation." Upon speaking, she noticed a flicker of discomfort pass over the man's face, his ears turning crimson. He timidly asked, "What would you like to discuss? What was your means of earning a living before?" Xianxia inquired, her interest now piqued solely by the topic of money. Mu Lanqing replied obediently, "I am but a humble scholar, spending my days reading and transcribing texts or composing letters for others, earnings that amount to mere pittance." A glimmer of excitement sparked in Xianxia's eyes. "Indeed, we could offer our services to write letters along our journey and earn some travel expenses." Mu Lanqing felt a bit embarrassed. Alas, pursuing an education is quite costly. The price of paper and ink is not trivial. Should I purchase the supplies, our funds would dwindle. Xianxia responded, "Oh, how foolish of me. I had forgotten how expensive education can be in ancient times. But how did you fare in your studies? Why not pursue a degree? Becoming a scholar is quite commendable." Her chatter continued unabated. Mu Lanqing forced a bitter smile. To be candid with you, Miss Xianxia, I have always cherished learning. I am confident I could achieve the rank of Jinshi. But my aunt does not permit me to pursue such goals. Even attaining the title of scholar would alleviate her burdens. She has raised me since childhood, and though she does not divulge her reasons, she possesses her own principles, which I have chosen to respect. As he spoke, a hint of disappointment clouded his eyes. Xianxia responded with an "oh," pondering whether this made him a mama's boy. Her curiosity about his aunt grew. What could be the reason she forbade him from seeking academic distinction? Was there something extraordinary about her status in the human realm, or was there a deeper secret at play? As they traversed the path for an entire day, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting them into darkness, with no nearby villages to seek refuge. The howling wind whipped through the mountains, causing the trees to rustle ominously, creating an eerie atmosphere. Sister Huanji, do you think we might encounter a ghost? I have heard that such forests are often rife with unclean spirits, Xianxia remarked, glancing around at the quiet surroundings. Reminiscent of a horror film. They should fear us instead, Huanji replied nonchalantly. Xianxia shook her head. No. I fear ghosts, especially those clad in red bridal garments and embroidered shoes. Utterly terrifying. Huanji remained composed, while Mu Lansheng, walking ahead, turned back, his expression anxious. Miss Xianxia, Miss Huanji, it appears a heavy rain is approaching, and we have yet to find sheltered if on cue. Thunder rumbled overhead, accompanied by a flash of lightning that startled even Xianxia. Soon, a torrential downpour ensued, prompting Mu Lansheng to rush ahead. Yet he was also concerned for the two ladies behind him. He hurriedly returned with his bundle. Miss Xianxia, Miss Huanji, there are some spare clothes in my pack. Please use them to shield yourselves from the rain. Without hesitation, Huanji draped her garment over Mu Lansheng's head, stating, Young Master Mu, as a scholar, your constitution is frail. My sister and I are robust. We shall not mind the chill. Mu Lansheng stood momentarily stunned. At that moment, Xianxia finally grasped the situation. Of course, you are a scholar. If you were to fall ill, that would be disastrous. You should cover yourself. Mu Lansheng felt bewildered, sensing that the two ladies were quite unlike any he had encountered before. Stop dawdling. Let us proceed and search for a place to take shelter, Huanji urged calmly. Mu Lansheng nodded, his demeanor dazed, while Xianxia, disregarding everything else, grasped the man's arm and began to jog ahead. The rain intensified, showing no signs of abating, and they were soon drenched to the skin. Finally, they spotted a dilapidated temple amidst the mountains, where a flickering light could be seen. Xianxia exclaimed with joy, We have found a place to spend the night. With that, they all rushed inside. However, as they entered, Xianxia and Huanji halted abruptly upon recognizing the familiar group within, the very disciples of the sect they had encountered earlier that day in the city, numbering 15. Both men and women. Seeing so many people, Mu Lansheng awkwardly clasped his hands in greeting. I apologize for the intrusion. We three have struggled to find refuge from the downpour, and we hope you do not mind our presence. He spoke, his hair and clothes dripping with water. At that moment, Xianxia noticed the assortment of magical artifacts displayed along one side of the temple, feeling a twinge of fear, uncertain whether those artifacts could sense her presence. No offense taken. We are also here to escape the rain. A young female disciple approached with a smile. She then recited an incantation, incomprehensible to most, and instantly, Mu Lansheng's drenched attire became dry. Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, Wow, little beauty, you are truly remarkable. Please, help me. I am utterly soaked. The girl, flattered, smiled. It is not that impressive. It is merely a cleansing technique, something all practitioners learn. After saying this, she approached Huanji and Xianxia, chanting the incantation for them as well. In an instant, they transformed from their disheveled state to pristine cleanliness, a stark contrast to their earlier appearance. Chapter 15, The Social Butterfly. At that moment, Xianxia, as if she had never seen such wonders, twirled in delight. You cultivators are truly extraordinary. You need not even bathe. A simple cleansing technique suffices. Huanji sighed, wishing to avert her gaze from such an embarrassing display. The disciples, who had previously maintained an air of aloofness, were now amused by her exuberance. The young female disciple found Xianxia's charm endearing. While the cleansing technique is useful, it is more appropriate for when one is unable to bathe. Personally, I prefer to soak in a fragrant bath filled with petals. Xianxia blinked her lovely eyes in agreement. Indeed, we emphasize the importance of rituals. It's like how I may not be hungry, yet my mouth feels lonely. Once, I had 3 meals a day, but now I sometimes go 30 days without a single meal. Not eating leaves one feeling empty. What do you mean by a sense of ritual? The young disciple queried, confused. Mu Lansheng interjected, Please do not be alarmed. Miss Xianxia often uses peculiar expressions that we struggle to comprehend. Despite her eccentricities, she is quite delightful. He finished, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Xianxia chuckled awkwardly before shifting the topic. Your attire is certainly not that of ordinary folk. What sect do you belong to? The young disciple appeared taken aback. You do not know our sect? Xianxia paused, bewildered. What? Is it a renowned sect? One that everyone knows about? How impressive. We are the illustrious Qingyan sect, famed throughout the land for our commitment to safeguarding the world, eradicating demons, and maintaining peace. At this moment, another disciple spoke with an air of pride. Huangji lowered her head, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. These people could be dealt with easily. No real effort is necessary. Yet Xianxia gazed at them in admiration. If this were a television drama, you would all be part of the main cast. Just look at your imposing presence. I wonder which one of you resembles the male or female lead. She scanned the room, spotting a man sitting cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by spider webs and tattered prayer flags, all covered in dust. Yet in the flickering light, he donned the garments of the Moonlight sect. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an aura that suggested he was not to be approached lightly, the young disciple noticed where Xianxia was gazing and smiled. That is our senior brother. We all heed his counsel. Xianxia turned to the young disciple, giving her a thumbs up. Your sect certainly has a handsome representative. The young disciple felt a rush of embarrassment, finding Xianxia's words quite peculiar. Oh dear, I meant to say your senior brother is exceptionally charming. Xianxia clarified, patting the girl's shoulder. The room fell silent as everyone was taken aback by her audacity in speaking so openly. Unlike the usual shy demeanor exhibited by women in the presence of males, she was refreshingly forthright. The young disciple was equally astonished by her boldness but chuckled in amusement, leaning in closer. She explained, my senior brother is renowned across the land as the most gifted disciple of the Qingyan sect, Bai Jingyu. Having been engaged in conversation for some time, Xianxia beamed, and what should I call you? You may call me Feng Hui, the young disciple replied. Seeing Xianxia's blank expression, she exclaimed, you do not recognize my senior brother's name. Xianxia appeared bewildered. How could I? I have only just arrived in this world. And previously, I was in the demon realm for an extended period. The others exchanged incredulous glances. Suddenly, a chuckle broke through the tension. It seems my senior brother's fame is not as widespread as one might think, considering there are those who remain unaware of him. Upon hearing this, Mu Lanxing bowed respectfully to Bai Jingyu. Oh, it is the esteemed Bai Jingyu. I beg your pardon for my ignorance. Huangji cast a glance, signaling Xianxia to refrain from speaking further. At that moment, the long-silent Bai Jingyu nodded slightly at Mu Lanxing, then looked towards the gathered disciples, suggesting they should take out their provisions and eat. For the rain showed no signs of abating tonight. They would rest here until morning, when they would set off anew. As these words were spoken, everyone obediently made a gesture of agreement and began to unpack their bundles placed on the ground. Mu Lanxing also found a spot to sit and opened his own bundle, relieved to find that the dry rations were wrapped in oil paper, untouched by the rain. Xiu, Huangji. Mu Lanxing offered them each a cake. Huangji, having little taste for mundane fare, replied with a nonchalant tone, I had steamed buns today. I'm not hungry, so I shall pass. Xiu accepted the cake, feeling its hard texture, which was even less appealing than the dry buns. Yet, with a sense of longing, she decided to nibble on it for distraction. Huangji, I bought plenty of provisions today. You've only had a small half of a bun and haven't drunk any water during our journey. How can you not feel hungry? Mu Lanxing, thinking she was merely trying to save him money, spoke out in concern. Huangji nearly refused, but upon noticing the attention from the disciples of Qingyun sect, she intended to accept the offering to conceal her identity. However, the quick-witted girl beside her promptly pushed half a cake into her hands. Xianxia beamed brightly, saying, Young Master Mu, I will share one with my sister. We haven't eaten much on this journey, as you well know. Huangji felt relieved. Eating half was certainly better than having a whole. Mu Lanxing paused for a moment before nodding in agreement, realizing that these two ladies had hardly eaten along the way and seemed to possess remarkable stamina, remaining composed while he was out of breath. Very well. If either of you feels hungry, do let me know. Xianxia nodded, thinking to herself that she was indeed hungry, but what she truly desired was meat, not mere cakes or buns. However, she kept this to herself, feeling rather helpless without any money, relying on others for sustenance. Meanwhile, the disciples of Qingyun sect had already overheard Xianxia's earlier complaints at the tea stall about wanting to eat delicacies and meat. So at this moment, Everyone understood that the two ladies' refusal of the cake stemmed from a lack of preference rather than a lack of hunger. The young disciple, Feng Hui, cast a glance at Xianxia in the corner. And whether by coincidence or mutual understanding, the others turned to look as well. Upon spotting the roasted chicken laid out on the ground, their eyes sparkled with delight. Roasted chicken. Xianxiao's gaze fixated on it. After all this time in another world, she hadn't seen a hint of meat, which felt nothing short of tragic. Feng Hui, feeling a pang of sympathy, recalled her pleasant conversation with Xianxiu moments ago and couldn't help but call out. Xiaoyu, we just bought roasted chicken. Would you like to try some? As soon as she spoke, Xianxiu leapt to her feet, her words of gratitude spilling forth as she eagerly approached. Feng Hui was truly a kind-hearted person. It was no wonder she belonged to Qingyun's sect, a place where both individuals and their ideals were admirable. Xianxiu plopped down in front of Feng Hui, drooling over the roasted chicken. Chapter 16. Mulanxing falls ill at this moment. The social butterfly Xianxiu was already gnawing on a chicken leg, urging Huanji to join her. But the latter merely remarked that half a cake sufficed, displaying an evident aversion to food. Observing this, a few disciples from Qingyun's sect offered a chicken leg and a meat-filled bun to Mulanxing, who sat in the corner. Despite his repeated refusals, he could not resist the allure of food and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, accepted them. Where are you all headed on this journey? Xianxiu asked, her mouth full as she took a meat bun without hesitation. Even though she had indulged in countless delicacies in her previous life, at this moment, she found everything incredibly delectable, nearly bringing her to tears. Feng Hui noticed the striking difference in demeanor of the girl before her. She was carefree and exuberant, yet possessed an extraordinary beauty that shone through her coarse linen garments, exuding an alluring aura. We are bound for Jiangzhou to complete a task. May I inquire where you ladies are headed? Feng Hui, kind-hearted and straightforward, divulged their destination without hesitation. Xianxiu was taken aback and blinked in surprise. What a coincidence. We are also returning to Jiangzhou. Huanji, reclining casually against a pillar, felt a hint of wariness upon hearing of their destination. At this juncture, Bai Jingyu, who had remained silent until now, slightly raised his gaze towards Xianxiu, as if contemplating something. You are also going to Jiangzhou? What brings you there? Feng Hui inquired, puzzled. Just as Xianxiu began to speak, she almost slipped up but quickly corrected herself, saying, Young Master Mu is from Jiangzhou, as are we. We are merely returning home together. Feng Hui remained curious, noting that the lady named Huanji and the enchanting Xianxiu seemed out of place in the company of a scholar. You ladies do not appear to be ordinary country maidens. May I ask which esteemed household you hail from in Jiangzhou? Realizing that the other party might be probing for information, Xianxiu felt a warning bell ringing in her mind. This girl was quite astute, truly a clever one dispatched from her sect. At that moment, Xianxiu lowered her head, secretly pinching her leg until tears welled in her eyes. Feng Hui, you may not know, but my sister and I were sold to a brothel at a young age. Later, a wealthy merchant bought us, but on the way, he fell victim to either enemies or bandits, leading to the demise of many. My sister and I managed to escape, and luckily, we encountered young Master Mu as she spoke. Xianxiu wiped her tears with her sleeve, weeping with heartfelt emotion and an air of vulnerability. Feng Hui, hearing her tale, could not hide her sympathy. Her eyes reddened as she grasped Xianxiu's hand. Dear Xiaoyu, such a tumultuous fate. But what will you do upon returning to Jiangzhou? The world is so chaotic now. Our Qingyun sect is currently recruiting new disciples. Why not join us for training? It would provide you with a safe haven. Feng Hui spoke earnestly. Xianxiu's tears halted abruptly. She blinked in astonishment. Cultivating immortality? Oh, that sounds splendid. I'm quite fond of the idea. Nearby, Huanji suddenly coughed softly, feeling a headache coming on. How could Xianxiu be so talkative ever since her amnesia? Upon hearing Huanji's voice, Xianxiu's excitement momentarily fizzled. Apologies, I was too engrossed in my tears, nearly forgetting that I am a demon, and was contemplating joining a sect to experience the world. No, thank you, dear Feng Hui, for your kind offer. She forced a smile. It's quite all right. Our sect has many disciples who have endured hardship, but they all possess decent spiritual roots. Who knows, perhaps you might have some as well? How about this? I have a magical artifact that can test your spiritual roots. Feng Hui appeared genuinely eager to assist the unfortunate woman before her. Xianxiu stood up in excitement, jokingly thinking that she was not human. Where would she find spiritual roots? If her true identity were revealed, she would have nowhere to escape. No, thank you, Feng Hui. I suddenly feel quite fatigued. I think I shall rest for now. With that, She quickly made her way towards Huanji. Huanji looked at the returning woman with a mix of helplessness and a hint of warning in her eyes. Feeling guilty, Xianxia linked arms with Huanji. Leaning against her shoulder to feign sleep, Bai Jingyu observed this scene, his gaze revealing a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty. The next day, the disciples of Qing Yun's sect had long departed from the dilapidated temple. Xianxia called out to Mu Lanxing repeatedly, but when he showed no response, she reached out and felt his forehead. Oh no, he has a fever. Huanji, noticing this, touched his forehead as well, frowning in concern. Humans are such a hassle. A little rain, and they fall ill. Seeing the dazed Mu Lanxing unresponsive, Xianxia worriedly asked, Sister Huanji, can we use magic to heal him? Huanji was taken aback, then firmly refused. Our demon magic can heal ourselves without issue, but if we were to channel it into a human, he would become tainted with demonic energy. This energy would linger for over a month before dissipating, and any ordinary demon hunter would easily detect it. Furthermore, the people from Qing Yun's sect were traveling with us. They were headed to Jiangzhou as well. We would surely encounter them again. What could their purpose be in Jiangzhou? My grandmother once mentioned that Mu Lanxing is an important figure, a coveted individual, yet she never disclosed his significance. Huanji's brow furrowed. Upon hearing this, Xianxia also began to harbor doubts. The old demon from Black Mountain was a nefarious individual. Why would a villain send 2 protectors for a mere mortal? Huanji mentioned that this fool was highly sought after. Could it be that this half-breed was indeed remarkable? Very well, let us take him to the city for treatment, Xianxia decided. Huanji nodded. Although she had little experience with humans, she recognized that Mu Lanxing's condition was quite severe. Even if he possessed bloodlines from the 3 realms, without cultivation from a young age, his body was no different from that of an ordinary human. Half demon, half immortal, yet lacking any celestial bones or demon cores. Such a unique lineage could easily lead to his demise. We must use our magic to go to the city, Huanji stated solemnly. Xianxia was stunned. But didn't we say we couldn't use magic? This place is wild and remote, far from the next city. There are no protective barriers set by demon hunters. We can bring him close to the city gates, as long as we avoid encountering the barriers, Huanji explained. Xianxia's eyes lit up. All right then, that sounds perfect. As the words fell, Huanji directly grasped the hand of Mu Lanxing, and upon witnessing this, xianxia intertwined her arm with Huanji's. She then recited a spell, and in an instant, the two of them teleported several kilometers away. However, they still found themselves amidst desolate mountains and wilds. Xianxia observed herself crouching in a pile of grass, while Mu Lanxing lay atop it, and Huanji stealthily hid behind a rock, gazing intently at something ahead. Confused, Xianxia pondered, "Where are we?" She leaned closer, resting her head beside Huanji, directing her gaze toward the direction of the woman's focus. Goodness, more members of the Qing Yun sect. Those individuals were embroiled in combat with the demon, engaged in a fierce battle, surrounded by a dozen or so people. It was a serpent demon. Xianxia was left stunned at her own realization. How could she discern that? Was it the innate ability of this body as a demon? Chapter 17. What a gigantic serpent! You vile creature, how dare you kill innocents? In the small village we passed, so many lives were taken by you. At this moment, the young junior sister Feng Hui spoke with a face full of indignation, wielding a magical artifact, prepared to assault the demon. Yet, the serpent demon appeared unfazed. Upon seeing the multitude approaching, it wore a sinister grin. Suddenly, it let out a furious roar, revealing its true form. Xianxia was nearly petrified as a massive python emerged before her. She pinched her own philtrum, reminding herself that they were all demons, urging herself to remain unafraid. Huanji, observing her actions, questioned, "What are you doing?" Xianxia clutched her arm, her voice trembling. "There's a snake. A gigantic snake. We must flee." Huanji, the serpent demon, was entangled with the disciples of the Qing Yun sect. And to her surprise, the serpent demon proved quite formidable, facing off against so many without losing ground. Xianxia was torn between fear and the desire to spectate, hiding while watching the fray, occasionally offering her commentary. "Can you believe how large that serpent is? It could swallow a person whole. How terrifying. How can such creatures exist, especially one so vividly green? It appears incredibly venomous." Huanji listened to her ramblings, utterly speechless. At that moment, a handful of disciples from the Qing Yun sect began to falter, and the senior brother, Bai Jingyu, finally took action. With a few swift motions of his sword, he sent the serpent demon crashing away. The massive snake hissed, entangled with him, Yet Bai Jingyu handled it with ease, forcing the demon to retreat again and again. Xianxia, initially terrified, found herself captivated by the sight of the man in white. His figure gracefully cutting through the dust as he engaged the demon with calmness and composure, as if adorned in a radiant golden glow. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly impressive." As the battle intensified, the distance between them closed, and unexpectedly, the large serpent began to flee toward Xianxia, snapping her back to reality. Overcome by fear, especially in the presence of such a massive python, she could not help but scream in terror. Upon hearing her cry, the serpent detected her presence and swiftly coiled its tail around her, taking her as a hostage. A glint of coldness flashed in Huangji's eyes. If Xianxia were to fall into danger, she would have no choice but to reveal her true identity. At this moment, Xianxia was frozen in place, her mind blank as she gazed at the serpent's scales glistening ominously in the sunlight. Feeling as though she might faint, should the Qingyun sect dare to approach further, "This person shall perish," the green serpent hissed, its voice laced with menace. Xianxia, overwhelmed with fear, found herself in tears. She felt she might not even need the serpent to enact her demise, for her fright was suffocating. "Huangji, sister, Fenghui, brothers of the Qingyun sect, save me," she cried, her voice trembling, clutching her throat. "There's such a large snake. I'm so scared." Hiding behind a large rock, Huangji watched Xianxia's frantic cries with an expression of calmness. She massaged her temples in exasperation. How could this insignificant serpent demon instigate such terror? Is this truly Xianxia? Isn't this something that could be resolved with a mere flick of the hand? Fenghui, upon witnessing that the hostage was Xianxia, rushed forward, her voice booming. "How dare you? Serpent demon! Should you harm her, the Qingyun sect will not spare you." The serpent demon laughed wickedly, its gaze lingering on the woman it had captured. Recognizing her face but unable to recall where she had been seen before, just then, Bai Jingyu soared through the air, sword in hand, and before the serpent could react, its tail was severed. Wounded, the serpent demon flung Xianxia away toward Bai Jingyu. He caught her around the waist, and upon seeing this, the disciples of the Qingyun sect seized their magical artifacts and charged forward, with Bai Jingyu's onslaught. The serpent demon was subdued and confined within a magical artifact designed to imprison demons. Xianxia, sobbing and gasping, clung to Bai Jingyu, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Fenghui approached, speaking soothingly. "Miss Qiuyu, the serpent demon has been subdued." With tear-filled eyes, Xianxia, still in shock, remained unsteady until Huangji emerged, calling out to her. She released her grip on the man, having somewhat calmed down, only to rush over to Huangji and embrace her arm, weeping uncontrollably. "That snake was so enormous. I have never seen such a creature in my life. It was terrifying. It coiled around me. So cold." "Huangji, couldn't you remain quiet and hidden?" Your outcry drew its attention. Taking a deep breath, Huangji reminded herself to stay composed, for the woman before her had long since changed. No longer resembling her former self. It wasn't intentional. It came charging at me, so close, I was frightened. Xianxia protested, feeling wronged. Huangji sighed, exasperated, at a loss for words. Just then, the disciples of the Qingyun sect approached. And Fenghui remarked, "We set out early, yet you arrived so quickly." Huangji remained silent, contemplating how to respond. Xianxia wiped her tears with her sleeve. Although terrified, she remained alert enough to answer their questions. "Young Master Mu was caught in the rain yesterday, and this morning he awoke with a fever, unresponsive to our calls, as if he had fainted. My sister and I were eager to press on." Xianxia's voice was hoarse from crying. Fenghui was taken aback, asking, "Did you see the small village along the way where everyone perished?" Huangji, "See what?" She had used a teleportation talisman, only halting when she sensed the sounds of a demon battle. "No, we took a shortcut and encountered a peasant woman who told us we could reach our destination faster." Though Xianxia's eyes were still red, she lied without a hint of remorse. "I see." Fenghui understood. At this moment, the ever-loyal guard, a Jew, sighed in the distance, contemplating how he had been trailing them, sending messages back to the demon clan daily. He questioned whether he should continue following this foolish demon. Suddenly, a chilling voice interrupted. "What's the matter?" A Jew turned to see his master arriving and promptly bowed. "Respectfully, master, what brings you here?" Xianxia had long since arrived, merely watching the spectacle from a distance. The illustrious demoness Xianxia, possessing one of the top 3 cultivation techniques in the demon realm, was frightened by a trivial serpent demon. "You sent word to me, stating that the Qingyun sect was also heading to Jiaozhou. Thus I came." A Jew was puzzled. wondering if his master suspected the Qing insect was searching for Mulanxing as well. News of Mulanxing had spread throughout the human realm. It was said that even the royal family dispatched a high priest to search for him. However, those individuals did not know his name, merely stating he was in xianxia. There was a disciple of the Qing sect who had already achieved immortality but remained within the sect to manage affairs. It was likely that the celestial clan had contacted the Qing sect, sending someone to Jiangzhou for him. Song Shizhou maintained a nonchalant demeanor, dressed in dark robes adorned with exquisite embroidered patterns. His expression imbued with an indifference that seemed unshakable, the corners of his mouth lifting in a cold smirk. Chapter 18. Encountering Song Shizhou again in Zhongyong City, Xianxia had arrived at a local medical clinic. Staring blankly at Mulanxing's empty purse, the attendant at the clinic, noticing her expression, immediately changed countenance, saying, "If the young lady cannot produce the payment for the medicine, we will have to remove the patient." Xianxia hastily tossed the empty purse aside, exclaiming, "No, no, no. Please, good sir, rest assured my sister still has a patient here. We cannot simply flee, can we? I will go out to fetch the money right away. You proceed with the treatment first." She was genuinely anxious. Ever since the Qing sect had helped transport Mulanxing to the city, they had left. Had she known this fool would be unable to afford the medical fees, she would have shamelessly begged the Qing sect for assistance. Even on her knees, Huangji stood calmly to the side, remarking, "Who knows if this isn't a calamity? So many people fought over it. If they died, so be it. When we return, we can simply say they perished." The old lady shouldn't hold a grudge. Xianxia felt a headache coming on. Was Huangji even speaking human language? No, she was human. "Sister Huangji, we cannot stand by and watch someone die. You stay here with Mulanxing. I will go see if I can procure some silver." After saying this, she hurriedly exited. Huangji remained seated beside the bed, her expression cold, showing no concern for Mulanxing's fate. Meanwhile, on the streets, Xianxia observed the bustling crowd, pondering where she might earn some money. To be honest, she was even contemplating theft at this point. "Oh, this young lady seems unfamiliar. I haven't seen such a beautiful face in the city before." Suddenly, a portly man with a round face approached, lifting Xianxia's chin with a folding fan. She was taken aback. How had she stumbled into such a clutch situation? In accordance with the familiar tropes of television dramas, one would expect a heroic figure to arrive and rescue the damsel in distress at this juncture. However, she merely fixated on the golden necklace adorning the man's neck and the bulging purse at his waist. Xianxia abruptly sank to her knees with a thud, adhering to the age-old script. Covering her face and feigning tears, "Noble sir, my elder brother lies gravely ill in the apothecary and is unable to pay for his medicine. If you possess a kind heart, might you lend me some silver?" The man before her wore a look of delight, hastily crouching to meet her gaze. A lewd smile plastered across his face. "Do not weep, fair maiden. Should you choose to accompany me, I would gladly provide you with as much silver as you desire. Beyond mere medicine for your brother." Xianxia blinked her glistening eyes and replied, "Might you lend me some silver now? We shall discuss the terms of repayment later, but I will lend it to you." A sudden deep voice interjected. As the words fell, the man, evidently disturbed by the interruption, glared at the newcomer. "And who might you be? There is an order to such matters. This young lady is borrowing from me." Upon hearing this, the newcomer cast a penetrating glance and merely waved his hand lightly, prompting a guard beside him to swiftly unsheath his sword. The Jew glared menacingly at the man before him, the murderous intent in his eyes sending shivers down the spine of the rotund figure, who recognized the palpable aura of lethal intent, undeniably threatening and unmasked. Sensing danger, the rotund man raised his hands in surrender and fled, dragging his attendant along with him. Meanwhile, Xianxia looked up to see a familiar face, her heart leaping with joy as she stood up, oblivious to a Jew's presence. She grasped the man's sleeve, exclaiming, "How fortunate! I have finally encountered an acquaintance. You mentioned lending me money. Is that truly the case?" Song Shizhou lowered his gaze, noticing the delicate hand grasping his, then scrutinized her tattered attire, which clashed starkly with her beautiful visage. "It has not been long since we last met. Yet you appear in such disarray, my enchanting friend." Before he could finish, she swiftly placed a hand over his mouth. "Mind your words. This is the mortal realm." After retracting her hand, Song Shizhou felt the lingering warmth of her touch, a mix of irritation and amusement bubbling within him. The audacity of this demoness to speak so freely. "What brings you here?" Xianxia inquired curiously, then recalled her urgent business. "Never mind. We shall converse later. I urgently require funds. Your generosity shall not be forgotten. I shall surely repay you. xianxia chuckled softly, retrieving the pouch of silver he had prepared earlier and tossing it into her hands. Before he could utter another word, she gleefully clutched the pouch, declaring, "Good deeds are rewarded," and vanished in a flash. A Jew smirked in disbelief. This little demoness truly lacked decorum. xianxia's lips curved upward as he remarked, "She is not merely a little demon. She is a great one." That having returned to the apothecary, xianxia was breathless from her run, uncertain of the value of mortal currency. She produced a silver ingot and placed it before the shopkeeper. "Heal him, provide the finest medicine." The shopkeeper, upon seeing the sizable ingot, was instantly captivated, his previous disdain melting away at that moment. Huangji, noticing the woman's return, inquired languidly, "Did you not employ any magic?" xianxia shook her head. "Resembling a dutiful child, that I neither steal nor employ magic." With a bright smile, she added, "It was xianxia who lent me the money. How fortuitous to encounter him here." Huangji blinked, recalling xianxia's previous mention of xianxia's lengthy sojourn in the mortal realm. "Is it not curious that you would meet him again?" xianxia nodded, acknowledging the rarity of such encounters. "I was in such a rush earlier that I neglected to inquire where he resides. How shall I repay him? We possess many treasures in Heishan. Upon our return, we could gift him one, far more valuable than mere silver," Huangji suggested. Curiosity piqued, xianxia leaned closer and whispered, "What do we use to purchase things in the demon realm?" Huangji responded, "We do not utilize silver. The celestial, demonic, and magical beings commonly trade with spirit stones. In the demon realm, bartering or exchanging cultivation levels is more prevalent." xianxia nodded in understanding. At the end, after awakening in the apothecary, Mulan Sheng received his prescription, while the shopkeeper returned with a handful of small silver coins. xianxia was astonished to find that her ingot had not only sufficed, but left her with a considerable sum of change, though she had little comprehension of its actual worth. After acquiring the medicine, she settled into a guest room, leaving Mulan Sheng incredulous at the sight of so many coins until xianxia explained, prompting him to nod in bewilderment. "Truly, I am indebted to you, xianxia. Were it not for your kindness," Mulan Sheng murmured, lowering his gaze in embarrassment. xianxia still possessed a stash of silver, while Mulan Sheng had merely received the change from the shopkeeper. "Fear not. Focus on your recovery. That I fortuitously encountered an old friend," she reassured him with a smile. Chapter 19. Testing the waters. Meanwhile, in the inn's dining area, xianxia had already ordered her meal. She had urged Huangji to join her, but Huangji insisted on remaining upstairs to watch over Mulan Sheng, fearing he might vanish at any moment. Thus, xianxia found herself dining alone. The waiter, visibly astonished, asked, "Miss, are you certain you wish to order so much alone?" xianxia paused, questioning, "Is it too much? It is merely 10 dishes." She was ravenous enough to consume an entire cow. However, strictly speaking, her appetite was a consequence of her prolonged time in the demon realm, where her sustenance consisted solely of dew or rabbit carrots. In the mortal realm, her fare had been limited to steamed buns or dry cakes, and the rare indulgence of meat had come from the xianxia sect. With such a meager diet, this girl, accustomed to 3 meals a day, felt an overwhelming emptiness, bordering on hallucination, as if her stomach had turned against her. The waiter, witnessing her insistence on ordering 10 dishes, ceased to protest, albeit with a bewildered expression. "Please hold on, the dishes will be served shortly." xianxia waved her hand in acknowledgement. Her beauty drew the attention of several men at other tables, but she remained indifferent to their gazes, having garnered her fair share of admirers while accompanying Mulan Sheng. Yet, her eyes were drawn to the entrance, where she spotted a familiar figure walking in. "xianxia," she exclaimed with delight. As the words escaped her lips, the man turned, catching sight of her radiant smile. She was clad in tattered garments, adorned with conspicuous patches, and the coarse fabric was evident even from a distance. Waving enthusiastically, her eyes sparkled with excitement. A Jew, upon hearing the demoness call out his master's name, felt his stoic demeanor crack slightly. In the past, xianxia would have likely dispatched her without a second thought. xianxia exchanged a knowing glance with the Jew, who promptly moved to secure 2 rooms with the innkeeper. As xianxia saw xianxia approach, she cheerfully pointed to the empty seat across from her. "What a delightful coincidence. This marks our 3rd encounter." xianxia walked toward her leisurely, now clad in mortal attire, a refined ink-blue fabric that exuded nobility. His tall figure and measured gait radiated an air of sophistication and grandeur, akin to a scion of an esteemed family, yet imbued with a regal aura. Adorning his head was a simple white jade hairpin, and his features, arched brows, starry eyes, prominent nose, and delicate lips, emanated elegance and grace with a hint of casual nonchalance. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback by his striking appearance. Eventually recovering from her reverie, she couldn't help but murmur, "What a handsome gentleman. He is truly extraordinary. How is it that you appear so disheveled?" "My lady," xianxia remarked, a hint of disdain evident as he scrutinized her shabby garments. Xianxia was acutely aware of her beggar-like appearance, but it did little to deter her appetite. "You are unaware. But I have suffered greatly. I find myself without a coin to my name. This attire was generously gifted by an innkeeper in Yumo town. Having anything to wear is a blessing," she replied earnestly. "Had I not intervened, would you have resorted to selling yourself?" xianxia teased, a smirk playing on his lips. Xianxia blushed, scratching her head in embarrassment that my friend is ill and desperately in need of funds. "I never mentioned selling myself. I merely sought a loan. Perhaps you could use magic," xianxia suggested, a mischievous glint in his eye. Xianxia quickly scanned the surroundings, relieved to find that no one was paying attention to their conversation. Leaning closer, she lowered her voice. "I am not foolish. I know that magic can conjure silver. However, there are demon catchers in the city, and I cannot bring myself to steal or rob. That I uphold the most basic principles of morality. I am a good person." After Xianxia finished speaking, she let out a sigh. xianxia's lips curled slightly, his deep-set eyes betraying a hint of curiosity towards the woman. Previously, the scouts had reported that while infiltrating Black Mountain, it had been discovered that this female demon had been sent to gather intelligence on the old monster Hongfu, only to be struck down and forced to revert to her original form. Upon awakening, her temperament had drastically changed. Not only had her memory vanished, but she had also lost her magical abilities. Whispers circulated that this female demon was merely feigning ignorance to conceal the information she had acquired from Hongfu. But xianxia now sensed that her condition was genuine, as if she had truly been rendered senseless. "Are you still unable to contend with the demon catchers?" xianxia raised an eyebrow in retort. "Shoo." Xianxia gestured nervously at that moment. xianxia extended a hand, pausing just above the woman's chest, brazenly probing her demon core. Before he could fully examine it, Xianxia, in her excitement, pressed his hand down, interrupting his spellcasting. Yet, it seemed she had overstepped, inadvertently placing his hand upon her own bosom. Witnessing this scene, a Jew stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance, as she stared in shock at the sight of the man's hand resting on the woman's chest. xianxia snapped back to reality, quickly retracting his hand, rendered momentarily speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Xianxia chuckled awkwardly, her cheeks flushing briefly, though she soon regained her composure. "Have you gone mad? We're in public. If you use your magic, I won't be able to help you if the demon catchers come." That a flicker of darkness passed through xianxia's gaze, but recalling the woman's soft touch stirred a mixture of anger and peculiarity within him. "I believe you are the one who has lost your senses. That a lady such as yourself, behaving in such a manner." xianxia's tone was icy. "Isn't this a special circumstance? Who told you to use your magic just now? We're all adults here. Besides, I didn't mind. Why should you?" Xianxia assumed he was merely feeling bashful, prompting a laugh from her. For the first time, xianxia found himself at a loss for words in the presence of a female demon. It was truly shameless, filled with oddities. Yet, it was understandable. All demons from Black Mountain shared a certain unruliness, and even amnesia could not change that nature. Your demon core's internal energy is normal. You could topple a city with it. Why then do you fear the demon catchers? xianxia resumed his probing. Only then did Xianxia realize that the male demon had indeed been testing her demon core. Was it not a private matter? Or could demons freely probe one another's cores? Confused, she dismissed her thoughts and replied, "I know. My cultivation method is intact, but I don't know how to use it. You have no idea. I nearly set a mountain ablaze last time." xianxia was speechless. It all made sense now that he had wondered why Huangji and Xianxia had burned the graves of Mulan's parents. It turned out they simply couldn't control their demon powers. Chapter 20. The truth behind the name. As the dishes arrived, Xianxia's eyes sparkled, her mouth watering as she gazed at the 10 plates she had ordered, though she could not read the characters. It was the waiter who had informed her of her choices, despite the modest presentation. For Xianxia, who had been on a diet for quite some time, these dishes were akin to a royal banquet. She rubbed her hands together, picked up her chopsticks, and seized a large chicken leg. Taking a hearty bite, she then noticed the man across from her staring intently. "Come on," Eat. I ordered plenty. There's enough for you too. And your cold-faced attendant can join us as well. With that, she continued munching on the chicken leg, her eagerness palpable, her mouth glistening with grease, her eyes filled with a sense of contented happiness. Song Shizhou was taken aback. Weren't demons not supposed to consume human food? He had heard many demons dismiss human cuisine with a mere 2 words. Unpalatable. Of course, some demons enjoyed human food. But those from Black Mountain were an exception. There, one could scarcely find a cooking pot, as they retained the most primitive living conditions, dwelling in caves instead of emulating humans by building houses. This female demon's amnesia was exceedingly peculiar. Not only had she forgotten her powers, but she also could not read, yet now relished human food. Had she perhaps been possessed by some strange malevolent spirit? As Song Shizhou pondered this, he considered that xianxia had once ranked among the top 3 in demon arts within the demon realm. Few could match her prowess. It was said that Hong Fu, the old monster, had long been at odds with the demons and maintained closer ties with the immortals, yet he lacked the ability to revert xianxia to her original form. After all, she had been the one sent to gather intelligence, so had she perhaps encountered a powerful immortal, that would indeed be intriguing. What business could an immortal have at Hong Fu's demon estate? Which immortal had placed a hit on xianxia? Was it related to the matter of the Song Xian sword? With that thought, Song Shizhou's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of danger. Aren't you going to eat? Xianxia asked, noticing his cold demeanor and wondering what he was contemplating. Song Shizhou came back to himself, captivated by her beautiful, clear eyes, which sparkled with curiosity, reminiscent of sunlit ripples on water. In that moment, he found her gaze disarmingly pure. Go ahead and eat. I have no interest in such food, he replied, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Oh, xianxia exclaimed, continuing to eat while saying, Sister Huangji doesn't like to eat either. You all seem to lack an appreciation for the delicacies of food. By the way, how much silver did you lend me? I currently have no means to repay you, but I shall remember your great kindness. When I return to Black Mountain, I'll exchange treasures with you. I hold a respectable position there and should have plenty of valuables. Xianxia beamed brightly. She continued to eat, chattering away, her demeanor endearing rather than annoying. But you must tell me your true name. And where your cave is. How might I find you? Xianxia blinked her large eyes innocently. Song Shizhou was perplexed. Why was this demoness so talkative? He had never encountered anyone so audaciously chatty in his presence. Yet he found it oddly tolerable. Otherwise, he would have long since lost patience. You haven't told me your true name either, Song Shizhou countered. She widened her eyes, recalling that the male demon had indeed doubted her identity as xianxia. I truly am xianxia, but due to some circumstances, I have become this way. I am not lying. I sincerely wish to make friends with you. Upon hearing the word friends, Song Shizhou scoffed quietly. As a demon, it was the first time anyone had expressed a desire to befriend him. What I said is also true. I am Song Shizhou, he replied, reclining lazily in his chair, his long fingers lightly tapping the table. Exuding an air of nonchalance mingled with nobility, xianxia rolled her eyes at the man's pretentiousness, noting his blatant deception. Oh, you truly think me foolish? I have inquired about Song Shizhou, lowering her voice. She added, he is the demon lord. You dare impersonate him? If he were to see you, who knows how you would be punished? Song Shizhou chuckled, his lips curving upward. It's fine. Just consider me him. Then I shall consider you Song Shizhou. Xianxia replied, fair enough, but you should really change your clothes. I recall the silver I gave you could buy you several decent outfits. Song Shizhou expressed his disdain for her attire. Xianxia thought it made sense. She could not continue wearing such shabby clothing and needed a few decent changes. All right, I'll go out to buy some, but I'm not very familiar with the area. I'll take you, Song Shizhou said, surprising even himself with his willingness to accompany the female demon on a shopping trip. Aju, not to mention, was astonished. So many beautiful women from the demon clan had pursued him, yet he had never treated any of them with such special attention. This female demon truly had a rare gift. Xianxia, though her stomach was full, had not finished all her food. She instructed the waiter to heat it up and deliver it to Mulan. With a clear conscience, she had ordered 10 dishes, and though a few were less than satisfactory, she had merely sampled a bite, deeming it not leftover food. After all, one mustn't waste, right? At that moment, in the bustling street, the sight of this demon and demon lord drew the attention of passers-by, primarily due to their striking appearances. Xianxia noticed that people were glancing at Song Shizhou more frequently. Although he was an imposter, his looks were undeniably impressive. Song Shizhou casually selected a shop that seemed decent and stepped inside, with Xianxia following closely behind. Upon entering, She saw many garments hanging nearby, far more appealing than her current attire. "Young master, what fabrics do you wish to purchase?" the shopkeeper inquired, entirely overlooking the disheveled appearance of xianxia Yue. At this moment, xianxia Yu found herself pushed aside, speechless. Indeed, it seemed that ancient clothing stores shared the same disdainful tendencies as some modern-day shopkeepers. Song Shizhou raised his gaze to the female demon beside him, his thin lips parting as he declared, "This young lady will be buying." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper turned, momentarily taken aback by xianxia Yu's appearance. Before breaking into a smile, "My lady, what garments are you interested in?" xianxia Yu huffed in a pretentious manner, then walked over to the display of ready-made clothes, pointing out a few sets she found pleasing. "These 3 will do. May I try them on?" The shopkeeper approached, showering her with compliments. "You have exquisite taste, my lady. These are all new designs crafted by skilled seamstresses, and the fabric is quite fine. I have heard that even the nobility in the capital adore these styles. If you like them, you may certainly try them on." Seeing the shopkeeper's exuberance, xianxia Yu reached out to feel the fabric. It was decent enough, certainly not as superior as the silkworm fabrics from her kin, but far better than coarse linen. "Then let us try them on. If they fit, wrap them up." Upon the conclusion of the conversation, the innkeeper signaled to a young servant in the establishment, indicating to fetch something for the customers. Chapter 21. A playdate with you. Upon returning from her shopping expedition, xianxia joyfully carried a large bundle back to the inn. When she encountered Huangji, she eagerly presented 3 sets of garments, exclaiming, "Sister Huangji, these are outfits I purchased for you. Quickly change out of your current attire and discard it. It is quite unnecessary now." Seeing the woman return in such high spirits with several new outfits, Huangji, although not particularly concerned with material possessions, was nonetheless weary of wearing the unattractive clothing for so long. Thus, she swiftly approached, selecting a more visually appealing piece, and without a hint of modesty, began to change right there. In the city, where the use of magical powers was prohibited, even Huangji had to change her clothes by herself. The sight of her flawless figure left xianxia utterly mesmerized. She couldn't help but daydream about how joyous she would be if she could touch it. Once Huangji had completed her change, she noticed xianxia staring intently at her and, somewhat puzzled, asked, "What are you looking at?" Even though xianxia was not male, she felt as if she might drool, and with a smile, she complimented, "Sister Huangji, you are so beautiful and your figure is stunning. I can only imagine how fortunate your future boyfriend will be." Huangji inquired, "Stunning? What is a boyfriend?" "Stunning is a compliment regarding your figure, and a boyfriend refers to a man with whom you share a relationship. Intending to marry," xianxia explained with a cheerful demeanor. Huangji, having grown accustomed to xianxia's surprising remarks, raised an eyebrow at the mention of marriage, her gaze laced with disdain. "We, the demon race, are not like mortals. It is not an obligation for women to marry. We can choose as we please, and our worth is determined by our strength. That I have no interest in men or male demons. Even if a celestial being were to descend from the heavens, I would regard them with indifference." Her expression was one of haughty pride. xianxia gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Unique, excellent." Huangji, hearing yet another strange term, chose not to inquire further. Instead, she seated herself and idly toyed with a teacup. "Weren't you supposed to keep an eye on Mulan Sheng? Why are you back in your room now? Has that fellow awakened?" xianxia asked as she joined her. At the mention of this, Huangji let out a vexed sigh, expressing her disinterest. "Let him be alone. After all, if any demons approach, I will sense it." The doctor advised that he needs several days of recuperation before traveling. Otherwise, his fragile human body won't withstand it. "Mortals are so weak, they make a big deal out of the slightest discomfort. That's all right. We can treat this as a leisurely visit. Besides, now that we have some money, we needn't walk. We can hire a carriage. Otherwise, it may be ages before we reach Jiangzhou," xianxia suggested, then recalled something. "Oh, I ran into Song Shizhou. What a coincidence. He is associated with our inn, and it was he who took me to buy clothes today. I could introduce you to him. He seems quite nice." Huangji's brows furrowed in concern, sensing something amiss. This male demon had previously encountered xianxia near Mulan Sheng's parents' graves. Then they met again in the city. And now he was affiliated with the same inn. Could it be a deliberate approach? Be cautious. He may be intentionally getting close to you. Don't be naive and follow him blindly, Huangji remarked with a cold smirk. xianxia perceived Huangji's skepticism and blinked, though she sensed that he did not seem malicious. "However, if you have doubts, perhaps you should take the opportunity to meet him. It could be a chance to make a friend." Huangji regarded her with a mix of amusement and concern. On one hand, xianxia was far more amiable than before, yet on the other, she was astonishingly naive, lacking even the most basic self-preservation instincts. Now that they were in the mortal realm, with Melansheng nearby and demon hunters lurking in every town, it was hardly conducive for practicing her magic. The thought of xianxia remaining so inept troubled her. Noticing Huangji's serious expression, xianxia inquired, "What is the matter?" Huangji turned to her, saying, "You still possess your demon core and powers. As long as you learn to wield them, your abilities will surely return to their former glory. However, being in the mortal realm, you cannot practice." Xianxia was touched to discover that Huangji was worried about her, responding, "I'm not afraid. You are here to protect me." After all, Huangji frowned, concerned about the possibility of needing to part ways in a crisis. Yet she kept her thoughts to herself. As evening approached, Xianxia ventured into the inn's kitchen to brew medicine. Previously, she had enlisted the help of a servant, but upon learning that assistance would incur extra charges, she decided to do it herself, reluctant to squander her hard-earned coins. Xianxia casually prepared the concoction and, once it was ready, brought it to Melansheng's room. Upon seeing the two women standing by his bedside, Melansheng felt a twinge of embarrassment as he accepted the medicine. Both ladies had donned their new garments, which enhanced their already exquisite features, making Melansheng unable to meet their gaze. His ears turning red in slight awkwardness. "There's no need for thanks. Focus on your recovery. Do we have enough money to return to Jiangzhou?" Xianxia inquired. Melansheng quickly replied, "Yes, more than enough. Thankfully, thanks to you, Xianxia, or else I wouldn't know how I managed to return." Seeing him in a daze brought a smile to Xianxia's lips. "I've heard there will be a lantern festival in Zhongyang City tonight. I plan to go out for some fun. You should let Huangji stay with you while you recover." Having already consulted Huangji, who was unwilling to join her for the outing, Xianxia decided to go alone. However, Huangji instructed her to refrain from using her magical powers indiscriminately and to remember the way back to the inn. Melansheng, upon hearing that Huangji would be caring for him, quickly shook his head. "No, that's not necessary. You two should go out and enjoy yourselves. I'm already feeling much better and don't require any assistance." Huangji frowned, her voice cold and firm. "No, I must stay to look after you." Melansheng responded. Xianxia disregarded the exchange. Hopping joyfully out the door as she descended the stairs, she made a special effort to inquire with the innkeeper about Song Shizhou's room. Just as she asked, a familiar voice called from behind, "Are you looking for me, Xianxia?" Turning around, she spotted a man standing at the wooden staircase of the inn, clad in luxurious golden attire that accentuated his tall figure. His slightly raised brow and regal presence made him a striking figure. Song Shizhou, in turn, scrutinized her. She wore the rose-red dress she had just purchased, which highlighted her stunning features and lent her an air of playfulness. Most notably, her eyes radiated clarity and brightness, as if they could see straight into one's soul. "What a coincidence. I heard there would be a lantern festival and was hoping to find you to join me," Xianxia said, walking towards him with a light-hearted step. Song Shizhou paused, returning her sentiment. "You wish to play with me?" Chapter 22. The Lantern Festival. Xianxia nodded enthusiastically. "Yes. You are the only person I know. Huangji isn't interested in such activities, so I thought I'd invite you along." Song Shizhou quirked a slight smile, countering, "She doesn't enjoy it. Does that mean I do?" Xianxia blinked innocently. "I haven't asked yet." "What if you enjoy it, but judging by your expression, you likely share Huangji's sentiments? Perhaps I should just go alone." With that, Xianxia flashed a broad smile and turned to leave as she passed by the cold-faced guard. "Adieu," she offered him a friendly smile despite his frosty demeanor. At that moment, Song Shizhou, witnessing her unhesitating departure, was taken aback. He swiftly stepped forward, grasping the back of her collar, causing her to stumble slightly before looking back at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" Song Shizhou looked down at her, saying, "I haven't expressed my preferences yet. How can you make such decisions for me?" Upon hearing this, Xianxia's face brightened with a radiant smile. "Do you like it?" "That's wonderful. I don't have many friends, so let us go out together." Song Shizhou, perplexed by her exuberance over a mere lantern festival, muttered, "I don't particularly enjoy it." Xianxia's expression fell, and she retorted, "Is it amusing to toy with people like this?" Seeing her reaction, Song Shizhou's mood lightened slightly. "However, I am willing to accompany you for a stroll." With that, he adjusted his sleeves, revealing a hint of arrogance. A Jew, observing from behind, thought, ever since the demon lord encountered this female demon, his behavior has become rather peculiar. Xianxia scoffed lightly. This demon seems quite charming, albeit a bit pretentious. Then I thank you, my lord, for your gracious company, she said with a playful tone. In the midst of the chaos, Xianxia spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. At that moment, Huanji was gazing down from the upper level, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she realized she could not detect the presence of the man's demonic aura. Her demeanor grew serious as memories flooded back to her, specifically the encounter before the graves of Mulan's parents, where a mysterious demon had lured her into a wild chase, yet she had never glimpsed its true visage. Now, this same entity reappeared in Zhongyong City, concealing its demonic energy, undoubtedly possessing cultivation far beyond her own. Strangely, she had never encountered such a being within the demon realm. Contemplating this, Huanji instructed Mulan to refrain from wandering about recklessly before pursuing the source of her unease. As she reached the bustling streets, Xianxia stood out like a country bumpkin, eliciting gasps of surprise from those around her. Song Shizhou followed closely behind, feeling overwhelmed by the noise and utterly bewildered by the joy exhibited by the woman ahead of him. Master, why do you indulge such a bold female demon? Jiao inquired softly, his confusion palpable. Song Shizhou pondered for a moment, finding a semblance of understanding. Oh, you not find Xianxia rather intriguing? When we first met in the demon realm, she was foolish enough to not recognize her way back, trailing behind me without fear of death. She even dared to call herself my friend. In a realm where violence reigns, encountering someone who does not view me with dread is a refreshing change. Song Shizhou's deep-set eyes shone with curiosity, his handsome features betraying a hint of perplexity. This unexpected camaraderie with a demon was, indeed, a novelty for him at that moment. Xianxia extravagantly purchased an array of pastries, deeming the lanterns and masks mere trinkets she could admire without spending. Returning with glee, she offered Song Shizhou a taste of the rice cake, proclaiming it quite delightful and not overly sweet. Initially intending to decline, he found himself inexplicably accepting a piece, placing it in his mouth. Observing his willingness to consume a human delicacy, Xianxia leaned closer, inquiring with a smile, "How does it taste?" Song Shizhou's face contorted in distaste. Even without words, his expression conveyed his sentiments. Xianxia, uncertain, took another bite and found it quite enjoyable. She mused to herself that anyone observing their interaction might assume Song Shizhou had just tasted something vile. Of course, she would never dare voice such a comparison, for she could easily envision the dark scowl that would cross his face. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance, with throngs of people rushing toward them. Xianxia stumbled, landing directly against Song Shizhou, her eyes wide with confusion as she witnessed the panicked crowd. It was only when she heard frantic cries of "a demon is killing people" that she froze, glancing up at Song Shizhou. The man frowned, casting a glance at the demoness in his arms, his hands remaining still at his sides. Yet, a flicker of something enigmatic danced in his eyes. And in an instant, he relocated them to a quieter corner. As Xianxia regained her composure, she anxiously pulled Song Shizhou down behind an overturned stall, exclaiming, "Isn't it chaotic enough? This is the city. And now there are demons causing a ruckus. You still want to use your sorcery?" Song Shizhou found himself exasperated as he crouched behind the stall, observing the demoness peeking out cautiously. When had he ever been so furtive? Amidst the chaos, a female demon stood in the center, panic etched across her features as she clutched a child, her husband nearby. "Huinyang, you must flee. The demon catchers are coming," the man urged, pushing the woman away as their child cried out in distress. The female demon finally regained her wits, intending to escape, only to be met by a throng of soldiers and several demon catchers leading the charge. "This is a carp spirit," Xianxia declared instinctively, despite not knowing why. "How dare you, audacious demon, create havoc in Zhongyong City?" The demon catchers brandished their talismans, launching an attack on the carp spirit. A nearby mortal man stepped in front, only to be struck and spit blood. "You are human, yet you consort with demons," the demon catcher scolded vehemently upon realizing he had harmed a human. "Are all demons truly evil? I have known and loved Huinyang, and we have lived joyfully together. If it were not for the governor's nephew, who abducts innocent women, my wife would not be in danger," the man lamented bitterly. "Is there anyone who cares? The governor's nephew is a scourge, having harmed many noble women. He attempted to take my wife in front of my child during the Lantern Festival, and yet you seek to slay a good demon." No one listened. The demon catchers were resolute, dismissing the man's pleas as they prepared to continue their assault on the female demon. At this moment, the usually passive xianxia Yu felt a surge of anger. What? The governor's nephew is truly inhumane, abducting women and killing so many, yet no one intervenes. Is there no law left? The demon catchers had formed a perimeter, intent on executing the carp spirit, which incensed xianxia Yu further. She extended her hand, intervening in their attack, disrupting the spell they had cast upon the carp spirit. Now, everyone was in a state of alarm, realizing that another formidable demon had joined the fray. Beasts, you dare have accomplices, the demon catcher exclaimed, flustered as their power dissipated effortlessly. The carp spirit, Huinyang, looked around in confusion, sensing no trace of other demons. Meanwhile, xianxia Yu timidly glanced at Song Shizhou, asking, "What should we do? Are we going to be captured?" Song Shizhou found her words amusing, for he had already cast an invisibility spell around them, rendering them undetectable. Even to the demon catchers, you acted impulsively, and now you fear the consequences? xianxia Yu felt helpless. I acted in the heat of the moment. I have no regrets, but now I wonder how we might escape more swiftly. Song Shizhou had never encountered such a self-unaware demon. The power she had exhibited moments ago could easily overpower these incompetent demon catchers. If she unleashed her full strength, she could topple an entire city. Yet now, she was contemplating a hasty retreat. I never flee, he declared coolly that oh no, they're coming. xianxia Yu exclaimed, gripping Song Shizhou's sleeve tightly as soldiers and demon catchers scoured the vicinity. To her astonishment, the group passed by, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Is my fair complexion truly that inconspicuous? She mused, blinking in disbelief. Song Shizhou chuckled softly. I used the invisibility spell. Upon hearing this, xianxia Yu's eyes widened in realization when the second wave of people passed. She stood up and waved in front of them, only to receive no response. It dawned on her just how formidable Song Shizhou truly was. Goodness, I truly underestimated you. You're remarkably powerful, she exclaimed, rushing to his side, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Song Shizhou relished the attention, lifting his chin slightly, a hint of pride gleaming in his gaze. Mere mortals and inept demon catchers have never demanded my concern. xianxia Yu noticed his pretentious demeanor, especially when he referred to himself as I, but she refrained from exposing him as a false demon lord. Which demon dares to cause mischief in Zhongyang City? If you have the audacity, show yourself, the demon catcher shouted, unable to locate their quarry. xianxia Yu blinked innocently, then asked Song Shizhou in a hushed tone, am I allowed to speak? Can I borrow your authority? Song Shizhou shot her a glance, silent yet approving. Seizing the moment, xianxia Yu cleared her throat and proclaimed, a bunch of worthless fools. You mortals incessantly declare demons to be wicked, yet here I am, merely passing through and stumbling upon this chaos. You protect your own while the governor's nephew exploits his power, preying on innocent women. When he meets his end, it serves him right. As demon catchers, you turn a blind eye to your superiors' atrocities against the people, espousing justice while hypocritically indulging in deceitful acts. I shall state it plainly. If the governor does not address this matter and offer reparations to the victims, I will personally visit and take the life of that scoundrel in 3 days' time. With a dramatic flourish, she made a gesture, and the carp spirit Huinyang vanished without a trace. Instantly, the demon catchers were visibly alarmed. They realized they were not dealing with a mere minor spirit. The audacity of such a demon to act so brazenly under their noses was beyond their capacity to handle. As the demon catchers hesitated, they quickly retreated, leaving Huinyang's husband and child behind. Oh no, where did Huinyang go? xianxia Yu realized, her bravado fading. Song Shizhou, having anticipated her folly, had already signaled a Jiao to handle the aftermath. I instructed a Jiao to take care of it. He should have retrieved the little demon by now. Upon hearing this, xianxia Yu's eyes sparkled once more as she gazed at Song Shizhou. You truly are impressive. In the past, Song Shizhou had received numerous adoring gazes. Yet this untainted and extraordinarily pure form of admiration was a novel experience for him. And to be honest, it uplifted his spirits considerably. Why assist that demon? Song Shizhou inquired with curiosity, pondering that the former xianxia would have likely remained indifferent. However, the current xianxia responded, do you not find it excessive? If they were to slay a malevolent demon, that would be one thing, but in this instance, it is clearly that individual who is in the wrong. Frankly, they deserve their fate. It spares humanity from their tyranny. Indeed, the issue of corrupt officials and their indulgent families has been a persistent challenge throughout history. Song Shizhou found it perplexing. Why would a demoness concern herself with mortals? Were you truly planning to take the life of that corrupt official 3 days hence? Xianxia chuckled awkwardly. I merely meant to frighten them. I do not dare to commit murder, though he is a corrupt official. I am reluctant to resort to violence. Ideally, I would prefer legal retribution. However, we could certainly create a ruckus at his estate, which would surely terrify him into a state of panic. Just imagine that scene. It would be exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Song Shizhou raised an eyebrow. Not daring to kill. Is that a sentiment expressed by a demon? Who said anything about joining you in your chaos? You may go alone. With that, Song Shizhou turned back towards the direction they had come from. Noticing that the once lively lantern festival had grown desolate due to the commotion, Xianxia hastily pursued him. Good deeds are rewarded. After all, that we have already made our intentions known. If we do nothing, who knows how those demon catchers will mock us behind our backs? The man strolled leisurely ahead, listening to her incessant chatter, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. That it was your declaration, not mine. The mockery is yours to bear. After stating this, he paused, bending slightly to bring his face closer to hers, his deep-set eyes resembling impenetrable ice. And I am no good person. Then you are not human. You are a demon, an exceptional one. At that, Xianxia wished to cling to him, for the thought of causing chaos at the magistrate's residence alone filled her with trepidation. Suddenly, she froze, feeling an odd sensation. Wait, why can I see through the true forms of other demons at a glance? The snake demon I encountered last time, and now this koi. Yet with you, I cannot discern your true nature? Xianxia pondered aloud, pursuing her inquiry. Song Shizhou, you already know I am a fox spirit. What about you? Keeping secrets like this is rather inconsiderate. Song Shizhou had never encountered such a dim-witted demon that he chose not to respond. Continuing forward while she relentlessly questioned him. Chapter 24. Song Shizhou reveals his identity upon returning. Both Xianxia and Song Shizhou found themselves confronted by the vigilant presence of Huanji, seated in the lobby below. Huanji's demeanor radiated wariness and a hint of murderous intent, her gaze fixed sharply upon Song Shizhou. Observing this, Xianxia instinctively positioned herself in front of the man, somewhat intimidated by Huanji's imposing aura. She quickly explained, Sister Huanji, he is a good person. He just helped me. Song Shizhou lowered his gaze, an inscrutable emotion flickering in his deep-set eyes. The sight of the shorter woman standing protectively before him stirred a peculiar feeling within. When had he ever required a female demon's protection? Huanji's lips curled into a cold smirk as she retorted, You may easily deceive my sister, but you will not fool me. Xianxia's heart sank. With Huanji's expression and tone, it was clear that Song Shizhou was in grave danger. Though he was formidable, Huanji was renowned in the demon realm for her strength. It was likely that the male demon would not prevail in a confrontation. In light of their friendship, Xianxia felt compelled to assist Song Shizhou. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Huanji pulled her back, creating distance between them and Song Shizhou. Xianxia glanced at the man and urgently mouthed, Run! Yet he appeared oblivious, locking eyes with Huanji's gaze brimming with menace, a hint of provocation evident in his slight smirk. Seeing her gestures go unnoticed, Xianxia's heart raced with anxiety. Surely, they would not resort to violence here in the human realm? That would escalate matters drastically. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had come to a halt. Even the other patrons in the inn remained frozen in their actions, the waiter still smiling brightly as he carried a platter. It was as if time had been suspended. Xianxia initially thought she was hallucinating and rubbed her eyes, yet upon looking again, the scene remained unchanged, leaving her bewildered. What on earth is happening? Fearful, Xianxia grasped Huanji's arm, only to be repelled as if an invisible force had pushed her back 10 feet. Once she regained her composure, she noticed a faintly translucent barrier enveloping the area around Huanji and Song Shizhou. Blinking in disbelief, Xianxia peered from behind a pillar, realizing that they were clearly isolating themselves. She leaned in, hoping to overhear their conversation, but to her astonishment, she could discern nothing. Was it truly so secretive? They were allies, yet they spoke in hushed tones. Inside the barrier, Song Shizhou approached Huanji, stating, Serving Black Mountain is not as commendable as serving me. The day will come when Black Mountain is besieged by the collective wrath of the demons. Perhaps upon your return, Black Mountain will no longer exist. Song Shizhou stepped closer, reaching out to touch Huanji's forehead, which elicited a clear expression of pain in her eyes. Huanji found herself immobilized, her pupils dilating in shock and fear. She had initially followed him, realizing his superior cultivation level when he wielded his powers with ease. She understood that no demon would approach xianxia without ulterior motives, and that motive was undoubtedly linked to Mulan Shang. Despite her speculations, she could not fathom which demon possessed such formidable power, as she had encountered many powerful beings in the demon realm. Little did she know that this so-called xianxia was not merely a demon. He was the demon lord, the sovereign of both the demon and magic realms, the very one who had nearly launched an assault on the heavenly court to claim the throne. Huanji, I am aware of your loyalty to the old demon of Black Mountain, that I have placed a curse within you. Should you dare to leak my identity, you shall endure excruciating pain. Thrice over, resulting in your utter obliteration, xianxia's demeanor exuded the commanding presence of a ruler, his condescending gaze laced with disdain. Though he smiled, his eyes were icy, and the faint glimmer of malice in his brow sent chills down one's spine. Huanji found herself paralyzed, remaining still until the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, at which point she staggered back several steps, her forehead slick with sweat. She was terrified. It had been ages since she had felt fear in the demon realm. Even the old hag of Black Mountain could not overpower her, resorting to curses to control her. In that moment, with just a few words, the man's pressure felt as if it could shatter her to pieces. Xianxia observed as the surrounding patrons resumed their conversations and movements, as though the previous stillness had been a mere figment of her imagination. She rushed over, grasping Huanji's arm. Upon noticing Huanji's pale complexion, which belied her otherwise composed demeanor, Xianxia felt something was amiss. What did you two discuss? Upon finishing her question, she met xianxia's enigmatic gaze, feeling a twinge of annoyance. They were allies, after all. It was rather excessive of them to engage in whispered conversations before her. Huanji lowered her gaze slightly, sensing the curse placed upon her by the demon lord. Realizing that the spell imposed by the old hag of Black Mountain had vanished, she was taken aback, a flicker of fear passing through her eyes. This man was extraordinarily powerful, able to dispel the secrets of the demon realm at will. What use is it for you to listen? You are so foolish. Do you even comprehend what you hear? xianxia scoffed, tapping Xianxia's forehead lightly with the fan he had been toying with before striding towards the upstairs rooms, leaving Xianxia in a state of disbelief. She turned to see the man's figure fading from sight, followed by the sound of a door closing. Frustrated, she stomped her foot in irritation. How outrageous! xianxia, your words are so biting. Beware of choking on your own venom. Xianxia shouted, her voice amplified. Huanji immediately grasped her arm, urging, do not speak like that. Xianxia was taken aback. Was Huanji's reaction not peculiar? Just moments ago, she had been poised for confrontation, yet now she seemed to shy away. Almost timidly, Sister Huanji, he spoke to me that way without allowing me to retort. I am not foolish. I am quite clever. Xianxia protested, feeling out of place as an outsider still trying to adapt to this new world. Huanji forced a smile. You are not foolish. Daring to speak to the demon lord like that. You are perhaps the first demon in history to do so. From now on, it would be wise to exercise caution. We cannot contend with him. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was left in shock. That we cannot contend with him. Are we not formidable? Huanji chuckled softly. Formidable only in the demon realm. He is the demon lord. With a mere finger, he could obliterate us. Truly insurmountable, she reiterated. Xianxia gasped in astonishment, her eyes lighting up, realizing he was indeed a master. And no wonder when he saved that coy spirit, Huinyang, he could evade all the demon catcher's pursuit with just a concealment spell. Even she and Huanji could not use their powers freely. He truly possesses remarkable abilities, Xianxia mused. Blinking. Do you think if I were to ask him about some techniques, he would teach me? Huanji. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness, and her audacity has rendered her trembling with trepidation. Chapter 25. A request from me. The incident involving the disturbance caused by demons in Zhongyang City spread like wildfire the following day. Whispers circulated about a great demon passing through, who, upon witnessing injustice, drew its sword to aid the plight of a carp spirit, subsequently proclaiming that if the governor failed to provide the people with an explanation and allowed his nephew to terrorize virtuous women without consequence, he would come to claim the governor's life in 3 days. At that moment, the townsfolk found themselves in a state of uncertainty regarding the nature of this demon. It had defended them, forcing the corrupt governor to account for his actions, and this only fueled their intrigue. Meanwhile, the governor seethed with rage, infuriated that the demon hunters could not even capture a single carp spirit. And now, they were too intimidated to act due to the presence of a powerful demon. With such rumors circulating, he pondered the fate of his own reputation that in retaliation, he dispatched individuals to issue a dire warning. Whoever brought forth news of the great demon would be rewarded with gold. While also proclaiming that the female demon was misleading the populace, and that his nephew was innocent, having been slain by the carp spirit, the townsfolk could hardly contain their disdain. Did they not know of the governor's nephew? Had he not abused his position to oppress innocent women? Countless young ladies had been abducted into his estate, and many others had met tragic ends at the governor's doorstep, who would believe in his innocence. Consequently, a significant portion of Zhongyong City secretly wished for the great demon to pay a visit and take the governor's life. As this news reached the inn, xianxia, savoring her breakfast of steamed buns and lean meat porridge, listened to the boastful chatter of patrons in the hall. Observing that she had garnered quite a following, she could not help but smile in satisfaction, her expression betraying an air of mischief. Just then, Song Shizhou descended the stairs and took a seat opposite her. Noting how she had nearly emptied a plate of dumplings and a large bowl of porridge, he furrowed his brow. Perplexed by the allure of such mundane fare for this woman, sensing his arrival, xianxia subtly shifted closer, a half-eaten bun in hand, and whispered, "What became of that carp spirit, Huinyang, from yesterday?" Song Shizhou met her sparkling gaze with a warm smile, momentarily lost in thought before turning away and responding nonchalantly. Ajio took her outside the city, along with her husband and child, providing them with silver to ensure their escape. Xianxiao's eyes widened in astonishment, and she grasped Song Shizhou's hand with admiration, exclaiming, "What a good deed! You truly are a considerate person. If it were me, I doubt I could have been so thorough." Song Shizhou glanced at his hand, then withdrew it with a look of distaste, wiping the back of his hand with a napkin, which had been smeared with the juices of the bun. "How shall I express my gratitude for such a monumental favor?" Song Shizhou inquired, a hint of interest shining in his eyes as his lips curled into a slight smirk. Xianxiu blinked, then beamed brightly. "How about I become your disciple? Huangji says your skills are exceptional. Just think about it. I could be at your beck and call, serving you tea and water while you teach me your spells." "It would be a perfect arrangement," Song Shizhou scoffed. "Your intentions are transparent." Upon realizing he saw through her cunning, Xianxiu chuckled sheepishly. "Well then, how about I repay your kindness with my loyalty?" Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Song Shizhou's sudden cough. Astonished that her playful banter had caught him off guard, "I am beginning to feel a desire to throttle you," he remarked, his expression darkening. Xianxiu quickly corrected herself. "I was merely jesting." "So, what would you like as a token of my gratitude?" At last, Song Shizhou heard what he had been waiting for, with a hint of pride. He raised his chin and replied, "You owe me a favor, to be repaid in the future." Xianxiu, thinking it was something more significant, readily agreed. "No problem. I owe you." Having finished their breakfast, Xianxiu headed to the kitchen to prepare medicine for Mu Lansheng. Noting that he was recovering well, after a few more days of medication, he would be ready to set out. Just then, a voice echoed from behind her. "Are you personally preparing medicine for Mu Lansheng?" Song Shizhou asked, having appeared in the kitchen without her noticing, his eyebrow raised in curiosity as he observed her diligent efforts. Xianxiu was startled but quickly composed herself, realizing who it was. She was unfazed by his sudden appearance, knowing he could use magic at will without drawing the attention of demon hunters. That, of course, having a waiter assist comes at a cost, and my funds are hardly limitless, especially since I borrowed from you. "I cannot waste it," she replied, fanning herself vigorously. "Say, do you have a way to obtain a travel permit? Last time, I lacked one, and this time I came to Zhongyong City because those from Qingyun's sect brought the ailing Mu Lansheng with them. Only their status allowed us entry." Xianxiu suddenly recalled. Song Shizhou was not surprised to hear her mention Qingyun's sect. After all, Ajio had been reporting to him, and he was aware of most developments. "Yes, but you must plead for it," he said with a teasing grin. Seeing his demeanor, Xianxiu clasped her hands and earnestly begged, "Please, I hope my journey goes smoothly. It hinges on your goodwill." "Have you heard? The governor has sought help from the disciples of Qingyun's sect, and now the entire city is mobilizing troops to search for the great demon." Two waiters chattered as they entered the kitchen to fill their trays with food. If the disciples of Qingyun's sect are involved, will the great demon be apprehended? There could be quite a spectacle. To be honest, I would rather the great demon resolve our troubles, one remarked. Hush, dare not utter such words. It is reckless. Indeed, we must not speak of such things. Xianxia froze at this conversation. Qingyun's sect had not departed yet. She had assumed they had left Zhongyong City, puffed, with the governor's rampant corruption. The disciples of Qingyun's sect would never assist him, she muttered softly. Not necessarily. They have announced a citywide search, which means they are likely already involved, Song Shizhou replied dismissively. Impossible. The disciples of Qingyun's sect are known for upholding justice. How could they aid a corrupt official? Qian Xiaoyu retorted, unconvinced. Song Shizhou scoffed at her unwavering support for Qingyun's sect. Chapter 26. Mischief. Is it true that there are demons causing disturbances in the city? Mu Lansheng inquired as he sipped his medicine. How did you come to know? Qian Xiaoyu was taken aback. Huanji was not typically one to gossip, yet even the bedridden Mu Lansheng was aware of the happenings outside. Those passing by the room have been talking. I overheard them say you went out to play yesterday. Did you encounter anything? Mu Lansheng asked, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Qian Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly. No, nothing of the sort. That I have heard that the demon has even taken lives. For the time being, Miss Xiaoyu, it might be best to refrain from venturing out. It is safer within the inn. Mu Lansheng advised at that moment. Huanji sat at a nearby desk with a cold expression. Upon closer inspection, she appeared to be lost in thought. It was her first encounter with a forced change of masters. The constraints of Black Mountain had vanished, only to be replaced by the bindings of the demon realm. Life felt increasingly arduous. Was not Mu Lansheng merely a creature of the three realms? What made him so special? Was there perhaps a connection to the Zhongxian sword? The master of the Zhongxian sword belonged to the already deified emperor, whose twin sister, the immortal Qingling, was Mu Lansheng's biological mother. Their ties were rather close. Could there be a blood relation that would allow him to wield the Zhongxian sword? The demon realm sought the sword's master, hoping to attain the decree of immortality, while the old woman of Black Mountain aspired to become immortal. Were they placing their bets on Mu Lansheng being that master? As Huanji pondered this, she turned to glance at Mu Lansheng, her lips twitching in disbelief at the thought of him as the possessor of the Zhongxian sword. That a scholar who could not even carry a load, who wheezed after a short walk. The Zhongxian sword was the foremost artifact of the three realms. Its wielder would undoubtedly overshadow even the demon lord, becoming the guardian of the realms. Huanji could not bring herself to believe that Mu Lansheng was the sword's master. Yet why had the demon lord come? If Mu Lansheng were indeed the master of the Zhongxian sword, he was meant to counter the demon realm's existence and should have been eliminated immediately. Why had no action been taken? It seemed that matters were far from simple. Sister Huanji, I am heading out to find Song Shizhou to play. Since you prefer to stay in, you should keep watch over young Master Mu, Qian Xiaoyu announced as she bounced towards the door. Huanji snapped back to reality at the sound of her voice. Responding with a nonchalant Qian Xiaoyu hopped excitedly out the door, eager to discuss a mischief with Song Shizhou. Meanwhile, Mu Lansheng, having heard a name he did not recognize, turned to Huanji and asked, Who is Song Shizhou? Upon hearing the name uttered so casually, Huanji felt a headache coming on. Though she too resented the binding imposed by the demon lord, she dared not speak his name openly. A new friend, Huanji replied hesitantly after a moment's thought. Mu Lansheng nodded, somewhat dazed, and awkwardly laughed. Ah, so Miss Xiaoyu has made a new friend. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a voice called from outside Song Shizhou's room. Song Shizhou, are you in there? Qian Xiaoyu inquired at the door. The ever-watchful Jiu vanished in an instant, leaving only Song Shizhou inside. Not here, he replied languidly. Qian Xiaoyu is outside, and upon hearing the man's lazy voice, she pushed open the door and poked her little head in, smiling brightly as she gazed inside. The man reclined comfortably in a lounge chair, toying with the jade pendant dangling from his waist. Not even sparing her a glance, Qian Xiaoyu trotted over eagerly, without a word, and began to massage his legs. Song Shizhou scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at her, his expression full of mischief as his words hung in the air. Qian Xiaoyu immediately ceased her ministrations, retorting, Where's the mischief? With my beauty, I am simply blooming with grace. Song Shizhou raised an eyebrow, his hands unceasing. Qian Xiaoyu pouted but resumed her task, only to suddenly brighten, exclaiming, Song Shizhou, that magistrate has gone too far. He has sent disciples of Qingyun's sect to hunt for me, claiming I am a nefarious demon. It's utterly outrageous. Let us stir up some trouble at his residence tonight. We could frighten him to death." After speaking, she blinked her beautiful eyes, eagerly awaiting his response. Song Shizhou, eyes closed, relished the attentions of this female demon, a slight smile gracing his lips as he mused that she was not entirely wrong. Xianxia of the demon realm truly was a ruthless and formidable demon, at a loss for words. Xianxia took a moment before responding. That was the old Xianxia. The current me is a good demon. Truly virtuous. Amused, Song Shizhou opened his eyes and, seeing her earnest expression, replied, "I want to go. I never engage in such stealthy scare tactics. You can go alone." Upon being refused, Xianxia immediately transitioned from leg massages to shoulder kneading. Redoubling her efforts. "No, come with me. Without you, I feel so insecure. What if those from Qingyun's sect catch me? They want to spare my life. We are good friends." Hearing the term friends, Song Shizhou found it both amusing and oddly touching. For in the demon realm, friendships were a rarity. With your demon powers, if those from Qingyun's sect manage to kill you, I suggest you take your own life instead, as living would only bring you disgrace. Song Shizhou found her servitude amusing, and inexplicably, his mood lifted slightly. Xianxia, rolling her eyes at his sharp tongue while kneading his shoulders, continued to plead, "Please, Song Shizhou, if I am the best demon in the world, then you must be second best. We should help each other." She blinked her large eyes and smiled as she leaned closer. For a moment, Song Shizhou was captivated by her clear gaze, momentarily dazed before snapping back to reality. He intended to refuse once more, but seeing her hopeful expression, he found himself unexpectedly agreeing. Xianxia immediately cheered, standing up joyfully. That night, Song Shizhou stood atop the magistrate's mansion, utterly speechless as he observed the formation set by the demon hunters below. Sneering at its insignificance, they truly require my intervention for such trivial matters, Song Shizhou thought, realizing that spending time with Xianxia had altered him, compelling him to engage in such clandestine fright tactics against mortals. The formation possessed a certain lethality. Although Xianxia's spells were often clumsy, her instincts told her that this formation was formidable, for she felt a surge of pressure upon entering, and before long, the bells within the formation began to toll. In an instant, chaos erupted within the mansion, as startled maidservants fled in terror. Many soldiers rushed toward the sound, and among them were familiar faces, disciples of Qingyun's sect. Xianxia felt a wave of disappointment. These were villains, corrupt officials. How could the disciples of Qingyun's sect be in league with them? Her illusions shattered. "Demon, today marks your demise." The magistrate, a corpulent and unattractive old man, exuded an aura of cunning, emboldened by the presence of the Qingyun sect disciples. Chapter 27. A Murder. Xianxia remained concealed under Song Shizhou's invisibility charm, rendering her and Song Shizhou invisible to both the magistrate and the Qingyun sect disciples. However, the formation could sense them. Its power detected her demonic aura, causing the spells within the barrier to coalesce and strike toward the source of the aura. Xianxia raised her hand to shield herself, only to be pushed back several steps. Had Song Shizhou not steadied her waist, she might have toppled off the roof. Song Shizhou glanced at her, bemused, observing that despite her formidable cultivation, she could not muster a shred of defense. How foolish. With a look of exasperation, he waved his hand lightly, causing the grand barrier to shatter effortlessly. Below, the guards holding torches felt the ground tremble beneath them, while the disciples of Qingyun's sect and the demon hunters hired from the city appeared alarmed. Witnessing this, Xianxia gave Song Shizhou a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Although Song Shizhou did not comprehend the meaning of impressive, he could tell she was complimenting him, eliciting a slight smirk from him, despite his retort. "Only you, this fool, could bring shame upon Black Mountain." Xianxia was taken aback. "Wait, wasn't Song Shizhou previously skeptical of my identity as Xianxia? Does this mean he now believes me? I was praising you. Could you refrain from disparaging me?" She pouted, exasperated. "Which demon dares to commit atrocities here? If you have the prowess, come out." The magistrate, oblivious to the significance of the shattered barrier, continued to shout defiantly. The disciples of Qingyun's sect quickly intervened, whispering in the magistrate's ear, "Sir, we may not be able to defeat this demon, even with our combined strength." Upon hearing this, the once arrogant magistrate froze momentarily, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You are from Qingyun's sect. With so many disciples, you cannot defeat a single demon? Aren't you cultivators? After speaking, he glanced uncertainly at the demon hunters beside him, seemingly seeking confirmation of this dire claim. Indeed, the nearby demon hunters appeared terrified. Murmuring, "Sir, it's true. The demon-hunting formations of Xianxia sect are known for capturing highly skilled demons. Yet this great demon has effortlessly broken through." Only then did the magistrate realize he had provoked a formidable foe. He quickly sought refuge behind the senior disciple of Xianxia sect. Having heard tales of the extraordinarily talented Bai Jingyu from Xianxia sect, the magistrate stammered, "Surely you can handle this, right?" The magistrate had completely lost his bravado. At that moment, the junior sister Feng furrowed her brow and stepped forward, addressing the figure above. "A demon of such prowess must have cultivated for a long time. It is said that demons disdain the mortal realm and would not linger here. Might I inquire why you are pursuing the magistrate of Zhongyong City at this late hour?" Xianxia glanced at the impassive Zhou and then turned her gaze to the individuals below. To prevent them from recognizing her voice, she deliberately altered her tone. "What a fine portrayal of Xianxia sect, claiming to safeguard the world from evil and suppress demons, yet when your own kin errs, you turn a blind eye and indiscriminately target outsiders." Xianxia's voice carried an edge of indignation. "You, Xianxia sect, collude with this magistrate, all while maintaining a faade of virtue that I see it is all a ruse." Her words ignited the ire of the disciples of Xianxia sect below. "Bold demon! Who allows you to slander Xianxia sect?" One disciple shouted in outrage. Xianxia scoffed. "Slander? What constitutes slander? The magistrate indulges his nephew in harming innocent women, tarnishing their purity. How many lives have been lost? Just the other day, I witnessed a member of my demon kin almost being sullied by a mortal. What a disgrace! You speak of demons killing. Yet have you investigated the reasons behind such actions?" Her words left the disciples of Xianxia sect stunned, exchanging glances, none of them aware of the truth behind the matter. The magistrate wiped his brow. Realizing that while he had summoned Xianxia sect, he had concealed the truth, he had hastily called them back, unaware of the rumors circulating in the city. "What? The magistrate has fallen silent?" Xianxia pointed an accusatory finger at him. "As a city's official, you should strive for the well-being of your people. Instead, you greedily consume their resources. Initially, I had no intention of meddling in your mortal affairs, but your nephew has repeatedly bullied the women of my kind, brazenly attempting to abduct one before her husband and child during the Lantern Festival. That woman merely acted in defense, and yet you place all the blame on the demons. How utterly ridiculous. Since I have encountered this matter, consider yourself unfortunate, magistrate. If you do not sincerely repent, do not blame me for taking your life." The governor found himself in a predicament, unable to maintain his composure before the Xianxia sect. A cold sweat broke upon his brow as he shouted, "Silence, you wretched creature, sowing discord with your vile words." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly spewed forth blood, as if struck by an unseen force, collapsing to the ground in an instant. Concurrently, a tempest arose in the heavens, tearing the roof off the governor's treasury, while silver and gold began to rain down upon the city. The governor, though barely conscious, beheld in horror as his treasures scattered through the air, with a few coins even landing upon his face. In a state of agitation, he pointed, yet found himself rendered speechless, witnessing the governor's plight. The disciples of the Xianxia sect formed a protective formation, swords drawn, their gazes scanning the surroundings for the elusive demon. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood frozen, shock evident in her expression as she turned to Zhou. "Did you intervene?" she whispered. Zhou cast her a sidelong glance, irritation flickering in his eyes. "Enough with the chatter. Just eliminate him. These mortals are incapable of discerning wrong from right, and my patience has worn thin." Xianxia had merely intended to intimidate the governor, never contemplating the act of murder. Despite his corrupt nature, she could not bring herself to take a life. The peace of her era had left her unaccustomed to such brutality. Observing her palpable fear, Zhou, for reasons unbeknownst to him, softened his tone. "He has not perished." Stunned, Xianxia hesitated, then queried uncertainly, "Really?" Zhou, perplexed by her fear of death, retorted, "Why do you tremble? He is a villain, one whose demise is of no consequence. What do you fear? It is not your hand that wields the blade. Besides, he is not yet dead." However, he did not finish his thought, for the truth was that death was imminent. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia reminded herself that she had traversed into another world, one devoid of modern sensibilities. This was not a society governed by law. The loss of life, whether mortal or demon, was not an extraordinary event. She needed to adapt, especially since the fallen was but a corrupt man. Chapter 28. Fear. The governor's mansion was bustling with maids and servants, all clamoring to collect the fallen treasures. Disregarding the implications of the demon's actions, the allure of wealth took precedence. Seeing the chaos unfold, Xianxia grasped Song Shizhou's hand and swiftly departed. Her urgency almost instinctual, as if guided by muscle memory. As they traversed the streets, Song Shizhou felt the warmth of her small hand encircling his wrist, drawing his gaze involuntarily. The sensation was disarming, momentarily distracting him from his thoughts. Meanwhile, Xianxia was unsettled by Song Shizhou's earlier display of violence. How could a mere mortal withstand such ferocity? She recalled the words of Huangji, who had claimed that Song Shizhou's powers surpassed their own. The governor's survival did not guarantee his safety. Walking ahead, Xianxia quickened her pace, hesitant to engage Song Shizhou in conversation. Her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. Would there come a day when this malevolent being would show her no mercy? The thought sent chills down her spine, marking her first realization of the danger he posed. Song Shizhou, perceptive to her unease, materialized behind her, seizing her by the nape of the neck and drawing her close, their gazes locking. "Are you afraid?" he asked with a cold smirk, his earlier good humor evaporating upon witnessing her terror. Xianxia swallowed hard, meeting his icy stare, and for the first time, she recognized the commanding presence he exuded, a regal air that demanded respect. "What do you fear?" he pressed. "You have taken countless lives, even those of your kin. Now, you tremble before a mere mortal, a corrupt official who allows his kin to prey upon innocent women. Why?" Song Shizhou's frustration was palpable. In the demon realm, no one dared to oppose him. Yet her fear ignited a fury within him. Tears welled in Xianxia's eyes as she realized the gravity of taking a life. Having never witnessed death, her instinct was to seek justice through legal means. A mindset shaped by over 20 years of life in a peaceful society. "Please, don't be cruel to me. I fear death," she implored, her tear-streaked face resembling that of a frightened rabbit. Seeing her distress, Song Shizhou's anger dissipated, though he still felt a tightening in his chest. Uncharacteristically, he wiped the tears from her cheeks with a gentleness that contrasted with his earlier demeanor. Leaning closer, he whispered, "You may fear death, but you must not fear me." The following day, the news of the governor's murder at the hands of the great demon sent shockwaves throughout the city. It was proclaimed that he would pay for his life within 3 days. Yet, even before that deadline, the governor had met his fate before the eyes of the Qingyun sect and the demon hunters. The most troubling aspect was that no one had caught sight of the demon, save for rumors of a female entity whose appearance remained shrouded in mystery. In the wake of the incident, the governor's wife, heartbroken, commanded an exhaustive search throughout the city, fortifying checkpoints and enlisting demon hunters to scrutinize every individual. The previous night's rain of gold and silver had also stirred the populace, who recognized it as the handiwork of the demon that had ravaged the governor's treasury. Some citizens, emboldened by the governor's downfall, openly supported the demon, declaring, "Well done. The suffering of the people in Zhangyang City is the result of this corrupt official, who has allowed his family to exploit the innocent." Such sentiments grew increasingly fervent, prompting the populace to protest, casting rotten vegetables and dirt upon the governor's doorstep. Unbeknownst to Xianxia, the citizens' rebellion was afoot. She was preoccupied with her plans to depart, as Mu Lanqing had declared he was well enough to journey home, and they could not delay their return any longer. Thus, early in the morning, Xianxia hurriedly packed her belongings. Urging Huangji and Mu Lanqing to leave the city. On the road, she confided to Huangji, "I believe you were right. We should maintain our distance from Song Shizhou." Huangji paused, her expression complicated. She too wished to keep her distance, but she was bound by a curse that had just freed her from the dark mountains, only to find herself ensnared in an even greater predicament. "Why?" Huangji inquired. Xianxia lowered her voice. "That he killed the governor. It was he who took his life when we left the city. Did you not hear the citizens discussing it at the gate? Last night, I merely intended to frighten the governor, but Song Shizhou acted swiftly and decisively. It startled me, and I genuinely fear that one day he might do the same to me." With the intent of evading Song Shizhou, Xianxia had set out early that day, for there was something both enigmatic and terrifying about him. Huangji scoffed lightly. You may be right. Perhaps one day he will dispose of us both. Xianxia Yu's eyes widened in shock. Is that true? Thank goodness we left quickly. By the way, Huanji, can you discern what kind of demon xianxia is? I can identify other demons at a glance, yet he eludes my sight entirely. Huanji could not reveal the truth but could only hint indirectly. Xianxia is simply xianxia. Yet Xianxia Yu failed to perceive the deeper implications of her words and sighed. It seems you do not know either. He is indeed a formidable demon, more powerful than us. What could his purpose in the mortal realm be? Is he on a mission like ours? Her curiosity was insatiable. At that moment, Mulan Sheng, who had been walking ahead, stopped to catch his breath, waiting for the two women to catch up. Mu Gongzi, what is it? Xianxia Yu asked. Mu Lansheng, drenched in sweat from their journey, felt a twinge of embarrassment as he noticed the two women appearing unfazed, their brows unwrinkled and seemingly unaffected by fatigue. Perhaps we should take a rest under that large tree ahead and refill our water skins. There's a river nearby. Xianxia Yu nodded, her smile radiant. All right, let us rest then. Once seated beneath the shade of the tree, Mulanxing fanned himself with his wide sleeves while Xianxia Yu ventured down the slope to the riverbank to refill their water. Just as she finished, she caught sight of a man lounging atop a large rock by the river, exuding a languid demeanor, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. Sunlight bathed him in a golden glow. As if the heavens themselves favored him. Stunned, Xianxia Yu blinked rapidly, questioning her own senses. Yet, upon regaining her composure, she turned and fled. Chapter 29. What are your plans? Xianxia Yu collided with a solid object and fell back onto the ground. Looking up, she pointed at the man before her. Incredulity etched across her face. That why you? Song Shizhou crouched beside her, amusement dancing in his deep-set eyes. What's the matter? Planning to escape? Feeling guilty, Xianxia Yu's bravado faltered. But she quickly rallied her thoughts. No, not at all. I was merely hurrying because Mulan Sheng was anxious to return home. I hadn't the chance to greet you properly. Upon finishing her words, Xianxia Yu was taken aback and asked in surprise, You didn't specifically come after me, did you? Song Shizhou, fully aware of a woman's thoughts, had clearly overheard her speaking ill of him to Huanji. Why would I follow you? It would merely highlight my idleness, he replied, casting her a sidelong glance. Xianxia Yu breathed a sigh of relief, promptly rising from the ground with a smile. Indeed, you are clearly a busy person. How could you possibly have time for someone as insignificant as me? You should attend to your matters first, and we shall meet again in the Jianghu. Having said that, she attempted to slip away, only to have her collar tugged back, forcing her to return. With an awkward smile, she inquired, Is there anything else? Song Shizhou, noticing her avoidance, recalled the earlier words of the female demon to Huanji and felt an inexplicable urge to clarify. I want to simply wave my hand and kill you. You need not worry about that. Upon hearing this, Xianxia Yu was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Only after a brief pause did she realize. Song Shizhou, you were eavesdropping on me. Her voice rose slightly. Song Shizhou, amused by her direct address of his name, smirked at her flustered demeanor, finding it rather entertaining. Eavesdropping? I was merely being forthright, he replied with a hint of coldness. Xianxia Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation, having shed her earlier fear of this male demon. You demons are capricious. Who knows if you might be in a foul mood and wish to slay a demon for sport? Song Shizhou was taken aback by her audacity, chuckling at her boldness. What do you mean, you demons? You are a demon yourself, after all. Well then, it depends on your behavior that if you disobey and provoke my ire, I might just feel inclined to slay a demon for fun. Savoring each bite, he teased ominously. Xianxia Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. But we are friends. Song Shizhou raised an eyebrow, bemused at her sudden declaration of friendship. Now you call us friends? Where was this camaraderie when you were trying to escape? Feeling guilty, Xianxia Yu lowered her gaze, nervously fiddling with her fingers as she muttered, I was merely hoping to sever ties. Song Shizhou's expression darkened, clearly irritated as he ground his teeth. Am I someone you can simply discard at will? Noticing his shift in self-reference, Xianxia Yu realized he was assuming a more authoritative stance. But before she could respond, a voice called out from a distance, Xianxia, why the delay? I thought I heard you conversing with someone. Mulan Sheng, having risen from under a tree, approached to check on her. At that moment, Song Shizhou reached out and firmly tapped her forehead, disappearing from sight amidst her yelp of pain. Rubbing her forehead, Xianxia Yu glanced up at Mulan Sheng, her expression turning sour. No, no, I was just talking to myself. Pay me no mind, she said, hastily grabbing her water pouch and striding away. Mu Lanxing was momentarily perplexed. Was it merely his imagination, or did he indeed hear a man's voice? Meanwhile, Xianxia Yu approached Huanji, who sat coldly on a rock, feeling wronged. Song Shizhou actually chased after me, she murmured softly. Huanji showed no surprise, for her keen hearing had allowed her to catch their earlier exchange. She was rather astonished by the demon lord's indulgence towards Xianxia Yu, which starkly contrasted with the rumors she had heard. Don't you find it strange? Xianxia Yu asked, puzzled. Huanji shook her head, unperturbed. It's no surprise. He is after Mu Lanxing, though I cannot fathom what capabilities this seemingly defenseless scholar possesses. Seeing Huanji's calm demeanor, Xianxia Yu sighed, realizing, yes, he is indeed formidable. It is not strange that Mu Lanxing, overhearing their quiet conversation, felt a sense of confusion. Huanji, Xianxia, what's the matter? Ignoring the clueless scholar, Xianxia Yu stood up, smiling brightly. It's nothing, just a bit of girl talk. Have we rested enough? If so, let us continue our journey. Mu Lanxing blinked, nodding obediently. Then let us proceed. On the road, Xianxia Yu walked beside Mu Lanxing, idly chewing on a blade of grass. It was August, still summer, with the sun blazing overhead. Fortunately, as a demon, she need not fret over sunburns as she had in her past life, frantically applying sunscreen and holding an umbrella. Xianxia, if you return to Jiangzhou, where do you plan to go with Huanji? Mu Lanxing asked, feeling a bit awkward. Despite their daily interactions, speaking one-on-one still felt a bit uncomfortable. Xianxia Yu replied casually. Find a place to stay, then look for work to make a living. Work? Mu Lanxing was taken aback. In this era, what work could a woman find? Most either became servants in wealthy households or engaged in some public trade. Given her beauty, she would likely attract unwanted attention as a servant, and small trades could draw the eyes of ruffians. What plans does Xianxia have? Mu Lanxing inquired further. Bored during their walk, Xianxia Yu shrugged off his questions. My sister and I used to work in a dance hall. We'll just return to that. Upon hearing this, Mu Lanxing became anxious, stammering as if he had been holding back for ages. Please don't. Xianxia, you're a good girl. You mustn't return to such a place for a living. If you don't mind, I could take care of you. We have an empty courtyard at home. I can explain to my aunt and have you stay. Xianxia Yu was oblivious to the implications of a man offering to care for a woman in this time, interpreting it as a friendly gesture. You? Care for me? She laughed. You can't even carry a shoulder pole. It should be I who takes care of you. Mu Lanxing's face flushed crimson as he stuttered. If I pass the imperial exam, I will surely succeed, and then life will be easier. Xianxia Yu patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. I know you have a good heart, but focus on yourself. My sister and I can manage. We have hands and feet. Do you think we'll starve? Besides, you're still quite young. Who could you possibly care for? Mu Lanxing urgently replied. I am already 21. Xianxia Yu scoffed, recalling her own age of 28 and the years of experience she had. Thinking of him as little more than a younger brother, still ungraduated from university. As night fell, another evening of roughing it under the stars commenced. With no villages in sight for shelter, they found a spot to rest. And Mu Lanxing quickly lit a fire. Gathering everyone around the flames, he retrieved food from his pack, having bought some meat pastries and buns with the money he had, but they had to be consumed quickly. So most of their meal consisted of dried buns. Xianxia, these are pastries. I thought you would enjoy them, Mu Lanxing said, shyly placing a small packet of pastries in her hands. He didn't buy any for Huanji, as she had shown little interest in food, often eating sparingly, leaving Mu Lanxing convinced she had a small appetite. In contrast, Xianxia Yu's eyes sparkled at the sight of meat, stuffing her mouth full at every opportunity. Wow, did you buy these just for me? Thank you, young Master Mu. Xianxia Yu exclaimed, joyfully unwrapping the oil paper to reveal 4 small pastries, not particularly exquisite in appearance, but anything was preferable to the hard buns. She immediately took a bite, offering one to Huanji, who, predictably, shook her head in refusal. Then, she handed a piece to Mu Lanxing with a beaming smile, saying, you should have one too. Mu Lanxing initially intended to decline, but couldn't resist her radiant smile. He took a bite, occasionally stealing glances at Xianxia Yu, who was relishing her food, his eyes softening with unspoken affection. Meanwhile, Huanji picked at half a bun, her distaste for food evident in her demeanor. We should let the 2 ladies sleep. I will keep watch, Mu Lanxing offered. Xianxia insisted, we should take watch instead. You've been traveling and must be tired. However, Mu Lanxing was adamant. So after they finished eating, he leaned against a tree, eyes wide open, determined to keep the night watch. Yet, before Xianxia and Huangji could even fall asleep, they heard the steady rhythm of a man's breathing. Xianxia rolled her eyes, amused yet incredulous, as she succumbed to sleep in an instant. Huangji idly played with the campfire, a branch in one hand, as she remarked, after a day of travel, the mortal body surely must be weary. Xianxia approached and leaned against Huangji. Despite being a demon, she couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation when she found herself in such desolate woods, devoid of any light. Memories of horror films from her past life surfaced, and even though she knew there were no real ghosts encountered on their journey, an instinct deeply ingrained in her DNA made her feel as though unseen eyes were watching her from the shadows, and that a ghostly visage might suddenly appear if she turned her head. Xianxia's fear intensified. Her keen animal instincts picked up on sounds in the surroundings. Huangji immediately became alert, her gaze sharp and filled with an air of menace. Meanwhile, Ajio, who had been stealthily following them, scanned the area with vigilance. Although their master was absent, he was still tasked with keeping a watchful eye. Someone's here. Xianxia froze, realizing it was not a person, but something else. After a moment, she sensed a familiar aura, one belonging to her kind. Although she couldn't quite discern demonic energy, she was certain of its presence. As a demon in the distance prepared to strike, Huangji swiftly intervened, causing Xianxia to gasp in shock as she witnessed Huangji's figure entwined with another in a short while. Huangji forcefully sent the approaching demon crashing against a large tree. Noticing the commotion, Xianxia glanced at Mu Lanxing. Feeling uneasy, she gently placed a finger on Mu Lanxing's forehead, ensuring he would remain in a deeper slumber. Although she was uncertain if this constituted hypnosis, her muscle memory and the body's instinctive response assured her that her spell had been effective. Who sent you, little demon? Huangji's cold gaze fell upon the severely injured creature. News has spread throughout the demon realm that whoever possesses Mu Lanxing can obtain the Feng Xianling. A multitude of demons have flooded into the mortal realm, and as a tree spirit, I can sense your presence through the trees, arriving before you could. The tree demon, wounded and indignant, retorted, Xianxia. Huangji, you of Heishan are committing atrocities, harming our kin. You do not deserve the Feng Xianling. Huangji raised an eyebrow, while Xianxia was taken aback, asking, what is this Feng Xianling? She was bewildered, wondering if it was akin to a divine ranking. Seeing the two women's confusion only fueled the tree demon's anger. Do not feign ignorance. Even if I cannot seize Mu Lanxing today, others will come. You will not succeed. With a cold glance, Huangji extended her hand, and the nearby tree demon found itself grasped by an unseen force around its throat. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a hint of the uncanny, her pupils transforming into a copper hue, exuding an enchanting aura. That I do not sully my hands with demons of your caliber. If you insist on courting death, I would not hesitate to take your demon core to restore my strength. Huangji's icy tone carried an undeniable authority, rendering the tree demon silent, its form trembling with fear. Xianxia was struck by Huangji's commanding presence, marveling at her cool demeanor. Should I intervene in this demon hunt? The last official was a villain, and I eventually reconciled with that. This demon seeks to take Mu Lanxing, clearly intent on causing harm, yet it appears to be outmatched. Speak. Relate to me all the rumors circulating in the demon realm. Huangji tightened her grip, causing the tree demon to struggle for breath, its face turning an alarming shade of purple. After a moment, Xianxia felt as though the tree demon might suffocate. At which point Huangji released her hold, regarding it with disdain. The tree demon gasped for air, fear evident in its eyes, and reluctantly confessed, I do not know much. Word has spread that the Xianxia sword, guarding the boundary between immortals and demons, has shown signs of movement. Whoever finds its new master will gain the Feng Xianling later. It was rumored that the sword's master resides in the mortal realm. Named Mu Lanxing, the romance between the Qingling fairy and a half-demon once stirred the three realms. The Qingling fairy is the sister of the emperor. Mu Lanxing bears his bloodline, and is thus destined to become the new master of the Xianxia sword. Upon finishing, the tree demon coughed up blood, taking advantage of the two women's stunned expressions to flee. Chapter 31. Unraveling the past. Xianxia stared in disbelief. It's running away, Huangji scoffed. Let it go. A demon core from such a weakling wouldn't even suffice to fill my teeth. Xianxia swallowed hard, realizing that her original self had once been on par with Huanji. Now, devoid of memories and spells, she felt fortunate that Huanji had spared her core. What does the Feng Xianling signify? She inquired. Huanji shook her head and resumed her previous position, casting a protective barrier over the sleeping Mulan Shang before turning back. Previously, my grandmother mentioned that the Xianxia sword had shown unusual activity, and a decree from above stated that whoever finds the sword's master would receive the Feng Xianling. You were investigating at the old monster Hong Fu's place when you were reverted to your original form. Grandmother believes you must have overheard something, prompting them to wish to silence you. After speaking, Huanji looked at Xianxia. Why you still remember nothing? Feeling awkward, Xianxia scratched her head, pondering that perhaps she would never regain those memories unless her original soul returned. And yet she had traversed into this body. Coupled with Huanji's explanation, it became apparent that the old monster sought to eliminate Xianxia, who was already dead in her original form, resulting in her current predicament. Noticing Xianxia's silence, Huanji's expression shifted to one of realization. You are not the type to act recklessly. If you could not win, you would flee with your demonic power. There is no way you couldn't escape. Who saved me that day? Xianxia asked. Huanji shook her head. No one saved you. Your original form appeared at the cave entrance. Perhaps you have forgotten. But our grandmother raised us, providing us with magical artifacts and elixirs for cultivation, and taught us to slay demons and refine cores. She also captured many ancient beasts to nourish our bodies. Although we have only cultivated for 2,000 years, our techniques have long surpassed those of many demons who have trained for 7,000 or 8,000 years. Moreover, we practice forbidden arts, which makes most demons unable to contend with us. Our two guardians are the sharpest blades under our grandmother's command, and our skills have surpassed those of many demons in the realm. Fearing our defection from Heishan, she employed ancient curses to keep us in check, ensuring our loyalty. This curse also has the benefit of drawing our original forms back if we are gravely injured or die outside. This was the first time Huanji had spoken so extensively. If she had harbored doubts about Xianxia before, she now fully believed that Xianxia truly remembered nothing, as evidenced by her genuine enjoyment of mortal life. Xianxia began to grasp the significance of her current body. The pieces of the puzzle falling into place. That I don't recall those events, but it does feel peculiar that I was reverted to my original form. Huanji nodded thoughtfully. The old monster Hong Fu in the demon realm has close ties with immortals and has long resented the rule of the demon clan. He yearns to ascend to immortality and has a notable reputation among demons, with many serving and revering him. That I suspect almost no one could injure you to the point of reverting you to your original form in 3 moves. But surely, an immortal could. Xianxia felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. This body had connections with a figure from the celestial realm. What kind of grand affair had she stumbled into? It felt as if she were enveloped in a great mystery. I suspect this matter relates to Mulan Xing. Currently, the demon realm is buzzing with rumors that whoever finds the master of that cursed sword will obtain the Feng Xianling. Xianxia formulated a conspiracy theory based on her years of watching television, suspecting that someone aimed to expose Mulan Shang. Huanji scoffed him. The new master of the Xianxia sword? Pray tell, how could a mere mortal scholar, who tires after a few steps, possibly wield an ancient artifact? Xianxia. Although this statement might seem excessively heart-wrenching, it is undeniably accurate. Mulan Shang possesses a rather delicate physique. However, one must not forget that he is of mixed heritage from the 3 realms, which may well bestow upon him hidden attributes, mused Xianxia. Huanji paused momentarily upon hearing these words, while the term hidden attributes eluded her comprehension. The description of mixed blood resonated with her. Humph, even if he is of mixed blood, he remains a mere waste, lacking a demon core and celestial bones. He is simply a vessel of both celestial and demonic lineage. Without cultivation, his lifespan is still as fleeting as that of a mortal. Huanji scoffed. Xianxia, perplexed, inquired further, why does a mixed blood lack a demon core and celestial bones? Huanji, faced with this almost universally understood concept, initially hesitated to explain, but upon reflecting on Xianxia's ignorance, she chose to respond patiently. When a mortal unites with a celestial or a demon, the offspring are predominantly mortal in bloodline. They may be termed half-demon, half-celestial, yet in essence, they are merely human. That if they attempt cultivation, they will find it more arduous than those of pure bloodlines due to their obstructed lineage. The paths of cultivation diverge. Mulan Sheng, burdened with the bloodlines of the three realms, will encounter limitations in any form of practice. For instance, should he attempt to cultivate as those in the sects do, his celestial bloodline may not align with the required mental disciplines. Conversely, if he were to adopt the celestial methodologies, the demonic blood within him would counteract his efforts, rendering success exceedingly difficult. Only specific mental disciplines might yield results. Mulan Sheng's father was a renowned half-demon who overcame such cultivation challenges to become a formidable demon of exceptional prowess. Enlightened by this explanation, xianxia realized it boiled down to genetic issues. The mortal genes in this realm are inferior. Thus, regardless of whether they're celestial or demonic, the offspring of mixed lineage predominantly exhibit mortal traits, with celestial or demonic genes being less pronounced. Mulan Sheng, the unfortunate soul, with bloodlines from the three realms, not only faces arduous cultivation, but has also become a coveted prize, sparking contention among various factions, potentially making him a sacrificial pawn. Reflecting on this, xianxia felt a twinge of sympathy for the fool. Chapter 32. Here we go again. Regardless of whether Mulan Sheng is the new master of the xianxia sword, news has already spread in the demon realm. Many demons will surely come to vie for him due to the decree of sealing immortals. The road ahead to Jiangzhou may prove to be quite perilous. Pondering this predicament, xianxia felt a sense of unease. Should they approach, we will eliminate them. Should they come in pairs, we will dispatch them in twos. That it is merely a matter of claiming those demon cores to replenish our strength. What difficulty could that pose? Huangji remarked with a dismissive smile. A Jew, who had been silently observing, gave Huangji a thumbs up, clearly appreciating her words. Now, Huangji has become one of the master's subordinates, albeit under duress. However, she is already bound by the master's restrictions, destined to serve him in the future. Xianxia inhaled sharply, realizing she had never perceived Huangji's ruthlessness before. Indeed, she was a notorious witch in the demon realm. But I fear for my life. Xianxia chuckled awkwardly. Feeling like a weakling, Huangji stated, currently, we are in the mortal realm. It is not conducive for you to cultivate, and with Mulan Sheng by your side, you cannot afford to reveal any weaknesses. This poses a significant challenge. Your demon core and demon power remain intact. It is merely a matter of learning to utilize them, Huangji continued, furrowing her brow as if seeking a solution. Xianxia felt despondent. Her cowardice rendered her incapable of slaying demons. After all, she is a demon. What distinguishes killing her kin from taking a human life? Perhaps, she thought, self-preservation would warrant it. Acting in self-defense would be justifiable. Thus, Xianxia and Huangji kept watch over Mulan Sheng throughout the night. Fortunate that aside from the earlier tree demon, no other demons had approached in the morning. When Mulan Sheng awoke and saw the extinguished fire pit, he was suddenly startled, glancing at the two women still seated nearby, and offered an awkward smile. I apologize. I was too exhausted and fell asleep. He lowered his head, as if admitting guilt. I had promised to guard you. Xianxia sighed. How could she possibly sleep? This fool was far too carefree. Had Huangji not been present, he might have been taken by the tree demon last night. But it's fine. My sister and I were unable to sleep as well. As long as young Master Mulan rests well, that is what matters, she replied, beaming brightly. Mulan Sheng, captivated by her radiant smile, momentarily lost his train of thought, interpreting her words as concern for him, his ears flushing crimson. By the way, when can we arrive in Jiangzhou? Xianxia inquired. Upon hearing this, Mulan Sheng replied, it should be about a month from now. If we travel by carriage, the journey will be halved. Then what are we waiting for? Once we reach the city, let us promptly purchase a carriage and expedite our return, Xianxia exclaimed excitedly. Mulan Sheng was taken aback. In truth, he rather enjoyed the journey. Initially, he had felt anxious, but later found this pace quite agreeable. Then upon entering the city, we shall procure a carriage, he said, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his eyes. Very well, let us ensure your safe return. That will complete our task, Xianxia smiled, blissfully unaware of her slip of the tongue. Huangji, Mulan Sheng looked bewildered and asked, what task? Xianxia paused, reflecting on her own loose lips, thinking how unreliable her words had been. It is not a task at all. It is merely young Master Mulan's benevolent intention to escort my sister and me home. You are our benefactor, and I believe we must ensure your safe passage before departing to pursue our own lives. Upon hearing this, Mulan Sheng felt even more disheartened, realizing that Xianxia was not inclined to stay but rather to journey elsewhere. I see. In fact, Miss Chiu, you could stay at my home for a time if you have nowhere else to go, Melanching offered. No, we have a place to go, Xianxia replied cheerfully. However, fate had other plans. At this moment, after 2 hours of travel, the trio noticed Melanching appearing excessively weary and suggested a brief respite by the roadside, initially intending to eat some dry buns and sip water. They were met with an unexpected turn of events. A sudden gust of wind heralded the arrival of 5 demons. Upon seeing Huangji and Xianxia present, the 5 demons hesitated, exchanging glances before fixing their gaze intently upon them. Remaining motionless, Xianxia felt a jolt of fear but quickly assessed the situation, her high cultivation level and innate instincts aiding her in identifying the 5 demons. Point 1 resembled a bear, another a wild chicken. A third was a snake, the fourth a man-eating flower, and the fifth a rather unassuming gray rabbit. Melanching, startled by the sudden appearance of these bizarre entities, dropped his water pouch in shock, his eyes wide with terror. Speechless, these demons did not possess true human forms. The bear retained its animalistic nose, its body cloaked in black fur. The wild chicken bore a beak. The snake displayed scales on its human face. The flower demoness had purple lips as if poisoned, and the gray rabbit, while more palatable, had oddly shaped eyes. During her time in the Black Mountain of the demon realm, Xianxia had encountered many demons with overt physical traits. So this was not entirely surprising. However, one would think they could conceal their appearances upon entering the mortal realm. What are these creatures? Melanching stammered, pointing at them in horror. At that moment, Huangji stood protectively in front, her silence carrying a weight that intimidated the 5 demons. Xianxia seized Melanching's wrist, ready to flee at a moment's notice should Huangji engage in combat. She could not afford to be a hindrance. The rabbit demon then spoke. What are you all hesitating for? This is the decree of sealing immortals. If we capture this mortal, we could share in the rewards. The remaining 4 demons appeared eager, their ambitions evident. Yet the wild chicken demon voiced hesitance, whispering, "These are the 2 great guardians of Black Mountain." This single statement jolted the eager demons back to reality. None dared to advance, for the 2 demonesses were notoriously feared throughout the demon realm, and a misstep could turn them into mere fodder for the 2. However, the allure of the decree of sealing immortals was hard to resist. The prospect of rising from obscurity to become an immortal was a tremendous honor. It had been several millennia since a demon had ascended to immortality. Who wouldn't aspire to ascend to the heavenly realm? Do we lack the strength to confront them? The snake demon declared, its human face flicking its forked tongue. Xianxia felt a shiver run down her spine. Cursed be it, another snake. Thankfully, it was not a snake body but rather a human form, which was somewhat more bearable. At this moment, Melanching instinctively stepped back a few paces, still pulling Xianxia behind him, trembling as he sought to protect the women. Huangji, what Melanching stuttered, unable to grasp the earlier exchange among the demons. Esteemed ones, I am but a humble scholar who has unwittingly wandered into this place. If my presence is an inconvenience, we shall leave immediately. We shall take our leave at once, Melanching declared, summoning courage as he stepped forward, grasping Huangji's sleeve, signaling her not to stand in front. Chapter 33. Lost in madness. Huangji turned to glance at Xianxia and instructed, keep a close watch on Melanching. Xianxia promptly moved to pull Melanching back. Huangji fixed her cold gaze upon the 5 demons, her tone calm yet foreboding. I advise you to consider your actions carefully. Once you strike, there will be no turning back. As the words fell, the 5 demons before them seemed to be provoked, displaying expressions of wrath. They detested nothing more than being looked down upon. On what grounds do you, from Black Mountain, dare to wield the celestial seal? The old demon of Black Mountain has committed countless atrocities. All in the demon realm long to see him vanquished. Yet, you 2 are actually serving such a vile creature, aspiring to ascend to immortality? Bah! The man-eating flower demon bellowed. Huangji let out a cold laugh, the corners of her lips curling slightly, her disdain evident in her eyes. Her exquisitely beautiful features radiated an air of aloofness, exuding a demeanor that clearly disregarded the 5 demons. Enraged further, the demons postured as if ready to engage in combat. Huangji's pupils instantly transformed into a deep copper hue, her lips curving upwards as she gathered her strength. At that moment, the 5 demons lunged towards Huangji. A Jew, observing from the sidelines, contemplated whether to intervene. The 2 female demons had now exposed themselves before Melanching, despite Xianxia being currently at a disadvantage. Should she unleash her latent power, she could still hold her own, prompting a Jew to remain concealed for now. unless Melanchthing's life was at stake. With this thought, the Gardeju chose to stay put, admiring Huangji as she faced off against the 5 demons. After all, her demonic prowess was indeed impressive, living up to her reputation in the demon realm. Meanwhile, Melanchthing was utterly stunned by the spectacle before him. He had not anticipated that the figure trailing him so closely was a demon, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with disbelief. Xianxia had been watching the skirmish unfold, although Huangji maintained the upper hand. 5 formidable demons united posed a considerable challenge. Instinctively, Xianxia tightened her grip on Melanchthing's wrist, shielding him behind her. However, unbeknownst to her, the serpent demon had found an opportunity, while 4 demons were entangled with Huangji. It slithered towards their direction. Damn it, it even revealed its true form to attack. Xianxia instinctively yanked Melanchthing to flee, but Huangji, witnessing the situation, intended to protect Melanchthing only to be ensnared by the 4 demons. Enraged, Huangji unleashed her full power, emitting a ferocious roar akin to that of a cat, radiating intense aggression. The 4 demons struggled to withstand her might, their attacks becoming increasingly desperate, seeing that Huangji could likely endure. Aju decided to pursue the serpent demon, ensuring Melanchthing would not be taken down on Xianxia's end. There was still a chance to escape, but Melanchthing, weaker than her, twisted his ankle, causing both to tumble in a most ungraceful manner. The serpent demon, seizing the opportunity, coiled its lengthy body around both Melanchthing and Xianxia. Its serpent head fixated intently, flicking its tongue, eyes glinting with an ominous glimmer, exuding an aura of danger. Fear gripped Xianxia. But just as the serpent demon lunged to strike, she instinctively retaliated, delivering a blow that sent the serpent howling in agony. Its entire form propelled several meters away at that moment. Xianxia's eyes shifted to a soft pink, her hair cascading down as her ornament fell, the silky strands billowing in a gust of demonic wind conjured by her unleashed power. Clad in simple attire, she exuded an enchanting allure, akin to a poisonous flower blooming in darkness. Exquisite, yet lethal. Xianxia felt as though her consciousness was being commandeered by her demonic energy, and she once again gathered her strength to assail the serpent. In that instant, the serpent demon anticipated her attack, evading her strike as it hastened towards Melanchthing. Just before Xianxia could act, the serpent emitted a pained howl, its body enveloped in black smoke, as if consumed by a blazing red flame. In no time, the serpent's form disintegrated, leaving only a demon core suspended in midair. Xianxia's pink eyes abruptly turned dark, her gaze wandering in confusion as she recalled the recent events, feeling as though they were not entirely of her own volition. As if controlled by an external force, a sudden tremor coursed through her heart, leaving her puzzled. As she turned to Melanchthing, she noticed him lying unconscious amidst the grass. I saved you, and you don't even offer a word of thanks? A familiar voice chimed. Upon hearing this, Xianxia glanced towards the source, discovering xianxia leisurely leaning against a large tree, arms crossed, exuding a relaxed yet somewhat indifferent demeanor. Recalling the moment when the serpent demon was incinerated, she realized it was his intervention. Her face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, xianxia. He turned to her, observing her somewhat disheveled state, yet her eyes sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, more captivating than her beautiful visage. The woman trotted over, standing before him, embodying the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. That was terrifying, truly terrifying. Such a massive serpent, Xianxia exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. xianxia chuckled. That serpent demon's cultivation was far beneath yours. What was there to fear? Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you not be afraid? It was a serpent. My greatest fear has always been creatures without legs, and those with many, xianxia responded dryly. But speaking of which, I was rather formidable myself. Xianxia, puzzled, noted, it felt somewhat unlike myself, as if I was under some sort of control. xianxia was exasperated by the foolishness of this demoness, and could not help but pat her head. Your fear triggered a primal instinct. Demons come in various forms. Prior to awakening their intelligence, they possess innate skills for survival. With 2 millennia of cultivation, you rank among the top 3 in the demon realm. Mastering dark arts, your demonic power is formidable. Your instincts were merely guiding you in resistance, xianxia explained, casting a sidelong glance at the dense-witted demoness. Moreover, your demonic energy seems somewhat chaotic, possibly due to your practice of dark arts. There are still many forces within you that remain unintegrated. You were just now controlled by your own energy, which is not a promising sign. If you fail to learn to harness your powers, you risk losing your sanity and devolving into a mindless lunatic. Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately grasped xianxia's hand. What should I do? I don't want to become a madwoman. After all, we're companions. You must save me. Huangji said you were incredibly powerful, even more so than us. Please teach me how to control it, Xianxia implored urgently. Song Shizhou lowered his gaze, feeling the warmth emanating from her palm, which struck him as somewhat scorching. He promptly withdrew his hand, but before he could speak, a voice echoed from the distance. Xianxia, Mulanxing. Upon recognizing Huangji's voice, Xianxia immediately shouted, Huangji, I'm over here. Where are you? As soon as the words left her mouth, Huangji appeared before her. Sister Huangji, I was just controlled by my own demonic energy. Song Shizhou says this is not a good sign. I might lose my sanity. You must help me. Xianxia clutched Huangji's hand. Terrified of the prospect of becoming a deranged woman in the near future, Huangji remained silent, her gaze shifting towards Mulanxing, who lay unconscious on the ground. Rather than that, I'm more concerned about what will happen to Mulanxing. We've revealed ourselves. Xianxia paused, following her gaze and suddenly realizing her oversight. How could she have forgotten that someone was lying there? Hastily, she rushed over to assist the unconscious man into a sitting position. Why did he suddenly faint? Xianxia wondered aloud, recalling that Mulanxing had been protected behind her during her confrontation with the serpent demon. The force I used to incinerate the serpent was a bit excessive. He was affected by the backlash and fainted, Song Shizhou replied nonchalantly. Instinctively, Xianxia checked Mulanxing's pulse, relieved to find it normal. Yet, she was taken aback, realizing, I can even feel a pulse. It seems that the original Xianxia was quite capable after all. What should we do now? Huangji inquired, looking towards Song Shizhou. Though her tone was calm, the implication was clear. She sought his guidance on their next steps. Xianxia found it odd that Huangji, typically so vigilant, did not question Song Shizhou's presence here. Song Shizhou contemplated for a moment before stating, the demon realm has descended into chaos due to the celestial seal affair. Every demon with any cultivation has surged towards the human realm. And there are rumors that the two guardians of Black Mountain are stationed in the mortal world to protect Mulanxing. You from Black Mountain are now besieged by the demon realm. The old demon of Black Mountain has long been a subject of contention due to his ruthless actions. Now, with the celestial seal in play, the Ancient One of Hongfu has rallied a significant portion of the demon clans to besiege Black Mountain. They likely won't withstand today's onslaught, Song Shizhou concluded. Observing the expressions of the two female demons, Huangji maintained her indifferent demeanor, seemingly regarding the matter as an external issue. Meanwhile, Xianxia blinked awkwardly. As the chief guardian of Black Mountain, she had been raised by the Black Mountain matriarch since childhood. Hearing this news should have evoked sorrow, yet the old demon was indeed a villain. One could hardly feel remorse at the demise of a scoundrel who had incited the wrath of the demon realm. But wait, why was there a collective effort to besiege Black Mountain at this juncture? Why not before? If they possessed the capability to do so, why had they not acted sooner? Xianxia pondered, perplexed. The Ancient One of Hongfu has acquired a newly forged artifact, said to be particularly potent against malevolent demons. Moreover, it is common knowledge that the two guardians are absent from the demon realm. Additionally, the restrictions placed upon you by Black Mountain have been severed by me, preventing any summons back to assist, Song Shizhou elaborated. Xianxia was left astounded. What? When was the restriction from Black Mountain lifted? I had only just learned that both Huangji and I bore the seal. And now it has been broken? Why did Song Shizhou disconnect? Are you aware of this news and intend to return to the demon realm? Upon seeing the expressions of the two, one was utterly indifferent while the other was shocked and perplexed. Song Shizhou felt they were not feigning. What is the point of going back? Huangji retorted, having severed her ties with the restrictions of Heishan, yet was once again bound by this demon lord. Where could she possibly go? Xianxia, lacking memories, displayed no reaction, which was unsurprising, but Huangji's apathy was unexpected. She reminded them, speaking up, Sister Huangji, Heishan can hardly hold on. It's on the brink of destruction. Huangji nodded, stating, I know, if it's to be destroyed. So be it. I've long wished to leave. However, the evil demons are not confined to just Heishan. Now, the ancient fiend Hongfu has gathered various demons to obliterate Heishan, and there's a peculiar artifact involved. I suspect there's something amiss with that artifact. It might very well be the one gifted by the celestial being that attacked you. As these words fell, Song Shizhou exchanged a glance with the Jew. Sensing that Huangji was rather astute. How can you be certain it was a celestial? A Jew, who had maintained a cold demeanor, inquired. At this moment, Huangji scoffed, coldly analyzing in the demon realm. There are few demons capable of revealing Xianxia's true form within 3 moves. The ancient fiend Hongfu has always maintained close ties with celestial beings. On the day Xianxia attempted to gather information, She undoubtedly overheard something significant, which nearly led to her demise. Now that news regarding Mulan Shang being the master of the xianxia sword has surfaced in the demon realm. It is undoubtedly a ploy by Hongfu to incite public outrage, making everyone believe that Heishan seeks to seize the celestial sealing order, stirring discontent among them. Thus, Hongfu can naturally rally the demons against Heishan. And I suspect his motives stem from the belief that xianxia did not perish, leading him to think that Heishan is aware of this crucial information and intends to silence her. Moreover, they are aware that I accompanied xianxia in escorting Mulan Shang. With two formidable protectors present, it is impossible to seize her. Hence, they exploit the ambitions of others. Hongfu must know that some demons would go to great lengths for the chance at ascension. He cleverly uses their hands to achieve his own ends, reaping the benefits. Having listened to Huangji's analysis, xianxia, who had seen her share of political dramas, could piece together the implications. The ancient fiend Hongfu had always harbored disdain for Heishan but had refrained from taking action previously due to lack of capability. Now, with this artifact emerging, it was undoubtedly the Celestial who had wounded xianxia, providing him with newfound confidence. So, if they are orchestrating such schemes, they are not virtuous beings themselves. Xianxia remarked with a disdainful curl of her lips. Song Shizhou's lips slightly curved upwards, and he fell silent, somewhat astonished by the indifference displayed by these two female demons towards Heishan, while xianxia had become rather foolish and devoid of memories. Huangji's apparent lack of concern for Heishan's fate revealed her reluctance to serve them, indicating that she had only acted out of necessity due to the binding curse. What should we do now? Huangji inquired. Xianxia looked at her in confusion, wondering what was happening. Why did it seem as though Huangji was seeking Song Shizhou's approval to act? Was it merely her misperception? 500 years ago, a disciple of Qingyun sect achieved celestial status but chose not to serve in the heavenly clan. Instead, he remained in the human realm to guard those cultivating immortality. This individual is known as Hongfang Xianjun. And all disciples of Qingyun sect are referred to as ancestors. Huangji, you shall go and infiltrate his side, Song Shizhou commanded in a tone of authority. Why? Huangji questioned, perplexed by the notion of lurking beside a celestial. Song Shizhou's indifferent voice replied, Hongfang Xianjun guards Qingyun sect, residing in the human realm for extended periods. The heavenly clan has signed a peace treaty with the demons, rarely descending to the mortal realm. Therefore, any celestial maintaining connections with the demon realm must inherently possess freedom. This Hongfang Xianjun is most likely the celestial who injured xianxia, although he has only cultivated for 500 years. His powers have surged, bolstered by support from the heavenly clan and armed with numerous artifacts that restrain demons. I require your infiltration to uncover the secrets of the heavenly clan. Mulan Shang cannot possibly be the new master of the xianxia sword. We need to ascertain what the heavenly clan is plotting. Once you have accomplished this, I shall grant you your freedom. As the words concluded, Huangji's pupils constricted sharply. Freedom meant the lifting of the curse within her body. No longer bound to Song Shizhou's commands, she could act as she pleased. Chapter 35. Goodness, he is using me. Xianxia, who had been privy to all that was said, found herself somewhat bewildered when piecing it all together. At that moment, standing beside Aju, she nudged his arm with her elbow. Hey, what is the situation with these two? Why is Huani so obedient to your master? What freedom is she talking about? Aren't they just getting acquainted? Xianxia whispered. Aju remained silent. Huangji then turned to Mulan Shang and asked, if I leave, how will this mortal be dealt with? Xianxia was startled, realizing that Huangji truly intended to leave. She was the first to object. Hey, aren't you going to discuss this with me? You just say you're leaving, but what about me? Who will protect me? I'm quite delicate, you know. Huangji, I'll go with you to infiltrate. I can. Song Shizhou directly reached out, grasping the back of her collar and pulling her back, exasperated yet amused. Are you going to seek death? Xianxia gazed at him with pitiful eyes. Sister Huangji, you can't just abandon me. You were the first person I saw when I woke up, and we've been together every day. Without you, I feel so insecure. Huangji, known for her cold-hearted demeanor, was unexpectedly softened by Xianxia's genuine emotion. It startled her. I'll return. You must take care of yourself. Don't perish in my absence, Huangji replied, her tone somewhat stiff. Xianxia felt her nose tingle, tears welling up in her eyes as she watched Huangji turn away and vanish. Huangji, Xianxia called out anxiously, seeing her cry, resembling a lost child. Song Shizhou frowned. Is it really that serious? Xianxia shot him a glare, her eyes red. What do you understand? Initially awakening in a cave, the first face she saw was Huangji's, and they had been together every day since. Now, the person she relied on most was gone. Even without memories, you're not a child. You must learn to grow independently. Among the demon race, no one relies on anyone. We all depend on ourselves. Do you understand? xianxia felt it necessary to impart this wisdom to the foolish demon. Of course I know. Who doesn't rely on themselves? It's just that I've always been afraid of being alone, xianxia replied, her voice tinged with melancholy as she gazed at Mulan Sheng on the ground. What if my identity is exposed? Shouldn't you erase this fool's memory? xianxia looked into her clear eyes and countered, why erase it? We'll likely encounter numerous demons trying to seize her along the way. Should we wipe memories every time? Besides, what do you mean by saying you'll escort her? Am I not doing that? Upon hearing this, xianxia pouted, who knows if you'll always be around? You vanish without a trace. Only to reappear unexpectedly. xianxia chuckled in amusement. Only this audacious demon would dare speak to him in such a manner. However, he was not angered, saying, when I'm not around, a Jew will protect you. In Liui City, at the inn, it became evident that xianxia was unreliable. He had delivered them to the city and left, leaving only the expressionless Jew to guard outside. At this moment, she transformed her sorrow into appetite. Ordering a plethora of food to consume in the room while watching over the still unconscious Mulan Sheng, xianxia grew increasingly unsettled as she ate, finally grabbing a chicken leg and reflecting on the events that had transpired. First, it was during Huangji's initial meeting with xianxia that she noticed something unusual about Huangji. Coupled with xianxia's erratic appearances, everything seemed to be coincidentally orchestrated, yet exceedingly suspicious. Her first encounter with xianxia had been near Mulan Sheng's parents' grave. Could it be that he had come from Mulan Sheng from the very beginning? Yet, unlike other demons who brazenly sought to seize, he had approached gradually. In a wonder, when this fool fell ill in Zhongyong City, she had no money, and xianxia had suddenly appeared to lend her funds. Moreover, how did this man manage to find her exact location so swiftly? Was he secretly tracking her? Though xianxia often appeared naive, once suspicion took root in her mind, she transformed into a detective, analyzing every possibility. As she pondered, anger flared in her eyes, and she tossed the chicken leg back onto the plate, exclaiming, damn it, am I being used as a pawn? This guy is exploiting me. Huangji had mentioned xianxia's superior skills, and today, upon leaving, he spoke of granting her freedom while admitting to severing the curses binding them to Heishan. Everything began to make sense. This rascal had manipulated Huangji behind her back, employing some method to maintain control over her. Thus, it was no wonder that Huangji was so compliant with xianxia's orders, willingly infiltrating beside that ancient ancestor of Qingyun's sect. Good heavens, was this all happening behind her back while she remained blissfully ignorant? Realizing this, xianxia was overcome with goosebumps, horrified by the terrifying nature of this world. Qiuyu, she murmured. Suddenly, a feeble voice broke the silence. Qiuyu snapped back to reality upon witnessing Mulan Sheng struggle to rise from the bed, her pale visage turning towards him. Instinctively, she rushed over to support her. You reawake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Your complexion appears rather poor. I summoned a doctor to examine you, and your pulse seemed fine. Qiuyu inquired with genuine concern. Mulan Sheng's eyes displayed a complex emotion. And after a considerable pause, he uttered, Miss Qiuyu and Miss Huangji are demons. At this revelation, Qiuyu froze momentarily, nearly forgetting this critical detail. Her identity was now exposed. As she gazed at Mulan Sheng, she noticed a lack of fear or terror in his expression, which prompted a quiet sigh of relief. I apologize. My intention in approaching you, along with Huangji, was driven by a specific purpose. I am, in fact, a fox demon. A twinge of guilt washed over her. After all, he was quite a decent fellow, and this stirred a sense of culpability within her. However, rest assured, I am a benevolent demon. Throughout this journey, I have not committed any wrongdoing towards you. That I diligently cared for you during your illness and ensured you received your medicine on time. You must not harbor prejudice. You should trust me. Xianxia began to advocate for herself. Mulan Sheng, puzzled by her fervent explanations, queried, I am merely a mortal. What purpose could you possibly have in approaching me? With a sigh, Xianxia replied, I am also acting under my master's orders, which entails safeguarding your safe return to Jiangzhou and preventing other demons from getting close to you. The secret you harbor within you is unknown to me, but your aunt must surely be aware of it. Secret? Mulan Sheng was taken aback. What secrets could a mere scholar like me possess? Are you not aware of your own lineage? Xianxia pressed further, though she suspected he was likely unaware. Yet, she refrained from elaborating, believing it prudent to confront the so-called aunt face-to-face upon their return to Jiangzhou to uncover the truth of the matter. My lineage. Mulan Sheng stammered. My parents are deceased, and I was raised by my aunt. I am just an ordinary person. Xianxia Yue clicked her tongue in disbelief. This simpleton was indeed Navi. Who would covet an ordinary person? He could not possibly be what he claimed to be. Allow me to explain. The location where you paid homage to your parents is a sacred mountain of the demon realm. Crossing the desolate expanse leads directly into the demon world, but there exists a barrier that prevents ordinary mortals from entering. They would simply wander aimlessly, ultimately succumbing to thirst and hunger. Were you not puzzled by the barren landscape of the desolate expanse, devoid of any vegetation or a single drop of water? Yet littered with skeletons, those were likely individuals who could not find their way out of the desolate expanse. Of course, you will assert that you entered and exited without any difficulty, correct? Xianxia Yue anticipated his forthcoming words. That is due to the special array-breaking talisman you possess, which facilitated your smooth entry into the demon realm. At that moment, Mu Lansheng appeared bewildered, rummaging through his belongings before producing a talisman. A yellow paper folded into a triangle. Hanging from a red string around his neck. This is the safety talisman my aunt procured for me before my departure. She instructed me to keep it with me at all times for protection. Xianxia Yue promptly took the talisman from him, unveiling it with a single glance. She discerned it to be an array-breaking talisman infused with spiritual energy, likely capable of saving his life in times of peril. Indeed, this is the talisman, and it bears spiritual energy. Your aunt must possess some form of magical ability, whether as a demon or an immortal, she stated, though she was a novice. The instincts of her current form allowed her to perceive the talisman as significance. A small advantage that prevented her from being entirely oblivious. Mu Lansheng shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible. My aunt is merely an ordinary farmer, neither a demon nor an immortal." Xianxia Yue chose not to press the matter further. If he could not accept this, discussing his biological parents would likely be even more challenging for him to grasp. Very well. It is best that you hear about your own matters from someone you trust implicitly. After all, I am merely an outsider, a demon whom everyone distrusts. My words lack credibility. Regardless, during your journey back, I shall be your constant protector. Be prepared, for demons may attempt to abduct you at any moment. For safety's sake, we shall share a room moving forward. Do you understand? Xianxia Yue declared earnestly. Mu Lansheng was taken aback, his face flushing crimson. A single room. Miss Xianxia Yue, that is inappropriate. Men and women should maintain proper boundaries. With a huff, Xianxia Yue returned to the dining table to continue her meal. At this point, propriety is of little concern. In the demon realm, we do not adhere to such conventions that we are all creatures of nature. It is not as if we will share the same bed. I shall sleep on the bed while you take the floor. Let us amicably settle this. By the way, Sister Huanji is gone on a mission. From now on, it will only be me, along with a guard stationed at the entrance named Jiu. His master is called Xianxia. These two are elusive figures, and I cannot ascertain their reliability. So I must accompany you closely on your journey home. Xianxia Yue pondered the significance of her current actions. The Black Mountain should have been eradicated by now, liberating her from the necessity of returning to the demon realm. She found herself at a crossroads, free to go wherever she pleased, yet still shrouded in uncertainty. Compounded by the instability of her internal powers, she could not wield her demon abilities in the mortal realm for fear of attracting demon hunters. This predicament was exasperating, leaving her with no option but to practice in secluded areas, devoid of any guidance. The next time Xianxia appeared, she would have to persuade him to teach her. As a thorough understanding of her internal powers would grant her peace of mind and strength, that night, Mu Lansheng, with a flushed face, laid a blanket on the floor, his heart racing as he occasionally glanced at the woman resting on the bed. From this angle, he could admire her exquisite profile, her delicate features radiating an ethereal beauty even in simple attire. "Miss Chua, are you asleep?" Mu Lansheng whispered softly. "Remember to extinguish the candle and get some rest. Tomorrow, I shall rent a carriage to expedite our journey home." Xianxia Yue replied. Mu Lansheng nodded in response, murmuring a word of agreement. Meanwhile, Huanji had already utilized her demon powers to infiltrate the Qing sect. Although magical spells were prohibited in the mortal realm, her formidable demon strength rendered her impervious to capture by the feckless disciples. However, the Qing sect was a sacred place for cultivation, rich in spiritual energy. Located at a site known as Guihong Mountain, which was reportedly under the jurisdiction of the Guitian clan. Upon reaching the mountain base, Huanji discerned a powerful barrier enveloping the area. Ordinary demons and magical beings would be detected by the formation upon entry and subsequently captured. She first suppressed her aura, sealing away her demon core and power, then silently recited an incantation. In an instant, Her form transformed into that of a small orange cat. The orange cat retained the clothes she had donned earlier. However, she now masqueraded as an ordinary feline, relying solely on her four limbs to ascend the mountain. With a quick meow, she nimbly began her ascent, relieved that she encountered no reaction from the barrier. After pausing momentarily, she darted forward with renewed vigor. After a considerable climb, she finally reached the xianxia sect. As she squeezed through a small opening, she boldly traversed the interior. Occasionally, she spotted passing disciples, prompting her to hide. Where did this little orange cat come from? An 11 or 12-year-old girl picked her up. Huanji let out an annoyed meow, suspended in midair. The girl's exclamation drew the attention of several disciples, who found the sight of a small orange cat quite amusing. Our mountain is abundant in spiritual energy. It is not unusual for a cat to wander in. This one is so beautiful. None of the wild cats that entered before were as striking. Can we keep it? Sure, the master is coming. Upon hearing this, the girl promptly concealed Huanji behind her back. What are you all doing gathered here instead of practicing? A man, seemingly in his 30s, approached, his presence commanding. The girl, still holding the cat, stammered, Master, the man. Noticing the orange cat, sighed in resignation, get back to your training. As his words fell, the disciples scattered. The girl reluctantly released the cat, though her attachment lingered. However, she obediently departed. Huanji gazed up at the man. Generally, disciples of the sect were kind-hearted and would not harm living beings. To get closer to immortal Hong Fong, she needed to ascertain his whereabouts. After careful deliberation, she meowed softly and nudged the hem of his robe. The man knelt down, locking eyes with the cat. A peculiar sensation washed over him, as if this cat were somehow distinct. What is this? Did you come to Xianxia sect in search of food? The man spoke and indeed cradled the cat in his arms. Chapter 37. Lingyun Peak. After spending 7 days at the Xianxia sect, Huanji had learned much from the man who cared for her. This man, named Li Zhao, was in his 30s and the youngest disciple of the sect leader's generation, thus enjoying considerable favoritism. His skills and temperament had been indulged by all, rendering him somewhat unreliable. Although there were now more disciples at the Xianxia sect and Li Zhao had become a senior uncle, he remained rather immature in front of the younger generation. He would put on airs, but when encountering the sect leader or the heads of other factions, he resembled a mere child. Hence, it was not surprising that Li Zhao had taken in a wild cat, often parading around with the little orange feline, even sneaking it into sect discussions. During these days, apart from being coerced by Li Zhao into consuming some food, Huanji had been living quite comfortably. She had also gathered information about the residence of the revered Xianxia Hong Fong, yet she found herself unable to visit, as it was situated atop another peak, Lingyun Peak, beside Guohong Mountain. This Lingyun Peak was different. One had to fly on a sword to reach it, for there were no paths below. It was said that after achieving immortality, Xianxia Hong Fong had created this peak using a top-tier magical artifact, suspending it in midair. Huanji, being a demon and the Xianxia sect being a cultivation sect, was well aware of the abundance of top-tier magical artifacts present. Despite her formidable demonic powers, she dared not act recklessly. Therefore, she could not employ any spells and was unable to ascend Lingyun Peak. Though somewhat anxious, she had been continuously seeking an opportunity. Finally, on the 10th day of her arrival at the Xianxia sect, an opportunity presented itself. The reason was that the old-timers of the sect were engaged in a discussion regarding some important matter, and Li Zhao had not brought Huanji inside, leaving her basking in the sun in the nearby grass. It was unclear what clandestine matters they were deliberating upon, as they had even set up barriers around, preventing her from approaching. When he emerged, Li Zhao bore a serious expression, stating that he needed to visit the ancestor at Lingyun Peak. This ancestor he referred to as none other than Xianxia Hong Fong, and given his age, it was only fitting that everyone called him ancestor. Upon hearing this, Huanji clung to the hem of Li Zhao's clothing, mimicking the shamelessness of xianxia towards mortals, using her little orange cat form to purr and act clingy. To her surprise, this unreliable person, Li Zhao, actually brought Huanji along, teasingly saying, could it be that this wild cat also knows there is an immortal residing atop Lingyun Peak and wishes to broaden her horizons? Huanji responded with a soft meow. Li Zhao affectionately stroked the furry little head, saying, then I shall take you up to experience the immortal aura. The spiritual energy up there is abundant, and perhaps if you absorb enough, you might awaken your own intelligence. Huanji cast a disdainful glance. She never imagined she would be flattering a mortal one day if this were to reach the demon realm. She could only imagine the ridicule she would endure. Lingyun Peak was devoid of any extraneous individuals. Only Xianjun Hongfang resided above. Upon arrival, the barriers surrounding the area seemed to sense a visitor and opened a small passage. Although Li Zhao appeared unreliable, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as they arrived, and he gently placed the little orange cat on the ground. I cannot dare to take you to meet the ancestor. You must wait here obediently until I return, Li Zhao instructed the cat. He had a peculiar feeling that this cat was quite perceptive, almost as if it could understand human speech. After 10 days of care, he found the cat to be well-behaved, and her previous antics did not give him the impression she would run amok on Lingyun Peak. Remarkably, Huangji meowed obediently. Satisfied, Li Zhao patted the little orange cat's head and stepped towards the grand hall. Once he noticed that Li Zhao's figure had vanished into the hall, Huangji seized the opportunity to scamper away, seeking a hiding spot. She must not be discovered by Li Zhao. Approximately after a short while, Li Zhao hurriedly exited the grand hall. Once outside the barrier, he suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to take the cat, but the barrier had already sealed shut. Li Zhao's eyes widened in alarm as he knocked on the barrier. Thinking to himself that it was over, the cat was still inside. Moreover, with the barrier closed, he lacked the ability to force it open without potentially alarming the ancestor. However, he also feared that if he shouted outside, requesting the ancestor to reopen the barrier so he could retrieve the cat, he would not dare to disturb the ancestor, who was not the sect leader indulging his whims, but a revered immortal safeguarding the Xianxia sect. Li Zhao pondered anxiously outside the barrier for quite some time, feeling utterly distressed. Nevertheless, he still needed to return to the sect to report on the conversation he had just had with the ancestor. And thus he had no choice but to depart. As he left, he muttered to himself uneasily, the ancestor is an immortal. If disturbed by the cat, surely he would not make things difficult. He would likely set the cat free. So it should not be a grave issue. Nightfall arrived. Huangji cautiously approached the grand hall, her keen sense of smell and hearing quickly guiding her to the sleeping quarters of Xianjun Hongfang. Nervously, she gently pushed open the door, her fur bristling with tension and alertness. This was an immortal, one who had only recently attained immortality a few hundred years ago, though she was a demon cat with over 2,000 years of experience. And her mastery of dark arts far exceeded that of Hongfang. She concealed her presence, believing she would encounter no troubles. Just as she stealthily approached the bed within the quarters, suddenly, the man behind the gauze curtain sat up. Waving his hand, igniting the candles within the hall. As the curtain parted, the man clad in white garments noticed a little orange cat lapping water from a teacup on the distant table. Turning to gaze at him with innocent eyes and a soft meow, Huangji scrutinized the man, taking in his long, flowing black hair and delicate features, which could even be described as beautiful for a man. At that moment, the man flicked his fingers, causing Huangji to tumble and fall off the table. With round, innocent eyes, the cat looked up, letting out a weak meow. Undeterred, Huangji bravely approached, leaping onto the immortal's bed. Rubbing her head against his hand as if in a bid for affection, Xianjun Hongfang regarded her coldly before revealing a knowing smile. Though Huangji was oblivious to this expression, the man then waved his hand again. And a mirror appeared in midair, displaying the events of the day, revealing that it was indeed Li Zhao who had brought her in but had forgotten to take her out. When the barrier closed, that fellow must have lingered outside for quite some time, likely too timid to call for the barrier to be reopened. Hence he left. What a bold little cat to dare enter Lingyun Peak. Xianjun Hongfang's deep yet melodious voice resonated as he reached out to stroke the cat's fur, his words seemingly implying something deeper. Recently, Huangji had been cared for by Li Zhao, and since her arrival at the Xianxia sect, she had noticed that most of the disciples here had a fondness for cats. The younger disciples delighted in teasing and petting her, and even Li Zhao was quite enamored. Thus, employing the same tactics she used on Li Zhao, she nestled into the man's embrace, mewing softly and licking at his garments. Xianjun Hongfang had already amassed power in his hand. Should he strike down, this cat, combined with the barriers of Lingyun Peak, would not only be gravely injured but could perish. Sensing the imminent danger, Huangji remained outwardly calm, mewing softly as she nestled against the man, though a keen observer would notice the glint of malice in her eyes. At that moment, the very immortal who was poised to act suddenly retracted his power, a chilling smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and he gently patted the little cat's head, his expression hinting at deeper thoughts. Chapter 38. You have your own little schemes. In stark contrast to Huangji's situation, Xianxia found herself in a much more taxing predicament. This marked the fifth wave of demons that had approached. Indigio was tirelessly protecting a single demon, his sword nearly smoking from exertion. They had already lost 2 carriages in the fray, and Xianxia lamented the cost, thinking how expensive those carriages were to have blown apart twice during the skirmish. Mu Lanqing had transitioned from initial panic to an expressionless demeanor, now even appearing quite composed at this moment. Xianxia and Mu Lanqing sat beneath a large tree, each holding a large pancake, eating while observing the ongoing scuffle among the demons. How long do you think Agio will take to resolve this? Xianxia inquired of her companion. Mu Lanqing swallowed his bite of pancake and replied, Brother Agio is quite formidable. I can see that those demons are already struggling and likely won't last much longer. Xianxia nodded, then sighed. What difference is there between this and escorting a Tangsing? One after another, they fall in line. Curious, Mu Lanqing asked, Who is Tangsing? He's a monk. Consuming his flesh grants immortality, which is why he often gets captured by demons on his journey for scriptures. However, he has a powerful disciple who always rescues him from peril. I see Agio playing the role of the Monkey King right now, Xianxia explained as she continued to eat. Mu Lanqing, not fully grasping the references to scripture and the Monkey King, nevertheless understood one thing and asked, somewhat confused, Does that mean my flesh can grant immortality? Xianxia was at a loss for words. Thinking to herself how foolish he was, she had only been making an analogy. If your flesh could grant immortality, I'd be the first to devour you. Such tender, delicate meat, I'd wash it clean and toss it right into the pot, she said, feigning a fierce expression. Mu Lanqing, however, blushed and stammered, If Xiaoyu wishes to eat, then please do. Xianxia, full on Agio's end, he had already dispatched all the demons, holding several demon cores in his hand. He coolly approached Xianxia, offering her the demon cores resting in his palm. Xianxia was taken aback, asking, Are you giving these to me again? Why have you been leaving all the demon cores for me to consume lately? She has grown numb, her once compassionate heart now indifferent. When she witnesses the slaying of demons, it is as if her heart is devoid of any tumult. Her sole principle now is simply not to kill. As long as that is upheld, the demon cores are meant for you. Weren't you once consuming them for cultivation? A Jew remarked, These demon cores possess considerable power. Since the last disappearance of Tsang Shizhou, he has yet to return. Fortunately, a Jew has been steadfastly protecting her. Otherwise, it seems that Mu Lanqing would not have been able to safeguard herself. Why aren't you eating? Xianxia inquired curiously. She was perplexed about what kind of demons Tsang Shizhou and a Jew truly were. They were remarkably formidable. Surely, Huangji would know, as she had been under Tsang Shizhou's control and must be aware of the intricacies. I do not require demon cores for cultivation, a Jew stated. As a member of the demon clan, while consuming them would be beneficial, it would not be of great significance. For demons, the energy transformed is much more substantial. What exactly are you demons? So shrouded in mystery, Xianxia said, resignedly taking the demon cores and swallowing them with familiarity. She felt no discomfort, for as soon as the demon cores touched her tongue, they transformed into a surge of energy that flowed through her entire being. A Jew remained silent, genuinely feeling that this female demon was rather dull. After all this time, she still had not discerned that he was of the demon clan, nor had she realized that her master was indeed her master, not a mere impostor as she had suggested. Having resolved the matter of the demons attempting to abduct them, Mu Lanqing packed his belongings and continued on their journey. The carriage had been destroyed during the skirmish, and the horse, frightened, had bolted to an unknown location. Moreover, in the mortal realm, the use of magical arts was forbidden, making it easy for demon catchers to take notice. Currently, their battles with demons were taking place outside the city, allowing them to evade detection. Should they attempt to fly using magic and pass through towns, the risk of being discovered by demon catchers and attracting pursuit would be troublesome. After all, a Jew had no interest in killing, and Xianxia was even less inclined to take lives. Thus, the three resumed their leisurely walk back to Jiangzhou. At this moment, Xianxia was munching on a large meat pie, complaining, A Jew, could you please protect the carriage next time? It is such a waste of money, and I dislike walking. A Jew, silently trailing behind, said nothing. That night, Xianxia discovered a cave that offered shelter from the wind and rain. Mu Lanqing was tending to the campfire. Having just finished his rations after a long day of travel, he laid out some dry grass on the ground, preparing a spot for Xianxia beside him. Mu Lanqing had grown accustomed to having Xianxia sleep next to him, claiming it was for her protection, though he harbored ulterior motives. Miss Xiaoyue, it's all prepared, Mu Lanqing said, his heart racing slightly as he felt a blush creep onto his face. Xianxia, unbothered by propriety, lay down without hesitation. The Jew had not slept for days. She thought it was quite impressive. Although this world had gods and demons, even deities needed rest. Sleep was a form of cultivation. Otherwise, fatigue would deplete one's strength. Yet, Those with high cultivation could manage without sleep, which was not a significant issue. However, for someone like xianxia, who required strict adherence to 3 meals a day, sleep was essential, a matter of ritual. Outside the cave, the Jew sat upright, meticulously, his expression devoid of emotion. In the dead of night, xianxia suddenly heard some rustling sounds, instantly alerting her. When she realized the figure guarding the cave entrance was not a Jew but another familiar silhouette, she couldn't help but exclaim, "xianxia." Upon hearing her call, the man turned around. The fire had long since extinguished, but they were not human and could still see clearly in the dark. You finally returned. Where have you been? Were you searching for Sister Huanji? Is she doing well? xianxia asked, her excitement evident as she approached him. Upon seeing her bright eyes glimmering in the darkness, xianxia found himself momentarily lost in thought. Huanji has gone to Qingyan sect. I cannot contact her directly, as the barriers there are formidable, guarded by many top-tier magical artifacts. She cannot use her demon arts and must seal her own demonic power and core. Otherwise, she cannot infiltrate. xianxia replied coolly. xianxia was taken aback. Isn't that dangerous for her? You're hiding something from me. She shot him a sidelong glance, huffing. Seeing her expression, xianxia couldn't help but chuckle. What do you mean by hiding something? It's just that you have a little secret that I may not be familiar with this world, but that doesn't mean I'm a fool. You're concealing matters from me. Yet I am not so dim-witted as to remain oblivious, xianxia retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Then tell me, what have you deduced? xianxia raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his deep-set eyes. It was peculiar. He felt unusually at ease in her company. At other times, he found life rather mundane, devoid of emotional fluctuations, even somewhat tedious. However, with her, there was an indescribable joy. Perhaps because it was the first time someone had treated him as they would an ordinary person. xianxia scoffed. The first place we met was in the demon realm, near Mulanxing's parents' graves. It was you who caused the commotion, drawing Huanji there while leaving me behind. Upon hearing this, xianxia was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this seemingly simple-minded demon had indeed figured out some of the truth. What does that card mean? And then what happened? xianxia asked with a smile. xianxia, noticing his calm demeanor and cheerful expression, wondered if mentioning these things would lead to her demise, so she paused before continuing. Then, I couldn't perform any spells and couldn't control the power within me. And that day, I accidentally burned Mulanxing's parents' graves, igniting a massive forest fire. Suddenly, it rained, extinguishing the flames, but what a coincidence that was. At that time, I thought it was Huanji's doing, yet she claimed she hadn't acted. Mulanxing is a prized entity in the demon realm. Logically, his parents' memorial should have attracted attention from other demons, yet that day, everything went unusually smoothly. So much so that even Huanji found it strange. As xianxia spoke, she became increasingly unsettled by her thoughts. So, that day, you and the Jew must have been there, driving away the other demons, which allowed us to depart so smoothly. Our journey remained quite normal until we encountered Qingyan sect. That day, Mulanxing suddenly fell ill, and just at that critical moment, you appeared, lending me money. It seemed casual, but I considered the vastness of this world. The likelihood of encountering the same person twice across such a distance is minimal. Moreover, we ended up at the same inn, which makes me suspect that you approached me with intention. If our first meeting in the demon realm was unplanned, afterward, you must have been using me. xianxia, unperturbed by her revelations, found it surprisingly amusing. He assumed Huanji must have known about the situation long ago, given her cleverness. However, it was truly unexpected that xianxia could piece together the puzzle. Continue, he urged, a glint of mischief in his gaze. Originally, your plan was undoubtedly to have me escort Mulanxing back home alongside Huanji, but an unexpected development occurred. That day, I spoke with someone from Qingyan sect in an abandoned temple. Triggering a key phrase, they also intended to go to xianxia, which is Mulanxing's hometown. This fool is quite the catch, so it is highly likely that the people from Qingyan sect are also searching for him. This indicates that from the very beginning, you were tracking me and Huanji from the demon realm. A Jew, with his superior skills, remained hidden around us. Even Huanji was unaware. He possessed the capability to do so. You overheard the Qingyan sect members mention they were going to xianxia, which prompted your appearance to scout the situation. xianxia observed her earnest analysis, finding this female demon adorably naive. Did she not fear being silenced for discussing the schemes of the mastermind right in front of him? Then the most critical moment arrived. xianxia turned to face him squarely. At the Lantern Festival, you accompanied me, and when we rescued the carp spirit, you encountered Huanji. There was something off between you two. At that time, all the mortals were frozen, as if caught in a net, and you and Huanji were within a barrier, conversing. I saw you touch her forehead. At that moment, I had no idea what was transpiring. Song Shizhou's eyes sparkled with amusement as he raised an eyebrow, encouraging her to continue. On that day, the first wave of demons came to abduct people, and you appeared to save me, commanding Huan Ji to infiltrate the Qingyun sect to be near that so-called immortal. Huan Ji obediently complied, and you offered her freedom. This led me to confirm that during your first meeting with Huan Ji, you must have planted something within her, allowing you to control her. As xianxia observed him reclining against the large stone at the cave's entrance, illuminated by moonlight, the man exuded an intriguing charm in his dark attire, with a smile in his eyes. He appeared entirely unfazed by her unearthing his schemes, as if he were merely listening to idle chatter. I've said all I needed to, she declared, slightly raising her chin to face him defiantly. Though she knew she could not overpower him, Song Shizhou lowered his gaze, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and then curiously asked, "What does net card mean?" Xianxia replied, "Big brother, is that the crux of the matter?" She wore an expression of exasperation. "I've said so much, and as a friend, shouldn't you explain a bit to me? Also, when did you sever the Black Mountain curse within me?" Song Shizhou once again heard the woman utter the word friend, and it stirred an unfamiliar sensation within him. "However, I have never felt the need to explain my actions to anyone." Suddenly, Song Shizhou leaned in closer, his gaze sharp enough to discern each individual lash of her eyelashes. And he could even feel her breath brushing against him. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, her eyes locking onto his profound gaze, struck by his striking appearance. At that moment, she couldn't help but reflect inwardly. How incredibly handsome he is. His features were so perfect they seemed almost unreal up close. Noticing her dazed expression, Song Shizhou reached out and gently tapped her forehead, chiding her for her stupor. Xianxia winced slightly at the sensation and shot him a resentful glare, thinking, "How can you invade my personal space and expect me not to be entranced?" Amused by her reaction, Song Shizhou remarked, "So, this enchanting creature is aware of the propriety of distance between men and women. Yet, what of your daily slumber beside Mulan Xing, that mere mortal, sharing a room at the inn? And in the cave, you slept so close together." Xianxia instantly recognized that a Geo had been reporting back to Song Shizhou, divulging every detail, leaving her with no semblance of privacy. "That was a special circumstance. Protection," she retorted. "Your whereabouts are unpredictable. One moment you're here, the next you're gone. Though a Geo was sent to accompany me, I feared you might abscond, hence I needed to ensure Mulan Shang's safety." As she spoke, her voice softened further. "Moreover, I'm rather useless. Should a formidable demon appear, I might not react in time. The best course of action is to remain close." Song Shizhou felt a sense of helplessness wash over him, a bemused smile escaping his lips. Nonetheless, his tone remained calm, carrying an air of undeniable authority. "I in the future maintain some distance from Mulan Xing, while it's acceptable to be close during the day. When it comes to sleep, there must be some space. A Geo will not leave. He will accompany you both to Jiangzhou." Song Shizhou himself could not fathom why he was so averse to Xianxia being near that mortal. The mere thought of the two sharing a room unsettled him, even if a Geo mentioned one sleeping on the ground and the other on the bed. Xianxia, however, began to trust Song Shizhou's words. A Geo was likely reliable, which was somewhat reassuring. "You still haven't explained yourself," she reminded him, her curiosity piqued. The corners of Song Shizhou's lips twitched upward, feigning ignorance. "Explain what?" Seeing him play coy only fueled her irritation. "You must clarify the identity of this half-breed that everyone is vying for, and the secrets they harbor. You're also after it. Yet what is it but a half-demon, half-human, half-immortal?" Sister Huanji mentioned that this hybrid possesses neither celestial bones nor demonic course, has not trained since childhood, and is no different from a mere mortal. Chapter 40. Contemplating the heart method. Observing the woman's disheveled hair, Song Shizhou couldn't help but reach out, tucking a stray strand behind her ear. His tone laced with a hint of warning. "Knowing too much may not bode well for you. Are you not afraid I might eliminate you?" As he spoke, a flicker of menace danced in his eyes. Fixating on her fair neck, Xianxia scoffed, "Well, I can't overpower you anyway. If you truly wished to kill me, it would have already been done. Why bother instructing a Geo to let me consume those demon cores?" Despite catching a glimpse of the man's fierce gaze, she felt no fear in this modern world. The best strategy was to adapt. If one couldn't fight, then one must join, and if joining was impossible, merely wait for death. After all, this wasn't a society governed by the rule of law. Amused by her nonchalance, Song Shizhou realized that killing her would be a trivial matter for him. To be candid, in his millennia of existence, he had never encountered a demon so intriguing. and he wondered how she would react upon discovering his true identity. Wasting those demon cores would be a loss. Consuming them serves a purpose. I am here today to teach you the art of cultivation. First, you must memorize a mantra. Spend the next few days contemplating it, but do not practice within the city. Using demonic techniques may attract demon hunters. If you find yourself captured, it would be troublesome, and I have greater plans. Upon hearing this, Xianxia pouted, realizing only after a moment that xianxia intended to teach her demonic arts. Her eyes widened with excitement, sparkling with anticipation as she exclaimed, "Really? Will you continue to teach me your techniques?" Xianxia met her gaze and felt an unexpected discomfort, turning his head away, feeling strangely flustered. "Do I appear to have so much free time to teach you endlessly?" he scoffed. Seizing his arm, she recalled his previous warning about her inability to control her demonic powers, which could lead to her becoming a madwoman. Although she often acted carefree, she still had a will to survive. "Please, xianxia, I may not know your status within the demon realm, but I can tell you are a formidable being. Just look at your bearing, born to command. Undeniably noble and powerful." Xianxia flattered him unabashedly, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile, even going so far as to squeeze his arm. "I am Xianxia, truly Xianxia. I hold some standing within the demon world, right? Although I am currently at a low point, my demonic power remains intact. With your guidance, I shall reclaim my former glory. I could be of great assistance to you. Having an extra friend opens new paths, and I can serve you well. As long as you provide food and shelter, and some treasures, I will be your devoted servant, cooking, cleaning, and even pampering you with massages. For someone of your stature, having a loyal maid is essential." After finishing her plea, Xianxia leaned closer, winking at him, as if attempting to persuade him to teach her how to control her demonic power. xianxia was astounded by her audacity yet found her amusing. Regardless, he maintained a stoic expression, inquiring, "Enough with the chatter. If dawn breaks and Mulanxing awakens, you both must be on your way. Will you learn the heart method I am imparting today?" Xianxia nodded vigorously, eager to learn. "Yes, yes, yes." xianxia felt a sense of resignation, uncertain about why he had returned specifically to teach this demoness. As if he were losing control over his own intentions, when dawn arrived, Xianxia was still seated at the cave's entrance, pondering the heart method xianxia had provided. Unfortunately, her lack of understanding rendered her efforts fruitless. Having spent the entire night with little progress, xianxia, lacking patience, had already departed, casting her a glance that seemed to say he had given up hope, sighing as he left, words unspoken. This stung Xianxia. After all, she was a university student, and while she might not grasp this concept now, given time, she would not remain underestimated. At this moment, Gio, usually expressionless, sighed behind her. The technique given by the master was so simple that even the dullest cultivator should grasp it within a night. Yet Xianxia remained utterly baffled. Gio's stoic demeanor cracked slightly, wondering if the master had perhaps taken ill, for he had never guided anyone in the arts before, yet here he was, astonishingly instructing a female demon. "Miss Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" Upon waking, Mulanxing, still bleary-eyed, looked at the woman sitting at the cave's entrance, a puzzled expression on his face. Xianxia felt exhausted. More so than after late-night work in her past life. She lamented, "What is this heart method, anyway?" Mulanxing noticed her sigh, concern etched across his features as he crouched down to meet her gaze. "Is something troubling you, Miss Xiaoyu?" "It's nothing. I'm just frustrated with my own ineptitude," Xianxia replied, her tone devoid of hope. "You are not foolish, Miss Xiaoyu," Mulanxing hastily reassured her. "In my eyes, you are perceptive, clever, lively, and the best person. No, the best demon." Xianxia chuckled softly. "I appreciate your kind words." Aju, Qing insect. Lingyun peeked. At this moment, Huanji, who had successfully infiltrated the inner circle, had smoothly established herself beside the Honorable Xianjun Hongfang. When he found it rather peculiar, she was uncertain whether this immortal had discerned her true nature as a demon when she first approached the man. She distinctly sensed a murderous intent, which subsequently dissipated. Having spent 2 days in his presence, her time was mostly spent following him to the study to read, practicing cultivation, or sleeping, with no other activities to engage in. Nonetheless, Huanji had been lying in wait beside that big fool for over 10 days, and she possessed the patience to remain by the side of the Xianjun, determined to uncover what schemes he was plotting with the Celestial clan. Once she obtained the necessary intelligence, she would promptly flee and report back to the Demon Lord to secure her freedom. 2 more days passed in this manner. Huanji had grown accustomed to her surroundings. Lying on the Xianjuan's bed at night, pretending to sleep. In truth, she had never truly closed her eyes. remaining vigilant at all times. However, for reasons unknown, she found herself slipping into a deep slumber this night. When she awoke in the middle of the night, she had transformed back into her human form, lying naked beside him. Startled, she quickly relaxed upon seeing that the man showed no signs of waking. Her gaze then shifted to the sandalwood incense not far away. As a cat, and now needing to conceal her demonic form by sealing her demonic core, she was merely an ordinary cat at present. Unable to resist the allure of these celestial treasures, she felt her heart race as she cautiously rose from the bed to retrieve the sandalwood, just as Huanji, barefoot and cautious, made her way toward the door. The slumbering Xianjun opened his eyes and gazed at her bare back, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his gaze before vanishing. Chapter 41. Huanji is in danger today. A crane flew to Lingyun Peak bearing a message. To Huanji's astonishment, the Xianjun Hongfang had read the missive in her absence and subsequently burned it. This action sent a shockwave through her, for if she were merely an ordinary cat, the Xianjun would have no need to conceal his correspondence from her. His evasion indicated he had discerned her true identity as a demon, yet he made no further moves. Did he harbor ulterior motives? Huanji sensed a palpable danger in this immortal. Despite his seemingly indifferent demeanor, he was undoubtedly calculating. She feared that if she did not depart from Lingyun Peak soon, her life would be at stake. In comparison to the demon lord's mission, her own survival took precedence. That moment, nestled in the Xianjuan's embrace, she appeared as a docile little cat, yet she was already plotting her escape for the night. Upon returning, she would report the truth, for the demon lord would not easily terminate her life. She held firm confidence in her identity as Huanji of the demon realm, renowned for her formidable skills, ranking among the top 3 in her practice. Should this endeavor fail, she could pursue another, for the demon lord would not squander an opportunity to exploit her repeatedly. Night soon fell. Huanji watched as the Xianjun returned to his chamber and reclined upon his bed. Following her usual routine, she leapt onto the bed and nestled by the edge. When the night deepened and the man fell into a profound slumber, Huanji's pupils glimmered as her agile form swiftly traversed Lingyun Peak. She ran and ran, quickly reaching the boundary of the barrier. While she could not break through it, restoring her demonic core and power would enable her to force her way out without issue. Just as she prepared to do so, an unexpected attack sent her hurtling back, crashing painfully against the barrier. Huanji yowled in agony, blood trickling from her lips, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the man not far away. He was clad in a simple light blue garment, his once placid eyes now cold as ice, as a swirling force coalesced in his palm, accompanied by a heavy aura of malice. Huanji yearned to unseal her demonic core and regain her true form. But the man struck her once more, instilling a fresh wave of terror within her. How could he know her intentions? He repeatedly thwarted her attempts to unleash her power. At that moment, Xianjun Hongfang swiftly approached. Seizing the orange cat by the neck, Huanji found herself utterly powerless to retaliate, emitting a pitiful mewl as her diminutive form struggled in midair. Suddenly, she reverted to her human form, entirely unclothed. Standing before Xianjun Hongfang, desperately, she pounded her fists against his hand that constricted her throat, her face paling from asphyxiation. The Xianjuan's lips curled into a faint smirk, his murderous intent unabated, yet he loosened his grip. Allowing her to collapse weakly onto the ground, he regarded her flawless body with cold indifference. Unperturbed by the impropriety of their situation, his gaze as tranquil as a placid lake. Huanji, he uttered coldly. Huanji's eyes widened in shock. How could this man, with merely 500 years of cultivation, have recognized her so swiftly? She was hardly renowned in the celestial realm. Was she, or had he encountered her before? Her vigilance heightened. She noticed the blood at the corner of her mouth and intended to unseal her demonic core while he was distracted. However, another heavy blow struck her chest, causing her to emit a muffled groan as she fell to the ground. Do not attempt any tricks before me. Lingyun Peak is a top-tier magical formation. Should you dare unleash your demonic powers here, you will suffer a tenfold backlash. Do not think that unsealing your core will allow you to battle me. This is my territory. Your fate is sealed, Xianjun Hongfang stated in a detached tone, his eyes reflecting the depths of ancient ice. After speaking, he crouched down, locking eyes with her, then extended a hand to touch her forehead. Huanji winced in pain, collapsing to the ground as her vision blurred, unable to clearly perceive the man before her. After what felt like an eternity, she regained her senses, her body racked with pain. Breath-quickening, she had never felt so helpless. This time, she had been outmatched. To infiltrate the Qing insect, she had sealed her demonic core and powers, rendering her no different from an ordinary cat. now suppressed and cursed by the man. She bore not only the mark of the demon lord, but also that of this insufferable immortal. Huangji's eyes flashed with defiance as she glared at him, her voice icy yet wary. "Do you recognize me?" Stinjun Hongfang smirked coldly. "If it weren't for your worth, you likely wouldn't be standing here now." "Huangji, the infamous demon of the realm, who wouldn't know you?" Huangji reflected for a moment. Granny Heishan had always refrained from antagonizing celestial beings. Even if she had encountered immortals in the past, no conflicts had arisen, and she had never met Xianjun Hongfang. "I have not encountered you either," he replied nonchalantly. Huangji's expression turned to one of disbelief. "If that is the case, how do you know it is I?" At that moment, the man rose, towering over her. Any demon bold enough to infiltrate Qingyun's sect must possess considerable power. Those who dare ascend Lingyun Peak without detection by the formations are of the highest caliber. In the demon realm, there are many cat demons, but only one with significant power, Huangji, one of the two guardians under the infamous Heishan Lao Yao. Now that Heishan has been summoned by the old monster Hongfu to eradicate the demons, it no longer exists. "Who sent you here?" Xianjun Hongfang's gaze remained icy as he scrutinized the woman. Huangji sneered. "No wonder you are an immortal. You possess some wit. A mere 500 years of cultivation allows you to suppress a 2,000-year-old demon like me, even as I practice dark arts and my skills have progressed rapidly. To think you could restrain me is truly unexpected. You have placed a restriction upon me. Cannot you see the other binding within me? I cannot reveal his identity, or I will perish," she uttered coldly. "I can see it well enough. Few can control you in this world. The reason Heishan Lao Yao has you serving her is due to the restriction placed upon you before you reach maturity, thus rendering you unable to break free. However, with the Heishan's restriction lifted, you now bear another that even I cannot discern. I suspect it belongs to the demon lord, xianxia Shou," Xianjun Hongfang speculated. With that, his eyes glinted with malice, yet a smile graced his lips. "The demon lord sent you to spy on what schemes I am plotting with the celestial clan, did he not?" Huangji remained silent, her heart racing as a sense of foreboding took hold. This man was too astute, too clever to leave any openings for her to exploit. "It was I who killed Xianxia Yue," Xianjun Hongfang continued, his gaze fixed upon her. "At that time, Xianxia Yue had learned of something significant, and I had no choice but to act. Who would have thought she survived? How unexpected. The old monster Hongfu has gathered the demons to eradicate your Heishan. And only then did I learn that Xianxia Yue had lost her memory, forgetting that crucial information. The demon lord sent you here to investigate precisely what Xianxia Yue had overheard and to discern the celestial clan's intentions." "Correct." In a matter of days, Stinjun Hongfang had pieced together the threads of her intentions with remarkable clarity. Chapter 42. Plans to approach the demon clan. Huangji's thoughts spiraled into despair. Her life truly hung in the balance. With the binding curse upon her, she had resigned herself to the possibility of death, though unwilling. Yet, severely injured as she was, even if she were to unseal her demonic core and powers, facing the multitude of top-tier magical artifacts and experts within Qingyun's sect would likely lead to her demise. Still, she gambled on the notion that Xianjun Hongfang had refrained from killing her outright, suggesting he harbored other motives. "Since you are already aware, why do you ask me?" Huangji scoffed, entirely unconcerned about her state of undress. Lord Hongfang cast a fleeting glance at her form, then with a gentle wave of his hand, draped his own outer garment over her. Although he felt no particular sensation towards this body, regarding it as no different from observing flowers or plants, it still seemed somewhat out of place. "Remain by my side for a while, and I shall provide you with false information. You will lurk beside the demon lord, conveying messages for me, and in return, I may grant you your life," Lord Hongfang declared. Huangji anticipated this outcome. Two-faced infiltration. Serving this contemptible celestial being, the demon lord xianxia Shou, with his millennia of cultivation, was far beyond her mere 500 years. Even with exceptional talent and the support of the celestial clan providing numerous top-tier artifacts, xianxia Shou would undoubtedly unravel the forbidden curse this wretched celestial had cast upon her. For now, she would feign submission, and once she returned to the demon lord's side, she would compel xianxia Shou to assist her. Rather than serve the celestial clan, it would be more advantageous to align with xianxia Shou, who had not initially oppressed her in such a manner. Why should she comply? No way. Though Huangji resolved to bide her time, she maintained a defiant demeanor. Lord Hongfang remained silent, merely gesturing slightly, causing Huangji to cry out in pain. "Do you not refuse a toast only to drink a penalty? I am not like other celestial beings. I have lived among mortals, navigating the realms of humans, demons, and immortals. Unlike other celestials, I am not one to spare a second thought before slaying demons, Lord Hongfeng concluded with a sinister smirk. Your demon course still possesses power. And I have sealed it. Should you attempt to break free, death is your only fate. Though my cultivation may not exceed yours in duration, I possess ample means to subdue you, do not resist. Lest you meet the same fate as xianxia. No, last time I went too easy on her, allowing her to live. This time, my mercy will not extend to you. You would do well to comprehend your current predicament before engaging in conversation with me. He added, turning to leave. In an instant, Huanji transformed into a small cat, refraining from using her demon arts, as Lingyun Peak was a top-tier artifact, surrounded by powerful energies. The aura of the celestial clan conflicted with her own, causing her form to oscillate between her original and human shapes without any discernible pattern. Despite her discontent, unwillingness, and even anger, she stumbled after the man's retreating figure, understanding that to survive, she must learn to bow her head. One day, she would stand upon this man's corpse, consuming the celestial bones of this contemptible being to restore her strength. In the sleeping quarters, Lord Hongfeng lay upon his couch, while Huanji, gravely injured, staggered in. Her diminutive orange cat form could no longer bear the strain and collapsed at the foot of the desk, curling up and succumbing to unconsciousness. Lord Hongfeng turned to his side, his gaze fixed intently upon the small orange cat nestled in the corner, a fragile creature that could be crushed with a single hand. Compared to the human Huanji, her feline form appeared more endearing, small and fluffy. It was no wonder that Li Zhao, that unreliable disciple, had chosen to keep such a pet and brought it to Lingyun Peak, in the mortal realm. Xianxia had once again entered the city, arranging for a new carriage while repeatedly instructing Ajio to protect her at all costs, even against the might of the Heavenly King, along with Mu Lanxing and this exceedingly valuable carriage. During this time, she had indulged excessively feasting on rich foods, her purse visibly diminishing like flowing water. Should her carriage break down, she would find herself devoid of funds. She could not possibly ask Song Shisho for money again. Even if she did, that man needed to appear first, and Ajio had already been drained of funds by her incessant demands. How much longer until we reach Jiangzhou? Xianxia inquired, her tone tinged with frustration. Mu Lanxing asked, if I were to return you to Jiangzhou, where does Miss Qiuyue intend to go next? Upon hearing this question, Qiuyue wore a puzzled expression. She herself was uncertain of her next steps. The mortal realm offered no refuge for demons, with nearly all being overseen by demon hunters. As for the demon realm, she had no desire to return, given the tarnished reputation of Qiuyue. Coupled with the collapse of the Black Mountain, returning would only invite hostility, and the original owner of this body had offended numerous demons, making her return a certain death sentence. Joining the celestial clan seemed implausible as well. Setting aside the enmity between celestials and demons, the celestial clan would never permit a demon to reside among them. It was utterly absurd, although she was unaware of who had ultimately slain the original Qianxia. Her analysis suggested it was likely the celestial clan, specifically the elder of the Qingyun sect. This realization indicated that she held some animosity towards the celestial clan. After considerable contemplation, Qianxu's mind whirred, and it seemed there was only one place where she could begin anew. I may head to the demon clan, she declared. Mu Lanxing was taken aback. The demon clan? It is said to be a place of utter depravity, shrouded in darkness, where the sun never shines. The demons there devour flesh and bones. It is a perilous domain. Qianxia paused, replying, is it truly that terrifying? But the demon clan governs the demon race. And while I am indeed a demon, the demon clan would be my superior. Would it not be entirely reasonable for me to seek employment at the headquarters of the demon clan? Mu Lanxing, bewildered by her reasoning and the unfamiliar terms, grasped the general sentiment. If Miss Qiuyue has nowhere to go, you are welcome to stay at my home, he offered nervously, quickly adding, what I mean is, there is an empty courtyard at my residence, ample enough for you to reside comfortably. Qianxia smiled. She found no fault in this simpleton. After all, he provided some emotional value. She yearned to live in the mortal realm, having been a person accustomed to human life. Yet the chaos of this era posed significant challenges. In the mortal realm, women held a lowly status, often dependent on men for survival. Most traders were men, making it difficult for someone of her caliber to thrive in ancient times. In contrast, being a demon presented certain advantages. Lacking wealth was not dire, as hunger was not fatal. Those with any cultivation often fasted. Moreover, with a long lifespan and minimal ailments, if she were to experience social anxiety, she could simply find a secluded place to retire, avoiding trouble altogether. She could also devise ways to control her cultivation. With her demon powers, she would not easily be extinguished. Thus, a life as a demon seemed preferable in the demon clan. No one would recognize her, allowing her to embark on a completely new existence. Mu Gongzi, I appreciate your kindness. To be honest, I quite enjoy the mortal realm, but with demon hunters around, mortals cannot accept demons. I must live in secrecy. I have made up my mind. Once your matters are resolved, I shall go to the demon clan. There, no one knows me, and I can find a place to live in peace. Xianxia concluded with a smile. Meanwhile, outside, Agio, acting as the coachman, silently listened to the conversation within. Puzzled by Xianxia's sudden mention of the demon clan, though he did not comprehend, he intended to report back to his master. Chapter 43. Let me take you away. About a week passed, and the days were surprisingly tranquil. Xianxia encountered two groups of demons attempting to abduct her, all of whom met their demise without exception. She had begun to grasp some aspects of her heart method and was diligently learning to slowly absorb her inner core. She even had Agio teach her how to sense her inner core, and fortunately, after unraveling the heart method, she managed to gain some insight. Albeit limited, she was no longer entirely blind. Upon sensing her inner core, she was struck by the realization of her formidable power. It seemed as though consuming demon cores had become as routine as eating, and inadvertently, she had absorbed an extraordinary amount of energy. It was no wonder that television dramas and novels depicted practitioners of dark arts as villains. Indeed, taking shortcuts was remarkably effective for swiftly enhancing one's cultivation. Xianxia mused. Moreover, these demons had come to deliver themselves to her. She had not slain them, Agio had done so. Thus, she felt little guilt in reaping the benefits. At that moment, Agio, driving the carriage, was baffled and asked, "What is a villain? What are television dramas and novels?" Feeling stifled inside the carriage, Xianxia emerged for some fresh air and sat beside Agio to take in the scenery. A villain refers to a bad person, describing those of us who practice dark arts and commit heinous acts. As for television dramas, well, I doubt you'd understand even if I explained it. Though Xianxia had traversed into another realm, her modern mindset lingered, causing her to occasionally slip into contemporary phrases. Agio interjected, "What do you mean us? I am not a villain. I have not practiced dark arts or committed any wrongdoing. That I only kill those who deserve it. Those who oppose my master should perish." "Miss Chiuyue, we will arrive at Jiangzhou in a couple of days," Mu Lanqing announced from within the carriage. Xianxia joyfully lifted the curtain, exclaiming, "Is that true? My task is nearly complete. I can finally seek out Sister Huanji. I wonder how she is faring at Xinyun's sect. Alas, I wish I could blend in with them." As she spoke, a hint of melancholy crept into her tone. Noticing her mood, Agio quietly remarked, "With your current control over demon power, it would likely be tantamount to walking into your own demise at the Xinyun sect. Xianxiu, this child possesses many admirable qualities, yet he speaks with a bluntness that pierces the hearts of those around him." At this moment, Mu Lansheng caught sight of Xianxiu's unmistakable eagerness to depart, and his eyes dimmed involuntarily, revealing a tangible sense of loss and reluctance that Xianxiu remained oblivious to. 2 days later, the carriage finally entered Jiangzhou City. After much anticipation, Xianxiu arrived at her destination, her spirits considerably lifted. Sitting outside, her eyes darted around in excitement. Jiangzhou City was truly unlike any other. Reminiscent of the modern Jiangnan region, with picturesque scenery that resembled a delicately crafted painting. Every corner teemed with vibrant life, and the lush greenery brought a sense of tranquility, embodying the essence of a serene water town. Xianxiu felt that this city was particularly welcoming to her eyes, bustling with people in the streets. However, Mu Lanqing did not reside within the city, but rather in the countryside outside. And the carriage ride would still take about an hour. "Wow, Mr. Mu, this city is wonderful. I would love to live in such a place. It seems perfect for retirement," Xianxiu exclaimed, lifting the carriage curtain with a burst of enthusiasm. Mu Lanqing's eyes lit up. "Really? If Miss Xianxiu wishes to stay, I could earn more silver, copy more books, and request my aunt's permission to take the imperial examination, that I could save enough money to buy a house for you in the city." Xianxiu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for this naive soul. After all, he was merely escorting her along the way. They were friends, yet he was already contemplating home ownership. "Oh dear, you should save up for yourself. I can find a place wherever I go. The mortal realm is indeed lovely, but it cannot accommodate my kind. I refuse to become an illegal resident. The world is vast, and I refuse to believe there isn't a place for me. Worry not for my fate. I have my own path, She replied with a smile. Mu Lanchan's previously bright eyes dimmed again, and he muttered a soft "oh." In the city, Xianxia indulged in a bit of fun, sending Argio to tend to the carriage while she dragged Mu Lanchan through the streets to enjoy the sights. If only I had a camera, or even a phone, to capture this beauty, she mused as they stood on a bridge, gazing at the boats gliding through the water. Mu Lanchan, unfamiliar with such expressions, remarked, "What do you mean by chicken? My aunt raises quite a few chickens and ducks. If Miss Xianxia desires one, I could gift you a chicken." Xianxia chuckled awkwardly. "Thank you for your kindness, but I shall pass." Argio, who had been following closely, spoke up. "If you continue to play, it will soon be nightfall. I advise you to return home quickly. I sense several forces approaching, and the heavens seem to be in turmoil." At his words, both Xianxia and Mu Lanchan looked up. The sky was clear, and it was the afternoon, approximately 2 o'clock by modern reckoning. Mu Lanchan appeared puzzled, noting that the weather seemed perfectly normal. After all, Jiangzhou City had its share of demon hunters. Those nefarious creatures wouldn't dare act so brazenly. However, Xianxia scrutinized the sky more closely and indeed noticed something amiss, despite the clear blue. There seemed to be a strange energy flowing above, as if many were converging towards their location. No, could it be that multiple groups are coming? Why should we return? Shouldn't we flee? She exclaimed, her eyes widening as she turned to Argio. Argio maintained his stoic demeanor. "My master has his plans. Recently, the demons have been less active. Many have gone and not returned. Naturally, no one dares to stir trouble. The key figures are likely heading towards Mu Lanchan's home. So, we are merely walking into our demise." Xianxia questioned, bewildered by the intentions behind the escorting. What was so significant about Mu Lanchan's home? Did his aunt harbor some hidden agenda? Mu Lanchan, sensing the gravity of the situation from Xianxia's serious expression, fell silent. These days, being pursued by demons had left him somewhat confused, but he gradually began to understand that his aunt might be concealing something important from him. "It's all right. My home is over there. I must return to see my aunt," Mu Lanchan declared earnestly. Xianxia's expression grew complex. Following the typical narrative of dramas, it seemed that Mu Lanchan was destined to be a pawn in a larger scheme, potentially sacrificed for the greater good. Why else would so many covet him? Was it merely because of that cursed xianxia sword? Though Xianxia often acted carefree, she genuinely regarded Mu Lanchan as a friend. After discovering her true nature, he had shown no fear and continued to treat her as he always had. If Mu Lanchan were to be forced to his end, she could not bear it. The xianxia sword be damned. She could not let this innocent soul perish. No, I will take you away, Xianxia declared, grasping Mu Lanchan's wrist as she headed toward the carriage. Argio was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying a rare hint of anxiety. "Xianxia, do you not heed the words of our master?" Xianxia shielded Mu Lanchan behind her, her demeanor resolute. "I care not for your conspiracies. He is my friend, and I will save him. You shall not harm him." Chapter 44. Mu Lanchan's determination to return. At this moment, Xianxia hastened to pull Mu Lanchan away, intent on fleeing Jiangzhou. Argio followed behind, both helpless and unable to stop her, for without his master's orders, he dared not confront Xianxia. "Miss Xianxia," Mu Lanchan struggled to keep pace with her swift strides, fixated on his wrist, where he could still feel the warmth of her palm. Strangely, his heart raced a little faster. In this world, Xianxia had few acquaintances, and even fewer close friends. Mu Lanchan was her second friend here, after Huanji. She felt it was unjust to send him to certain doom. She could not allow it. "Rest assured, I have been practicing my techniques, and can now control some of my powers. I will protect you," she reassured him, glancing back at the man. Argio genuinely wished to incapacitate this troublesome woman. Wasn't she jeopardizing their master's grand scheme? Why did this demon care so much for the life of a mortal? Argio was perplexed, convinced that Xianxia had lost her senses in her foolishness. Xianxia soon reached the place where the carriage was parked. As she lifted the curtain, she found a man in white lazily reclining inside, his eyes closed in repose. His long, ebony hair flowed like silk, tied in a high ponytail that revealed his handsome, pristine face. His brows resembled distant mountains, and his straight nose, combined with his simple attire, bestowed upon him a subtle radiance akin to moonlight, exuding a calm and restrained charm. "Song Shizhou," Xianxia gasped, momentarily taken aback by her utterance. The man opened his eyes, revealing a depth of coldness, though his lips curled into a faint smile. "What? Planning to flee?" he inquired, his voice rich and magnetic. Xianxia quickly positioned Mu Lanchan behind her, declaring, I have no interest in your scheming, nor do I wish to be involved. But Mu Lanxing cannot die. Song Shizhou chuckled coldly, irritated by the sight of this demon so fiercely defending a mortal. Uncertain of his own feelings, he found himself increasingly displeased by the sight of this seemingly defenseless scholar. Do you think you can escape with him? Song Shizhou retorted. The world was vast, and she believed there must be a place to hide. However, Xianxia faltered, knowing that with various factions involved, Qingyan sect, the demon clan, and even the celestial tribe, there truly seemed to be no refuge for Mu Lanxing. Struggling to find words now, Song Shizhou mocked. His gaze shifting to Mu Lanxing standing behind Xianxia. He was born to be a sacrifice, to be exploited by all, be they celestial, mortal, or demon. He has no way out, with a jade pendant in hand. He lounged casually against the carriage, exuding an air of triumph. Mu Lanxing shook his head, fervently insisting, You speak nonsense. My aunt is not that kind of person. Song Shizhou raised an eyebrow. What if your aunt is not human? Mu Lanxing froze, disbelief washing over him, yet his body trembled slightly. In recent days, he had been pursued by numerous demons, all chanting about the sealing order and the master of the Xianxia sword. Though he was confused, he began to comprehend that his lineage was far from ordinary, but he was merely a frail scholar, skilled only in reading and writing. What could he possibly possess that was worth such contention? Let us not overthink it. We should run first and survive. Xianxia urged. Mu Lanxing looked at her, deeply touched by her concern and protection. Miss Xianxia, I wish to return home, he said earnestly. Are you mad? What if you were to die? Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. Mu Lanxing forced a bitter smile and said, I have lived in a remote place since childhood, where there are only 2 small courtyards. With no other villagers around, I studied and wrote by myself, and my aunt wouldn't even allow me to participate in the imperial examinations. I never understood why. Now that I think of it, it must be related to my origins. I wish to return and seek clarity, even if it costs me my life. I want to die knowing the truth. Xianxia could see that this simpleton was serious, with a stubborn glint in his eyes, and she sighed. Inside the carriage, Mu Lanxing sat in a corner, lost in thought, unaware of what occupied his mind. Meanwhile, Xianxia glared at the languid and self-satisfied Song Shizhou, who was dozing with his eyes closed. It was infuriating how he could persuade Mu Lanxing to return with just a few words. Master, we are approaching, Agio said from outside the carriage. If we continue on, our identities will be exposed. You may return on your own. A barrier has been set up around here. Once you enter, all factions will be alerted, Song Shizhou stated. Mu Lanxing nodded. His expression somewhat grave, he glanced at Song Shizhou before stepping down from the carriage with his bundle. Xianxia followed, but Song Shizhou caught her sleeve. Why are you following? He asked in a cold tone. Xianxia huffed, yanking her sleeve back, unwilling to engage with him. Song Shizhou chuckled in irritation. This was the first time in millennia that a woman dared to show him such disdain, and a demoness at that, truly audacious. Enough, you can glare at me all day, but now you refuse to speak to me. Though somewhat displeased, Song Shizhou allowed her to be. With an indignant expression, Xianxia retorted, Are you planning to kill my friend? Upon hearing the word friend, Song Shizhou realized this foolish demoness was making friends everywhere. Getting upset with him just for Mu Lanxing, that it seemed his standing in her eyes was quite low. Reflecting on this, Song Shizhou felt a slight pang in his chest. I never said he would die, he replied, his face darkening slightly. Xianxia's gaze turned uncertain. Last time we caused a ruckus at the magistrate's residence. You insisted that the magistrate was unharmed, yet he ended up dead, and the next day, we were being pursued by officials everywhere. Song Shizhou laughed softly, realizing this foolish demoness was no longer easily deceived. She was recalling past events. This time, he truly will not perish. I am unaware of what the celestial clan is plotting with Mu Lanxing, but I can assure you, he is not the master of the Xianxia sword. Currently, the celestial clan cannot intervene and has enlisted the Qingyan sect's assistance, which has stirred quite a commotion. In all likelihood, Mu Lanxing will be taken by the Qingyan sect. Take this jade pendant. It will disguise your demonic aura. Even the honorable immortal Hongfeng of the Qingyan sect will not discern that you are a demon. Use this to blend in. Song Shizhou had anticipated that this foolish demoness would protect Mu Lanxing. Thus he had prepared in advance. Chapter 45. Tested by the Aunt Xianxia, you sensed something amiss and refused. Why should I follow your instructions and infiltrate the Qingyan sect? I am not your subordinate. And you are not my master. My master in Heishan is dead, and I am free. I refuse to be used by you any longer. Outside the carriage, Agio thought, what kind of foolish demoness is this? Does she genuinely seek her demise? Song Shizhou had expected the woman would reject him. Although she spoke oddly, he couldn't be bothered to inquire further. Are you not mine now? Xianxia widened her eyes in disbelief. Don't say such things. What do you mean I am yours? Song Shizhou wore an expression of entitlement. Huangji is working for me. Do you not count as mine? Should I place a curse on you to control you at will? After speaking, Song Shizhou's eyes sparkled with mischief as he reached out, intending to tap her on the head. Xianxia quickly reacted, grasping his hand and interrupting his spell. She nearly forgot that this mysterious man's powers surpassed even Huangji's. She could not defeat him and had to learn to be both flexible and resilient. Don't. We are friends. Casting a curse would ruin everything. As a friend, I am quite loyal. I would certainly brave fire and water for you. If you want me to go to the Xianxia sect, I shall, especially since Huangji is there. I will seek her out. Xianxia declared, swiftly snatching the jade pendant from his hand and placing it around her neck with great decisiveness. Then she asked, why do you want me to infiltrate? Song Shizhou's eyes twinkled with amusement. I suspected you would follow Mulansheng, so I prepared this for you in advance. I am not asking you to do anything. I merely wish to assist you. Xianxia regarded him skeptically. Is this man truly so kind-hearted? Song Shizhou, seeing her disbelief, chuckled. When I require your assistance, you may help me in return. Xianxia was convinced that this man harbored ulterior motives. She then flashed an okay gesture and jumped from the carriage, fearing that Song Shizhou would take advantage of her momentary distraction to place a curse upon her. That would be disastrous. She would not allow this man to control her at will. At this moment, Song Shizhou recalled Xianxia's cowardly demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle, mimicking her okay gesture, puzzled by its meaning. Meanwhile, Mulansheng, who had already disembarked and was waiting by the roadside with his bundle, appeared lost in thought, seemingly unable to shake off Song Shizhou's words. Your aunt is using you, from the beginning. She never intended for you to survive. Xianxia approached Mulansheng, concerned about the daft boy's state. When she turned around, she noticed that the carriage had vanished without a trace, along with Jiao and Song Shizhou. Are you certain we should return? It's not too late to have regrets now. Although Xianxia had heard Song Shizhou say Mulansheng would not die, she still felt uneasy and wanted to confirm his decision once more. The young man, regaining his senses, replied, Miss Xiaoyu, I will return home alone this time. I fear I might implicate you. Xianxia shook her head, saying, It's all right. You won't die. Song Shizhou just said something that felt quite credible. You are likely to be taken to the Xianxia sect, and I must follow you in to protect you. But do not mention Song Shizhou's name in their presence, nor reveal that I am a demon. Do not expose me. Xianxia instructed, confident that this simpleton would not betray her. Mulansheng nodded seriously, understanding that Xianxia would remain by his side in the future, his eyes gleaming with a hint of anticipation as he struggled to suppress his inner joy. Rest assured, Miss Xiaoyu, I will never betray you if I ever do something to wrong you. May I be struck by lightning and meet a wretched end. Mulansheng swore earnestly. Xianxia quickly waved his hand away. That's too heavy. I never asked you to swear. I trust your character. Now, let us return home and see what awaits us there. Mulansheng, initially lacking courage, felt as if he had drawn strength from the girl. He gathered his bravery and resolved not to fear whatever shocking truths he might encounter. As they walked along the muddy path, they found themselves in an area devoid of any neighboring houses, with only a few patches of barren land and some vegetable plots. After a while, Xianxia finally spotted two small courtyards, modest thatched roof houses that appeared quite rudimentary, with clothes hanging in the courtyard swaying gently in the breeze. Is this your home? Xianxia inquired. Mulansheng smiled, saying, Yes, my aunt dislikes socializing and has chosen to live in this desolate mountain. There used to be a few other households nearby, but they have all moved away, leaving only my family living within a few miles. Xianxia sighed, acknowledging the beauty of the scenery, but expressed her concern. While the view is lovely, I dread staying in such a place at night. I truly fear ghosts. Mulansheng blinked, asking, Miss Xiaoyu, do you still fear ghosts? Xianxia shot him a look that implied he should understand. Who doesn't fear ghosts? Mulansheng lowered his gaze, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Miss Xiaoyu, you are quite adorable, yet you are still afraid of these ethereal beings despite your status. Where are the ethereal beings? In this world, there are people, gods, and demons. Surely there are ghosts as well. Xianxia countered. However, she realized she had not encountered any ghosts during her journey. Perhaps she should ask those more knowledgeable about it later to clarify the situation. Upon reaching the gate of the courtyard, a young woman with a water basin intending to empty it was taken aback, causing the basin to crash to the ground and water to spill everywhere. Seeing his aunt's astonished expression, Mu Lanxing felt a mix of emotions. Inside the house, the three sat on stools. With a bowl of water Mu Lanxing had poured for Xianxia in front of her, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Nevertheless, Xianxia took the opportunity to survey the home, which could be described as bare bones. However, it was clean and tidy. The house contained little more than a table for stools and 3 rooms, along with a courtyard. Upon entering, she noticed a vacant small courtyard beside the main one, looking rather desolate, as if it had been uninhabited for a long time. "Aunt, this is the girl I met on the road. She is also from Jiangzhou and has nowhere to go, so I brought her home." Mu Lanxing lied to his aunt for the first time, maintaining a calm demeanor. The woman before them narrowed her eyes, exuding a sharp intensity, as she gathered her energy to probe in front of Xianxia. And then, somewhat astonished, exclaimed, "You are not a demon." Mu Lanxing was taken aback to discover that his aunt possessed magical abilities, casting further doubt on the veracity of the words spoken by xianxia. Xianxia blinked her innocent eyes and immediately resorted to her usual tactics. She pinched her thigh with great force, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears if her aunt disapproved of Xiaoyu. Then she would take her leave. How could she be slandered as a demon? She had encountered young Master Mu on the road, and fortunately, he was willing to escort a mere weak woman back. Otherwise, in this world, she could not fathom how a woman like her could survive. Having spoken, Xianxia took out her handkerchief and began to dab at her tears. Mu Lanxing, witnessing her rapid change in demeanor, felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling how he had once been subjected to such a ploy himself. He turned away, feeling a sense of discomfort. Chapter 46. Heritage 1. At that moment, outside the bedroom window, someone was lurking stealthily. It was Xianxia. The events leading up to this moment began more than 10 minutes prior, when Mu Lanxing's aunt had tested her with magic to discern whether she was a demon. Failing to uncover anything, she had become utterly convinced of her humanity. Yet, she wore a stern expression, declaring that this was not a place for her, insisting that she would depart at dawn. After stating this, she promptly arranged a guest room for her, leading Mu Lanxing away to converse in another chamber. This blatant dismissal led Xianxia to surmise that the aunt was likely revealing the mysteries of their lineage to the simpleton. Though she was aware of some details, her insatiable curiosity drove her to crouch quietly beneath the window, eavesdropping on their conversation within. Inside the room, the aunt's voice bore a hint of astonishment as she inquired, "How did you return?" She could hardly believe that Mu Lanxing had managed to bring a mortal woman back so smoothly and unharmed. Mu Lanxing, hearing this, forced a bitter smile. "And, do you not wish for my return?" Upon uttering these words, the woman's expression momentarily faltered, revealing a complex array of emotions in her gaze, leaving him perplexed regarding her true feelings. "That is not the case," she replied, seemingly filled with guilt. Though Mu Lanxing was but a scholar, frail and gentle, he was direct in his inquiries, yearning to understand the reasons behind her sentiments. "I have encountered many matters along the way. I believe you must know what I have faced, and I wish to uncover the truth of my lineage," Mu Lanxing stated. Upon hearing this, the aunt sighed, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. 3 parts resentment, 3 parts guilt, and 4 parts confusion. She began, suddenly at a loss for words. "You wish for my demise?" Mu Lanxing pressed once more. As soon as he spoke, the woman seated on the rickety stool burst into tears. "That I am not truly your aunt. I am merely the celestial servant of your mother. My name is Yuan Yin, a cloud that your mother manifested by the Yao Qi, with minimal spiritual power, having cultivated for merely 1,000 years." As she spoke, Yuan Yin seemed to become lost in her recollections. The highest authority in the heavens is not the heavenly emperor, but the Xianxia emperor, the protector of all living beings. He is a deity born of the earth, the strongest in existence, capable of obliterating the cosmos and returning all to chaos. A millennium ago, a formidable being emerged from the demon realm, Song Shizuo. In a remarkably short time, he ascended to the position of demon lord, subjugating the demon and alike. No one knew the origins of Song Shizuo. His methods of cultivation remained a mystery, and his emergence disrupted the balance of the world. Yuan Yin recounted, her demeanor seemingly tranquil, yet her eyes brimmed with tears. Subsequently, Demon Lord Song Shizuo instigated the war of celestial and demonic beings, leading the demon army to assault the heavenly court. The celestial beings faced relentless defeats, suffering greatly, Countless heavenly soldiers were unable to withstand the onslaught, and even the heavenly emperor was grievously injured. The mightiest of the celestial beings, the Xianxia emperor, emerged to repel the demon forces back to the boundary between realms. As the battle unfolded, the assembled celestials believed the emperor would easily vanquish the demons, but an unexpected turn of events ensued. Xianxia's immense power proved too formidable, leaving even the divine emperor unable to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, the Xianxia emperor sacrificed himself, employing the divine sword xianxia to seal the demon forces at the celestial demonic border, restoring peace among the three realms. Mu Lansheng listened in a daze, struggling to comprehend how these tales pertained to him. Sensing his bewilderment, Yuan Yin continued, "Your mother was the Qingling fairy of the heavens, born of the same lineage as the emperor, both being deities of natural origin. However, your mother was frail, her cultivation inferior to many celestial lords of the heavenly clan. She was well protected, and even without the Xianxia emperor's guardianship, she was held in high regard among the celestial beings. The heavenly emperor, out of respect for the deceased Xianxia emperor, treated the Qingling fairy with great favor. She could have lived carefree, yet upon descending to the mortal realm, she fell in love with a half-demon from the demon realm named Zhao Riyuan, your father, a being born of the union between human and demon. Regarded as a disgrace among demons, she spoke of Zhao Riyuan. Yuan Yin's voice dripped with disdain. Though a half-demon, Zhao Riyuan overcame the odds, rising to the rank of the foremost expert in the demon realm. Proving his strength through his rigorous cultivation, the Qingling fairy, who possessed inferior cultivation, was discovered during her escapade in the demon realm and was bullied by wicked demons. It was then that your father, Zhao Riyuan, stepped in to assist her, thus forging their connection. In time, the Qingling fairy and Zhao Riyuan fell in love, but their relationship was soon uncovered by the heavenly clan. At that time, the demon realm was under the dominion of the demon forces, and the celestial and demonic factions were inherently at odds. The demon realm, being subservient to the demon forces, was naturally antagonistic to the heavenly realm. The Qingling fairy was the sister of the Xianxia emperor, and with the emperor having perished in the fight against the demon forces, her involvement with the enemy faction, especially with a lowly half-demon, was a source of shame for the heavenly clan. The heavenly emperor sent individuals to retrieve the fairy, preventing her from descending once more. Yet how could they truly restrain her? Yuan Yin sighed bitterly, recounting how the fairy, desperate for love, openly defied the heavenly emperor, bringing shame upon the celestial family. The celestial beings murmured discontent, blaming the heavenly emperor for indulging the fairy's audacity. The situation escalated, and had the heavenly emperor not acted against the fairy, he would have been unable to justify the matter to the other celestial beings. Yet, the heavenly emperor, taking into account the Xianxia emperor's legacy, ultimately suppressed the incident. However, even after this, the Qingling fairy remained unrepentant, brazenly storming the heavenly gates, injuring celestial soldiers, and clandestinely descending to the mortal realm while bearing a child with Zhao Riyuan. They evaded the celestial forces but could not conceal their actions. On the day of your birth, the heavenly emperor personally led an army to retrieve her, offering one last chance, should she repent and eliminate the bastard child. He would overlook the past and impose only the lightest punishment, confining her to the heavens for eternity while allowing her to return to her former carefree life as the Qingling fairy. Even the heavenly emperor came to retrieve her, granting her an opportunity, yet the Qingling fairy remained defiant, opposing the emperor once more. In that moment, even the emperor could no longer shield her, and he delivered the celestial punishment by thunder, resulting in the demise of this ill-fated couple beneath the divine lightning. At the time of the celestial punishment, I had fled from the demon realm with the newly born child, namely you, seeking refuge in the mortal realm. I named you Mu Lansheng, intending for you to live a simple and ordinary life, yet I soon uncovered a secret. At this point, Yuan Yin's gaze turned cold. Since my inception as the fairy servant, I have remained by her side. After the tragic events, I returned to the site where the fairy and Zhao Riyuan met their end, a place scorched black by divine lightning. Chapter 47. Heritage 2. After escaping to the mortal realm, I spent years reflecting on the events that transpired. The more I pondered, the more I sensed something amiss, prompting me to conduct a discreet investigation. I discovered that the scorched earth bore two items sealed by the heavenly clan, Love Goo. Though the goo had perished, I suddenly realized that the Qingling fairy's madness for love stemmed from being ensnared by the heavenly clan's love goo, a substance exclusive to the celestial realm. Zhao Riyuan, being a half-demon, could not wield the heavenly clan's artifacts. Thus, from the moment of their fateful encounter, Zhao Riyuan and the fairy had unwittingly fallen into a trap, becoming pawns of a larger scheme. I understood the fairy's nature well enough to know that her seemingly reckless behavior was not her own volition, but rather a consequence of the love goose influence, which finally resolved my lingering doubts. Yuan Nian's expression turned increasingly frigid as she continued. I pondered for a long time who among the heavenly clan would seek to ensnare the fairy as the sister of the Xianxia emperor. She was one of the two deities of natural origin, revered and cherished by all. The heavenly clan held her in high esteem, and she had no enemies among them. What motive could there be to conspire against the fairy? As I fled with the fairy's child, namely you, why did the heavenly clan turn a blind eye? It was as if the disappearance of the Qingling fairy's servant went unnoticed, and no one cared for the child's vanishing. Something is amiss, Yuan Nian remarked, her brow furrowing. Later, during the Yaoqi celestial gathering, all factions of the heavenly clan convened at It was the perfect opportunity to infiltrate their ranks. Possessing a celestial bone, I disguised myself as a newly arrived servant to the heavenly realm and uncovered a piece of news. The heavenly emperor publicly declared that I, along with the newly born child, had perished beneath the divine lightning. This explanation was readily accepted by all. That it was then that I realized everything had been orchestrated by the heavenly emperor. Yet I remained perplexed. What was the motive behind it all? Thus, I returned to the mortal realm, approaching you with celestial power, tirelessly probing your soul, once, twice, thrice. I searched for a long time, finding no anomalies, until at last I finally captured something. That moment, my essence was fixated upon the gaze of Mulan Shang. Within you lies a concealed object. You possess a heart of glazed glass that I know not its nature. Yet I am familiar with this aura. Your heart is a divine vein, the vein of a celestial being. How could it reside within you? The heavenly emperor seeks to enshrine the divine vein within you. What could be the purpose of such a deed? I surmised that there must have been celestial observers monitoring me at that time, leading me to expend nearly all my cultivation to cloak your presence and escape, masquerading as a mere mortal to elude their scrutiny. For all these years, I have been haunted by this memory, until I stumbled upon a recent rumor from the demon clan, the decree of the sealing of immortals. It was said that the xianxia sword, stationed at the boundary between immortals and demons, had stirred, and the celestial clan is in search of a new master for the xianxia sword. Furthermore, whispers circulated that whoever possesses the heart of glazed glass shall inherit the world. And that very heart resides within you. A sardonic smile graced my face. I do not believe that acquiring you would grant dominion over the world. If I were to extract your heart now, would I then seize the world? Absolutely not. Such notions are mere fabrications. After much contemplation, I arrived at a hypothesis that these rumors are intentionally disseminated by the celestial clan, unable to locate either you or me. They create a grand spectacle, proclaiming the sealing of immortals and the heart of glazed glass, merely to harness the strength of many in their quest to uncover your whereabouts, concealed by me. The celestial clan refrains from descending to the mortal realm. They cannot venture into the demon territory, nor do they often visit the realm of demons, for there lies the demon lord Song Shizhou. It is widely acknowledged that had it not been for the xianxia sword suppressing the boundary, the heavenly realm would have long been overrun by the demon clan. Those celestial beings among them dare not easily descend into the domain of their enemies. Fearing that the demon clan might seize the opportunity to reignite the war between immortals and demons, a conflict they cannot afford to lose, yet they seek to find you. How could they amass the strength of countless demons? Thus, they release the rumor that whoever obtains the heart of glazed glass shall inherit the world, which pales in comparison to the allure of the decree of sealing immortals, before the demon realm was reclaimed by the demon clan. It had always looked to the celestial clan for guidance, remaining under their jurisdiction. Now, many demons remain unconvinced by the demon clan, yearning to pledge their loyalty to the celestial clan, and the decree of sealing immortals presents an opportunity. I know not the true intentions of the heavenly emperor, but I sense a connection to the xianxia sword. You are certainly not the new master spoken of by those demons. Therefore, I deliberately let slip information that you intend to visit the demon realm to pay respects to your parents, using you as bait to draw out the orchestrators behind this scheme. Upon finishing her words, my thoughts became tangled, and tears welled in my eyes as I said, "We are destined to be found. They will inevitably locate us. I despise you, for it is because of you that my master has perished, transforming from a carefree celestial maiden into a jest among the three realms. She is the sister of the Xianxia emperor, of such noble lineage. Yet due to an inscrutable conspiracy, you remain an enigma. But as I watched you grow, I found myself feeling a tinge of protectiveness towards you. The moment I disseminated the news to send you away, I understood that there would be no turning back for me. Perhaps we are destined to be sacrifices, yet we must meet our end with clarity, rather than in ignorance. Mulanxing, upon hearing all this, stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend the gravity of his complex heritage. Meanwhile, xianxia, crouched outside the window, listened with great interest, thinking the unfolding tale rivaled that of a dramatic television series, initially believing it to be a story centered around romance. She was taken aback by the twists and turns, truly remarkable. Yet, she pondered, how could the heavenly emperor, a figure so revered, be entangled with villains? Surely, one who ascends to the throne of the heavenly emperor should possess great compassion, prioritizing the welfare of all beings. Why then engage in a scheme involving a half-demon and a celestial maiden, concealing the offspring born of their union? This heart of glazed glass within Mulanxing. What purpose does this divine vein serve in the end? Is it perhaps intended to resurrect the Xianxia emperor? Xianxia's imagination ran wild, contemplating the logic behind it all. Mulanxing, a half-breed lacking cultivation, was as defenseless as an ordinary mortal. What could he possibly achieve? Yet, if the heavenly emperor sought a vessel for the divine vein, why must the celestial maiden's love interest be a half-demon? Could it be that a vessel capable of containing the divine vein must possess bloodlines from all three realms? This left xianxia perplexed. However, it was clear that Aunt Yuanyin knew little. Otherwise, why would she have used Mulanxing as bait? At that moment, as xianxia crouched by the window, intending to return to her room, a sudden tempest arose, causing the doors and windows of the thatched cottage to creak ominously. She turned to see a multitude of figures in the yard, disciples of the Qingyun sect and a host of demons, divided into two factions standing on either side. At this juncture, the gazes of all present were irresistibly drawn to the girl crouching by the window. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, xianxia turned to face the wall, mortified. Just then, Yuanyin, alerted by the commotion, brought Mulanxing outside. Upon seeing xianxia crouched on the ground, Yuanyin barked, "Were you eavesdropping?" In her haste to escape, she had expended much of her cultivation to mask Mulanxing's presence, leaving her now weak enough that she failed to notice someone listening outside. Xianxia quickly waved her hands, awkwardly countering, "No, no, no. I was just, getting some fresh air." Mulanxing, witnessing this, stepped forward to shield xianxia with his slight frame. Chapter 48. Almost exposing identity, Yuanyin regarded Mulanxing's protectiveness over the mortal girl with displeasure. She detested the very notion of affection. Were it not for the love curse, her master would not have perished. Thus, Mulanxing's special concern for a girl ignited a sense of hostility within her. Here, in the dwelling of the celestial attendant Yuanyin, an elder spoke up from a distance. Yuanyin had no time to address this woman. Turning instead to the newcomers, "What brings the likes of Hongfu the elder and the Qingyun sect here?" Xianxia, hiding behind Mulanxing, stiffened at the mention of Hongfu the elder, hoping the crowd had not recognized her. When she saw the multitude approaching, she quickly turned to face the wall, praying that the demons had not identified her. If they did, would her nemesis not come charging over to settle the score? Peeking from behind Mulanxing, she whispered, "That's my enemy. Don't leave me. Protect me." Mulanxing glanced back at the girl, her sparkling eyes peering in that direction. Oddly enough, amidst the tension, he found her particularly endearing. "Yuanyin, we acknowledge your past as the attendant of the once pure celestial maiden, inseparable from her side. However, the one above desires Mulanxing. We have no choice but to intrude. We kindly request your cooperation in accompanying us." Hongfu the elder declared, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "How can you, as a demon, consort with celestial beings without fear of the demon clan catching wind of this?" Yuanyin retorted with a cold laugh, aware that being taken away likely meant her demise was imminent. "Ha ha ha." Hongfu the elder laughed boastfully, "That is of no concern to you. We respect you as the attendant of the celestial maiden. Hence we shall refrain from being overly forceful. However, should you refuse to cooperate, we shall not hesitate to take you by force. That I will not allow you to harm my aunt." Mulanxing shouted defiantly. At this declaration, Yuan Yin was momentarily taken aback, turning to observe Mulan Xing. For reasons unknown, she felt a sense of nostalgia, that once innocent child had grown, now capable of protecting others. This brought her a flicker of solace. Yet guilt washed over her as she recalled how she had thrust him into this web of intrigue in search of answers. Indeed, it is you we have been seeking, young master. It appears we are fated to cross paths. Since we are all acquaintances, we shall not dwell on pleasantries. We implore you to accompany us back to the Qingyun sect, as we are merely acting on orders, spoke Feng Hui, a junior disciple of the Qingyun sect. Mulan Xing firmly rejected. Why must I accompany you? I shall not leave. This is my home. The disciples of the Qingyun sect had been forewarned, although they were unaware of the intentions of the esteemed Hongfang Xianjun, their ancestral figure, in seeking a mortal. However, since it was a matter of the celestial clan, it was clear he was no ordinary person. I trust you comprehend our purpose, young master. We kindly request your cooperation. The Qingyun sect is a reputable establishment and means no harm to you, Feng Hui continued. Meanwhile, Bai Jingyu, who had remained silent, fixed his gaze upon xianxia, noting how she cowered behind the man. The demon Hongfu the Elder, upon seeing xianxia, exhibited no reaction, indicating that his previous suspicion of her being a demon had been dispelled. Little did Bai Jingyu know, once a striking figure clad in crimson, exuding confidence and allure, xianxia now donned simple attire, failing to attract Hongfu the Elder's attention and thus remaining overlooked. Moreover, as she had just turned to face the wall, now hiding behind Mulan Xing, the demons were focused on him and Yuan Yin, completely oblivious to this mortal girl, who bore a concealed aura and lacked any trace of demonic energy. I am willing to accompany you. But my aunt must also join us, Mulan Xing asserted resolutely. This. Hongfu the Elder promptly refused. Young master, I too have received orders. You are invited to follow the Qingyun sect, while Yuan Yin is to accompany me to my abode. Yuan Yin's heart trembled. It was evident that the one above had deliberately orchestrated this separation, preventing her from being with Mulan Xing. This could not be permitted. Mulan Xing sensed that such a parting might mean they would not even have the chance to meet again in the future. Yuan Yin understood that the situation today would not change. She had believed that by setting Mulan Xing free as bait, he would be captured on the way or perish, but to her astonishment, he returned unscathed. This proved that this group of demons had intentionally tracked Mulan Xing, following the trail to discover her whereabouts, escorting him back all the way, only to take him away once more. Ah Sheng, you must go. I will accompany this group of demons, Yuan Yin resolved. Auntie, Mulan Xing exclaimed, his expression fraught with urgency. Be obedient. Yuan Yin's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. I am truly sorry for you. If it were possible, I would wish for you to survive. Mulan Xing's nose tinged with sadness, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Will we meet again? He inquired. Yuan Yin knew this would be their last encounter. Yet she felt no regret. Seeing that she did not respond, Mulan Xing, filled with agitation, attempted to grasp her hand, but Yuan Yin employed her magical abilities and swiftly moved in front of Hongfu Laogui. Auntie, Mulan Xing shouted, trying to chase after her. Xianxia swiftly wrapped her arms around his waist, whispering, do not be impulsive. We are heading to Qingyun sect. The demon realm is rife with all manner of fiends. If you follow, you might find yourself annihilated. It would be wiser to head to Qingyun sect first and devise a plan. We can seek help from Huanji later. Her skills are formidable. Mulan Xing regained his composure, yet tears continued to stream from his reddened eyes until the demons took his aunt away, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, xianxia finally dared to step out from behind Mulan Xing, exhaling in relief, as she had nearly exposed her identity before Qingyun sect. Fortunate that Hongfu Laogui's eyesight was poor and did not notice her. Miss Chiyue, where is Miss Huanji, who has been accompanying us? Feng Hui approached, inquiring. I have heard that chaos has erupted in the demon realm due to young Master Mu. Countless demons are searching for him. How did you manage to return safely? Bai Jingyu spoke in a calm tone. Mulan Xing was momentarily stunned, glancing at the woman beside him. He genuinely did not know how to respond to this tricky question. That a poor answer would undoubtedly expose xianxua's true identity as a demon. Xianxia thought to herself that this was a disaster. Bai Jingyu had unwittingly brought up a sensitive topic. Sister Huanji, Xianxia suddenly exclaimed in terror, then broke into tears. Actually, I lied. I am a dancer from a dance hall. But Sister Huanji concealed her identity as a demon. She approached me, treated me kindly, and even helped me change my name to xianxia, claiming we would travel together. Later, we encountered numerous demons on the road, all of which Sister Huanji dealt with. But upon reaching Jiangzhou, she departed as if she had received some news. Xianxia wept, her eyes darting beneath her handkerchief. She felt genuinely sorry for Huanji, using her as a scapegoat, for Huanji was not present. And what could these people do? Mu Lancheng was taken aback, blinking in disbelief. The members of Qingyan sect exchanged perplexed glances. Fang Hui's expression turned grave as she analyzed. Previously, there were rumors from the demon realm that Hongfu Laogai had rallied numerous demons to eliminate Granny Heishan. Huanji is a protector of Heishan. She may have received news, which is why she left early and did not involve herself in this matter. With xianxia severely injured and suffering from amnesia, it was said she had forgotten her techniques. Given the discord between them, Huanji would not have taken her on a mission in her weakened state. Hence, she sought a mortal woman as a cover, renaming her xianxia to intimidate any demons seeking trouble, for with two protectors present, ordinary demons would not dare to act recklessly. Fang Hui's analysis was astute, and xianxia could not help but give an internal thumbs up. This was indeed one of her teammates. Bai Jingyu furrowed his brow. Still skeptical, he picked up the magical artifact in his hand and tested it on xianxia, only to find no trace of demonic energy. She was entirely human. Chapter 49. Successfully infiltrating Qingyun sect. At this moment, all members of Qingyun sect, having witnessed Bai Jingyu's test results, were thoroughly convinced of xianxia's human identity. Xianxia maintained a calm demeanor, though her heart surged with tumultuous emotions. Song Shizhou was truly remarkable, providing her with this jade pendant that had transformed a demon into a human. My apologies, Miss Chiyue. Bai Jingyu realized he had been somewhat offensive, and with the understanding that she was indeed a genuine human, he wore an apologetic expression. Fang Hui approached, aware that the woman before them was human, and smiled, saying, Miss Chiyue, let us discard the name that wicked demon Huanji gave you. What was your original name? Xianxia paused, pondering her original name. She had never liked it. She was adopted, and her parents had named her with the hope of having a biological son, which eventually came to pass, leading her parents to neglect her. You see, my previous name was given by the manager at the dance hall, where life was utterly bleak. That I have no fondness for my former name. Sister Huanji is not a wicked demon. She is quite kind. That I prefer to be called Xianxia. I cherish this name. Xianxia began to sob again, dabbing at her tears with her handkerchief. Upon hearing her words, the members of Qingyun sect could not help but feel pity. Indeed, a mortal surviving in a dance hall would have faced dire circumstances. And now she spoke of Huanji, a demon of notorious reputation, as if she were a benevolent being, demonstrating her innocent heart. She had been completely deceived by the demon's facade, even at this moment. She defended a wicked demon, revealing the mistreatment she had endured at the dance hall, where even a demon had treated her better than her own family. Fang Hui, with a sympathetic gaze, grasped Xianxia's hand, saying, if that is the case, let us keep this name. Mu Lancheng listened, knowing that deception was wrong, yet he unconditionally supported whatever actions Miss Chiyue chose to undertake. Thus, at this moment, when he observed Xianxia spinning a web of lies and performing with dramatic flair, he felt only a faint sense of guilt and awkwardly turned his head away. However, we must take young Master Mu to Qingyun sect. Fang Hui had yet to finish her sentence when she was interrupted. I can go with you. I wish to accompany you. Xianxia immediately interjected, then realized her excitement was excessive and feigned a delicate demeanor. That I am homeless. I intended to seek refuge with young Master Mu. But now you wish to take him away. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. I want to go to Qingyun sect with you. I can do anything. I can wash clothes, cook meals, serve tea. I will not be a burden to you. Fang Hui glanced at her senior brother, feeling somewhat conflicted. In her heart, she entirely agreed, but it hinged on her senior brother's decision. Senior brother, is there any harm in bringing her back? Miss Chiyue is all alone and has been exploited by demons. She has nowhere to go. We cannot simply turn a blind eye, Fang Hui urged. Xianxia had no more tears left, yet she continued to feign wiping her eyes, thinking that Fang Hui was quite lovely. While she felt remorse for deceiving her, there was no alternative. Indeed, senior brother, we did not understand the situation in Zhongyang City and assisted that corrupt official. Now we face criticism, and this matter has reached the sect. Seeing Miss Xianxia in such a pitiful state, it would be better to bring her back to the sect. We can arrange for her future later. It is not an impossible task, someone chimed in. Xianxia looked over, spotting a rather plain-looking individual who exuded a sense of kindness. This brother was also one of her teammates if you truly find it difficult. Xianxia, she added fuel to the fire. If you truly find it difficult, do not worry about me. I can fend for myself. Upon finishing, she wore a pained yet pitiful expression, prompting everyone to feel a pang of compassion. After a prolonged silence, Bai Jingyu finally nodded. Then let us return to Qingyun's sect together. Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend how she had so effortlessly infiltrated their ranks. Feng Hui, more excited than she, exclaimed, "Wonderful, we can cultivate together from now on. I wonder if you have a spiritual root, but it matters not. There will always be food and shelter at Qingyun's sect." Xianxia felt a surge of gratitude. Turning to address everyone, "I am truly thankful to you all." Mu Lanxing, feeling somewhat lost, nervously touched his nose, suddenly recalling how he first met Xianxia. She had also spun a tale to elicit sympathy. Had it been any other woman, he would have scorned such behavior. But before him was Xianxia, and everything felt entirely reasonable and natural. Xianxia successfully blended into Qingyun's sect, where she could explore and linger in the realm of cultivation. Just thinking about it made her heart flutter with excitement, as this was a place often depicted in novels and television dramas. However, she could never have anticipated that this group would not travel by foot, but would soar back on flying swords. At this moment, Xianxia was clinging to Bai Jingyu's waist in a state of sheer terror, too frightened to look down. The wind howled fiercely, and the instability of flying on a sword was far from the steadiness of standing on solid ground. Her body swayed slightly, rendering her pallid with fear. How she ended up on the same sword with Bai Jingyu was a mystery that dated back merely 20 minutes. The people from Qingyun's sect, let us refer to them as the headquarters for now, had sent a small paper crane with a message she could not comprehend, but the serious expressions on their faces spoke volumes. Feng Hui had promptly seized Mulan Shang, urging him to hurry back, citing concerns from their master about potential complications if they were delayed. In the ensuing commotion, everyone overlooked her, each one speeding away on their swords. Leaving her behind, spotting Bai Jingyu as the last to depart, she shamelessly trailed after him, and as they took flight, she clung tightly to him in fright. Although Bai Jingyu maintained an air of calmness, he glanced down at the delicate arms wrapped around his waist and couldn't he help but feel somewhat speechless. If Miss Xianxia intends to hold on like this, perhaps we should forego our trip to Qingyun's sect, he remarked in a tone that was almost nonchalant. Xianxia felt a twinge of grievance. She was not well acquainted with Bai Jingyu and genuinely feared the possibility of being abandoned mid-flight. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she attempted to regain her composure. Yet, despite loosening her grip on his waist, her fingers remained firmly clasped around the fabric of his sleeve that we were just walking. "Why the sudden need to fly back?" she murmured softly. Bai Jingyu, naturally hearing her complaint, responded with calm rationale. "Our Qingyun sect is a sect of immortality cultivation, occupying the spiritually rich Guohong Mountain. Though Guohong Mountain lies in the mortal realm, it is not governed by it, but rather by the celestial beings. There, one can fly on swords, but upon entering the mortal realm, one must adhere to its rules. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best to refrain from using magical abilities." Upon hearing his explanation, Xianxia understood. No wonder the group had been hastily traveling towards Jiangzhou, although flying was certainly convenient. As she peered down into the abyss below, surrounded by swirling clouds, she could not help but feel as if there was little difference between this and being in an airplane suspended in midair. Her fear of heights made her tremble uncontrollably, her grip on Bai Jingyu's sleeve tightening to an almost comical degree, terrified of plummeting to the depths below. Chapter 50. Encountering Huan Ji. Time passed, and Xianxia, feeling the strain in her legs, slowly began to relish the experience of flying, her initial terror gradually transforming into a sense of tranquility. As she passed through the clouds, she reached out to touch them, though the sensation was fleeting. Bai Jingyu, aware of the change in her demeanor, could not help but voice his observation. Has Miss Xianxia lost her fear? Surprised by his initiation of conversation, she smiled and replied, "I was scared at first, but fear has given way to a sense of calm. That said, I cannot claim to be entirely unafraid. I still worry about falling." After hearing her response, Bai Jingyu fell silent. However, Xianxia, feeling emboldened, began to inquire about various matters with childlike curiosity. Why are you seeking Mulan Shang, a mere mortal? Is it for cultivation at Qingyun's sect? I noticed the formidable presence of those creatures earlier. Could they pose a threat to him? She feigned ignorance. Hoping to glean insight into Qingyun's sect's intentions in bringing Mulan Shang back. She contemplated the implications of her inquiries. Her thoughts wandered. If the celestial realm was as difficult to access as she had heard, then perhaps Qingyun sect's mission involved the esteemed Hongfang Xianjun. A sense of dread washed over her at the thought of how she could ever infiltrate the celestial realm. If given the chance, she would love to visit the heavenly court and leave a favorable impression on the god of wealth, that moment. In response to her curiosity, Bai Jingyu stated, "We are unaware of their intentions for Mulan Shang. Such matters are beyond our purview. As a mortal, Miss Xianxia should refrain from prying into these affairs." Xianxia pouted in response. She preferred the company of Feng Hui, who was simpler and easier to deceive. With the questions she had, it was certain that Feng Hui could be easily led into revealing secrets. Finally, after enduring the discomfort in her legs, they arrived at Qingyun's sect. They passed a large courtyard where disciples practiced swordplay. She observed them salute Bai Jingyu. Although they merely flew past, she could not help but feel awe at the scene before her. How conservative the dramas portray this. This is the true realm of cultivation. No special effects are needed. Everywhere exudes a sense of solemnity and righteousness, starkly contrasting the dark caverns of the demon realm, where they truly dwell in primitive conditions, she thought, feeling like a country bumpkin in the city as she followed the group, eyes wide with wonder. However, as they entered a grand hall, when Qianxiu attempted to follow, Bai Jingyu halted her at the entrance. "Miss Qianxiu should wait outside. Once we have conferred with our master, I shall have my junior sister arrange accommodations for you," Bai Jingyu stated, closing the grand hall door behind him. Standing outside, Qianxiu rolled her eyes but obediently squatted down, straining her ears to eavesdrop on their conversation within. Inside, Bai Jingyu and the disciples bowed before the figure seated on the high dais. "We have successfully brought Mulan Shang back to the sect, as per our master's instructions," Bai Jingyu announced. The person on the dais, an elderly man of about 60, was the sect leader of Qingyun's sect, flanked by two middle-aged men in their 40s, who assisted in managing sect affairs. Mulan Shang, having arrived at the immortal cultivation sect for the first time, felt somewhat apprehensive and out of place since Qianxiu had been left outside. "This is Mulan Shang, the young master?" the sect leader inquired. His expression imposing as he regarded him. Mulan Shang glanced at the figure on the dais, recognizing the need for decorum, and respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Mulan Shang, a common scholar from Jiangzhou." Outside, Qianxiu, unable to hear anything, surreptitiously cracked the door open a fraction, attempting to catch a glimpse of the proceedings. To her surprise, she inadvertently pushed the door wide open. Having been crouched, she stumbled inside, landing awkwardly. She felt a twinge of pain and realized she had made a blunder, quickly scrambling to her feet, only to be met with the wide-eyed stares of the gathered crowd. A sheepish smile crept across her face. "Very well, my toes have just made contact with a villa," she thought with embarrassment. "What is this?" the seated figure exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a presence emerged from outside, and before she could react, a man clad in moonlight-colored garments, resembling a celestial being, stood before her. How to describe him? If Zhang Shizhou possessed a hint of charm with a cool demeanor, then the man before her radiated warmth and elegance. His features were harmonious, lacking the deepness of Zhang Shizhou's, yet could be described as beautiful. His countenance held a gentle grace, neither effeminate nor lacking in masculinity, exuding an ethereal aura that set him apart from the crowd. Qianxiu found herself momentarily entranced by the handsome figure until her gaze fell upon the small orange cat cradled in his arms. The more she stared, the more uneasy she felt. What on earth? That orange cat seemed so familiar in that instant. Her eyes widened in realization. Wait a minute, is that Huanji? Oh my goodness, Huanji's true form is such an adorable orange cat. So this is how Huanji infiltrates. Brilliant. A surge of admiration flooded her thoughts. Who could resist the allure of a fluffy, beautiful orange cat? Meanwhile, Huanji recognized Qianxiu instantly, astonished at her ability to enter in human form. Yet, upon seeing Bai Jingyu and the others from Qingyun's sect, along with Mulan Shang, comprehension dawned on her. Zhang Shizhou, being the demon lord, undoubtedly possessed the power to conceal Xianxia Yu's presence. However, why had he sent her here? Huanji, nestled in Hongfang Xinjuan's embrace, pondered deeply, seemingly lost in thought. Greetings, ancestor. The group bowed in unison, including the sect leader, who descended from his high seat. Hongfang Xianjun exuded an air of calmness, though appearing gentle as jade. He carried an aura of cool detachment. This young master Mulan Shang shall be taken to Lingyun Peak for temporary residence. Should the celestial realm require him, I shall personally escort him. Lingyun Peak? Xianxia Yu froze momentarily, realizing that everyone was not at Guihong Mountain. What would she do now? Her purpose in coming to Qingyun's sect was to locate Huanji and, incidentally, to protect Mulan Shang. As for Zhang Shizhou, he might need her assistance, but he had yet to clarify what that entailed. With his elusive nature, who knew when he would arrive at Qingyun's sect? Xianxia Yu felt her mind racing. Very well, let Bai Jingyu escort the young master to the ancestor. The sect leader spoke respectfully. What about me? Xianxia Yu exclaimed impulsively. Mulan Shang stepped forward, his expression serious as he positioned himself protectively in front of her. He had learned from Feng Hui during their journey that Bai Jingyu had introduced him to various matters concerning Qingyun's sect. His protective stance was motivated by concern that the esteemed ancestor might discern her true identity as a demon. Chapter 51. This fool is quite the actor at that moment. The leader of the Qingyun sect inquired once more. Everyone turned their gaze towards xianxia, while Bai Jingyu felt a throbbing pain at his temples. He truly did not expect this woman to be so adept at causing trouble. It was one thing to offend the leaders, but before them stood the ancestor. Feng Hui immediately stepped forward to speak on behalf of xianxia. Returning to the ancestor, this girl is but a mortal, manipulated by the demon realm's Huanji, who changed her name to xianxia to mislead others. She was escorted all the way back to Jiangzhou with Mulan Shang. But Huanji may have received news of the destruction of the Black Mountain and fled early, leaving this mortal girl behind with Mulan Shang. It is well known that the xianxia of the demon realm has lost her powers and memories. Huanji and xianxia were at odds, making it impossible for her to take her on missions. The fact that xianxia had lost her memory and could not wield her powers had not yet been publicly disclosed. To deter demons who might come to seize her or harbor ill intentions, Huanji found an orphan girl, renamed her, and publicly claimed that the two great protectors were escorting Mulan Shang together. Now, this orphan girl is alone, with nowhere to go, and has been exploited by wicked demons that we thought to first bring her back to the Qingyun sect for shelter and later find her a suitable place. Although Feng Hui was the junior disciple, she was also the leader's daughter. She had met the ancestor before, but had never spoken so extensively. Now, she summoned her courage, her expression revealing a hint of nervousness. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in the eyes of Xianjun Hongfang, who responded with a hint of skepticism. You claim that Huanji and this orphan girl escorted Mulan Shang all the way back to Jiangzhou. At that moment, xianxia interjected, Yes, it was my sister Huanji who brought us home. Initially, the journey went smoothly, and we were unaware that she was a demon. However, for some reason, many demons began to approach us. And Huanji was exposed. Xianxia's gaze was earnest as she winked at the kitten, believing that Huanji would surely understand her betrayal. At that moment, Huanji's expression was one of exasperation. This foolish fox was oblivious to the fact that Xianjun Hongfang had seen through her demon guise. How could she have escorted them all the way to Jiangzhou when she had arrived at the Qingyun sect midway? Xianjun Hongfang observed this mortal's audacity. Ordinary mortals do not react this way upon encountering immortals. That he extended his hand and cast a spell on xianxia to test her. The result was unexpected. She was indeed just a human. Bai Jingyu stepped forward respectfully, stating, returning to the ancestor, the disciple has already tested this girl at Mulan Shang's residence and confirmed that she is immortal. Moreover, the demon realm's Hongfu old monster was also present. Seemingly not recognizing her at this moment, xianxia was taken aback, thinking, this is bad. According to previous analysis, Xianjun Hongfang had once killed the original body within 3 moves. And now my face is identical to hers that I have fought against xianxia, and that demonish transformed into a maid in Hongfu's lair, her face altered and not revealing her true form. Later, when she was on the brink of death, she was forcibly drawn back due to the Black Mountain's forbidden spell. However, this mortal girl bears some resemblance. Xianjun Hongfang's expression remained indifferent, yet he scrutinized xianxia a few more times. Xianxia finally felt her anxious heart settle. Indeed, the original owner had infiltrated Hongfu's lair and could not enter brazenly. She must have disguised herself. Thankfully, she had passed this test. Huangji also breathed a sigh of relief, as long as she was not recognized as a demon. She could not be saved. After all, her demon core still had its powers sealed. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave and send Mu Lansheng to Lingyun Peak, Bai Jingyu declared. Xianxia grew anxious, secretly pinching Mu Lansheng's arm, seemingly signaling something. Mu Lansheng looked puzzled as he saw the woman silently form two words with her lips. Take me to AT that moment. Mu Lansheng hesitated. Knowing that Xianxia had been sent by the esteemed Song Shirvo to the Qingyun sect, so he did not mind being used by the woman. I wish to take Miss Qiuyu with me. Wherever I go, she goes. If Lingyun Peak is not a place for everyone, then I shall stay here with Miss Qiuyu. Mu Lansheng spoke with unwavering resolve, though he was but a scholar. His gaze was now steadfast as he met Xianjun Hongfang's eyes without flinching. Nonsense, the leader interjected, then bowed respectfully to the ancestor, acknowledging the offense. After speaking, the leader turned to Mu Lansheng and said, "This is Xianjun Hongfang, a title bestowed upon him by the Celestial Emperor himself. How can you be so disrespectful? Lingyun Peak is not a place one can enter casually." Despite being reprimanded, Mu Lansheng remained unafraid, insisting, "Wherever Miss Qiuyu is, I shall be. If Lingyun Peak is not for all, then I will stay here with her." Xianxia silently gave a thumbs up in her heart. This lad had a strong sense of loyalty. "Why do you insist on keeping a mortal by your side?" Xianjun Hongfang inquired. Just then, Xianxia dashed forward and knelt at Xianjun Hongfang's feet, holding out her handkerchief, sobbing profusely. "I beseech the Xianjun to grant us this union. Mu Lansheng and I are deeply in love, having pledged our lives to one another. In life, I am his, and in death, I am his ghost. Wherever he goes, I shall follow, even through mountains of daggers and seas of flames. I am willing. Without the care of Master Mu, I fear I would be homeless now. I have no family, no friends. I am merely an orphan. I cannot leave Master Mu. I wish to share life and death with him." Xianxia's words were imbued with profound emotion, and her tears flowed as if the world had conspired to separate them. Mu Lansheng's face instantly flushed with heat, watching as the woman uttered such explosive words. He felt both helpless and anxious, and in that moment, he genuinely wished for the truth of her words, that they were indeed two souls intertwined in love. Hearing these words, Bai Jingyu and Feng Hui were astonished. The two did not seem like a couple who had secretly pledged their lives to one another. Feng Hui, unaware that Xianxia was acting, sighed, "What a pair of star-crossed lovers." On the other hand, Bai Jingyu was skeptical of the woman's words, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint what it was. Xianxia continued to weep with her handkerchief, then turned to glance at Mu Lansheng, giving him a meaningful look. "Master Mu, please say something for me." Mu Lansheng, coming back to his senses, though his face was still flushed, responded with unwavering determination. "I do not know what you seek from me, but if I survive, I wish to take Miss Qiuyu as my wife." Upon hearing this, Xianxia was momentarily stunned. After a moment, she thought, "This fool is quite convincing." Huangji let out a soft meow, snuggling closer to Xianjun Hongfang, inwardly scoffing. What had Song Shirjo to be so favored? Having her come as an undercover agent, she must think of her own ways, reluctantly sealing her demon core and powers, transforming into a cat that everyone can bully. Yet Xianxia, this foolish fox, comes in and settles so appropriately, entering so openly as a human. In Chapter 52, a chill ran down their spines. Mu Lansheng's declaration made everyone believe in the bond between the two. Even Xianjun Hongfang's gaze of scrutiny and doubt diminished by half. Though he smiled, a hint of coldness glimmering in his eyes. Mu Lansheng, do you think you can go wherever you wish? You must ascend Lingyun Peak. Despite Xianjun Hongfang appearing gentle and amiable, with a smile on his lips, his tone carried a note of warning and unyielding authority. Mu Lansheng was undeterred, maintaining eye contact with the Xianjun. "I bear the bloodline of the three realms and possess a Liuli heart. If you wish to use me, what if I were to perish?" Upon uttering these words, the crowd gasped in shock, their expressions shifting as they realized the audacity of his statement to the Xianjun. "I am but a scholar. I cannot prevent you from doing anything, but I can control my own life. Even here in this sacred land of cultivation, I could find 1,000 ways to end my own life." Mu Lansheng's unwavering gaze, though he appeared merely a frail scholar, radiated a force that left everyone taken aback. Xianjun Hongfang chuckled. You are the first mortal to dare threaten me, Mu Lanxing pressed on. I want Miss Qiu by my side. Do you agree, or do you not? In that moment, the assembled members of the Qingyun sect held their breath, daring not to exhale. They had never witnessed such brazen disrespect towards the ancestor. Xianjun Hongfang's gaze fell upon the kneeling Qianqiu, yet she seemed to shy away in apparent fear. However, only Qianqiu knew that this was not fear, but guilt. She lowered her head, pretending to wipe her tears, not expecting the atmosphere to grow so tense. Yet, in her heart, she viewed Mu Lanxing with newfound respect. This lad, who usually appeared foolish and easy to bully, had unexpectedly demonstrated such fortitude. Truly a man. Very well, since Master Mu has made such a request, I shall grant it, considering you are the nephew of the Qinghe Emperor and the last descendant of the Qingling fairy. Xianjun Hongfang's lips curled slightly. Though the smile held an unfathomable depth, Qianqiu did not anticipate his genuine consent and was taken aback as she looked up at him, her eyes brimming with joy. Thank you, Xianjun, for your kindness. At that moment, Xianjun Hongfang cast a glance at the girl, cradling the small orange cat in his arms, and said as he walked away, there are no mortal provisions on Lingyun Peak. The Qingyun sect sends some daily. The leader immediately led the others in a bow, respectfully escorting the ancestor. Bai Jingyu wore a complex expression, feeling that this mortal girl had ulterior motives for going to Lingyun Peak, yet he could discern no flaws. Only sensing that her actions were somewhat unconventional. Let us go. I will escort you, Bai Jingyu stated, looking at Mu Lanxing and Xianxia's Qianqiu. Still kneeling, rose to her feet. She put away her handkerchief and smiled, saying, Thank you, young Master Jingyu. However, it was only then that Qianqiu realized that she might have been a tad too enthusiastic. Thus, she immediately held onto Mu Lanxing's hand, feigning an expression of deep affection. Mr. Mu, the celestial sovereign is truly benevolent. He has not torn us apart. The onlookers, witnessing such unabashed boldness, were taken aback by the brazen declarations of love from this woman, and some cleared their throats uncomfortably. Mu Lanxing's face burned fiercely, his heart racing. The warmth of the woman's palm felt akin to a searing flame, leaving his thoughts in disarray. Bai Jingyu, feeling equally awkward, turned his head away and, after bowing to the sect leader, exited the premises. Qianqiu hurriedly followed Mu Lanxing. Once the three figures vanished from sight, Li Zhao, who had been silently standing in a corner, meekly spoke up. The celestial sovereign is holding the orange cat I raised. The sect leader shot him a glare. How could your cat possibly be in the hands of the celestial sovereign? Li Zhao, somewhat frightened, hid behind Feng Hui, feeling utterly unreliable in front of his little niece despite being 30. Last time, I went to Lingyun Peak and brought the cat along, but I forgot to bring it back down, Li Zhao concluded, promptly fleeing, fearing the sect leader would pursue him with a sword. Seeing her father fuming, Feng Hui stepped in to mediate. Father, please calm down. The old ancestor seems quite fond of that cat. It's not as if Li Zhao has truly offended anyone. The sect leader massaged his temples. Exasperated by the antics of those around him at that moment, Qianqiu and Mu Lanxing were soaring through the skies on by Jingyu's sword, and upon catching sight of Lingyun Peak, she could not help but exclaim in awe. This scenery is truly magnificent. Even special effects cannot compare. Although Bai Jingyu did not fully grasp some of the vocabulary, he understood the general sentiment and replied, this peak was conjured by the old ancestor after achieving immortality. Suspended in midair, where he resides in solitude, a grand standalone villa complete with a sky garden. How marvelous! One day, I too shall carve out a space like this for a tranquil retirement, tending to vegetables and flowers. It would be utterly delightful. Upon reaching Lingyun Peak, the three stood at the edge, gazing down into the unfathomable abyss. Qianqiu was so captivated by the beauty that she momentarily forgot her fear of heights. You may enter. I must return to the sect, Bai Jingyu announced before elegantly soaring away on his sword. Just then, the barrier surrounding them opened a passage, as if anticipating their entry. Qianqiu grasped Mu Lanxing's hand and stepped through, glancing back to see the barrier close behind them. Curiously, she reached out to touch it, feeling as though there were a layer of glass encasing them, marveling at the wonders of this immortal realm. Where should we go? Mu Lanxing inquired. Qianqiu released his hand and surveyed their surroundings. In the center of Lingyun Peak stood several opulent yet tasteful palaces. She pointed toward one direction, saying, Look, there's a grand hall over there. Surely it contains our quarters. With that, she advanced, and as they found themselves alone, she leaned closer to Mulan Sheng and whispered, "Not bad, not bad. I truly displayed the flair of improvisation earlier, I must admit." "I was impressed." Xianxia gave him a thumbs up before skipping ahead. Mulan Sheng followed behind, his gaze tender, silent, yet knowing that he had not been acting. His words had been genuine. Upon entering the grand hall, they beheld the celestial sovereign Hongfang, who was petting a cat. Xianxia and Mulan Sheng bowed respectfully. Suddenly, Hongfang pinched the cat gently, causing it to let out a pained yowl as he tossed it to the ground, where it instantly transformed into Huanji. Groaning in agony, Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. She froze momentarily before rushing to support the woman. "Sister Huanji." Huanji's complexion was ashen, and she caught sight of her dress. Realizing that when she had previously transformed into human form, she had been left bare, the celestial sovereign had deemed her appearance unsightly and hastily draped her in ill-fitting garments, casting a spell that bound the outfit to her, ensuring that it would manifest whenever she assumed human shape. At that moment, Xianxia cast an irritated glance at Hongfang, only to find his gaze icy, fixed intently upon her. A shiver coursed through her, and she felt a chill run down her spine. Huanji's true identity as a demon had been exposed. Thus, her earlier claim had been a slip. She had mentioned that Huanji had accompanied them all the way to Jiangzhou. Yet Huanji had departed for Qingyun's sect midway, leaving no time to travel to Jiangzhou. "You claim Huanji escorted you to Jiangzhou, yet she has been with me all this time. How do you explain that?" Hongfang's smile was disarming, yet the frost in his eyes inspired fear. Qianqiu's mind raced to catch up, and once she regained her composure, she feigned a look of grievance. "Are you suggesting that we conspired to deceive you?" Tears welled in her eyes, making her seem as though she had suffered an immense injustice. "I am unaware of how Sister Huanji ended up in your grasp. All I know is that she has been our protector throughout the journey. Mulan Sheng and I are mere mortals without any magical prowess. In your eyes, it would be as easy to crush us as squashing an ant. We have mutual feelings and have pledged our lives to one another. We could have lived a simple life like any ordinary couple, yet you took Mulan Sheng away and treated Sister Huanji in such a manner. As celestial beings, how can you be so barbaric and unreasonable? If you believe I conspired with Mulan Sheng against your Qingyun sect and deceived the heavenly clan, then let Qianqiu bear the punishment." "I harbor no grievances." Qianqiu's face was a picture of indignation, her passionate accusations flowing forth effortlessly, her composure unwavering, a true master of the art of performance. Hongfang was momentarily taken aback, observing that Qianqiu did not appear to be feigning her emotions. Moreover, this woman was but a mortal. Despite Mulan Sheng's bloodline from the three realms, he possessed no cultivation, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. What audacity did two mere mortals possess to engage in such machinations? His gaze shifted to Huanji as he asked, "So, while you were hiding in my Lingyun Peak, your new master sent another subordinate to impersonate you, continuing to escort Mulan Sheng back?" Mulan Sheng felt a tremor in his chest, the overwhelming presence of the celestial sovereign instilling fear within him. Qianqiu realized that the new master Hongfang referred to was likely the one who had seen through Zhang Shizhou's ploy. Truly, celestial beings possessed sharp minds. However, in the interest of self-preservation, she had no choice but to shift the blame onto Zhang Shizhou, thus signaling to Huanji to corroborate Hongfang's assertion. Huanji had not anticipated that Qianqiu would prove herself somewhat resourceful. Originally, Hongfang had harbored suspicions, yet this foolish demon had managed to defuse the crisis with just a few words, much to her surprise. "That I know nothing of his arrangements. I merely followed orders to come to Qingyun's sect." "What subsequent plans did he have for me?" Huanji replied coldly, not directly admitting anything. Yet, this ambiguity only served to bolster Hongfang's confidence, causing him to temporarily lower his guard against Qianqiu and Mulan Sheng. After all, they were merely two mortals, incapable of stirring up any significant trouble. Now that the powerful Huanji was under his control, her demon powers sealed, and with Lingyun Peak being a top-tier magical artifact, it posed a significant restraint against demons. As long as they remained on this terrain, Hongfang felt assured that they could not conjure any storms. At that moment, Hongfang approached Huanji, only for Qianqiu to spread her arms wide. Blocking his path, he raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her unexpected reaction. "You shall not harm Sister Huanji," Qianqiu declared resolutely. Although she presently held a human form, her demon core and powers had not been sealed, allowing her to infiltrate with the jade pendant provided by Zhang Shizhou. Here, she could not reveal her true identity by employing demon magic, but she was betting on the notion that celestial beings generally refrain from harming mortals. As these righteous sects abhorred scandals, killing a mortal was hardly a glorious deed. Indeed, you cannot harm Huanji. Mulanxing stepped forward protectively beside xianxia. Huanji was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. She never expected that in such a moment, her protectors would be xianxia and Mulanxing, these two fools. She knew that xianxia had betrayed her in front of Qingyun's sect, yet she felt no resentment. For she understood this foolish demon was adept at improvisation, always finding reasons to navigate unexpected situations. Now, xianxia was employing her tearful strategy, which proved effective not only in the mortal realm, but even in deceiving celestial beings. It was indeed a skill in its own right. Hongfang was astonished that two mere mortals would dare to protect a demon, for were humans not typically fearful of such creatures? Why, then, would these two stand in defense of Huanji, an entity known for her heinous deeds? Striking terror into the hearts of all demons, you are protecting a creature that utilizes your kind, Hongfang cautioned. And so what? Mulanxing countered. Sister Huanji has never harmed me. Every being has its villains. Why can't demons possess benevolent souls? This statement made Hongfang chuckle. How naive. Huanji is a wicked demon in the demon realm. How can you claim she is good? Mulanxing, no fool himself, had gathered that those who had attempted to abduct him had spoken of Heishan, a notorious place in the demon world. All I know is that Huanji is my friend. She has never harmed me, he asserted. Xianxia felt a swell of emotion. This boy had a sense of loyalty. Exactly. Sister Huanji has not harmed us. I do not care what others label her as. She is our friend. As Xianxia opened her mouth, Hongfang Xianjun cast a glance at the two beings before him, letting out a derisive snort before turning on his heel to depart, leaving behind a solitary remark. You are mortals. There is no sustenance here. Every day, Qingyun's sect will come to deliver meals. Fetch them from outside the barrier. Furthermore, find yourselves a place to reside. With that, the man's figure vanished beyond the grand hall. In Xianxiao's embrace, Huanji swiftly transformed into a small cat, curling up on the ground. She was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with thoughts. Given Huanji's current form, it seemed unlikely that she could employ any demonic arts. What then did this ability to alternate between human and beast form signify? Perhaps there was an anomaly within this Lingyun Peak's barrier. She recalled hearing Bai Jingyu mention that this peak was a top-tier magical artifact, possessing certain peculiarities. At this juncture, Xianxiu cradled Huanji's feline form and turned her gaze toward Mulanxing, stating, "Let us seek a place to stay." Upon witnessing Huanji's original form, Mulanxing was surprised to find a delightful orange cat. At that moment, he thought that perhaps demons were not as fearsome as the legend suggested. Xianxiu secured 2 rooms, fortuitously adjacent to Mulanxing's, ensuring that they could assist each other in times of need. After arranging the bedding and other necessities, Xianxiu surveyed the expansive chamber, letting out a sigh. While the luxurious accommodations were indeed splendid, the presence of that Xianjun posed a certain danger, and his keen intellect gave her the impression that nothing could remain concealed from him, which was rather taxing on her mind. Xianxiu settled down at the edge of the bed. Huanji, in her small orange cat form, nestled on the quilt, could not help but meow upon hearing these words. Xianxiu had a fondness for small animals such as cats and dogs, and seeing Huanji in her diminutive, round form compelled her to reach out and embrace her, gently stroking her fur. Initially, Huanji was not particularly fond of such affections, but having spent nearly 10 days in the Qingyun sect where she was often petted, she had grown accustomed to it and found it rather pleasant. This won't do, Sister Huanji, we must escape. You were never so beleaguered before. Now, you are being controlled. What shall we do? Xianxiu inquired. Huanji let out an irritable meow, her heart filled with resentment toward that canine immortal. Once she regained her powers, she vowed to find an opportunity to extract this canine immortal's celestial bones for a nourishing broth. Chapter 54. Let us see if he is privately tormenting cats. After residing on Lingyun Peak for 5 days, Xianxiu, with her remarkable adaptability, had begun to indulge in a vacation. During the day, she would arrange a few stools, a small table, and some charcoal, all while admiring the surrounding misty landscape as she commenced a picnic. Indeed, she was barbecuing. Within the sect, there were also disciples whose cultivation had not yet reached the point of fasting. Thus they required sustenance. Naturally, this implied that there would be ingredients available. Over the past few days, Xianxia had successfully cultivated a rapport with a disciple who delivered meals, charmingly requesting ingredients from him, which was a trivial matter. Miss Xiaoyu, what do we need these bamboo skewers for? Mu Lanxing inquired, utterly unfamiliar with the concept of barbecuing. Yet he dutifully followed her instructions without complaint. As Xianxia sliced the meat, she noted that today Huanji had reverted to her human form. Through Huanji's explanation, she realized her previous suspicions were indeed correct. There were fluctuations of power within this formation, causing Huanji to randomly switch between her human and beast forms during these days. Hongfang Xianjun had not sought to create any disturbances. As long as he did not present himself, Qianxiu and Mu Lanxing had no intention of approaching him. Thus, it was primarily Qianxiu who had been tending to Huanji. At that moment, Huanji, with a blank expression, was washing vegetables in a basin. Her face darkened. She felt utterly exasperated for having come to assist Qianxiu. Mortals are such troublesome creatures when it comes to food. Everything needs washing, chopping, and cooking. Preparing a meal takes several hours, Huanji remarked coldly. Qianxiu chuckled. Sister Huanji, you are exaggerating. Life on Lingyun Peak is rather mundane. We hardly require several hours for this. Mu Gongzi, once you prepare the bamboo skewers, I will have the meat marinated and the charcoal ready, and it will be done swiftly. Huanji did not question how Qianxiu had learned to cook human food. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged stay in the mortal realm that she had picked it up. Admittedly, the lack of seasoning was a drawback, but they were primarily focused on the ceremonial aspect. Other details were trivial. Qianxiu remained enthusiastic, observing her joyful demeanor. Huanji could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards Qianxiu's carefree spirit, finding her much more agreeable than her former self. At that moment, Hongfang Xianjun, who had been observing the two from a distance, rubbed his temples in exasperation. He had never anticipated witnessing such a scene on Lingyun Peak, particularly with Qianxiu, a mere mortal bearing the name of the demon realm's Qianxiu, yet exhibiting an entirely different essence. Not only did she stroll about Lingyun Peak daily with Huanji in her arms, but she also included Mu Lanxing, engaging in post-meal walks and watching sunrises and sunsets. As if that were not enough, boisterous laughter echoed around them. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find this mortal, who was playing a game called Mahjong with the cat form Huanji and Mu Lanxing. This Mahjong had been intricately carved from wood by Qianxiu and Mu Lanxing, with the rule that the loser would have a note affixed to their forehead. Now, the situation had escalated. They were even cooking on Lingyun Peak, showing a complete disregard for his presence, and he was left at a loss for words. The reason he had come to sneak a look today was that he had not been sleeping soundly for the past few days. Huanji would typically take her cat form and rest on his bed. However, since Qianxiu's arrival, she had remained with her, leaving him unaccustomed to the absence of that cat. He could not quite comprehend why he felt compelled to come over. Meanwhile, Qianxiu busied herself, having ignited the fire and skewered the meat. The conditions were limited, lacking a proper grill, but she had instructed the disciple delivering meals from Qingyun sect to procure some iron wire, which she fashioned into a rudimentary grilled. Mu Lanxing assisted diligently, his gaze tender as he quietly lent his support. Once Qianxiu had completed the first batch of skewered meat, they all shared in the feast. The first bite left her astounded. The fare they had been receiving here was rather bland, devoid of flavor. This is quite delicious, she exclaimed, noting that Mu Lanxing, experiencing this manner of dining for the first time, found the taste surprisingly delightful. Qianxiu beamed. Of course, the dishes I prepare are exceptional, though this is not even the best. If only we had some chili powder or barbecue sauce, the flavor would be even more exquisite. Huanji eyed the skewer in her hand, hesitating momentarily. Although she was not fond of consuming human food, this was the reward for her efforts, so after some contemplation, she decided to take a bite. Qianxiu approached her with a cheerful smile, asking, "Is it tasty?" Huanji met her bright gaze, feeling somewhat awkward. Generally, it is better than a steamed bun. Understanding Huanji's aversion to human food, Qianxiu recognized that this generally was her highest praise. After finishing the first batch, she proceeded to grill the second batch, with Huanji and Mu Lanxing awkwardly attempting to assist in the cooking process. Huanji was not motivated by hunger. She merely sought something to occupy her time. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. Huanji, Hongfang Xianjun, with furrowed brows, summoned her. Qianxiu, holding an uncooked skewer, stood up startled. Upon seeing the ethereal figure behind her, she offered a sheepish smile. "Would you like some, Xianjun?" She awkwardly lifted the skewer in her hand, Hongfang Xianjun cast a glance her way, his gaze landing on Huanji. His voice cold as he commanded, "Come here, his words." Huanji instantaneously transformed back into a small cat, the skewer tumbling to the ground. The man used magic to pull the little orange cat towards him. Cradling her in his arms, Xianxiu, filled with agitation, implored, "Xianjun, Huanji has done nothing wrong. She has merely been by my side. Please do not make things difficult for her. If there is an issue, direct it toward me." In response, Hongfang Xianjuan's expression was a mix of amusement and irritation. Since when do I require a mortal to dictate my actions, were it not for the Celestial Clan's request to safeguard Mu Lansheng? And the fact that Mu Lansheng has consistently protected Xianxiu, I would have simply expelled this mortal from Qingyun's sect. When did I ever say I would trouble Huanji? He retorted. Xianxiu blinked in surprise, her excitement palpable that moment. She awkwardly chuckled. What does the Xianjun want with Sister Huanji? We have yet to finish our meal. Hongfang Xianjun scoffed. She is a demon. She does not consume mortal food. Naturally, I have pressing matters to attend to with Huanji, and it is not your place to question my intentions. With that, the Xianjun turned to leave, his hand brushing against Huanji's fur as he did so. Unable to deny the delightful texture. Witnessing this, Xianxiu rolled her eyes at his retreating figure, thinking, what a pretentious display. He is nowhere near as endearing as Mu Lansheng timidly asked. Shall we continue eating? Xianxiu, now devoid of any appetite, recalled how the Xianjun had harmed Huanji during their last encounter, and she pondered what his intentions were today. I will not eat. You go ahead, and once you are finished, do remember to clean up, she instructed before preparing to leave. Mu Lansheng was taken aback, asking, what will you do? With a serious expression, Xianxiu appeared determined. I will follow this Hongfang Xianjun to see if he is secretly tormenting cats. Upon finishing her words, she immediately dashed in the direction the man had departed, leaving Mu Lansheng standing alone in place. Chapter 55. Huanji seduces Lord Hongfang at this moment. Within Lord Hongfang's study, Xianxiu was crouched outside a partially opened window, cautiously peeking inside at the scene of a cat and a man. The sight revealed Huanji, in her feline form, nestled on the table while the man absorbed himself in a book. An unknowing observer, the tableau might appear heartwarming. Xianxiu, perplexed, mused to herself, isn't this mistreatment of a cat? Wasn't that dog immortal rather fierce towards Huanji last time? How come they seem so harmonious now? Did she come over just to read? Confounded, she resolved to shadow the immortal throughout the day to ascertain the truth. However, as hours passed, the immortal remained ensconced in his study. Emerging only in the evening, swiftly, Xianxiu concealed herself and followed, eventually arriving at the sleeping quarters. The doors and windows were tightly shut, obscuring her view of the interior, but sound could still be discerned. So she crouched at the entrance. As she dozed off, inadvertently bumping against the wall, she jolted awake to find the night had deepened. Instinctively, she glanced at the sky and discerned it was already the witching hour. Around 1 o'clock, stifling a yawn, she, accustomed to a regular sleep cycle, felt an overwhelming fatigue. Moreover, having spent the day crouched in wait, she hadn't heard any cries from Huanji, leading her to believe she was temporarily safe. Thus, yawning once more, she sauntered back to her own quarters. Inside, Lord Hongfang, sensing the presence outside had departed, chuckled derisively, fixing his gaze on Huanji, now human but still clad in ill-fitting garments. Her cold demeanor met his playful gaze in silence. This mortal seems quite concerned for you, having followed you all day, fearful that I might harm you, Lord Hongfang remarked, amusement glinting in his eyes. Huanji regarded him with a frosty stare. This matter was of no concern to her, and she wished not to be harmed. Raising an eyebrow, he mused, in all my years, I have never witnessed such camaraderie between a human and a demon. Especially one as notorious as Huanji from the demon realm. His astonishment, Huanji had a friend, a mere mortal. Leaning against the headboard, he observed the demoness lounging on the bed with a nonchalant air. Huanji, disinterested in the dog immortal, attempted to rise from the bed, only for him to slyly trip her with his foot. In that instant, Huanji found herself sprawled across the man's thigh. Incredulity painted across her face as she glanced up. The man remained impassive, his expression inscrutable. Where do you think you're going? He inquired, his voice smooth yet laced with an otherworldly charm, his long black hair cascading down his back. Clad in a flowing white robe, outshining even Huanji's beauty. Now that I am in human form, To linger upon the bed of an immortal would be a grave offense, Huanji replied. A cold smile curving her lips, Lord Hongfang, unfazed, retorted with a smirk, since you arrived at Lingyun Peak, we have nearly always shared the same bed. You occasionally revert to human form in the dead of night. I am not oblivious to that, Huanji scoffed. You summoned me under the pretense of needing something, only to have me accompany you in reading and sharing a bed at night. It seems all men, regardless of their lineage, possessed the same natured at that moment. Huanji concocted a plan. She let her ill-fitting garments slide down, revealing her pale shoulder. Despite being human, she crawled onto the man, adopting a sultry pose. Could it be that the immortal had developed a liking for Huanji? Their faces mere inches apart, breaths mingling, she thought. If the immortal enjoys sharing a bed with Huanji, why not engage in dual cultivation and become partners in the path? Wouldn't that be delightful? Lord Hongfang perceived her intentions but remained unperturbed, a smirk playing on his lips. I had long sealed my desires when I was still immortal. Your seduction is futile. Huanji, accustomed to missions in Heishan, had often donned various identities, occasionally luring demons to seek opportunities for assassination. The sealing of desires was merely because the immortal had yet to encounter something that could truly pique his interest. Once even the slightest thought stirred within him, the past sealing would become a mere jest. With a delicate hand, she caressed the immortal's face. Yet, when he showed no reaction, she boldly extended her tongue, gently licking his lips. For a fleeting moment, Lord Hongfang was taken aback, a strange sensation coursing through him. But soon indignation overwhelmed him. With a swift motion, he tossed Huanji aside, sending her crashing to the floor. Huanji let out a muffled groan as the pain radiated through her body. Lord Hongfang straightened, casting a cold gaze upon the demoness sprawled below. Filthy, he uttered disdainfully, a glint of menace in his eyes. Huanji, anticipating the man's wrath, gathered herself and adjusted her attire, only to find herself transformed back into a cat. She chose not to leave but instead curled up in the corner of the table, closing her eyes, still recovering from the earlier assault, her body aching. Meanwhile, Xianxia remained oblivious to Huanji's plight. Upon returning to her chamber, she was met with a shocking sight. A man lounged leisurely within the hall, clad in a dark robe, exuding an air of composure, his sharp brows framed eyes that sparkled like stars, a faint smile playing on his lips, concealing a hint of mockery. Xianxia gasped, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment, before hurriedly approaching him with small steps, crouching before him and whispering, "How did you get in? You are utterly audacious. Do you not realize how clever Lord Hongfang is? He has already deduced that Huanji acts on your orders." Song Shishou raised an eyebrow, bemused. Upon arriving at Lingyun Peak, he had intended to check on the foolish demoness, never expecting Huanji to reveal herself so soon. Though it was not entirely unexpected, seeing his calm demeanor, Xianxia questioned, "Aren't you surprised?" Song Shishou shook his head, casually fiddling with a teacup on the table. "What is there to be surprised about? Lord Hongfang has merely cultivated for 500 years, but he is exceptionally talented and favored by the celestial clan. He possesses intellect." Soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia, filled with agitation, lightly struck his arm, fuming. "You knew all along that Huanji would reveal herself, yet you still sent her to her doom." Song Shishou stared in disbelief at the audacious demoness, momentarily stunned by her reaction. Fuming, Xianxia insisted, "You must hurry and rescue us." Chapter 56. Could I not be the demon lord in my true form? Song Shishou found her frustration amusing, replying, "You are the first to command me." Rolling her eyes at him, she retorted, "Enough of your pretense in front of me. I am well aware of the situation with Mulan Shang, and I know what you need to investigate. You need not pursue it any further. Our escape is of paramount importance." Upon hearing this, Song Shishou's expression shifted, his gaze turning cold as he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What exactly do you know?" Unaware of the change in Song Shishou's demeanor, Xianxia poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip, and leaned closer to him, whispering, "The day Mulan Shang and I returned home, that Qingling fairy, who was Mulan Xing's aunt, revealed the truth. In reality, the affair between the Qingling fairy and the half-demon Chao Ruyuan was a conspiracy, both ensnared by the heavenly emperor's love curse, resulting in the birth of Mulan Shang. The secret residing within this simpleton is a Liuli heart, which contains the divine lineage of the Qingling fairy." Upon finishing her explanation, Xianxia looked at Song Shishou, who, chuckling, retorted, "Am I really that foolish? Would I be unaware of what you already know?" Irritated, Xianxia shot him a glare. "I haven't finished speaking. Why are you in such a rush?" "Of course, I know you must have uncovered this information long ago. Song Shizhou nodded, urging the foolish demoness to continue. Consider this. Why would the heavenly emperor conspire against a fairy and a half-demon in love? Why would he secretly ensure the survival of this child? And this child's Liuli heart is actually a divine lineage. I boldly speculate that this divine lineage must be housed within a body of mixed blood from the three realms, and Mu Lanxing fits this description perfectly. Why does the celestial clan value Mu Lanxing so highly? It is because they desire the divine lineage within that Liuli heart. Now, everyone knows that the Xianxia sword, stationed at the border between the celestial and demonic realms, has exhibited unusual activity. The celestial clan cannot contend with the demonic clan, which has stirred up quite the commotion. At this point, Xianxia Yu deliberately paused, teasing, I suspect you sent Huangji to uncover this answer. And I'm here to inform you. In truth, the Heavenly Emperor seeks to resurrect the Azure Crane Sovereign. A millennium ago, the Azure Crane Sovereign sacrificed himself to end the celestial demonic war, leaving behind the Xianxia sword. However, it cannot remain there in eternal watch. Upon discovering the sword's unusual activity, the Heavenly Emperor began plotting to resurrect the Azure Crane Sovereign. But how to resurrect him? That is the crux of the matter. The Qingling Fairy is the sister of the Sovereign, sharing the same divine lineage. Both are born of heaven and earth. The Heavenly Emperor intends to extract the fairy's divine lineage, hence he must eliminate her. Yet he requires a vessel to contain the divine lineage, necessitating a body of mixed blood from the three realms. Thus, the celestial clan commenced their scheming, employing the emotional goo to bind the divine maiden with the half-demon, rendering her a puppet of love, consumed by madness, transforming into an invincible romantic fool. In defiance of the Heavenly Emperor, she clandestinely descended to the mortal realm to engage in a forbidden romance with her enemy, the half-demon, which amounted to a betrayal of the celestial clan. Such actions incited the ire of the celestial beings, leaving them with no choice but to acquiesce to the Emperor's decree to eliminate the divine maiden. Qingling subsequently, due to the influence of the emotional goo, the maiden fell in love with the half-demon once more, resulting in the birth of a vessel named Mu Lanxing, thus accomplishing a plan of remarkable intricacy. Xianxia Yu analyzed the situation, feeling a surge of admiration within. Song Shizhou was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of vigilance. Hadn't Xianxia Yu lost her memory? How could she possess such knowledge? Especially regarding matters so clandestine that scarcely anyone in the celestial clan was aware, let alone that it had not reached the demon realm. How do you know all this? Song Shizhou inquired. Xianxia Yu responded with a triumphant glint in her eye. Isn't this how they portray it on television? Based on the countless palace intrigues and power struggles I've observed in my mind, it is highly likely that events unfolded in this manner. Song Shizhou regarded her with a detached gaze, urging her to speak plainly. It's just the tales told in taverns, you know. The storytellers recount numerous tales. And isn't this just a palace drama? You all are far too straightforward. With just a little thought, the answer becomes evident, rather than going through all this trouble to investigate, Xianxia Yu remarked. Song Shizhou had thought this foolish demon had regained her memory, only to realize that her insights stemmed from her time spent in taverns within the mortal realm, listening to the storytellers narrate human tales. He found himself at a loss for words, bemused by whether to classify her as clever or merely fortunate. This foolish demon seemed to possess a certain acumen, and she did not appear foolish at all. Noticing that the man remained unfazed by her words, Xianxia Yu was taken aback and asked, Am I mistaken? Why are you so composed? Song Shizhou's lips curved into a slight smile, a flicker of interest igniting in his deep-set eyes as he replied, You are not mistaken. I am indeed aware of this matter. Xianxia Yu was astonished and could not help but exclaim, Indeed, I am quite clever. Yet, a moment later, she sensed something amiss. You know so much. What is your purpose for coming here? Song Shizhou remained silent, his long fingers casually toying with the wine cup. Moreover, what does this matter have to do with you? The Xianxia sword represents the conflict between celestial and demon realms. Why would a mere demon involve herself? From your demeanor, it is evident you are not here for the decree of sealing the celestials, he stated, as Xianxia Yu's mind raced. You must be. She paused, astonished, then exclaimed, No wonder I could never discern that a Geo had your demonic form. It turns out you are not a demon at all, but a member of the demon clan. As she spoke, Song Shizhou's hand, which had been toying with the teacup, momentarily halted. You claim your name is Song Shizhou? Xianxia Yu fixed her gaze upon him, and he felt a sudden tension, fearing his identity may be exposed, leading this foolish demon to fear him. You are a fan of xianxia, aren't you? She declared with unwavering certainty, unless you are one of the demon lord's subordinates. Aiding the demon clan in these matters, xianxia felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. The demon lord does not have a younger brother, he nearly ground out. Being a fan does not imply being a younger brother. It denotes admiration for the demon lord, considering him an idol. Xianxia replied with a playful glint in her eye. xianxia met her clear gaze and retorted with a smile. So you surmise I am merely a fan or a subordinate? What if I were the demon lord himself? Xianxia burst into laughter, playfully striking his shoulder. What a joke. You are certainly not. xianxia raised an eyebrow. Why do you say so? Her response was immediate. Who is the demon lord? He is the ruler of both the celestial and demon realms, having once threatened to conquer the celestial clan. It is said he is capricious and extremely violent, a slayer of gods and demons, with a terrifying visage and unpredictable movements. After her explanation, she glanced back at xianxia. Look at yourself. How do you resemble him? Our interactions have been tolerable, though you do exhibit some volatility, yet you are not excessively violent. Moreover, you are undeniably handsome, a true model of beauty. You and the demon lord simply do not match. Chapter 57. You must not veer off the path, O foolish demon. xianxia cast a sidelong glance. Dio refrained from using such language. Xianxia retorted with an exasperated expression. What exactly did you send Huanji to investigate? Given her exposed identity, it is perilous. Can we not withdraw and take Mulansheng with us? You belong to the demon clan. You would surely not wish for the heavenly emperor to obtain the Liuli heart. Should he resurrect the Qinghe emperor, it would spell trouble for your clan. I understand. I am but a minor character in this drama. If such matters require my concern, what purpose do those celestial beings in high positions serve? However, I have one request. xianxia turned to her. You dare to make a request? Xianxia clasped her hands together, adopting a beseeching posture. Might Mulansheng be spared? Just extract the divine vein. But please do not let him die. xianxia found her absurdity both infuriating and amusing. This foolish demon possessed little ability but made grand demands. Yet, he found her amusing enough to spare her life. Did Ijio mention you wished to visit the demon clan? xianxia suddenly recalled. Xianxia froze, reflecting on when she had ever voiced such a desire, then realized, did my conversation with Mulansheng get reported to you? You truly grant us no privacy at all. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. This is ridiculous. What could possibly warrant such a report? xianxia pressed further. Why do you wish to go to the demon clan? Crossing her arms, she glared at him. Why would you even ask? I'm a demon. Remaining in the mortal realm is perilous with demon catchers lurking everywhere. Even if I could defend myself, I do not wish to kill. What is the point of hiding in the mortal realm, living as a fugitive, with the Black Mountain Cave no longer extant and my original master gone? I cannot return to the demon realm. Having offended so many demons, returning would be tantamount to a death sentence. xianxia lowered his gaze, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. With your master gone, I could become your new master. Xianxia's eyes widened in terror as she hastily waved her hands. I appreciate your offer, but I do not need it. I greatly value my freedom. Please do not attempt to control me. xianxia regarded her with a playful expression. So you believe neither the mortal realm nor the demon realm can accommodate you, hence your desire to venture into the demon realm? Xianxia nodded. What other option is there? Am I to seek refuge among the celestials? They would never permit my entry. After much contemplation, it seems the demon clan is the only place where I might thrive. Perhaps finding a quiet spot to live out my days. xianxia could not help but chuckle at her words. A mere 2,000-year-old fox demon speaking of retirement was quite the irony. By the way, the Lingyun Peak is a top-tier magical artifact. Should you come here so brazenly, it would be disastrous if discovered. If you are not here to help us escape, you ought to leave at once. Do not risk being trapped alongside us. Xianxia thought she could rely on him. xianxia, amused by the foolish demon's concern for him, replied, Worry not. Hongfang Xianjun cannot contend with me. Upon hearing this, Xianxia realized that a nearly invisible barrier enveloped xianxia, akin to being encased in a colossal bubble. She blinked in curiosity, reaching out to touch it. So this is how you entered? Are you heading to find Sister Huanji now? xianxia, seeing her naivety, could not resist playfully tapping her head. I initially intended to check on Huanji, but I missed you. Thus, I came to see you first. Now that I know she has been exposed, I shall refrain from visiting her, he said with a teasing glint in his eye. Xianxia chuckled. I missed you too. That I appreciate your kindness. But I did not expect you to come empty-handed and leave empty-handed. Song Shizhou recognized that the foolish demon was blaming him for not rescuing her, but he knew the timing was not yet right. When the opportunity arises, I will take you to the demon realm for a visit, he promised, patting her head before vanishing from sight. Xianxia, feeling dejected, rubbed her head, wondering if he considered her a pet. Given his playful gesture, the following day, after finishing her breakfast, Xianxia resolved to resume her surveillance of the celestial lord. Lansheng anxiously inquired, Miss Xiaoyu, where are you going? Why not take me along? Xianxia swiftly returned, exclaiming, listen well, Mu Gongzi, today I am off to monitor the celestial lord. Just because he did not torment cats yesterday does not mean he will refrain today. I must keep a close watch on him. After speaking, Xianxia dashed away once more, her speed leaving Mulan Sheng momentarily stunned. He gazed at the empty bowl left behind, resignedly beginning to tidy up that I in the study, the immortal lord, engrossed in his reading. Since the presence outside, a fleeting glance revealed a furry head attempting to conceal itself. He smirked coldly. This mortal truly possessed audacity, daring to openly surveil him for the sake of a demon. And a mere mortal at that. Mulan Sheng had insisted on keeping this woman close, yet as an immortal, he could neither harm nor touch her, for it would be a violation of his principles. Meanwhile, Huanji had also spotted Xianxia, and with a soft meow, she stepped outside on all fours. The immortal Lord Hongfeng remarked languidly, don't be gone too long. Remember to return. Huanji halted, glanced back, and continued on without a word. When Xianxia saw Huanji rushing towards her, she opened her arms and embraced the feline form, then stealthily made her escape. As the duo traversed halfway, they encountered Mulan Sheng approaching. Miss Xiaoyu, you have brought Miss Huanji back? Mulan Sheng said, still somewhat dazed. Observing their trio was finally assembled, Xianxia suggested, let us sit by the cliff of Lingyun Peak. Take in the scenery and engage in conversation. Mulan Sheng blinked and nodded in agreement, while Huanji let out a soft meow from Xianxia's embrace, upon arriving at their usual spot for watching sunrises and sunsets. Xianxia sat on the ground, gazing at the breathtaking view below. You need not monitor the immortal lord daily. He is an immortal, and he will sense your presence as soon as you come close. Huanji suddenly transformed into her human form. Upon hearing this, Xianxia replied, I am fully aware that he will notice me as a mortal. The celestial beings do not indiscriminately slay mortals, so he shall not act against me. Huanji felt a twinge of complexity within, surprised by Xianxia's concern for her safety, which stirred unfamiliar emotions in her typically indifferent heart. That I seduced him last night. This revelation. Xianxia nearly choked on her own saliva, while Mulan Sheng's cheeks flushed crimson as he coughed violently. What? She exclaimed, her expression one of horror. Huanji spoke with remarkable calmness. That dog-like immortal summoned me to accompany him in reading for an entire day, and later brought me to his bed. Due to the fluctuations in the barrier's energy, I transformed into my human form. When I attempted to leave, he tripped me, causing me to fall onto his lap. In the demon realm, when tasked by the elder, they were instructed that at appropriate moments, seduction could be employed to effectively identify opportunities for counterattacks. Yet, Huanji found herself somewhat speechless. He was impervious to such tactics. Xianxia mused, this is rather peculiar. The attitude of a mortal Hongfeng towards you is quite unusual. She immediately began analyzing the situation, feeling a sense of familiarity with this scenario. Once adversaries, now entwined in a love-hate relationship. A tragic romance to the extreme. Wow, this is thrilling, Xianxia exclaimed, then turned to the woman beside her, saying, No, this path is fraught with peril. Sister Huanji, do not stray into the wrong direction. Chapter 58. Foolishness is also a form of fortune. Huanji listened to Xianxia's words, which were laden with meanings she did not fully grasp, and inquired, what is a tragic romance? At the mention of this topic, Xianxia's spirit ignited. Your relationship is quite hazardous. Based on my years of reading novels, I've deduced that such connections often lead to love, an immortal falling for a demon, unrecognized by the world. The man loves without awareness, tormenting the female lead, who ultimately sacrifices herself, only for the male lead to awaken too late, reviving her, and then desperately pursuing her. Absolutely tragic. Huanji's expression remained impassive, half of her face darkened with discontent. Although she did not understand much, she grasped the essence of that statement that I could never harbor feelings for an immortal, especially not that dog-like immortal. Moreover, he could never feel affection for me, Huanji declared, her face darkening at the mere mention of immortal Hongfang. Xianxia nodded vigorously. I never suggested you liked him. What I mean is that there exists such a story. Consider this. Why does the immortal lord inexplicably keep you by his side? To simply accompany him quietly? Lingyun Peak is surrounded by barriers, and we either lack the ability to use our powers or cannot utilize them at all. There is no reason for him to personally surveil a mere cat. Thus, the most plausible explanation is that he might harbor some feelings for you without being aware of it. This is perilous. Love that is unrecognized by the world is fraught with difficulties. Just look at Mulanxing's parents as a prime example. Qianxiu, a woman of considerable age who had never experienced love, spoke with authority about romance. It was inevitable, having watched countless love dramas. She had developed her own set of formulas, her imagination brimming with narrative arcs. Huanji found it peculiar. Initially, when Qianxiu and Mulanxing were absent from Lingyun Peak, she was constantly monitored by that dog-like immortal. They essentially shared the same sleeping quarters, and on numerous occasions, she awoke to find herself in human form beside the immortal lord. That dog-like immortal seemed to have no intention of casting her aside. He would merely flick his fingers, transforming her back into a cat and cradling her in his arms, appearing to genuinely enjoy holding her in her original form. In any case, this peculiar situation persisted for quite some time, and she eventually realized how dull the life of that dog-like immortal truly was. Sleeping, cultivating, and reading. Those were his only pursuits, spending day after day within Lingyun Peak without venturing out. That moment, Mulanxing, as a man, felt somewhat awkward amidst the conversation between the two women, realizing the bluntness of dialogue in the demon realm. Qianxiu continued to speak rapidly to prevent such a dreadful occurrence. We must make haste. Last night, Song Shizhou arrived. As she spoke, her voice lowered. If we linger here, we shall be at the mercy of others. However, that fellow is also detestable, refusing to take us with him. Huanji was taken aback by the fact that the demon lord had come personally, and furthermore, only to visit Qianxiu. It seemed that the demon lord truly held her in a different regard. What did he say? Huanji inquired. Qianxiu shook her head. He didn't say much. It was merely my analysis of the celestial clan's scheme to resurrect the Qinghe emperor, she continued softly. He initially intended to see you, but when I mentioned that you had been exposed, he refrained from coming. Huanji nodded. After lying low for so long, the demon lord had yet to glean any useful information. Now that her identity had been revealed, she feared that the dog-like immortal would become even more vigilant, ensuring that no flaws would surface. But rest assured, he doesn't strike me as a villain. I believe he wouldn't let us come to harm. Qianxiu reassured her. Huanji cast a glance in the distance, sighing inwardly, suddenly feeling envious of Qianxiu. Foolishness is indeed a form of fortune. Just look at her, now speaking of the demon lord as if he were a good person in the entire three realms, who would dare to claim that the demon lord is benevolent. I wish not to involve myself in the enmity between the celestial and demon clans. The collapse of the heavens is of no concern to me. I merely wish to survive, Huanji said, gazing into the distance as the sunlight illuminated the clouds, casting a golden sheen upon them. She was Huanji, one of the top 3 warriors in the demon realm, yet the trials she endured to reach that position were countless. Each time she undertook a mission, she prepared herself for the possibility of never returning. Despite her escalating strength, she remained perpetually aware of the potential for death, for she had offended far too many demons. Deep within her heart lay a hidden wish, to one day live for herself, free from the obligations of serving others or completing tasks. She longed to simply be herself. Of course, these inner thoughts remained unspoken. For in the demon realm, there were no friends as for Qianxiu. She pondered whether she could be considered a friend. Given time, this foolish demon might regain her memories, returning to view her as a rival, which was yet to be determined. Unaware of Huanji's complex thoughts, Qianxiu turned and flashed a radiant smile. I share your sentiments. All I desire is to live and find a place to retire. By the way, Sister Huanji, we cannot return to the demon realm, and the human realm is also unsuitable. We could venture to the demon clan. No one would recognize us there, and we could find a new place to settle down. Qianxiu grasped Huanji's hand. Upon hearing the mention of the demon clan, Huanji let out a cold laugh. Retirement, whether the demon lord will allow us to live, is still uncertain. The very possibility of leaving here remains in question, she said, her worry becoming palpable. The two demons and one human had only been outdoors for a brief, while when they noticed a flying crane approaching. Huan Ji's expression shifted dramatically at the sight. What does it say? Xianxia inquired, puzzled. Who sent the message? At this moment, half of Huan Ji's face darkened as she gritted her teeth. That dog-like immortal is urging me to return and grinding for him. Xianxia was taken aback. Just then, Huan Ji suddenly transformed into a small cat and, with a meow, dashed toward the grand hall, quickly vanishing from sight. Xianxia exclaimed, "This is a disaster. If we do not leave soon, we shall truly witness a tragic romance unfold." Molan Sheng sat on the ground, aware that only he and Xianxia remained, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. He enjoyed the solitude with Xianxia. "Miss Xiaoyu, what shall we do next?" Molan Sheng asked, as it was typically the women who expressed boredom and sought entertainment at Lingyun Peak at this moment. Xianxia was still contemplating whether immortal Hongfang held any interest in Huan Ji. She turned to Molan Sheng and asked, "Fool, have you ever liked a woman?" Upon hearing those words, Molan Sheng's face instantly flushed crimson, her speech stammering and her expression bewildered. Qianqimun, witnessing the fool's demeanor, immediately discerned her innocence. It was just a single utterance and her face was aglow with embarrassment, making one wonder if she was secretly in a romantic entanglement. "All right, I understand now. You lack experience that I intended to consult you regarding whether Hongfang Xianjun holds any affection for Huanji. It seems I must ponder this alone. Alas, when one is bored, they cannot resist indulging in a bit of gossip," Qianqiumun lamented. Chapter 59. Do you wish to ascend to the celestial realm? Another stretch of tedious days had passed, and even Qianqiumun was uncertain of how much time had elapsed, devoid of a calendar or a mobile phone. Initially captivated by the scenic beauty of Lingyun Peak, which seemed ideal for retirement, Qianqiumun now felt as though moss was growing upon her head. She was on the verge of madness, having traversed every inch of the peak. Even card games, barbecues, and camping could no longer satisfy her. Thus, she found herself increasingly yearning for Zhang Shizhou. Why did she miss that man? It was simply because, apart from him, there was no one else capable of rescuing her from this predicament. During this time, Qianqiumun became increasingly convinced that Hongfang Xianjun treated Huanji differently, frequently summoning her to grind ink and serve him while he wrote, even carrying Huanji back to sleep at night. Although Huanji was a small cat, she could transform into human form at any moment. Could it be that Hongfang Xianjun, despite his icy demeanor, was a cat lover? One evening, Qianqiumun found herself outside, gazing at the moon, having spent so long at Lingyun Peak. She was no longer afraid of wandering alone at night. Perched upon a thick tree branch, she nibbled on a spiritual fruit that had sprouted from the trees of Lingyun Peak while gazing at the moon, musing to herself that I wonder if this world has xianxia, or the jade rabbit, or the moon palace. How I long to travel to the celestial realm. I wonder if there will be an opportunity. The celestial clan possesses the moon palace, but there is no xianxia. There are rabbits, but none named the jade rabbit. Suddenly, a voice pierced the tranquility. Startled, Qianqiumun nearly fell from the tree she had painstakingly climbed. But a quick-witted figure behind her caught her waist, steadying her precariously. Turning to look, she beheld a man clad in the azure robes of a disciple of the Qingyan sect, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His already handsome visage now bore a touch of the ethereal charm typical of celestial disciples, rendering him even more breathtaking than before. Qianqiumun found herself momentarily entranced, unable to deny that this man was undeniably to her taste. His mere appearance was enough to stir one's desires. Zhang Shizhou, noticing the foolish demon lost in thought, couldn't help but chuckle, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "What are you daydreaming about?" Upon hearing his magnetic voice, Qianqiumun snapped back to reality, inquiring, "Why are you wearing the attire of a Qingyan disciple?" "I came today to check on some matters and changed into this outfit to avoid drawing attention." "While also stopping by to see you," Zhang Shizhou replied in a nonchalant tone. "Wow," Qianqiumun exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up, "that I never expected you to look even more handsome in this outfit. Your looks surpass even those of our Fox clan." Zhang Shizhou raised an eyebrow, amused that this female demon would dare to compliment his appearance. "A mere facade is of little importance," he replied, leaning casually against the tree trunk. "How can it be unimportant? Regardless of the era, appearance holds great significance that I simply prefer those who are aesthetically pleasing. It's a delight to behold you," Qianqiumun said with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration for the handsome man. Song Shizhou felt his heart skip a beat, an unfamiliar sensation washing over him. "Oh, you like me?" he asked, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Xianxia was taken aback. "What? Did I say that?" This demon seemed rather obtuse. "What I meant was that I appreciate those who are good-looking, and you certainly fit that description," she clarified. Upon hearing this, Song Shizhou felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment, a sensation he despised. However, he candidly admitted, "To be honest, I have missed you quite a bit during this time." Turning her face away, Xianxia spoke in a pitiful tone, "I have been quite bored here. This place is truly dull. I feel as though I might go mad. You come and go from Lingyun Peak with such ease. You must have a way to help us escape, right, Song Shizhou? We are good friends, comrades even. Our bond is so familiar. Don't you want to help us get out?" she implored, her large, pitiful eyes blinking eagerly. Song Shizhou initially assumed she missed him for a different reason, only to realize that wasn't the case. He snorted derisively, casting a glance at the foolish demon. Irritation bubbling within him, Xianxia clasped her hands together, rubbing them nervously, and cautiously shifted her weight, attempting to convey her sincerity. "All right, I can help you escape, but Huangji must remain by Hongfang Shenzhuan's side. And Mulansheng cannot leave either." A slight smile curled at his lips as he pondered his inexplicable indulgence toward this female demon. Perhaps it was her foolishness that rendered her somewhat endearing. "How can that be? I can't abandon Mulansheng and Sister Huangji." Xianxia flatly refused. "Moreover, Sister Huangji's identity has already been revealed. She cannot assist you in any investigations. You are a demon. Your kind most certainly does not wish for the revival of the Qinghe Emperor. Do you? Wouldn't it be better to take us all away together?" she questioned in confusion. Song Shizhou reached out to pat her head. "I have yet to uncover what I need to know. Currently, Hongfang Xianjun has not harmed Huangji, indicating that she is safe. They intend to use her and will not resort to violence. You won't remain at Qingyun sect for long. News from the Celestial Clan indicates that Mulansheng will soon embark on a journey to the Celestial Realm. As a mere mortal, you cannot possibly accompany him, no matter how much he tries to take you along," Song Shizhou stated matter-of-factly. Xianxia was taken aback, unable to fathom that their separation would come so swiftly. Yet Song Shizhou appeared to speak the truth. "What should I do?" she asked. "When Hongfang Xianjun escorts Mulansheng to the Celestial Clan, he will send disciples to escort you down the mountain. You will not be left behind at Qingyun sect. Simply wait for me at the foot of the mountain," Song Shizhou instructed. Feeling a bit disoriented, Xianxia realized she could not combat these events alone, but she still inquired once more, "Are you certain that Sister Huangji and Mulansheng will not be in any danger?" Song Shizhou was surprised that Xianxia cared for these two. Despite being friends, she had shown little concern for him. At that moment, he felt a twinge of annoyance but replied, "Yes, for the time being. They will not be in danger. Mulansheng is unlikely to perish easily in the Celestial Clan, and Huangji possesses the capability to survive dire situations. Otherwise, she wouldn't be Huangji. You need not worry. Your concern should be for yourself." After hearing his words, Xianxia realized there was some truth to them. Indeed, she was uncertain of her own path, and without fully grasping her powers, she could not practice or cultivate her demon arts during her time at Lingyun Peak. Seeing the perplexed expression on her face, Song Shizhou recalled her earlier words. "You mentioned wanting to go to the Celestial Clan?" Qingmun blinked, understanding the implication behind his question. "No, I merely wish to visit. To travel and see the world," she replied. Song Shizhou scoffed. "There is nothing entertaining about the Celestial Realm." Chapter 60. She endures noticing the disdainful expression on the man's face. Xianxia retorted, "How would a demon like you know that the Celestial Clan lacks entertainment?" Song Shizhou's gaze grew suddenly cold, an unmistakable loathing hidden in his deep eyes. "That I know everything about the affairs of the three realms." Seeing the chill radiating from him was indeed intimidating. Even she felt a tremor of fear. She couldn't help but reflect on the deep-seated animosity between the celestial and demonic races. Even a simple mention evoked a sense of hostility. "So, you no longer wish to return to the demon realm?" Song Shizhou countered, feeling a shiver run down her spine. Xianxia sensed that if she spoke the wrong words, this man might very well strangle her. With an awkward smile, she replied, "No, I have always been under the jurisdiction of the demon realm. I am a demon myself. When I say I want to go to the Celestial Clan, it's simply because I enjoy exploring new places. I've never seen what the Celestial Clan looks like and wish to take a look." This answer seemed to diffuse the tension surrounding the previously fierce man. As the coldness dissipated significantly, that he raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his lips, clearly pleased with her response. Indeed, you demons are inherently part of the demon realm. Those with ulterior motives are unlikely to last long. Song Shizhou's voice was deep and magnetic, and as he uttered those words, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Xianxia let out a sigh. Indeed, Song Shizhou could be quite terrifying at times. However, in this fantastical realm, the presence of demons and spirits often radiated a heavy aura of hostility, and even the esteemed Hongfang Xianjun exhibited a somewhat capricious demeanor. To ensure her survival, she could only bide her time, for strength was paramount. She needed to quickly persuade Song Shizhou to teach her the ways of the demons. By the way, you mentioned that in a couple of days, Mulan Shang will be heading to the celestial realm, and I too will be sent away. Are you asking me to wait for you at the foot of the mountain with the intention of taking me to the demon clan? If that is the case, could you perhaps teach me the ways of the demons in the shortest time possible? Xianxia leaned closer, her face adorned with a hint of pleading. Song Shizhou was well aware that this foolish demon was still fixated on the idea of learning demonic arts. He let out a soft scoff, then raised his chin and replied, "It depends on my mood." With that, Xianxia pouted, intending to continue the conversation, only to have the man strike her head once more before vanishing from sight. Xianxia clutched her head in pain, glaring angrily at the spot where he had just been seated, as expected. 2 days later, Mulan Shang and Xianxia were summoned by Hongfang Xianjun inside the grand hall of Lingyun Peak. Huanji remained a small orange cat, nestled in the embrace of Hongfang Xianjun, while Xianxia and Mulan Shang stood at the center, gazing at the celestial sovereign seated upon the high dais. "What brings you to summon me and Miss Xianjun?" Mulan Shang inquired, perplexed. After all, he had been here for quite some time without any intervention from the Xianjun, and today a sudden gathering surely hinted at unusual matters. "Today, you shall accompany me to the celestial realm," Hongfang Xianjun stated coldly. Mulan Shang's heart sank, and he blurted out, "But what about Miss Qiyu and Miss Huanji?" Hongfang Xianjun paused, taken aback that the individual before him was more concerned about others than his own fate. "Huanji is a demon, and having been subdued by me, she shall remain by my side. As for Xianxia, being a mere mortal, she will be dispatched back to the mortal realm, and I shall instruct Qingyun's sect to provide her with the necessary funds for her journey." After speaking, he turned his gaze to Xianxia. Mulan Shang grew anxious and protested. "I cannot bear to be separated from Miss Qiyu." Hongfang Xianjun sneered, clearly agitated, the corners of his mouth curling into a mocking smile. "Do you think the celestial realm will allow you to behave as you please, like in this Lingyun Peak? No one ascends without an invitation, and as a mere mortal, if you refuse to cooperate, I would not hesitate to drag you along forcibly. I am curious to see how you intend to resist." Upon hearing this, Mulan Shang fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes reddening not from tears, but from anger. In that moment, he began to loathe his own helplessness. "What about my aunt? The last time the demon clan took her, do you know how they treated her?" Mulan Shang clenched his fists and asked. Hongfang Xianjun gently stroked Huanji's fur with one hand, his gaze cold as ice, and replied languidly, "I am unaware of the affairs of the demon clan. That if you truly care about the fate of Yuan Yin, the celestial attendant, perhaps you should inquire in the celestial realm yourself. I am merely following orders from above." Mulan Shang's hands trembled with rage. He despised the feeling of being so readily manipulated. Unable to act, lacking the cultivation or ability to influence any situation, and not even permitted to make his own choices, Xianxia had already anticipated this outcome after hearing Song Shizhou's words and had discreetly spoken with Huanji. Huanji revealed that Song Shizhou had assigned her a new task a couple of days ago, though she did not disclose the specifics. Xianxia did not press for details, as she had no interest in the enmities between celestial beings and demons. She was simply relieved to know that Huanji was not in immediate danger. However, she refrained from informing Mulan Shang in advance, knowing he would likely be unable to handle it, as expected. Upon hearing Hongfang Xianjun's words, the usually obedient and docile Mulan Shang trembled with anger in the grand hall. Xianxia still had to put on a performance, for she had previously made a vow of eternal companionship with Mulan Shang. Presenting themselves as a couple, now, faced with separation, she had to act accordingly. "Young Master Mulan," Xianxia cried, her eyes brimming with tears, as she grasped his arm. "It is a good thing for you to go to the celestial realm. You must take care of yourself, and I will wait for you always." Mulan Shang looked at Xianxia, initially intending to speak, but she continued, "In the land of the celestial family, how can a mere mortal like me ascend? Young Master Mulan, do not defy the will of the celestial family for my sake. You must survive and return safely to meet me again." With that, xianxia directly embraced Mulan Shang. Then, she whispered in his ear, "When under the eaves, one must bow their head, cooperate with them, and live well." Mulan Shang felt the warmth of her embrace and momentarily lost his composure. He was not foolish and understood that xianxia's words were a reminder. Hongfang Xianjun observed the pair before him, noting that their demeanor did not convey the typical affection of a loving couple. Mulan Shang's gaze toward the woman revealed some sentiment. Yet, xianxia, the mere mortal, displayed no visible affection. However, he did not dwell on this matter too much, for she was simply a mortal, and when the time came, he could easily send her away without concern for any repercussions. "Have you finished speaking? If so, we shall depart immediately," Hongfang Xianjun declared, casting Huanji to the ground as he stood up. Meow. Huanji let out a pained cry upon being dropped. Xianxia felt a pang of sympathy. This wretched celestial being was tormenting the cat yet again. She wanted to rush over to comfort Huanji, but noticed a hint of warning in the cat's eyes, as if to deter her approach. However, who was xianxia? A mere mortal afraid of nothing. She knew that this celestial being would never harm an innocent. So, she boldly spoke up, "Hongfang Xianjun, you are a celestial being and the esteemed ancestor of Xianxia sect, revered by many. Even if Sister Huanji is a demon, she has never harmed you. How can you treat her so cruelly?" Hongfang Xianjuan's lips curved into a slight smile, his gaze filled with disdain. "I do not permit a mere mortal to speak so audaciously in my presence." Xianxia was infuriated. Truly, he was insufferable. She shot him an indignant glare, only to hear Huanji's warning meow in her ear. She realized it was a reminder not to offend the celestial being at this moment, and she restrained herself. Chapter 61. We demons are not so particular. Mulan Shang was taken away by the Xianjun, while Huanji remained confined to Lingyun Peak, unable to ascend to the celestial realm. Meanwhile, xianxia found herself at the foot of Guihong Mountain, accompanied by Jingyu and Feng Hui. Initially, it was just the eldest senior brother who had come to escort her down the mountain. But Feng Hui, unwilling to part, insisted on following along at that moment. Seeing Feng Hui's tear-filled eyes, xianxia felt a twinge of guilt. This girl was indeed naive, easily deceived, and yet still counting coins for others. "Miss Xiaoyue, we had initially planned to keep you here to study and cultivate alongside us in the sect, but today the ancestor instructed the eldest senior brother to provide you with some funds and provisions, allowing you to descend the mountain," Feng Hui said, producing an envelope. "Although we do not know why the ancestor decided not to keep you, I understand that as a woman, it must be difficult for you to be alone in the mortal realm. I have a friend in Lui City. Take this letter to her, and she will take care of you." Feng Hui had genuinely thought through xianxia's future. Even someone as carefree as xianxia felt touched at that moment. Grasping Feng Hui's hand, "My dear, you must be more discerning in the future. You are too easily deceived and can be exploited," xianxia said earnestly. Feng Hui looked puzzled, responding with a simple, Bai Jingyu could not fathom why the ancestor would not allow xianxia to remain in Xianxia sect. Surely a woman could not stir up much trouble. He then asked, "Did Miss Xiaoyue offend the ancestor while at Lingyun Peak?" Xianxia recalled the expression of that wretched celestial being before she descended the mountain and couldn't help but snicker internally. Even if that celestial being remained silent, she understood perfectly why she was not permitted to stay in Xianxia sect. First and foremost, Huanji was a demon, and as a celestial sovereign and the esteemed ancestor of a major sect like Xianxia, openly keeping a female demon by his side would undoubtedly invite a plethora of controversies. With more people, there would be more thoughts, and with more thoughts, rumors would abound. Hongfang Xianjun surely wished to avoid such gossip. However, she was acutely aware that this celestial being had indeed kept a demon. With Mulan Shang departing, her remaining as a lone mortal woman in Lingyun Peak would undoubtedly attract scrutiny, for to the public eye, it would appear as if she were alone with Hongfang Xianjun. That celestial being would never allow her to stay if she were sent to the return of Guihong Mountain in Xianxia sect. The Xianjun would fear that she might leak the news of Huanji being kept in Lingyun Peak. Thus, the best course of action was to cast her down the mountain, returning her to the mortal realm. With tear-filled eyes, xianxia gazed with a touch of sorrow, her voice tinged with a plaintive tone. showcasing her acting prowess that I do not know how I, a mere mortal, have offended the celestial sovereign. Now that young Master Mulan has been taken away, and I hear it is to the celestial realm, my heart aches deeply at our separation. Upon hearing this, Feng Hui's eyes misted over, and in her impulsiveness, she immediately declared, Miss Chua, wait here. I am the daughter of the sect master, and I will plead with my father to keep you. Qin Xiaoyu, filled with excitement, immediately seized the foolish child, revealing an awkward smile. She had overacted. If Feng Hui were to return and plead with the sect master, what would she do? Song Shizhou was still waiting for her at the foot of the mountain, though he belonged to the demon clan. He could teach her demon arts. If she were unable to practice such skills at Qingyun's sect, her cultivation would stagnate. Should her true identity as a demon be exposed in the future, would they not collectively come to beat her? While the environment at Qingyun's sect was relatively safe at present, remaining in Song Shizhou's company was far too risky. It would be wiser to venture into the perilous demon realm. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that she was a demon, destined solely to cultivate demon arts. She needed to possess the ability to protect herself and learn to control her demon core. Thus, she resolved to follow Song Shizhou and consider her future carefully. Miss Xiaoyu, why are you stopping me? Feng Hui inquired. Qin Xiaoyu wore a look of melancholy. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Feng Hui. I understand your intentions, but Lord Hongfeng has already suggested returning me to the mortal realm, indicating that he believes my presence at Qingyun's sect is inappropriate. It is best to let it be. I shall live my life well. Feng Hui's eyes glimmered with sympathy, and just as she was about to speak, Bai Jingyu interjected, Junior sister, our ancestors' decision is beyond our comprehension. We have already been away from the mountain for too long. It is time to return. Feng Hui appeared somewhat troubled, and Qin Xiaoyu urged her to leave swiftly. Miss Feng Hui, you should return quickly. If fate permits, we shall meet again. Without waiting for Feng Hui's response, Bai Jingyu grasped her hand and flew away on his sword. Qin Xiaoyu remained behind, watching their figures gradually fade from view. And she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. At this moment, she clutched the package provided by Qingyun's sect, which thoughtfully contained a set of clean clothes, provisions, and silver coins. It was evident that Feng Hui had prepared it. Neatly folded, and Qin Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt for deceiving such a lovely individual. Had she stayed at Qingyun's sect, she might have forged a deep friendship with Feng Hui. Lost in her thoughts, Qin Xiaoyu turned, intending to find a place to wait for Song Shizhou's arrival, when she was startled to see a man leisurely leaning against the stone tablet inscribed with Guihong Mountain. Dressed in dark robes, with his hair tied back, he exuded an aura of authority, a noble presence that seemed to convey a silent warning to keep one's distance, yet his eyes sparkled with a hint of playful mockery. Startled, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, For heaven's sake, brother, one can frighten a person to death. Song Shizhou chuckled softly and approached leisurely. I am not human. Qin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in annoyance and asked, When did you arrive? Song Shizhou stood before her. She was petite, barely reaching his chin, yet her spirit was undeterred. I arrived the moment you mentioned parting lovers. With whom do you claim to be in love? Song Shizhou raised an eyebrow. Qin Xiaoyu answered honestly, Who else but Mulan Sheng? Those individuals initially refused my ascent to Lingyun Peak, which compelled me to lie, weeping and snotting that I had a lifelong bond with Mulan Sheng. A pair of star-crossed lovers destined to be together. Otherwise, how would I have managed to ascend? As she spoke, the memory of that despicable immortal resurfaced, and she continued, And do you know, that vile immortal truly has a wicked heart. He tormented cats in my presence and took pleasure in it. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu locked eyes with Song Shizhou and was taken aback by the icy glint in his gaze. As if he were somewhat displeased, confused, she asked, What is wrong? Song Shizhou echoed her question. You claim to have a romantic connection with Mulan Sheng. Qin Xiaoyu replied, Why aren't you listening attentively? In a moment of urgency, I deceived those from Qingyun's sect. She was baffled. Song Shizhou's expression darkened. Though he couldn't pinpoint why he felt unsettled, he knew it was a fabrication, yet it still irked him that as a young lady. How can you be so shameless? Qin Xiaoyu, unaware of his discontent and feeling personally attacked, retorted by pulling out the provisions from her package and taking a bite. When has Qin Xiaoyu ever cared for face? Besides, our demon clan does not adhere to trifles. Song Shizhou was momentarily speechless, then swiftly wrapped his arms around the young woman's waist and soared into the clouds. Chapter 62. Wang Chuan, a startled scream pierced the air. Xianxia Yu clung tightly to the man's waist, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed down into the abyss below. Heavens, does Qingyun sect not have a sword beneath our feet? Just as I began to acclimate, Song Shizhou carries me aloft, and to make matters worse, he is speeding. My heart feels as if it will leap from my chest. Song Shizhou sensed her tense grip, and, feeling the weight of his earlier frustration dissipate, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. You are a demon. What is there to fear? Song Shizhou asked, somewhat exasperated, but nonetheless slowed their ascent. Xianxia Yu turned to him, irritated by his amusement. What? Are you mocking me? I am afraid of heights, and you are flying so fast. Though she was fuming, she held on to him tightly, terrified of plummeting. Song Shizhou found it incomprehensible how this Xianxia Yu had become so peculiar after her memory loss. As a demon, and a fearsome one at that, she not only feared snakes and heights, but also killing. Surely, those who had not yet fully cultivated their power possessed more courage than she did. Internally, Xianxia Yu raged. I am human. I was once human. Born under the national flag, raised in the gentle spring breeze, believing in science and living in an era of peace. But would voicing this help? Would it make a difference? I am not a wicked demon. I have transformed into a good demon, she said, her tone heavy with resignation. That I see you have not transformed into a good demon, but rather a foolish one, Song Shizhou teased. Xianxia Yu, indignant, looked up at him. Despite her annoyance, from this precarious angle of death, the man's features remained strikingly handsome, a true model-like face, exuding an air of latent dominance. After what felt like an eternity of flight, Xianxia Yu's fear began to wane, and she started to relish the sensation, feeling as if she were floating freely in the sky as they passed through a vibrant sea of clouds radiating a soft glow. She exclaimed, "That is so beautiful." Song Shizhou chuckled at her naivety. Passing through the colorful flowing clouds leads us to the heavenly realm. Xianxia Yu's eyes widened in awe. Despite not traveling to the heavenly realm, she could not contain her joy. It is so stunning. I cannot even imagine how beautiful the heavenly palace must be. Observing her wistful expression, Song Shizhou smirked and retorted, Do you wish to go? Xianxia Yu, aware that he belonged to the demon clan and likely did not want to hear praise for the heavenly clan, tempered her enthusiasm. It is all right. I have never been there, but I'd like to see it. However, rest assured, I hold no disloyalty towards the demon clan. I am a creature of the demon realm, and I will not forget that I am under the governance of the demon clan. Song Shizhou noted that this foolish demon understood the need to appease him. Attempting to win his favor, he cast her a sidelong glance. If you truly wish to go, I could take you for a stroll in the future. The scenery of the heavenly clan is indeed splendid, occupying the best position between heaven and earth, rich in spiritual energy, the most suitable place for habitation in the three realms. Xianxia Yu's bright eyes sparkled as she smiled sweetly at him. Thank you, Song Shizhou. Song Shizhou fell silent. Continuing onward as they crossed a river that appeared somewhat ominous. The waters were tinged with red and green, resembling an endless stream. The sky transformed dramatically. Dark clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning, while the mountains were cloaked in blackened stone, nearly devoid of life. Occasionally, peculiar plants sprouted, giving off a toxic aura. Xianxia Yu was abruptly alarmed by this scene. Moments ago, the sky had been clear and bright. Yet now it felt as if they had entered a different realm, one that exuded malevolence and dark energy. Song Shizhou, noticing her shock, inquired, Are you afraid? What was that river we just passed? It was blood-red with a green hue, bubbling ominously, and it seemed as if something was swimming beneath the surface. She asked. Song Shizhou replied in a detached tone, That is Wangchuan. Wangchuan, the river of forgetfulness? Xianxia Yu was taken aback. Song Shizhou paused, asking, What is this Wangchuan? Is there no realm of the dead in this world? She questioned, confused. Wangchuan is where the spirits dwell. Song Shizhou was tempted to pry open this demoness mind to discern the thoughts swirling within. The spirits lingering beneath Wangchuan are malevolent. Should one fall into the river, they would be torn apart by these spirits, leaving not a bone behind. When immortals die, their essence dissipates into spiritual energy, benefiting the world. Demons, too, perish, leaving their essence to vanish. As for mortals, they are reborn under the watchful eyes of the celestial beings who govern the cycle of life. Upon hearing his explanation, Xianxia Yu was astonished. Wait, there is no realm of the dead in this world. Song Shizhou struggled to comprehend where this demoness had garnered such tales. What is this realm of the dead? What clan is that? And what are the malevolent spirits lurking beneath Wangchuan? Xianxia, with a curious expression, inquired once more. Song Shizhou, wearing a look of exasperation, thought to himself how this was akin to having a child in tow. Incessantly asking a myriad of foolish questions, yet maintaining an earnest demeanor, regardless of whether one is human, demon, immortal, or magical being. Destiny diverges, and each carries their own grievances. Some obsessions run so deep that they manifest as a lingering resentment. Seeking refuge here, once they enter the river of forgetfulness, reason dissipates, transforming them into malevolent spirits driven solely by aggression. The ghosts you speak of are merely the folklore of the mortal realm. Those who become ghosts after death are but souls, devoid of any capacity for harm, fragile entities that ultimately receive guidance to return to their rightful place. Song Shizhou could not fathom why this female demon harbored such a fear of ghosts. Xianxia, her understanding of this world evolving, bore a look of epiphany. How wondrous! Song Shizhou then remarked. Crossing this peculiar stone forest will lead us to the demon realm. At that moment, Song Shizhou began to descend. For the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Though no rain fell, the incessant flashes were indeed terrifying, causing Xianxia to fear she might be struck by lightning at any moment. This is the headquarters of the company. Xianxia mused inwardly. Acknowledging the ominous atmosphere, no wonder tales abound of the demon tribe's ferocity. Who could find joy in such a dismal environment? All around, shadows loomed, the sky shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of sunlight. Mountains or rivers. At that moment, Song Shizhou halted before a city gate. Xianxia gazed in that direction, observing a long queue of demons. Curiously, she noticed that despite the pervasive darkness, the attire of the people was vibrantly colorful. Although this was the demon realm, numerous magical beings were present, likely here to seek opportunities at the headquarters. Noticing her curiosity, Song Shizhou commented, "You must change your attire. That belongs to Qingyun's sect." Xianxia glanced at her own clothing, recalling that she had indeed come from Qingyun's sect and that her spare garments had also been provided by them. "But I still have clothes from Qingyun's sect in my bundle," she said, looking at the man. Song Shizhou merely flicked his fingers, casting a spell upon her, and soon, a set of demon attire materialized on her form. Chapter 63. Can friends not be killed? Demon Realm. Domain. Xianxia glanced at the large characters above the city gate and asked hesitantly, "What does it say?" Song Shizhou, almost forgetting her illiteracy, replied with a hint of exasperation. Domain. Xianxia looked up, the characters intricate and unfathomable, lacking even a trace of simplified script. "You not only need to learn spells but also ought to recognize characters," Song Shizhou remarked with a teasing tone. Xianxia was taken aback. Indeed, she had been so focused on mastering her spells that she had neglected the importance of literacy. In any era, being illiterate would be a disadvantage. "Will you teach me?" she asked, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the past, no demoness would dare to command her thus, demanding both spell instruction and literacy lessons. Song Shizhou glanced at her. "Do you think I am that idle? How about you borrow your aju from me? I am quite clever, and I assure you I will learn swiftly," Xianxia proclaimed with conviction. Upon hearing this, Song Shizhou felt his annoyance resurface, scoffing. "Aju has more pressing matters to attend to." Xianxia turned away, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Why had he brought her to the demon realm? What was the purpose? She had blindly waited as instructed, but now she found herself at a loss. If she couldn't read, perhaps he could first teach her the spells. That moment, she wore a charming smile, considering that once she learned to properly utilize her demon core, recognizing characters would not be out of reach. "But why have you brought me to the demon realm? Where will I stay? I only have the provisions provided by Qingyun's sect. I lack the spirit stones required here." It dawned on her that her situation was indeed precarious. In this bewildering world, she had been pushed forward without a moment's respite. Song Shizhou himself was uncertain about bringing this demoness to the demon realm. Previously, he had heard from Aju that she desired to come to the demon realm to start a new life, and he had felt rather pleased about it. "There is a villa here where you can stay for the time being," Song Shizhou stated, referring to the villa outside the demon palace. Xianxia nodded with a smile, thinking that despite Song Shizhou's haughty demeanor and occasional mood swings, he was ultimately a decent demon. By the way, what is your real name? I cannot call you by the title of demon sovereign in the demon realm. I fear I might be apprehended. Xianxia leaned closer, whispering. Song Shizhou had never encountered such a foolish demoness before. Raising an eyebrow, he leaned closer to her, observing her in the demon garb that accentuated her allure. He had long heard of the enchanting xianxia, draped in red, captivating and arrogant, instilling on the demon realm. He had specifically brought this attire for her, yet now it exuded a different aura on her. Though their appearances were similar, her innocent and clear gaze revealed her unawareness of the dangers of the demon realm, displaying a remarkable trust in him. The two were mere inches apart. In xianxia you could see the distinct lashes framing his eyes. Even with her naturally thick skin, she felt a tinge of shyness under the intense scrutiny of such a handsome man. "What are you staring at? Why so silent?" Xianxia swallowed hard, her gaze fixated on his lips. Having never been in a close encounter with a handsome man, she wondered what it would feel like to kiss those lips. "Wait, what am I thinking?" Xianxia abruptly snapped back to reality. Why is he so close? Indeed, it stirred something within her. "My true name is xianxia," he replied in a deep voice, addressing her earlier question. Upon hearing this, Xianxia pushed him away, exclaiming, "All right, fine. You are xianxia. Very well. This audacious demoness does not trust my words." As they continued onward, smoothly entering the city, Xianxia was astonished by the sights within. Truly, this was the demon realm. The atmosphere was rife with the essence of a villainous world. Despite the dim and foggy sky, the bustling market could not be overshadowed. The buildings were primarily constructed from black stone and wood, resembling those in the human world yet infused with exotic flair. The demons and other magical beings donned a myriad of styles, some flaunted revealing outfits, while others were shrouded in modest attire complete with headscarves. Some were adorned in gaudy, vibrant garments, while others donned dark, somber hues. Xianxia thought of the phrase freedom of attire, affirming that indeed, there was a plethora of choices. "What is this?" she exclaimed excitedly, approaching a stall and pointing at the peculiar items displayed. The stall owner, a demon man, was taken aback by the beauty of the demoness, but upon noticing the imposing figure of xianxia behind her, he quickly quelled any nefarious thoughts. "This is the tears of the mermaid. The last sorrowful tears before death. The beads are blood red, incredibly beautiful. If the demoness fancies them, she should buy a few to string into a necklace," the vendor enthusiastically introduced. "This is crafted from the horn of a rhinoceros demon. Extraordinarily sturdy, and this fishbone knife is made from the bones of a 1,000-year-old fish demon, sharp enough to slice through iron. And this is the fur of a 100-year-old fox demon. The demon realm can be quite chilly, and sometimes even one's cultivation cannot withstand the cold. These will provide warmth," the vendor continued, oblivious to the grimace that had overtaken Xianxia's face. Immediately, she grabbed xianxia's arm and hurriedly left, moving faster than anyone else. "Hey, demoness, I have more fine goods," the stall owner shouted after them. Xianxia looked at Xianxia, whose hand rested on his arm, and asked, "What is wrong?" "I am a fox. He recommended fox fur to me." "That is terrifying. Those are items made from the bodies of dead demons," Xianxia exclaimed, her face pale. Xianxia's lips curled slightly, amused by her timidity. In this world, the strong ruled, and the demon and magical tribes had no rigid rules. Strength was what earned respect, while the weak were often met with unfortunate fates. His words were as casual as if he were commenting on the weather. Xianxia froze, a chill running down her spine. Surely, this man would not one day decide to end her life? She was a 2,000-year-old fox, possessing formidable cultivation and a powerful demon core. Her very organs and bones could be fashioned into valuable artifacts. At that moment, xianxia turned to face her, noticing her pale complexion and the fear etched across her features, which she attempted to mask with a strained smile. "Are you afraid of me?" Xianxia halted, disliking the sight of this foolish demon displaying such an expression. Xianxia swallowed hard, timidly asking, "If I happen to upset you, could you simply send me away? I promise I will never appear before you again." "But please do not kill me." Xianxia found her bewildering plea amusing. He had no interest in slaying a weak fox. Nonetheless, he reached out, grasping her chin and leaning in closer, a wicked smile playing on his lips. "That depends on your performance. If I am in a foul mood, I might just enjoy a delicate little demon like you to nourish my body." Xianxia felt his grip on her chin, the coldness of his palm sending shivers down her spine. She took his words to heart, her eyes brimming with apprehension. "That we are friends." Xianxia noticed her fragile demeanor and gently wiped the damp corners of her eyes. "What is the matter? Can friends not kill each other?" "Of course not," Xianxia exclaimed with fervor. Chapter 64. "I truly regret, I am guilty after being startled by the detestable demon xianxia. Xianxia lost her enthusiasm for shopping and was led to a grand residence. The estate was vast and exuded opulence, staffed by numerous demon maids clad in unified purple and black gauzy skirts. Each displayed a slender waist, their makeup bold, and while their appearances were pleasant, they did not reach the level of breathtaking beauty, merely possessing well-defined and charming features. Xianxia couldn't help but reminisce about her days in the demon realm. Not all demons were strikingly beautiful. Indeed, beauty is a rarity everywhere. She considered herself fortunate to have transformed into a stunning beauty, finding her own reflection quite pleasing. The residence was adorned with lanterns. And despite the dim sky of the demon realm, it was brightly lit within that moment. A Jew approached, and although she was already aware, she couldn't help but ponder internally. What charm did this foolish demon possess to be so indulged by the Lord? It's all arranged. Miss Xianxia can reside here, a Jew stated with a bow. xianxia nodded slightly and proceeded deeper into the dwelling. Xianxia followed, quietly observing her surroundings, compared to the grand hall of Xianjun Lingyun Peak. The style here was utterly different. If the celestial domain was beautiful, imbued with a clarity akin to jade, evoking serene delight amidst unparalleled scenic beauty, like a resplendent pearl set against the heavens, exuding solemnity and majesty that compelled reverence, then the demon realm represented an entirely different extreme. Beneath the dark sky, dominated by a blood-red moon, the atmosphere was filled with chaos and mystery, irresistibly beckoning one to unveil the secrets hidden within. Every inch of this estate radiated luxury and extravagance, and coupled with the shadowy ambience, it amplified the eerie atmosphere of the night, akin to stumbling upon a strikingly beautiful yet venomous flower in a desolate desert, concealing the potential to devour life itself. Wow, this luminous pearl is enormous, Xianxia exclaimed as she stepped inside, astonished by the palace-like interior. Haven't you seen the world? In your desolate Black Mountain, why have you served that old demon for so many years? xianxia sat at the dining table, observing the startled female demon with a hint of disdain, though amusement flickered in his eyes. The Black Mountain still clings to the demon's most primitive way of life, consuming raw food and dwelling in caves. They must possess gold, silver, and jewels, but I have no memory of it, Xianxia replied, plopping down at the table. Her gaze fell upon the lavish array of dishes, and she swallowed hard. She lifted her chopsticks to begin eating, but suddenly paused, casting a puzzled glance at the man. Oh, your kind eat food too? She inquired, bewildered. How else would we grow? xianxia responded, his expression betraying a hint of incredulity. Nevertheless, he patiently explained, demons are born in human form. Unlike your kind who have original forms, we too require nourishment, albeit our cooking is not as refined as in the human realm. After all, this is the demon domain, where even a mere fish appears fearsome. That I noticed your fondness for human food, so I instructed the maids to prepare it with more care. Highly skilled demons can choose not to eat, depending on their preferences. With that, xianxia surprisingly served her some dishes. Xianxia beamed, realizing his thoughtfulness. So that's how it is. You really are considerate, yet you still frighten me. How sweet of you. xianxia, caught off guard by her words, shot her a glance, signaling for her to be quiet. As she savored her food, she mused that he was merely a bit proud, suggesting he wasn't truly a bad person. After all, why would a demon go to such lengths to approach a mere waste of space like her? But do not worry, I won't impose on you for long. Once I have the ability to protect myself, I will seek employment, earn some silver, or rather, spiritual stones, and save up to rent a small cottage. While she spoke, xianxia, for the first time, put food into his mouth, but upon hearing her words, he stiffened slightly, an uncharacteristic displeasure flickering across his face. You plan to leave? He questioned, his tone noticeably colder. Xianxia nodded. Although we have a good relationship, I cannot constantly rely on you for food and drink. This is your home. It would be rather embarrassing to stay too long. I do not mind, xianxia replied. Xianxia blinked, surveying the empty dining hall. Only she and xianxia remained, as the demon maids had been dismissed. She leaned closer, whispering curiously, you must hold a significant status in the demon realm to dwell in such a place. What position do you hold under the demon lord? Surely someone like you must have several wives. How many women are in your harem? What if I become a rival to them during my stay? With wide, innocent eyes, she earnestly posed her question. However, just as her words fell, a Jew, stationed at the door, coughed violently, shattering the tranquility within. Song Shizhou shot her a glare, gritting his teeth as he retorted, I have no wives. That's unscientific. Xianxia pressed. Then how many do you have? Song Shizhou's expression darkened. None. Xianxia's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, you're truly single. A man of such remarkable ability and striking looks is still unattached. I am not interested in women, Song Shizhou replied, his previously pleasant demeanor now tinged with irritation at her foolishness. Xianxia was taken aback. You prefer men, she exclaimed, realizing that in this realm, with so many handsome individuals, such preferences were not uncommon at that moment. A Jew, hearing this revelation, nearly faltered, clinging to the door for support. Song Shizhou glanced at the door and then back at the earnest Xianxia. He slammed his chopsticks down onto the table with a resounding clatter, splintering them. Xianxia quickly covered her mouth. Shaking her head, I am sorry. I want to say it again. Seeing the man still visibly upset, she hurriedly stood and awkwardly began to massage his shoulders, her expression one of embarrassment that it's my fault. Truly, Song Shizhou stood abruptly, not looking back as he exited. Xianxia watched his retreating figure, smacking her mouth in frustration that I've offended the benefactor. She wondered if he would cast her out. What if he ceased teaching her his techniques? The vastness of the Wangshuan River loomed before her. She had never flown alone, and if she attempted to leave the demon realm, would she plummet and become sustenance for malevolent spirits? Startled by her own thoughts, Xianxia dashed after Song Shizhou, calling out, Brother, I truly regret it. I am guilty. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Chapter 65. Captured by the demon clan elders having resided in this estate for several days. Xianxia had yet to see Song Shizhou or a Jew again. She could venture outside, but she was always accompanied by several demon maids who insisted on paying for her purchases whenever she encountered less than gentle demons attempting to harass her. The maids would fiercely defend her, allowing her to live like a pampered lady, free from worry. However, she realized that such fleeting indulgence could not last. She had not forgotten the purpose of her arrival in the demon realm. She was here to acquire skills. She needed the foundational ability to protect herself. Otherwise, what was the point of her becoming a lady of leisure? This world was not a peaceful era, and survival in the modern age was primarily about financial concerns. Yet, this was a realm of immortals, where life could be taken at any moment, especially as a notoriously infamous female demon. At the dining table in the estate, Xianxia abruptly tossed her chopsticks aside and faced the maid serving her. Where has Song Shizhou gone? Can you provide me with a clear answer? At her words, the demon maids dropped to their knees, their faces filled with terror. Xianxia nearly forgot the last time she mentioned his name. They reacted in the same terrified manner, stammering and unable to speak. Approaching them, she crouched down, her expression one of helplessness. I am new here and understand that directly addressing your master by name is inappropriate. However, your master has audaciously deceived me by saying his name is Song Shizhou. What can I do? Therefore, you must inform me of your master's identity and help me get in touch with him. I wish to see him. Xianxia spoke kindly, but the maid's expressions only grew more fearful. One of the maids stuttered, Miss Xianxia, we do not know our master's whereabouts. Please, refrain from speaking of him in such a manner. Hearing the same answer again, Xianxia was both furious and amused. So, Song Shizhou had brought her here and abandoned her. He had promised to teach her techniques, yet she was left with nothing. Determined not to sit idly by, she resolved to take action. She would not believe that aside from Song Shizhou, she couldn't find another teacher. I must go out. With her hands on her hips, Xianxia said in a huff. As soon as she finished speaking, the several demon maids stood up and immediately inquired, where does the young lady wish to go today? Shall we step out to cool off? After saying this, Xianxia strode toward the gate of the mansion. Upon arriving at the marketplace, she wandered about as usual, but today, unbeknownst to her, a vile demon had appeared, leering at her with an exceedingly lascivious expression due to her beauty. The demon maids beside her, witnessing this, swiftly moved to confront him. Xianxia had grown accustomed to such encounters. As this marked the fourth skirmish they had faced, she realized that regardless of the era, beautiful women would always face harassment, and in the demon realm, a place devoid of rules, these demons or monsters were even more brazen. Simply put, it was chaotic. However, Xianxia was rather perturbed at the moment. As she could not locate Song Shizhou and had no means of contacting him, she noticed her maids engaged in battle but chose to ignore it and continued walking forward. Initially, she found the experience quite novel. But now, wandering through the streets felt indifferent. She was uncertain of her whereabouts and had ended up on a rather unfamiliar street. Suddenly, she saw numerous female demons and demonesses running toward her. Their faces filled with terror, as if fleeing from a great calamity. Upon noticing their attire, resembling that of soldiers, xianxia gasped. The elder of the demon clan had once again selected demon maids to be offered to the demon palace. How many batches had it been? I must flee. I cannot be caught. Run. Those taken to the demon palace rarely meet a good end. The murmurs of panic filled her ears as the crowd rushed, and any female who lagged behind was swiftly captured by the demon soldiers. She stood frozen for a brief moment, but once she regained her senses, she joined the throng in flight. Some individuals attempted to escape by using their powers, only to be quickly brought down by the soldiers' might. Xianxia had never witnessed such a scene. She was terrified, yet her feet did not falter in their flight. However, as she glanced back at the demon soldier who had seized her, she forced a sheepish smile. I am of the monster clan, not the demon clan. I am a respected elder. The soldier's eyes sparkled upon hearing her words. Xianxia followed his gaze and saw the man, referred to as elder, who appeared weathered, his eyes gleaming with malice as he scrutinized her, causing discomfort. A beautiful demoness indeed. Take her back, the elder declared, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Xianxia was taken aback. Wait, are you truly going to abduct a demoness in broad daylight? The elder, noticing her confusion, chuckled disdainfully. I am an elder of the demon clan, tasked with selecting demonesses and women of the demon race to serve the esteemed one in the demon palace. Being chosen is a blessing for you. Although Xianxia was deemed ineffectual, she possessed some demon powers. She initially intended to fight back and escape, but another demon woman was captured and resisted desperately, even attempting to cast spells against the soldiers. The elder, observing this, displayed his disdain, lightly waving his hand, causing the demon woman to dissipate into a wisp of black smoke. Initially intent on resisting, Xianxia immediately quieted down, standing docilely, albeit with a slight tremor in her limbs. Meanwhile, the demon maids, realizing they could not find Xianxia, were struck with panic, searching frantically, yet their efforts proved futile in the residence of the demon clan elder. Xianxia, along with her abducted companions, felt as if they had entered a cult, being brainwashed by an unattractive middle-aged demoness. Since you have been summoned by the elder, each of you bears the elder's curse and must serve him. If you succeed, you will attain unparalleled glory. Your task is to enter the demon palace, get close to the demon lord, and seduce him. You 10 have been meticulously chosen for your exquisite beauty. Once inside the palace, all commands will be relayed through the elder. Failure to comply will lead to a fate you all should be aware of. I trust you do not wish to die. Do you? The woman inquired, turning her gaze toward xianxia at that moment. Being addressed, Xianxia offered an awkward yet polite smile. I am a demoness, Xianxia. Upon hearing this, the elderly demoness raised an eyebrow. Are there many in the demon clan named Xianxia? I recall a ruthless demoness bearing that name. Xianxia was taken aback. She had not anticipated the notorious reputation of her original self had spread to the demon clan. Oh, my dear sister, you are mistaken. I am a fox demon. Xianxia is the demoness I admire, and I merely borrowed her name. Xianxia fabricated a lie with ease. The middle-aged demoness seemed pleased by the term sister and developed a favorable impression of Xianxia. You are the most outstanding among the 10. Serve our elder well, and once in the demon palace, should you succeed, all will be yours. Xianxia, being adaptable, recognized the elder's formidable presence and understood she could not overpower him, thus deciding to temporarily comply. Having long heard of the elder's formidable reputation, she held great admiration within her heart. Now, being able to serve the elder was a stroke of fortune for Xianxia. I shall pledge my unwavering loyalty to the elder, Xianxia declared with utmost conviction. Chapter 66. Is the front not feasible, or the back? Thus, Xianxia commenced her journey of servitude within the demon clan. Rising earlier than the roosters and retiring later than the dogs, she leveraged her social prowess to successfully infiltrate the enemy's ranks, blending seamlessly with the demons of the elder's residence. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though she genuinely wished to serve the demon clan elder. Yet, amidst all this, Xianxia found herself yearning for xianxia, pondering whether he would search for her upon realizing her absence. Now burdened with a binding curse, she had lost the master of Black Mountain, while gaining an elder as her new master. Each day, she found herself inwardly lamenting her misfortune. Meanwhile, Song Shizhou had learned of xianxia's disappearance and initially felt a fleeting sense of urgency. However, after sending a Jew to investigate, upon discovering that the demon clan elder had abducted women from the streets, he concluded that the foolish fox must have been captured by the elder. Song Shizhou remained unfazed. Having already dispatched a Jew to monitor xianxia's whereabouts, the reports he received, however, were nothing short of chaotic. Claims that xianxia was getting along splendidly with all the demons in the elder's residence, engaging in playful antics. Rumors suggested that the elder held high hopes for xianxia, considering her a favored pawn. Even more absurd were the reports of xianxia vowing her loyalty to the elder, promising to face death without hesitation. With each new piece of information, Song Shizhou's expression darkened, causing a Jew to hesitate in delivering updates, fearing the elder's wrath might be directed at him. This exemplary student, xianxia, ultimately graduated from the elder's residence. She had long ceased to keep track of time, lacking any calendar, but it was said she had spent over 2 months there. Over 2 months. What a concept. 60 days. And she had been there for more than 60 days. However, the bright side was that she had performed exceptionally well, receiving numerous rewards, including several high-grade spirit stones. Today was a particularly special day, as xianxia, along with her sisters, was prepared and packed to embark on a journey to the demon palace. The demon steeds were unlike any other, resembling mutated creatures with sharp tusks. Xianxia feared that if these beasts went berserk, they could swallow her whole. Upon entering the demon palace, she awaited her summons. To safeguard her own life, xianxia splurged on a high-grade spirit stone to gather intelligence about the demon lord's preferences. What she discovered left her astounded. In no wonder the elderly demons in the elder's residence dared not speak ill of the demon lord. He was a notorious killer. Rumor had it that none of the demon maids or palace attendants sent by the elder ever left the demon palace alive, once in the demon lord's presence for 3 days. Revealing even the slightest hint of seduction meant certain doom. At this moment, in a corner of the demon palace, xianxia was peeling an orange from a decorative orange tree while inquiring about the place from the guards. So, all the sisters sent by the elder met untimely ends. She mused aloud, if the demon lord does not fancy beautiful women, why does he insist on sending them? As she spoke, she popped an orange segment into her mouth. The guards were momentarily taken aback, and after a while, one kindly cautioned her, that is not meant for consumption. Xianxia blinked and glanced at the orange in her hand. Isn't this just an orange tree? I wonder why this corner has such a large tree. Could it be for ornamental purposes? It can be eaten, though it is a bit sour. She offered a slice to the guard. The guard quickly waved his hands. That is merely an ornamental tree. A demon once tried to eat it and found it so unpalatable that he vomited. We don't eat it. Xianxia replied. What is this? Are the tastes of the demon clan so peculiar? Not even oranges? Forget it. The food here is already quite bizarre. If I hadn't visited a demon restaurant, I wouldn't have realized how well Song Shizhou treated me. The meals in the residence were meticulously prepared. While the typical fare for common demons often consisted of a pot of dark, unappealing liquid, rumored to contain all manner of ingredients, only those with a bit of wealth could afford more palatable food. Yet even then, the presentation was such that xianxia could only describe it as fit for dogs, truly a challenge for Song Shizhou to instruct the chefs in the other courtyard to adapt to human tastes. You still haven't answered my question. Xianxia remarked, if the demon lord has no interest in women, why does he continuously bring them in? Can't we employ a different approach? Upon overhearing her, a guard stealthily approached, saying, were it not for the precious spirit stone you bestowed upon me, I would not divulge this information. A millennium ago, Song Shizhou emerged, striking at the demon palace, vanquishing the former demon lord and ascending as the new demon emperor. Presently, many of the elders within the demon clan were former subordinates of the previous demon lord, with half of them harboring dissent against Song Shizhou's authority. Subsequently, during the Celestial Demon War, Song Shizhou single-handedly toppled the Celestial clan, nearly claiming the title of emperor, as numerous demon clans turned their allegiance and began to revere the new demon lord. Alas, it was a close call, thwarted by the detestable Qinghe emperor, with the divine sword Song Xian standing resolutely at the boundary between the celestial and demon realms, rendering both sides unable to instigate further conflict at end time. This elder began to serve the new demon lord, yet rumors circulated that he still held a grudge against the new ruler, as the former demon lord had conferred great favors upon him, establishing a bond that was anything but ordinary. Now, the elder, under the pretext that the demon clan ought to have a demon empress or offspring, frequently presented women to the Lord, with predictable results. He was utterly disinterested. The guard relayed this with great relish. Xianxia nodded, nearly stripping the nearby orange tree bare, yet her penchant for gossip remained undeterred. This elder lacks flexibility. If women are ineffective, why not try sending men? She countered. The guard was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at her in astonishment. Can men even bear offspring? Xianxia felt a tinge of embarrassment. Humans could not, nor could demons, though she was uncertain about the nature of demons. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they likely cannot produce heirs, she replied with a sheepish smile. The guard continued. This elder professes to act in the Lord's best interest, persistently sending women, yet who knows what ulterior motives he harbors. Moreover, what purpose would sending men serve? Can they truly appease the Lord? Xianxia insisted earnestly. Why should they not provide that kind of pleasure? The guard appeared bewildered. What? Is it not permissible in the front? Or in the back? Xianxia maintained her stance. The guard, still grappling with the implications of her words, eventually realized their meaning and looked at her in horror, exclaiming, "How could you be so perverse?" With that he fled, covering his rear, disappearing in a flash. By the time Xianxia regained her senses, she called out hurriedly, "Wait, I haven't finished asking. Come back." Yet, he had already vanished. Meanwhile, Archio, who had been trailing Xianxia, listened to this explosive exchange with a cracked expression, unsure of how to report this to the Lord. He felt that if he shared this, it might cost him his life. Chapter 67. This demon lord seems familiar. Upon returning to her dormitory in the demon palace, Xianxia found her sisters brainwashed and poised for action, each one confidently believing herself to be the most special. Silently, she began to pack her belongings, planning to flee. She had resolved to escape to xianxia's residence. Seeking his aid in breaking the elder's curse, she had no desire to become anyone's servant. Though she flattered him verbally, she was resolute in her unwillingness to be subjugated. "Sister Xianxia, where are you off to with your belongings?" Some of her sisters noticed her subtle movements and inquired. Xianxia, feeling awkward, smiled sheepishly. She had inadvertently become the leader among these sisters, each one heeding her words. While she could deceive them, she could not bear to watch them march to their doom. Unfortunately, bound by the curse within her, she could not openly disparage the elder's estate. So she spoke gently. "I have inquired and learned that the demon lord is a ruthless villain, often slaying demon maids. And none emerge alive." The sisters blinked innocently, then nodded confidently. One spoke up, "Sister Xianxia, we believe you make a valid point. Enjoy wealth and splendor inevitably entails some risks that we, as a collective, have agreed that whoever succeeds will look after everyone." "Indeed, Sister Xianxia, you always tell us that to see a rainbow, one must endure the storm. We are not afraid. You say that nothing is impossible in this world as long as one is willing to climb. The sharpest sword is forged through sharpening, and the fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. You consistently encourage us. Sister Xianxia, we remember your words that the greatest mistake in life is to worry about making mistakes. Just as we should not worry about whether we will perish in the demon palace. Yes, I'm going all in. At worst, in 18 years, I'll be a good man again. Though we demons do not have the luxury of reincarnation. I fear not. Life is but one, and I can do this." The sisters gazed at her with unwavering determination. Xianxia forced a grim smile, realizing she was quite literally shooting herself in the foot, as her own motivational rhetoric was now being used against her. Just then, before she could respond, a man clad in dark purple palace attire approached. He appeared to be a middle-aged man, his gaze somewhat sinister as he scrutinized the newly arrived demon maids. "I have heard that this batch of demon maids is exceptionally beautiful. I am the steward of the internal affairs of the demon palace, tasked by the elder to look after you. The Lord is currently occupied in the study. Who among you will serve him ink and paper?" Upon hearing this, all the maids recoiled, their eyes collectively fixed on Xianxia. The stewardess' gaze settled upon her. Seemingly taken aback by her beauty, yet inwardly lamenting how such loveliness would be wasted, he nodded, casually gesturing. "You will do." Xianxia was stunned, incredulous as she pointed at herself. "Asking me?" The steward affirmed. "Who else?" Xianxia exploded, her words tumbling forth in a flurry. "No, my sisters wish to present themselves before the Lord. Would you consider choosing another?" The steward's gaze flitted around, declaring, "I only see that you are willing." At that moment, Xianxia turned to look at her sisters, only to find them retreating to a corner, keeping their distance. "Don't know. Have I been sold?" The steward wasted no time, signaling the demon soldiers behind him to take her away. Despite her protests, she could not resist the strength of the two soldiers. They brought her to a grand palace, stopping before its doors, pushing her inside. The demon realm, perpetually shrouded in dim light, was illuminated by candles and luminous pearls embedded in the walls. The vast emptiness of the palace exuded an air of both majesty and eeriness, resembling a gleaming black gemstone hidden within the shadows of ruins, a blend of splendor and terror. Xianxia trembled slightly as she moved forward. Catching sight of a figure seated at a desk behind a gauzy curtain. In the hazy light, the man sat upright, engrossed in reading documents. Following her training, she performed the customary greeting of the demon realm. Though frightened, she remained curious about what the rumored demon lord truly looked like. Xianxia, humbly greet the lord. After her words, the man behind the curtain remained silent. After a moment, he coldly commanded, "Come and serve ink and paper." Xianxia froze. The voice seemed vaguely familiar, yet she had no time to ponder, rising and responding affirmatively as she took small steps forward. Lifting the curtain, she finally beheld the interior of the study. Expansive and airy. Before the desk sat a man wearing a half-mask, every movement exuding an air of nobility and imperious authority. Clad in dark garments, the fabric shimmered subtly under the glow of the luminous pearls. With golden threads embroidered in patterns that accentuated his extraordinary status. Beneath the mask, his deep-set eyes revealed a strikingly handsome visage, radiating an innate imperial charisma. Yet that half of a face seemed hauntingly familiar. Xianxia was momentarily dazed. Xianxia, feigning interest in the documents, noticed her lingering silence and raised his gaze, only to find her tilted head, her eyes brimming with curiosity and confusion. A flicker of amusement danced in Xianxia's eyes. But recalling Argio's earlier report, irritation brewed within him. Feeling the need to teach this foolish demon a lesson. "What are you staring at? I shall have your eyes plucked out," Xianxia declared. At once, Xianxia snapped back to reality, lowering her head and cautiously approaching to serve ink and paper, though she could not resist stealing glances at the man beside her, for this demon lord was all too familiar. He was the spitting image of someone she knew. Sensing her furtive glances, the man caught her eye. Xianxia quickly redirected her gaze, her heart racing, spurred by a sudden apprehension. "What are you looking at?" Xianxia's deep, magnetic voice inquired. Xianxia hesitated, her fingers faltering as she met his masked gaze. Stammering, "I merely feel that the lord seems somewhat familiar." Upon her words, Xianxia chuckled softly, a smirk playing on his lips as he retorted, "Is this what the elder taught you, to entice me?" Upon hearing these words, Xianxia dropped the ink block in her hand, hastily gesturing and shaking her head in fervent denial. "You misunderstand, esteemed one. With your celestial grace, how could I dare to harbor such presumptions? I have absolutely not acted on behalf of the elders. My loyalty to you is unwavering, as the sun and moon can attest. At this moment, Xianxia finally witnessed Xianxia's silver-tongued eloquence. This foolish demon spoke differently to different audiences, adapting her words as needed. However, her gaze fixated on the jade pendant at the man's waist, a familiar talisman that even turned to ash she would recognize. Without hesitation, Xianxia stepped forward and removed the mask from the man's face. Xianxia, taken aback by her audacity, had been completely unprepared. Just as he uttered the words "you dare," he was met with the astonished eyes of the woman before him. Chapter 68. Are you not afraid of me, Xianxia? Xianxia exclaimed in shock. In a surge of emotion, she lunged into his embrace. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he caught a whiff of the fragrance in her hair. At that moment, seeing a familiar face, Xianxia was like a villager encountering a fellow townsman, tears brimming in her eyes as she cried, "You have finally come to rescue me. You cannot imagine the hardships I have endured during this time." After expressing her woes, she pulled away from the man, incredulously exclaiming, "You are truly outrageous, daring to impersonate the demon lord. Is this not the demon lord's study? How did you come here?" As her words fell, Xianxia locked eyes with the man and suddenly paused, sensing something peculiarly amiss. A demon emperor. The demon lord must possess a certain gravitas. How could this impostor Xianxia dare to take on such a role and brazenly peruse documents in the demon lord's study? She suddenly recalled her earlier inquiry to Huanji, who had stated that Xianxia was indeed Xianxia at that moment. She had dismissed it, misinterpreting that Huanji was also unaware of his true identity. Now, reflecting on it, she stammered, "Why you?" Xianxia noticed that this foolish demon had finally come to a realization. He snatched back his mask and glanced at her with disdain. Foolish demon. Xianxia was filled with exasperations. Only this ignorant creature would dare to offend him in such a manner. In an instant, xianxia Yu's legs turned to jelly, and she fell to her knees at Song Shizhou's feet, lifting her head to display a rather unsightly smile. This cannot be real. Her forced smile indicated her struggle against despair. Song Shizhou raised an eyebrow, observing the woman kneeling before him. Though he found the situation amusing, he still felt inclined to teach this demon a lesson. When I am displeased, I might just feast upon creatures like you. That I wonder if the flesh of the fox tribe is tender, and whether the fur of this 2,000-year-old fox is warm. His voice, cold yet magnetic, emanated an aura of noble and unapproachable authority. That a pang of anxiety struck xianxia Yu as she recalled the precarious edge she had been dancing upon these days. Instantly, she donned a flattering smile, raising her voice in a patronizing tone. Esteemed demon lord. She blinked her large eyes, sincerity reflecting in their depths. That we are friends. After all, Song Shizhou was amused, unable to suppress a chuckle. This reaction instantly dispelled xianxia Yu's fear, and she stood up, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Well, you are just teasing me on purpose. Song Shizhou was taken aback by how quickly this foolish demon changed her demeanor. Finding it both amusing and perplexing. You truly are not afraid I might kill you? xianxia Yu lifted her chin defiantly. You laughed. You are just teasing me. If you truly wished to kill me, you would have done so already. Song Shizhou was somewhat surprised. This foolish demon had seen through his identity, yet she showed no fear of him. In that moment, a peculiar thought crossed his mind, igniting a feeling he had not experienced in millennia. A sense of inexplicable joy coursed through him. You are not afraid of me. Song Shizhou's deep gaze bore into her, a hint of seriousness lurking within his eyes, one he himself had not fully recognized. xianxia Yu turned away, plopping herself onto Song Shizhou's chair, the proximity between them quite noticeable. What is there to fear? She met the man's gaze, then patted his shoulder. I understand you. Song Shizhou raised an eyebrow. Though I am feared for my reputation, in truth, I am but a benevolent demon. You too possess a fearsome reputation, yet you are a good mage at heart. We have known each other for quite some time. Do you not know my character? xianxia Yu wore an expression of deep understanding, replying, Yet you have concealed your true self so well that I failed to notice. My good brother's identity is so remarkable. If I were to reveal it, I could boast about it for a lifetime. Song Shizhou. So this foolish demon believed she was unafraid of him because she perceived him as a good mage? This reasoning was something Song Shizhou had never encountered in his thousands of years of existence, and this reckless creature dared to sit beside him as an equal. At that moment, Song Shizhou reached out, grasping the collar of her garment and gently tossing her back onto the ground. xianxia Yu, bewildered, looked up at him. Song Shizhou shot her a glance, stating, You dare to sit in the demon emperor's chair? Do you wish to court death? xianxia Yu pouted and quickly scrambled to her feet, resigned as she picked up the ink block to grind it once more. She then turned to him, offering a compliant smile. Song Shizhou observed her coldly, returning to the documents in his hand, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You have no idea how much I have missed you during this time, xianxia Yu said, tilting her head as she leaned closer. Song Shizhou had long lost interest in the documents, setting them aside as he turned his attention to her. Her clear eyes resembled a pristine lake, akin to the morning dew in the mountains, drawing him in irresistibly. You missed me? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. xianxia Yu nodded vigorously, then began to lament her troubles. You cannot imagine the hardships I have faced. I was captured by villains who mistreated me, and each time I suffered, I would think of my good friend, you. Song Shizhou scoffed lightly, recognizing her words as fabrications. Yet I recall Ajio reporting that you were frolicking merrily in the elder's estate, enjoying the company of both the elder and the maids, living freely and comfortably. xianxia Yu. Cursed be this deception. She had hoped to feign innocence. Wait, Ajio's report. You knew I had been captured by the elders all along. She exclaimed incredulously. Song Shizhou nodded, lifting his chin slightly. Who told you to run about carelessly? Unlike you, I am not foolish. I quickly discovered your whereabouts. Well, are we still friends? Here I am, trapped in a perilous situation. And you stand by idly. I worried about you not finding me and being anxious. xianxia Yu huffed, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Song Shizhou could hardly contain his laughter. Though you still require rescue? Who was it that declared in front of the elders that you were his eternally loyal subordinate? Who was it that professed to serve the elders without fail, showering them with flattery daily? Do you still need saving? xianxia Yu. A hint of guilt washed over her. I never said any of that. Ajio was fabricating reports. She defended. Song Shizhou regarded her with an unamused expression, replying coolly, Argio never lies. At this moment, Xianxia swore earnestly, by the heavens and earth, as a member of the demon race, I, Xianxia, shall forever be loyal to the esteemed demon lord, unwavering unto death. I would brave mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation. Song Shizhou raised an eyebrow, countering. Is that so? Seeing that he was no longer holding a grudge, Xianxia nodded vigorously. Absolutely. After a moment, she recalled something and quickly leaned in closer, saying, The elder has placed a forbidden spell on me. You must save me. Quickly help me break it. Last time, they merely touched my head. Song Shizhou, glancing down at the woman leaning closer, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him that he reached out, giving her a gentle push. Are you ordering me? With that, Song Shizhou stood up and strode towards the study's exit. This audacious little demon needs a lesson. Chapter 69. Scrubbing. Seeing Song Shizhou leave the study without lifting the forbidden spell, Xianxia hurriedly chased after him. Song Shizhou, wait for me. At last catching up, she initially intended to call out again. But upon meeting the man's gaze, she quickly changed her words. Esteemed demon lord. Esteemed demon lord. I am in urgent need. You are my only connection in the demon realm. Our bond is not shallow. You cannot allow me to become another's slave. Can you? As Song Shizhou walked through the corridor, he listened to her incessant chatter. Unlike the surrounding steadfast demon soldiers, this demoness seemed to add a splash of color to the otherwise dim atmosphere. Very well, you may consider yourself my slave. That he halted, a smirk playing on his lips. Xianxia immediately covered her head, fearing he might place a forbidden spell on her. Is there not a second option? Song Shizhou's smile widened as he leaned closer, clearly observing the distinct lashes framing her eyes and catching a glimpse of his reflection in her clear pupils. Foolish demon, what do you fear? With my abilities, if I wish to place a forbidden spell on you, would merely covering your head suffice? Upon hearing this, Xianxia's expression instantly fell. Indeed, Song Shizhou was formidable. It was said that he had nearly claimed the title of Celestial Emperor in his conquest against the Heavenly Clan. As she pondered this, Xianxia noticed Song Shizhou moving forward again, and she followed suit, smiling as she asked, When will you teach me the skills you promised? At this moment, Song Shizhou had come to a halt before a grand hall. Two demonic maidservants, stationed nearby, were taken aback to see accompanying their lord. However, both swiftly lowered their heads and opened the door. As Song Shizhou entered the chamber, he noticed she persistently followed him, prompting him to say, The matter of cultivation depends on my mood. Xianxia was momentarily stunned. If his mood were unfavorable, wouldn't that mean she would never have anyone to teach her? Please, Lord Demon Sovereign, you are the Demon Emperor. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. How can it depend on mood? She said, her tone obsequious. Song Shizhou, feeling indifferent towards this foolish, replied, I wish to bathe. Do you intend to join me? Ordinarily, a woman would likely feel embarrassed and leave, but Xianxia blinked her innocent eyes, and, in an effort to please him, blurted out, I can help you scrub your back. I scrub the cleanest. With utmost sincerity, Xianxia declared. Song Shizhou was momentarily taken aback, casting a disdainful glance at her. He then fell silent and walked toward another sheer curtain in the chamber. Seeing his lack of protest, Xianxia took it as acquiescence and followed him into the bathing area. To her astonishment, the opulence was beyond her imagination. Goodness, how extravagant! True to his status, Song Shizhou has a bathing pool of such grandeur. Attended by over a dozen maidservants and warriors, when she regained her composure, Song Shizhou had already changed and stepped into the water. Without hesitation, she hurried over and snatched the bathing tool from a maidservant's hand. Let me do it. The maidservant was taken aback, seemingly at a loss, her eyes wide with astonishment at such audacity from Song Shizhou, acknowledging Xianxia's antics, merely waved his hand dismissively, his tone icy as he commanded. Leave. Upon his words, the maidservants and warriors bowed and withdrew in an orderly fashion. Xianxia knelt at the edge of the bathing pool, energetically scrubbing Song Shizhou's back. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught glimpses of the man's physique. He hadn't completely disrobed, still clad in a pair of undergarments. She blinked in surprise. His abdomen showcased a set of well-defined muscles, not overly exaggerated, but rather pleasing to the eye. Incredible physique, and what a handsome face, she mused. After your bath, will your mood improve? Xianxia inquired. Song Shizhou, reclining and resting with his eyes closed, replied, "You seem quite eager to restore your powers." As she continued to massage his back. She replied, "Of course I am anxious. Out here, without the ability to protect myself, I felt helpless when I was captured by the elder of the demon clan, by the way, Lord Demon Sovereign, with your formidable skills. How long will it take for me to cultivate to your level?" She engaged in idle chatter. Song Shizhou responded, as if he had heard the most ridiculous jest, "To cultivate to my level. I fear it's something you may never achieve in this lifetime." Xianxia scoffed, "Don't underestimate me. Besides, you weren't born with these skills, you practiced to attain them. Very well, I shall guide you in your training." Song Shizhou said, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. At last, Xianxia heard him relent, and she leaned in closer, her face alight with joy. "Really, there's no time like the present. Once you finish bathing, you shall teach me. However, you may find that even a lifetime of practice might not elevate you to my heights." Song Shizhou replied coolly, "That's all right. I can practice by your side for a lifetime. You are the demon sovereign. As long as I have you as my support, no one would dare to bully me," Xianxia said with a bright smile. Upon hearing this, the man's body stiffened slightly. Turning to gaze at her, who was smiling enthusiastically while diligently scrubbing his back, "So, you wish to remain by my side for a lifetime?" Song Shizhou's expression was inscrutable, a mixture of complexity and confusion. Unaware of any impropriety in her words, Xianxia busily continued, "We are already so familiar. What's wrong with being friends for a lifetime?" Qingyun sect, Lingyun Peak. Since Xianxia and Mulan's departure, a palpable silence had settled over Lingyun Peak. No one spoke of picnics or ventured to the back mountains to gather spirit fruits, and no one compelled Huanji, the little cat, to play mahjong anymore. Yet, in this tranquility, Huanji found herself unaccustomed to the change. After spending over 2 months in this manner, she finally understood why Xianxia often lamented about her body becoming moldy. Even she was beginning to feel the strain. Every day was spent either accompanying this dog immortal in reading or practicing, followed by nights of shared slumber. Most troubling was the fact that this dog immortal seemed to relish such a lifestyle, particularly enjoying grooming her fur. Huanji was increasingly vexed. She had made no progress on the new task assigned by the demon sovereign, who, perhaps, had overestimated her abilities by expecting her to earn the trust of the immortal lord in such circumstances. This dog immortal knew she was so what trust could possibly exist? Huanji was beginning to feel that Xianxia's scathing remarks were all too applicable. It seemed that everyone was intent on making her life as a cat difficult. At that moment, while pondering at her desk, the little cat suddenly transformed back into her human form. Before she could fully react, she nearly toppled over. Fortunately, Hongfang Xianjun was quick-witted, swiftly catching her in his arms and preventing her from hitting the ground. Both the immortal and the were momentarily stunned. Huanji had not anticipated that Hongfang Xianjun would catch her. And he, too, had not foreseen his concern for her potential fall. The atmosphere hung thick with tension until Hongfang Xianjun gently set Huanji down. He maintained his calm demeanor, thinking that if he were to fall, it would be one matter, but he could not afford to let his books tumble as well. Noticing a fleeting discomfort in his eyes, Huanji smiled, a plan forming in her mind. Chapter 70. Willingly letting her go. Huanji, after all, was a cat with over 2,000 years of experience. She was far from the naive little. She understood the implications of the immortal lord's current attitude toward her, with no apparent path to resolution. It seemed more prudent to go with the flow. Even if this immortal was remarkably self-disciplined, she had no doubt about the nature of men. With this thought, Huanji acted out of character, wrapping her arms around the dog immortal's neck, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Upon witnessing this, Hongfang Xianjuan's expression instantly turned cold as he met her alluring gaze. "What are you scheming now?" he asked, his voice as frosty as ever. Huanji blinked innocently, her smile unwavering. Though clad in ill-fitting garments belonging to the man, her beauty remained undeniable, unlike the resplendent beauty of the fox Xianxia. Her allure was akin to the dewdrops of a summer morning, fresh and ethereal, reminiscent of spring blossoms, both vibrant and elegant, like a crystal-clear spring under moonlight, unblemished and pure. Her figure was graceful, delicate as an orchid, with raven-black hair cascading down her back, a few strands framing her cheeks, exuding a blend of innocence and any ordinary man, or even the average man, would undoubtedly be entranced by her every move. "Can't you see? I'm enticing you, immortal lord," Huan Ji teased, one hand caressing his throat, her ambitions laid bare in her gaze. Hongfang Xianjun chuckled, allowing her flirtation to play out. A smirk graced his lips as he retorted. I have long sealed away my emotions. No matter what you do, it will be in vain. Huan Ji stood on her tiptoes, leaning closer to him, her eyes locking onto his icy depths. But I have always enjoyed doing what others deem impossible. What if I were to break through your emotional barriers? Hongfang Xianjun regarded her as if she had just uttered the greatest joke, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. And what, pray tell, is your aim in seducing me? Huan Ji would not reveal that her true intention was to gain his trust. After all, trust between men and women could only manifest in two forms, either as long-standing friends who knew one another thoroughly or as lovers. Huan Ji felt that becoming trusted friends with the immortal lord would be a daunting task. It would be far quicker to leverage the latter. After all, her master was the demon sovereign, the most powerful man in the three realms. She valued herself above all, and her greatest wish was freedom. Men were merely stepping stones for her ascent, and at present, the stepping stone she coveted was Hongfang Xianjun. Surely, he understood the purpose of her seduction, wrapping her arms around his waist. Their bodies were separated by only a few layers of fabric. Hongfang Xianjun felt the softness of her form, momentarily taken aback. Yet he quickly regained his composure. I am unaware of your intentions. Speak. His voice remained cold, his gaze fixed on the woman in his embrace. Naturally, I wish for you to willingly let me go. Huan Ji said, her smile radiant. Hongfang Xianjun found this reasoning plausible. After all, Huan Ji was one of the top 3 combatants among, a figure who instilled fear across the It was only natural that she would wish to escape the confines of Lingyun Peak, where she felt so stifled. I have kept you here to use you. Should you one day become useless, I would not hesitate to end your life. Why would I willingly let you go? Hongfang Xianjun laughed, his seemingly gentle exterior concealing a hint of menace. Then let us see, immortal lord. If you are so certain that I cannot entice you, what if you were to break your own emotional seal? Huan Ji inquired with a smile, her eyes harboring a hint of defiance. Hongfang, the celestial lord, scoffed coldly, then brusquely pushed the woman aside. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with this enchanting creature. Yet an inexplicable anticipation stirred within him, compelling him to discern how this Huan Ji ensnared others. That moment, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, staying at Lingyun Peak has become quite tedious. I might as well accept your wager. With that, Hongfang departed the study. Huan Ji observed the man's retreating figure, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. A mere mortal, who had ascended to immortality, yet remained untouched by love, might, despite his cunning, fall prey to a woman's wiles. Who could say otherwise? That evening, Huan Ji nestled beside Hongfang, still embodying the form of a small cat. The celestial lord, intrigued, gently stroked her fur while reclining against the headboard. Closing his eyes in repose, suddenly, his fingers, once caressing soft feline fur, brushed against fabric. He opened his eyes slightly to find the woman alluringly draped across his lap, a smile adorning her face, rendering her appearance strikingly beautiful. Seizing the moment, Huan Ji climbed atop him, straddling his legs, their faces mere inches apart. She extended her tongue, teasingly licking at the man's Adam's apple. Despite her provocative advances, Huan Ji noted with frustration that the celestial lord remained unresponsive. Internally, she began to harbor resentment. That moment, the celestial lord observed her increasingly audacious actions, her hands wandering beneath his robes. If you cannot entice me, there is no need to soil my body, he stated coolly. Irritated, Huan Ji glared at him before rolling over, snatching the blanket and positioning herself at a considerable distance from the celestial lord. Hongfang chuckled at this, mocking, "What's this? Angered because you cannot entice me?" Huan Ji remained silent, turning her back, her teeth clenched in frustration as she resolved to one day extract the celestial lord's immortal essence for her own consumption. Meanwhile, faced with Huan Ji's sulking demeanor, Hongfang found her vexation amusing, far more delightful than her previous demeanor. Yet, as he observed her ignoring him, he waved his hand, and the once human Huan Ji transformed back into a small cat. He effortlessly lifted the tiny creature, pulling the blanket closer to him. Huan Ji, still riled, struggled fiercely within his grasp until he held her firmly against his chest. "Move again, and I shall end you," he threatened in a chilling tone. Huan Ji, defiant, emitted a soft meow but soon acquiesced, realizing her feline form could not withstand the celestial lord's formidable strength. Content with her compliance, Hongfang settled into a comfortable position and drifted into slumber. Huan Ji, internally cursing him for an extended period, eventually succumbed to sleep. However, the following morning, upon awakening, Huangji found the celestial lord still asleep, and although she had reverted to her human form, she remained cradled in his arms. She could still feel the warmth emanating from him, yet her eyes brimmed with confusion as she studied his serene visage. When he finally opened his eyes, their gazes locked, one demon and one immortal. Instead of perceiving Huangji's deliberately seductive posture, Hongfang noticed her look of bewilderment. He momentarily faltered, then reached out to tap her, causing her to revert to a small cat once more. Chapter 71. Huangji's grave injury. Over a month had elapsed since their wager, and despite Huangji's fervent efforts, she had yet to provoke even a flicker of emotion from the celestial lord. Her patience waned, especially when confronted by the mocking glint in his eyes, intensifying her irritation. Thus, she ventured to Lingyun Peak, a favored spot of xianxia, often relishing the sunrises and sunsets, standing at the cliff's edge in her diminutive feline form. She admired the scenery as the wind tousled her fur. It was no wonder that the foolish fox often frequented this place. The vista was indeed breathtaking, uplifting the spirit. "Are you missing your friends?" Hongfang approached, gazing down at the small cat at his feet. Huangji meowed dismissively, uninterested in engaging with the celestial lord. To her surprise, he abruptly lifted her, suspending her in midair, with a light chuckle. Hongfang retorted, "What is this? Not devising ways to entice me and instead enjoying the scenery." As soon as he spoke, Huangji transformed back into her human form, their stances now facing each other. His hand still resting on her delicate neck. Rolling her eyes, she unceremoniously sat down on the ground, gazing into the distance where unparalleled beauty unfolded. Verdant mountains and tranquil waters, a scene of serenity. "Your words imply that I am a woman, forced to wear these ill-fitting garments, deprived of any opportunity to adorn myself. How could I possibly entice anyone?" Huangji continued to probe, testing his resolve. Standing nearby, Hongfang observed her tousled hair dancing in the breeze, revealing her ears. Her profile, even devoid of makeup, was breathtakingly stunning. "Such superficiality does not concern me, that I remained unfazed even when you were entirely unclad. It is merely a corporeal vessel," he scoffed. Huangji grew increasingly vexed, perplexed as to why the celestial lord pursued her when she merely sought a moment of respite. Did he have nothing better to do than to fixate on her? Yet, if he were genuinely swayed, why did she not sense it? Lost in thought, she was interrupted by the celestial lord's cold voice. "In a month, I shall assign you a task." Huangji froze, her heart racing with excitement. Did this imply she could venture out? She could seek the demon realm and consult the demon sovereign for a solution. Lifting her gaze, she realized her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she inquired, "What is the task? Where shall I go?" "Return to the demon realm and eliminate Yuan Yin," the celestial attendant, Hongfang instructed, observing the glint in her eyes. Although Huangji maintained a fa of composure, he sensed her eagerness to leave Lingyun Peak, which irked him slightly. "Who is Yuan Yin?" Huangji questioned, her expression perplexed. "She is the attendant of the celestial lady Qingling, the aunt of Mulan Xing," Hongfang explained, looking down at the seated woman. "Previously taken by the old monster Hongfu, while he outwardly pledges allegiance to the celestial realm, one can never be certain of his true intentions. You must eliminate the leverage he possesses." Huangji's mind raced. When xianxia had visited previously, they had discussed past events. Two factions had come to Mu Lansheng's home in the human realm, one from Qingyun sect and the other from the demon clan. Huangji was indifferent to the act of killing, but Yuan Yin was Mu Lansheng's aunt, and the foolish fox cherished her as his closest friend. She feared that xianxia would be devastated upon learning of this. As this realization struck, Huangji felt a pang of conscience. How peculiar it was for her to consider the feelings of other demons in her endeavors. A wry smile crept across her face as she retorted, "Why should I heed your commands?" Hongfang, having found amusement in Huangji's antics lately, was taken aback by her defiance. "If you refuse, you shall meet your demise," he replied coldly, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he summoned a surge of power. Activating the forbidden curse within her, with a firm grip, he unleashed the energy, causing Huangji to cough up blood in agony. Huangji stared in disbelief, taken aback by the celestial lord's ruthless action. Fury ignited within her. After enduring his whims for so long, she could no longer tolerate such humiliation. Strangely, Hongfang found the sight of her blood unsettling. Confused by his own emotions, he tightened his grip, prompting another pained cry from the woman. Huangji curled up on the ground, her gaze growing vacant, yet the rise and fall of her chest signified her continued existence. Hong Fong was momentarily stunned. Grappling with an unfamiliar sensation of discomfort, he wondered why witnessing her bloodshed stirred such agitation within him, contemplating whether to test her resolve once more. Yet, just then, Huan Ji grasped the hem of his garment. Her voice weak as she uttered 3 words. "I will obey." As the words fell, Huan Ji fainted instantly, her human form transforming back into that of a cat, though one half of her feline visage was smeared with the blood on the ground. Hong Fong Xianjun stood frozen, remaining in place for what felt like an eternity, before finally picking up the small cat and returning towards the grand hall. The unconscious Huan Ji was carelessly discarded on the floor of the sleeping quarters. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of her breath, one might have mistaken her for a lifeless body. Hong Fong Xianjun sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at the cat on the floor, lost in thought or perhaps contemplating something. As day turned to night and back again, 3 full days passed, and he continued to watch her, during which time Huan Ji, having sustained grievous injuries, remained in her feline form, her breath weak. Hong Fong Xianjun was acutely aware that he had indeed used excessive force that day, had it been the formidable Huan Ji in her prime. That attack would have been inconsequential. Yet, the current Huan Ji was no different from a mere mortal, unable to withstand any assault, rendering her severe injuries unsurprising. What perplexed him was the turmoil within his heart. He sat there for 3 days, unable to comprehend the source of his unease. It seemed as though he feared the demise of this female demon. How curious! What was he afraid of? He had slain countless demons. When had he ever feared the life or death of a wicked creature? Only when the cat's breathing grew increasingly faint, her life ebbing away due to untreated wounds, did he finally take action to save her. That evening, Huan Ji awakened at last. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately realized she lay on the ground. Though her vision was somewhat blurred, she turned her head slightly, sensing a lingering celestial energy enveloping her. And it was considerable. Observing Huan Ji's awakening, Hong Fong Xianjun felt an unacknowledged relief within himself. He rose and approached her, looking down at the slumbering demoness with an icy tone. "This is the consequence of disobedience. You must understand that you are no longer the Huan Ji of the demon realm, but merely a small cat that I, Hong Fong Xianjun, can easily manipulate." Chapter 72. The Double Agent in the Demon Palace. A most astonishing event had recently transpired. The usually aloof, soul-devouring, merciless demon lord, feared by all gods and demons across the 3 realms, had inexplicably acquired a demoness by his side. This demoness, strikingly beautiful and captivating, possessed an audacious spirit, at times even audibly calling the demon lord by his name. If that were not enough, it was rumored that a demon maid had witnessed her expressing anger towards the demon lord himself. The two were inseparable, spending nearly the entire day together, a revelation that left the entire demon clan in utter disbelief. The demon elders were positively delighted, for it was said that this enchanting demoness who had bewitched the lord was one they had nurtured. In the past, she had been the most outstanding and cooperative pawn cultivated within the elders' domain, possessing beauty and a voice as sweet as honey, often extolling the virtues of loyalty to the elder, making her loss seem inconceivable. Now, this prized pawn, xianxia, was kneeling in the demon lord's study, tears welling in her beautiful eyes as she stared at her reddened palms. "You are mistreating animals," xianxia exclaimed, her lovely eyes brimming with tears, portraying a picture of immense grievance. Xianxia had merely struck her palms a few times, never anticipating it would provoke such tears. He rubbed his temples in exasperation, pondering how he had come to tolerate such a foolish demon. "Foolish demon, my patience with you has been the most generous in all the world," he muttered, squatting down before her, awkwardly attempting to wipe her tears away. "But you are so fierce with me," xianxia protested. Xianxia's brow twitched as he gritted his teeth. "It has been a month, and you haven't memorized 100 characters when asked to copy them. Not only do you write poorly, but you also get them wrong. I have never encountered such a foolish demon." Xianxia, with a heart full of innocence, replied, "I swear, I have not been slacking off. I have been diligently learning the characters, but these ancient scripts are so intricate and convoluted, lacking any modern structure, that I have struggled for ages, yet I still cannot recognize many. They all look the same to me." "And what are the cultivation techniques I asked you to learn?" Xianxia pressed further. "This, Xianxia lifted her head with a hint of pride. I have mastered them all. These cultivation techniques are far simpler than learning characters. After all, she already possessed cultivation. Once she learned to harness her demon core, everything else fell into place, while recognizing characters proved far more arduous. Seeing her puffed up with pride, Song Shizhou wore an expression of disbelief. How can you be so proud of your ignorance? Come here. He stood and walked towards the desk. Xianxia, obediently following him, felt a flicker of confusion when he gestured for her to sit in a chair. Yet she complied without protest. Observing her compliance, Song Shizhou casually pulled out a book and opened it. These characters follow a pattern. A slight variation in a stroke changes the entire meaning. You must not merely memorize the whole, but also remember the details, he explained, his tone tinged with exasperation. Xianxia blinked, sweeping her gaze over the text, momentarily stunned. Indeed, there was a pattern. It was no wonder she had been preoccupied with the overall structure and had overlooked such details. Why didn't you tell me this before? She asked, looking up at him. That if you had informed me earlier, I could have learned even 1,000 characters, but you neglected to share the method, leaving me, a novice, to flounder. At this, Xianxia became incensed. The writing in your world resembles nothing more than a chaotic scrawl. You previously made me self-study. Song Shizhou, hearing her indignation, smirked coldly. So, are you admitting your own foolishness? Or do you place the blame on me? Xianxia immediately fell silent. Witnessing his stern expression, she flashed a sweet smile, her demeanor shifting like a turned page. No, it is entirely my fault. Thank you, esteemed demon lord, for your guidance. Without you, I would still be clueless about how to wield my demon core. Her expression dripped with flattery. Song Shizhou snorted in response, then gestured for her to rise quickly. Xianxia promptly vacated her seat, inviting Song Shizhou to take her place, and eagerly offered to massage his back. By the way, the elder has summoned me later to report on what you have been up to all day and if there were any anomalies. Xianxia mentioned. Song Shizhou nodded. Go on. With the instruction given, Xianxia skipped away, full of energy. In a secluded corner of the demon palace, a subordinate sent by the elder was meeting with Xianxia. Hey, brother, I'm here, Xianxia exclaimed, crouching before an orange tree, plucking and devouring the fruit. It was quite unexpected that this little orange tree was merely for ornamental purposes. What a waste. The demon soldier, already familiar with Xianxia, was the elder's informant, none other than the one who had first approached her under the guise of being a pervert upon her entrance into the demon palace. Known as Xiao, isn't it a stroke of fate that we meet again? Who would have thought we were on the same side? She mused, having already developed a close rapport with him, referring to him as brother. Why are you eating that again? Xiao asked, his face contorted in distaste as he crouched beside her. Xianxia, as per usual, offered him a segment, but upon seeing his rejection, she popped it into her mouth. Is it the same as always today? Xiao inquired. Xianxia nodded. Nothing special. I woke up to serve, helped with changing clothes, and then spent time in the study, either sleeping or working. She would never admit that she struggled with changing clothes, resulting in Song Shizhou's garments being worn in a disheveled manner. Every day is the same. That if you don't share something useful, I will be scolded when I return, Xiao urged. Xianxia looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. Well, what can I do? I have been monitoring everything in the demon palace. The esteemed demon lord hasn't made any significant moves, and I can't just fabricate a story for you. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao sighed deeply, his expression forlorn. What exactly do the elders want to know? You tell me. Reporting my daily activities is pointless. The double agent, Xianxia pondered, trying to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Upon hearing this, Xiao leaned in closer, whispering, the demon elders have never been fond of the current demon lord. They are scheming to bring him down. Xianxia asked softly, and how do they plan to do that? Xiao glanced around to ensure no other soldiers were nearby before replying. As a mere soldier, I have no knowledge, but I am clever enough to make educated guesses. Xianxia scrutinized him, thinking clever? This guy doesn't seem particularly bright. Seeing her skeptical gaze, Xiao grew agitated. Don't underestimate me. Xianxia quickly donned a polite smile. Oh, of course not. I absolutely do not look down on you. Now do tell, what have you guessed? Finally, Xiao whispered, when I last returned to the demon clan's estate, I sensed traces of celestial beings having been there. This revelation sent a shock through Xianxia. The demon clan and the celestial beings were irreconcilable foes. The elders should be the epitome of this enmity, yet one of them had covertly allied with celestial beings. Xiaoxia chose not to elaborate further. I only mentioned this because I consider you one of my own. If you leak this information, we are both doomed. Xiaoxia wore a serious expression as he issued a warning. Xianxia immediately covered her mouth and nodded earnestly. Chapter 73. We are the villains. This elder of the demon clan is actually colluding with the celestial clan, intending to eliminate you. Upon her return, Xianxia revealed this astonishing secret at that moment. In the grand bath of xianxia, a man reclined with his upper body exposed, leisurely resting with his eyes closed. Upon her return, Xianxia had dismissed the demon maidservants attending to his bath, taking up the bathing tool to scrub his back while discreetly divulging the information. However, after uttering this revelation, the man remained unfazed, displaying an air of calm indifference. Aren't you shocked? Xianxia leaned closer to him, her eyes wide with curiosity. xianxia slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was a pair of crystalline eyes that momentarily captivated him, the mist rising from the edge of the pool causing a few strands of her hair to cling damply to her temples. He withdrew his hand from the water, extending a finger to gently press against her forehead before pushing her away. Why are you so close to me? xianxia remarked, casting a sidelong glance. Xianxia pouted. You already know? The elder of the demon clan colluding with the celestial clan? xianxia scoffed, finding her expression amusing. There is nothing in this world that I do not know. His tone was imperious. Aren't you going to deal with the traitor among your own subordinates? Xianxia questioned, puzzled. It matters not that if the three realms were to fall, I would be indifferent. There is nothing in this world worth clinging to. xianxia's tone was aloof. Xianxia was taken aback. Did these words truly come from xianxia's lips? Hadn't he sought to ascend as the celestial emperor a millennium ago? She looked at him in confusion, noticing a hint of melancholy and solitude that was uncharacteristic of him, a shadowy aura enveloping him. Haven't evening yet. Why are you feeling so down? Look at me. I know nothing of this place, waking up with no memories, reduced to a mere dimness. Yet I am actively seeking a path forward. How can you claim to feel no attachment? There are countless fascinating places across the three realms. As she continued scrubbing his back, her gaze lingered on the hints of defined abs that began to emerge beneath the water. She felt a desire to touch them but hesitated. Seeing her utter words he didn't comprehend, xianxia chuckled. What do you know, you foolish demon? I know plenty. You are currently playing the role of the villain. If you truly don't care about the three realms, why not simply stop fighting? Find a serene place amidst the mountains and waters, live incognito, and enjoy a peaceful life, that we could live next door to each other, and at least have someone to converse with. Xianxia suggested cheerfully. This was the first time xianxia had heard such sentiments. Talk of ceasing conflict and living in obscurity. He turned to look at her smiling face and asked, what does it mean to be a villain? Xianxia paused, surprised that he had missed the crux of her statement. She meant for him to abandon his enmity with the righteous. That a villain refers to us. Xianxia explained. Us? xianxia was perplexed. That we are the bad ones. You must know my reputation in the demon realm is quite poor, and yours is even worse. That we, the wicked, are considered the villains, Xianxia clarified. xianxia raised an eyebrow and asked with a smirk, didn't you say I was a good demon? Xianxia nodded vigorously. Indeed, in my eyes, you are a good demon. Although you approached me initially for the sake of Mulan, you have not harmed me and have assisted me greatly. Now that I am in the demon clan, you have provided me with the finest palace, the best meals, and many beautiful garments. Me. You are a good demon. However, others do not share this view. They would label you a villain. Thus, in their eyes, we are the opposing forces of the righteous. She finished speaking. Her gaze met his. xianxia's expression suddenly turned cold, his voice devoid of warmth. I am a bad person. I have slain gods, exterminated immortals, annihilated demons, and killed monsters. I have committed all manner of deeds. Xianxia sensed his irritation and thought to herself that his moods were truly unpredictable. If you wish to kill, then do so. What does it matter to me? In the demon realm, I am already the target of every demon. My life is precarious enough without concerning myself with your history. xianxia was taken aback and countered. Aren't you afraid? Xianxia looked bewildered. Afraid of what? Are you planning to kill me? xianxia felt a jolt within, as if something had pierced his heart. She was the first to acknowledge him as a villain, yet remained unafraid. In the three realms, no one had ever heard his name without feeling fear. Yet this foolish demon, who was clearly timid, afraid of killing, terrified of snakes, and even claiming to be afraid of heights, showed no trepidation towards him. He found it both curious and astonishing. What if one day I were to kill you? xianxia reached out, lightly grasping her neck, his eyes flickering with a hint of menace. xianxia promptly swatted his hand away, rolling her eyes in annoyance. We're on the same side, so don't try to scare me. Besides, you wouldn't kill me in your presence. I am merely a lowly demon. What relationship do we have? We are like old friends that I possess no ability to harm you, nor would I betray you to the celestial clan. Why would you want to kill me? xianxia sometimes found this foolish demon's innocence endearing. Does the demon clan require a reason to kill a demon? I am inherently unreasonable, xianxia scoffed. Opting to abandon the argument, then go ahead and kill me. I cannot fight back, nor can I escape. I might as well await my demise. xianxia, who had initially worn a cold expression, suddenly laughed, pulling her closer until their gazes locked, mere inches apart, their breaths mingling. I find it hard to part with you. xianxia beamed brightly, raising her chin slightly. Of course, I'm so adorable and charming. If you kill me, who will help you scrub? At that moment, a great splash erupted from the surface of the bathwater. xianxia had just pulled xianxia closer, and she lost her balance. Plunging into the water, beneath the surface, xianxia struggled desperately, and in her panic, she grasped a hand, surfacing abruptly. She gasped for air, wiping her eyes to finally comprehend her surroundings. What the hell? This bath isn't even deep. How did I feel like I could drown? xianxia couldn't help but smile at the sight of her disheveled state. xianxia noticed and huffed, placing her hands on her hips. xianxia, this is all your fault. The demon maidservants waiting outside were frozen in fear, hardly daring to breathe, for xianxia was regarded as the most formidable being in their eyes. To dare call out the master's name in front of him and even lay blame was utterly unprecedented. A first in the three realms. Chapter 74. I simply adore your foolishness. Given the previous incident where xianxia had assisted xianxia in changing clothes, he now had to dress himself. At this moment, xianxia noticed a fiery gaze fixed intently on his abdomen from a short distance away. He was baffled and asked, "Why are you staring at my belly?" xianxia's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if she were gazing at treasure, and she smiled dreamily. That's not just a belly, it's abs, xianxia. What are abs? Faced with the sight of this foolish demon seemingly ready to devour his abdomen, xianxia felt an unusual fear, wondering if she was up to some mischief. If you have something to say, then say it. Don't look at me with that lewd expression, xianxia said, slightly shifting his body while holding a tray of neatly folded garments. xianxia approached with a beaming smile, determined to muster her courage for something she had long wished to do. Lord Demon Sovereign, may I ask a favor of you? Since she was asking for a favor, she intentionally raised her voice. xianxia's brow twitched. Her gleeful expression made him suspect she was up to no good. Speak, he said, glancing at her. xianxia licked her lips, her gaze fixated on his abs. May I touch your abs, or rather, your belly? xianxia, what a strange request. Why do you look as if you want to devour me? What do you want? xianxia asked, his demeanor cautious. xianxia blinked innocently. We're comrades. Touching one cost anything. xianxia was uncertain about her intentions, but was intrigued nonetheless. After a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly nodded. Fine, go ahead. xianxia's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, you're so generous. She felt quite embarrassed. After all, xianxia had been single from her previous life to this one. Shyly, her body betrayed her as she instinctively reached out to touch the man's abdominal muscles. Upon making contact with his physique, she curiously pinched the legendary abs, feeling an overwhelming sense of emotion swell within her. How remarkable it was that she too could experience the sensation of touching abs. Truly, it was like red beans sprouting in the southern lands. A male model had emerged from the realm of celestial beings, with such a face, height, physique, and those abs. What a worthwhile journey through time. Just as xianxia was still admiring his figure, her hand was suddenly seized, interrupting her thoughts, prompting her to look up. xianxia, typically devoid of much emotion, felt an inexplicable sensation coursing through him as this foolish demon caressed his stomach. It was an uncontrolled warmth that spread through his body, Though he was puzzled by his strange reaction, he understood that he could not allow the woman to continue her exploration any further. So he swiftly intervened. "Have you had enough touching?" His voice was calm that if you continue, your hand may wander to places it should not be. Xianxia immediately withdrew her hand, her face turning a shade of crimson. "What nonsense! Isn't my hand merely resting on your abdomen? Where else would it go?" It was only a slight descent of her hand. After all, clearly, it was the allure of male beauty that was leading her astray. She was not that lewd, was she? "Lord Demon Sovereign, your physique is truly commendable," she exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Xianxia couldn't help but scoff at how quickly her expression changed, and he began to don his attire. However, noticing that this foolish demon showed no intention of averting her gaze, he said with irritation, "Xianxia, I am about to change my clothes." She nodded, only to realize that he intended to remove his garments. As he had just emerged from the bath, his lower body still draped in a drying cloth at that moment, she turned to slip outside, saying, "I will wait for you out here today." As her words fell, the sound of the door closing echoed behind her. Xianxia suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, shaking his head in resignation, in a high tower of the demon palace. Once Xianxia had dressed, he took Xianxia to practice their skills. Feeling fatigued from her training, Xianxia decided to take in the scenery. Meanwhile, Xianxia, acting as her instructor, settled onto a stone bench behind her. This tower afforded a view that encompassed half of the Yayu region, that it's perpetually shrouded in mist here, devoid of any brightness. It's impossible to discern day from night, with lanterns illuminating every corner. Xianxia remarked. A smirk of derision graced Xianxia's lips. The territory occupied by the demon race was indeed the most inhospitable among the three realms, lacking even a trace of the mundane world. This place was inherently unsuitable for habitation. So, your assault on the heavenly realm was merely to provide a better living condition for your demon subjects, Xianxia queried. Xianxia turned his gaze toward her. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a few strands of hair from her cheeks. Dressed in a pink gauzy gown, her hair casually braided at the sides, such a bright appearance seemed incongruous in the malevolent realm of demons. Appearing almost too beautiful. "Do you believe me to be such a benevolent demon, attacking the celestial clans simply to improve my subjects' living conditions?" He laughed. Xianxia was taken aback. Wasn't that the case? He was the demon emperor, after all. Surely he must consider the welfare of his people. "I am a demon, but not of the demon race," Xianxia replied, locking eyes with her clear gaze, revealing a cryptic smile. Xianxia found herself perplexed by his words. What did it mean to be a demon, yet not of the demon race? What distinction was there? She approached the stone table, casually grabbing a snack brought by a maid and popping it into her mouth. Her expression one of confusion. "What do you mean? The demon race is comprised of demons, and you are a demon. How can they not be the same?" Xianxia, noticing her cheeks stuffed with food, couldn't help but smile slightly. "It's all right. Eat as you wish." Explaining this to a foolish demon like you would be futile. Xianxia pouted, placing the snack down, and shot him a glare at "If you won't explain, then I will continue my training." With that, she stood up and moved to another corner to practice her techniques. However, halfway through, she paused and turned back. "You call me foolish every day. If I'm not foolish, then your words have made me so. Just wait. Once I perfect my skills, we shall duel, and I will see how many of your moves I can counter." Her defiance spurred her to turn away once more. Xianxia, despite not being able to see her face, could easily envision her pouty expression. "Not bad. Being foolish has its charms. I quite like your foolishness," he taunted. Xianxia shot him another glare. Xianxia lounged comfortably in his chair, his eyes sparkling with amusement as they met hers. Chapter 75. The desire to leave the demon realm. After spending a prolonged period in the demon palace, Xianxia began to feel a sense of boredom creeping in. Her days revolved around a monotonous routine of learning, training, and catering to Xianxia. After all, he was the demon sovereign, revered by countless demons. A hint of arrogance was only to be expected during these days. Her greatest amusement had been serving Xianxia during his baths, finding joy in gazing at his abs. It was a pity that he no longer allowed her to touch them. Had she known to linger a bit longer last time, she wouldn't now be feeling so tempted. "What is with the long face?" Xianxia inquired, glancing at the female demon seated beside him, who appeared to be listlessly grinding ink as he reviewed documents in his study. Xianxia turned to him, placing the ink block down. "Don't you find it terribly dull? I have no entertainment, and none of the other girls dare to play with me." They all know I must maintain my composure in front of you. They kneel upon seeing me, as if it would shorten their lifespans. They want to listen to my suggestions. I could teach them to play mahjong, but they don't dare speak more than a few words with me. Song Shizhou raised an eyebrow at her complaints. What do you mean by entertainment? Xianxia Yu was taken aback by his response. Entertainment is finding enjoyable activities to engage in. What did you do for fun when you were bored? Song Shizhou paused. Fun? I have never engaged in such activities. His tone was indifferent. Xianxia Yu was puzzled. She leaned closer. Then who did you play with? Surely you must have had a friend. Who was the closest demon to you? I've been here for months, yet I've never seen you grow close to anyone. A Geo might count. But you two are merely superior and subordinate. Song Shizhou regarded her chattering lips. Meeting her clear eyes, despite being a demoness, she possessed a purity that rivaled that of a child. I have no friends in the demon realm, and I have even fewer outside of it. Song Shizhou replied, raising an eyebrow. Xianxia Yu was astonished. Upon hearing this, she recalled his daily activities, which indeed seemed painfully dull. Were demons truly untroubled by loneliness? Perhaps it was true. This world was different, and the realms of demons and spirits had no rules. Survival of the fittest was the law of the land. There was no notion of loneliness here. That can't be right. You didn't have friends before, but you have one now, don't you? We can be eternal comrades. Xianxia Yu beamed brightly. However, even if we are close, I cannot accompany you in your boredom. That I must have my own life as well. So, you continue to be the demon's sovereign and work here in the palace, while I have learned to utilize my internal energy. I can hold my own in a fight and defend myself without issue. That I have been studying characters for several months now. While I may not know every character, I can recognize about half by guessing. I'll take a few books with me and learn as I go. That we shall part ways in the Jianghu, and I intend to leave the demon race soon to explore the world. Xianxia Yu laid out her plans, feeling liberated now that the elder's curse on her had been lifted by Song Shizhou. She could leave freely, and she need not fear starvation along the way. If she had money, she could eat. If not, she could endure hunger. She had to carefully plan her life as a demon. She could not linger in the demon palace forever. Moreover, there was little of interest here. Staying here was merely an exercise in futility. She longed to bask in the sun again. The environment here was perpetually dark, devoid of distinction between day and night. The sky was perpetually shrouded in mist, and the demon realm remained illuminated by lanterns 24 hours a day, with the wealthy using luminous pearls for light. Having spent several months here, she had nearly forgotten what the sun looked like. She needed to find a more normal environment to live in. She preferred lush green mountains and clear waters. After much contemplation, she concluded that the human realm was indeed superior. With ample food and drink, if worse came to worst, she could even live as a fugitive for a while. She simply preferred a normal existence. However, she knew better than to voice these thoughts. Given Song Shizhou's temperament, he would undoubtedly chastise her harshly. When he got angry, he could be quite fearsome to that moment. Upon hearing Xianxia Yu express her desire to leave, Song Shizhou's demeanor darkened noticeably. He felt an inexplicable mix of anger and sadness, even contemplating the idea of silencing this reckless demoness. Yet, he refrained from taking action. Knowing that this foolish creature was timid, he instinctively suppressed his fury, fearing it would frighten her. You wish to leave me? Song Shizhou's icy gaze bore into Xianxia Yu, his eyes glimmering with a chilling intensity. Feeling the weight of his anger, Xianxia Yu froze, swallowing hard. Although she knew he would not harm her, she couldn't shake off the fear. His aura was overwhelmingly intimidating. Oh, you know what it means to be a friend? Xianxia Yu cautiously inquired. Song Shizhou remained silent, simply gazing at her intently. Xianxia Yu felt a twinge of guilt under his scrutinizing gaze, yet upon reflection, she concluded that her desires were not misplaced. As an independent individual, was she not entitled to her freedom to venture wherever she wished? Song Shizhou had no authority to interfere. Despite this inner conviction, she found herself rather timid in reality. Thus, she forced a sheepish smile, carefully flattering the demon lord. Friends are meant to enjoy each other's company, yet each possesses their own life, a life of freedom, able to go wherever they please. Our bond is indeed strong. But I harbor my own aspirations. That I relish the idea of exploring different places, and though we may not be in constant proximity, our hearts remain intertwined. That I shall think of you as Xianxia Yu spoke. She began to gently knead Song Shizhou's arm, wearing a charmingly ingratiating smile. Song Shizhou, however, was unconcerned with her justifications. He comprehended only one implication. This foolish demon intended to sever their ties, planning to abandon him and depart from the demon realm. Where do you wish to go? I shall accompany you, xianxia asked. Although displeased, he refrained from directing his ire at xianxia. This was his first instance of striving to suppress the fury within him. Had anyone else in the palace provoked him thus, their fate would likely have been obliteration. Xianxia was taken aback. What was his intention? Did he insist on accompanying her? But you are the demon lord. You have your own affairs to attend to. How could you possibly follow me everywhere? I desire to live independently, which implies that our relationship cannot be one of constant companionship. No sooner had she uttered these words than the document in xianxia's hand was reduced to ash. Observing this, xianxia fell silent, her heart racing with dread. Was xianxia truly capable of murder? Xianxia took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he posed the question. Then tell me, what kind of relationship allows for perpetual companionship? Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the gravity of the inquiry.